I don't know if I have my headphones on. Did I have my headphones on? It's not 100%. You can still, but it does it drowns it out. And finally also that I usually put on rain. That's my thing. I put on the noise. Just the noise canceling itself is not enough. The rain usually does work. So I don't know. Oh, then I also have a limit to my apps. I don't know if I can watch apps during the day or be on my apps. So then it turns it off. Maybe who's got me there? It's good cat. The caption's a good one. Really? How old is he? Oh, wow. Okay. Voice eye. Beautiful sugya, of course, as usual. We're in the middle of the sugya when a person checks on Shabbos or Kippur. He does a shkita on Shabbos or Kippur. He's permitted to have from the shkita. He says what? Provided what? You wait a day. You wait. No, you're going to see me. It's a Shabbos. You wait. Can't eat it on Shabbos. And the Gemara tells us that goes according to Yehuda. So starting with this one now. Great. Yeah. So he said, where's our singer? Where's the island? What's going on here? We need Ari. Study for a 50 questions answer something about study order, and he didn't ask me anything. We just had like a saying. Probably not a citizen. You might not. It's time we just started. So Gemara says, "Go Farkas." Hello, this is not a joke. He comes in from Australia. Takes him 24 hours to fly in. And they're only going to land like 2 days before Yom Tov. And that's the whole thing. So it's a very big sacrifice, especially Buddy. The Farkas, all the way from Australia, the famous Chazan from Australia. So, Zok the Gemara, we have over here. Yes, we're asking me. Why don't we talk about this after Shir and ask him? It's a good solid. He wants to know about your Shira. Are you going to miss the day of Shira? We come from murder. The answer is obviously by Asia in the Middle East is not a problem. Okay. We're going to get to that now. Fine. So, before the falls asleep here, the Gemara tries and says, you know what, maybe it's the review is this one, that one. Muktzah machmasis. It's muktzah. You can't touch the meat because it's muktzah. It's also. It's also before Shabbos, it's also now. You can hold this in. Last word in the Amid, it's not Rebida Omer. And they write Shabbat. That's the problem. You have a candelabra. It's made out of earthenware, so it gets all nasty and gross from all the oil. So it's certainly muktzah machmasis. But even if it's a nice material like metal, which doesn't get dirty, and it's an older candelabra, you're allowed to move it on Shabbos if you have some sort of reason to. First, when I'm married to people by Shabbos, everybody's familiar with halacha. Once you light a candle, I remember as a kid, I didn't see it in a long time. Some people light their candles at the Shabbos table, and it becomes like an issue. So they think you're not going to move the actual candles. When you do exactly, I remember that people were not so familiar maybe with halacha back in the day. Maybe today they more. I don't know. Okay. Dilma, Shani Hassan, so you might what's the connection? How do you know? So therefore, if you would say in our case, and you have meat, you have an animal. Well, there was an Abram and a high before Shabbos. It's like a candelabra that you have candles lit on it, and even if when the candles go out, the candelabra remains also. Why? Because it's the It became something that's also. The candles were lit, you weren't allowed to move it. Take it over here. For the time that the animal, and that's a big issue when somebody owns a dog, we used to have a dog, a lot of touches, there's a lot of good touches, really touch their own dog. The actual dog is looked up, and a lot of people in their family were making the dog, or they came over with their own coolest. There's so much. I'm not. I'd love to hear it, but I don't know why it's mixed up. I don't know why. Like, they used it. Okay, fine. No problem. The Gemara says over here that this is reviewed. That's why you can't have the animal. The animals look typical thing. Even the Shabbos, somebody checked them, and the meat is available. It's still. But says the Gemara, Shani Pasal, we definitely. What's the connection? When you light a candle in the library, you say, I don't use this beautiful silver piece in the next 24 hours, basically. A little candle. But an animal, you didn't push it off. You didn't do anything physically to show that you don't want it. It's an animal. You didn't show me else, you're not going to be that. Therefore, let's go and find another one. Adam Rav Ashi, this is the Yehuda of picture. It's not a Rav Ashi of Shabbos. A very, very famous. About 15 years ago. It's a three-way machlokes, and the three-way machlokes has different parts to it. But before I jump into this three-way machlokes, I think it's important to talk about President Donald Trump of the United States of America. Why? I think it's important because we have to have gratitude. We have to have a heart of faith to the United States. The United States, we're celebrating now 250th birthday, and it's probably the only place in history where Jews and all religions were allowed to flourish and practice their religion. Freedom, not only that, they encouraged it, sort of. They promoted, they gave money towards institutions to this very day. And from the war, from the Second World War to today, since the Rome, different things that the Jews went through in history, we take it for granted almost. We have to say thank you to the United States. And it's hard to say thank you to a country, so you say thank you to the president, who happens to be, has a tremendous amount of common sense. And with that common sense, every day, I love his common sense. And that common sense helped us in the last very hard time of period that Christ was going through in Israel and everything else. And he helped us a lot, tremendous amount. And of course, the him. But what's so interesting is that he called out, and that's why I'm pausing here, he called out that Jews around the world, Jews in America, should keep Shabbos. Right in the United States, Christian, I believe he's Christian, says you should keep the Shabbos. So I'm going to just piggyback on this call and say, as a first thanks to him, first of thanks to his miracles, as gratitude to President Trump, let's all try to keep Shabbos. All those, there are many who watch this year, I'm familiar with a bunch of people watch this year who are not currently showing Shabbos. They watch this year religiously every single day. And as a president, yeah, so maybe this is a good time to keep one Shabbos, just one Shabbos, and we'll all be free. Someone should take his call to action. Okay, so what's my focus? So I just want to make my focus easier. Goes like this. So if a person is follows Shabbos, he puts on Shabbos, yeah, what happens? People, I was in a house. I just remember, I was in a house. I was in Dallas, Cuba. It's actually I'm not going to say, well, then to figure out who it is. Someone in Chicago, Bounce Chuva, I ate in their house, and I witnessed little Shabbos that had to do with cooking. He wasn't aware that a certain thing with the oven was awesome. He didn't know. You thought you could put it in, whatever, take it out. She didn't know the halal. I said so. What? Now, what is the halal? Seriously, you eat the chunk that just came out of the oven, the meat that just came out of the oven. She did it. Amazing. It's not to show you. If she would have known, somebody told you before Shabbat, say, I saw her reaction. I told you, she's shocked. This is the first time somebody ever told me. I'm like, I'll shoot for playing with that. I know. So what's all up? I gotta get this food in. But the three-way maflake. But we have the three-way maflake in both categories. Whether she did it deliberately or she did it unintentionally. Because if she did it deliberately, then we have the maflake whether anybody could eat it. Anyone. And so it goes like this. We have a mayor who's the most maple, and we have Rabbi Sandler who's the most muff. And we'll say that if it happens deliberately, no one can eat it forever. That's it out. Because the mayor says that what happened, intentionally, like in my case, in Chicago, then you're allowed to eat it with only on Motzei Shabbos, and you have to wait for Teishi Yasa. You have to wait. How long did that meat take to cook? 2 hours? You have to wait for 2 hours in the Shabbos. Why? Because you don't want to have any benefit. You don't want people to benefit from the nice shop. So if it took them 2 hours on Shabbos, you're not going to benefit from the shop at all. You're waiting for Shabbos. Those are the extremes. But Remeir says it's mutter. And then you have a real silence that's possible to apply for everything. But then who does in the middle? And we're going to say that our sugar, the truth is you don't have to know all the different sheets. To make the sheets a little easier, I will say that Remeir, whatever Remeir holds the Mezid, which is his extreme category, that's what we view the whole Rishonim in the lighter category. And whatever Rabbi Yehuda holds in his Mezid, that's what the next man, Rabbi Yochanan, holds in his Shabbat. So it's steps. Here, the mayor, who's the most making says by Mezid, you ask what? So that's what Rabbi Yehuda is going to hold exactly by his Shabbat. Rabbi Yehuda holds in his Mezid. You should do this and this. That's what Rabbi Yehuda holds in that. Okay. So let's sing some. It's not. I'm a Vashi B'Shabbos B'Shogi. Good. You could eat. When could he eat? He eats by the way. So I misspoke before. The mayor holds they could eat even on Shabbos. I'll show you. I'll show you. So according to the mayor, which we see that Rebbe still passes up the mayor. So in that nice situation, sitting in this guy's living room or dining room, and seeing that his wife was shaking the Pal Shabbos with the food, you gotta eat right away. Even she, yeah, even her, even the Madasha, right? So you have the guy who is cooking, the chef, and then we have the friends. We have the shogeg, and we have the maker. So the Madasha, the Shabbos, the shogeg, yoital, the mezid lo yoital. Why, if you do deliberately, why shouldn't you eat? There's a penalty here. You can't eat it right away. delivery Rebbe Meir. So let's see. I don't know unless we did this directly yesterday. The Meir's on the bottom. Doesn't move. Okay. I don't see what's going on there. Okay, so Meir says b'shogeg, yoichal afilu b'shabbos. So I don't know if you can see. There's a table with a chef with friends. You guys see the chef? Can you see it? Oh, zoom in, very good. Okay. Here's the chef. He's the worst guy because he's the one that did it. The guy's named Meir. On a shogeg, even he could eat, and his friends could eat. On Shabbos, you see it says on Shabbos. On Shabbos. Mezid, which I love. Only on Motzei Shabbos, you see? Mezid. Motzei Shabbos. Only friends. You don't see a chef there. That's what Yehuda is going to hold. Well, that's what Yehuda is going to hold on the shogeg. Yes? On the shogeg, he's going to hold that only friends and only on Motzei Shabbos on the shogeg. What is review the hold on Amazing?
Why were you taking so many Advil?
Yeah, on Amazing. That's one up. Here. So he did very nice. He put the chef all by himself. He gets nothing. The chef gets nothing. The friends get to eat when? Only on Motzei Shabbos. So that's basically what review the holds on Amazing. Let's see if it's right. Review the Eimer, and this is what the Gemara is trying to say, that Yehuda is our mission. From Shabbos, this is what you do. Bishogeg, Shabbos. Remember Rav said, yes, you're allowed to use provided that you weigh the tape. This is a, it goes according to me. This is a review that I watched. But if you chef, by mistake, I was going to be talking about the show. You have to go into the Shabbos.
So how did you convince a man in an electric wheelchair?
Deliberately. You can't eat forever. Who can't eat forever? The chef. But somebody else could eat. And that's going to be Rebbeinu Salman's shogeg. It's amazing, Yehuda. If he did deliberately, the chef can never eat it. He never benefit from it, ever. But his friends could.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, it's always a thing.
Did that really happen?
Sure, yeah, stop. Hello, man. So you all know it's Shabbos are favorably. No, I know because there's a lot of elements. It's hard to remember that. But the Rebbeinu Salman says if you did it by mistake, I'm going to hold it to Yehuda in his name. You all know it's Shabbos are favorably. Only his friends. Why? Because we're not straight up to Bezin. The Bezin you also know is that if you do it deliberately, you can never eat it. What was I want to say? So it says that we're going to send you out. We're going to send you in shogeg, but after shogeg, and you have to wait even until the Shabbos. Why don't we say that it goes according to the Meir, the second category of Meir, that he did it deliberately? And the Meir, yes, the way until Motzei Shabbos. What's up with that? Why? You can't be removed. You can only do your Yom Kippur.
Alright, William.
The Mishnah says the word that he shafted Shabbos and Yom Kippur together, one after another. So Shabbos is similar to Yom Kippur. Now Yom Kippur is the regulation of Mezid Lo Yachid. On Yom Kippur itself, nobody can eat. There's no health to eat on Yom Kippur. Whether even if you did the shogeg. Half an hour relation to the shogeg. So Mezid Lo Yachid. So when there's no difference for the shogeg in the middle. And it should be able to eat. Tomorrow, great. So, what's the original of the shogeg of Yehuda? How did you say that our original is Yehuda? In what case of a shogeg? Think about it. Let's read the Mishnah together. Let's see what it says. Hashem the top of your dollar. Hashem the Shabbos to be able to do. I'm reading these words, you can't even make sense as a shogeg. Even though he gets that penalty, he does a shayra. I was telling you about shogeg amazing. How could it be shogeg? It says Mitzvah ben Afshe, he gets a death penalty. Says Gemara, I don't know what he's talking about. What is it shogeg with you? How do you say shogeg? Well, I don't think Mitzvah ben Afshe could tell me. Say you're foolish, that he gets a death penalty. What is the death penalty? Doing something by accident. Talking about I've been amazing Mitzvah ben Afshe. What the Mishnah is trying to say, it's so extreme. We're talking about a situation that if somebody did it deliberately, you get the death penalty. So if he did it unintentionally, maybe we should be super mindful. It's a very severe thing that he did. So what if it's unintentional? It's like if you kill somebody deliberately, you get the death penalty. It's a very, very severe thing to kill somebody. If you did it unintentionally, it's not a joke. You don't go home. It's still most times. Somebody runs somebody over past the frame. The first thing is it goes to jail. Then you start discussing what happened, where, what. It's a severe thing. It's not a joke. That's like, first you have to decide it wasn't deliberate. It depends how now the cop is. Take the time to listen to update. It's all nonsense. I think in America it's like a different, right? Video. Says Gemara, so I didn't mean to say that our Mishnah is mamish and dangerous. So in case of amazing, the death penalty, you have to be very careful by the shogeg also. And in fact, you do have to wait until Moshe Shabbos to get the eating. But if you have a shogeg, you're allowed to eat the finish. So one more question, then we're done with this thing. Why do we say the Mishnah? We told you that you don't have three. You in the middle, wherever you're going to say it. Maybe our mission goes according to real assignment. Having the shogeg, interesting. Why? How did it happen? Somebody shut things down. We got there at 2:30 in the morning. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
Websites and pretend that I didn't write this fucking website myself. Like I haven't memorized every menu and sub-menu.
Unfortunately,
You
we're
can't
not
just
allowed to
read line from copy. You gotta pretend like you don't really know what you want to watch. And I gotta decide how long to record. 45 minutes? Nobody wants that section for 45 minutes. Especially not with me. You want to have sex with me for 45 minutes? 6 minutes? I could probably last 6 minutes if I only pretended to watch the part. And I feel like that sends also a bad message, like, I'm going to be very satisfied in 6 minutes, and she's going to be really not satisfied in 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Fuck yeah, Andrew. Keep that mic in your hand.
It can't be reviewed.
Fuck yeah, I like your style, man.
Revolution, the shogeg revolution, the amazing day on Shabbos. They have to. Think about the sugya, a lot of things that's a little word here, a little word there. What it says over here, they like. But at the end of the day, there's a difference between his self and his friend. He talks because he chose them. But our time never differentiates between anyone. He said a blanket statement that the shkita of someone who shuts and shouts and people is kosher. He didn't say, only comes from his friends, not kosher for himself. So a male can't say, there's a position open in Johnson County Community College for revision and sound division, Lord, it's not hiring. And now we have the brand new suit. I made it right. The Shabbos, the shogeg, amazingly. So I'm going to read this and you're going to tell me what this is. This is tricky. 8 o'clock in the morning, sleeping 2 hours. If somebody cooks on Shabbos, if you did it for Shogeg, you did it by mistake, occasionally, your child, he does it because you need to put it in the pipe. Shogeg, your child, you did it unintentionally, you could eat. You hear this? You could eat. Occasionally, your child. Who does it go? I'm going to show you the steps. You have to tell me the steps. Again, if you did it by Shogeg, you're allowed to eat. Yeah? You're not allowed to eat. Who is it going for? He's the most maker. This is what makes. So the second day out, God says twice. Don't talk like that. The question is why would God tell somebody to be quiet? You want to ask two questions about that. What's the point? But how many Shabbat days? Why would he tell me to be quiet? You know, this is really good. You're saying the sheet of the mayor and I raffle the good Yehuda. Funny for the mayor. And the announcer said it like the mayor, which is really good. Yehuda is not funny for the mayor. Sounds like because God told him Yehuda. If anybody tries to say something like the mayor, I quiet him down. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, he's someone like Yehuda, but God himself doesn't hold like Yehuda. God himself holds like the mayor. So he should have been very happy that somebody said like the mayor. Why would he be upset? When he himself holds like the mayor, why would he be upset that somebody else said this like the mayor? I don't know. Teaching Hilchos Bishul to Talmidim, he told them in private that the love of the mayor, in other words, that can be made that somebody in Chicago cooks meat unintentionally, you're allowed to eat that meat on Shabbos, even the cooker, even the chef is not eat it because it's unintentional. That's what he told us Talmidim. But if you go to the period that was for a but if you said it in show, it doesn't the whole community, he said, no, Allah doesn't do that. Why? He didn't want them to be made there on Shabbos, in thousands of Shabbos. You yourself allowed to eat it, and then by mistake, all of a sudden you start cooking your own Shabbos stuff. Forget it. It becomes awesome. So Mamela, so what? So somebody came along and said, like your mayor, why would he tell him to be quiet? That is not law. So what's the obvious answer? Because he said in front of so many people and he wants people to know the secret. If he paid, part of the previous public comment, that this story happened in front of the whole one, and that's why he quieted there. No, that's the obvious. Nobody listens to another Amir that comes along and says something. They listen to the guy, the speakerphone, the round call, the megaphone, the one with the loud voice. I'm not going to say who. The guy has a voice here in your slime right now. So it's up to you. Javier, you take your pictures, you listen to the show. I just need to know what's going on there. I'm holding that up there. Oh. Okay, I'm not going to call you out. If it's good pictures, if they're good pictures, we have to find out if we say a brush on those and where maybe it's a particular place that you meet. Okay. The most you can say a brush on your room. It doesn't matter. Every room there is like. I didn't know this. You could all come to my room and make a brush. That's fine. But the relatives. I respect this to the hotel. We have pictures and what else? No. Holiday Inn is part of the whole. Holiday Inn and what do you call them? Whatever. Understand? So, what they say is the Hiltons and the Radisson. We were in the Radisson. I'm not believing that one of the nicest in there. They won yesterday. They were in the test. Unbelievable hotel. But the thing is, Bailey Street. It's like a different kind. It's not a. It's not a hotel really. It's like houses, villas. Everybody gets a villa. Ocean View, Zafa. Okay. Talk about a different time. Everybody's invited. Doesn't matter. Up to Kili Alma. Oh, all I need to. Kind of showcase, kind of come in there. Says you know, listen to what happened. We're going different with that. Somewhere. What? You? You wasn't even listening to Torah in the mikvah? Everybody is there. So, everybody is you can see the difference between a guy that comes to a picture and a guy that's really every second sending us data and his knowledge. He's in it. He's not thinking, what? Yeah. From what? From that thing? Or from this place? Are you in the, no, you're not in this place. We got it. Okay. I spoke about Ribari before he came. I told him in America about this Semitic relief that we had last night. I didn't say what we used. I didn't say the topic. I didn't say what it was. This thing was smart. It was very good. Okay, so let me tell you. Listen, Joey is going to have a mark today. We're going to go out to the ocean. So we different prisoners, scuba diving, and then this. I know we're not, but look at the peaks that we are. But, I'm serious, I'm not joking. I can't emphasize this enough. We're on a trip. Everybody should look back 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, where you are. At what point in your life? A lot of us is a year ago, 3 years ago. And when we're in a place like this, then we really learn from our area before chakras, and then down the chakras in a million. And then you can enjoy. Then you go ahead and enjoy the whole day. That whole day. But then you're starting off the day with pirates. Huh? It's crazy. But yeah, this tuna shooter coming through. Go inside. You guys prepare, I'll say it. She's arguing about it. This was maybe the first time in my life that when I heard of scuba diving cancer, I was like, wow, that's for sure. Like, what was I thinking? Like, when was I going to prepare? Because if you're I got to give 2 shears. Yeah, okay, let me So it says the Gemara, a loop shot over here. Loop shot. When the Talmud came and said, hey, Rav, say Rebbe, you're allowed to eat it for sure. He wasn't talking about Bishul. There's 2 categories. There's Bishul, there's and there's the Shachman. Our mission is actually talking about Shachman, and that's why I'm not. It's right in there. So the Gemara, how to show the time to come in around. He wasn't talking about Bishul, that somebody cooked, and that's the three step focus that we had over here, the steps, this thing. It wasn't about this. It was about some Shachman on Shabbos. What do you do? I'll show you 7 months to the back. I'll show you the Shabbos to show you your faith on Shabbos. Then you could do it. You could eat it if it happened by mistake. You shot by mistake on Shabbos. Like, oh, that's what it was. This guy, it's about shechting on Shabbos. How do you shech by mistake on Shabbos? It's a good child, actually. And now, this video makes much more sense. Where's the guy shech? Because you forgot what day it was. Okay. So the Lord says, the next layer, but if you did it, then it's deliberately on Shabbos, you're not allowed to eat LA. I got you for a mayor. The others are mayors. Oh, which Rameir? Of cooking. I feel like it's a Rameir of the Mivashal. That's in the Mivashal, you gotta eat from it on Shabbos. Why? The Roy Lachos. So the Gemara makes a distinction. When you take meat out of the freezer and you cook it on Shabbos, the meat was edible. In fact, we had a lot of the parts here during the street. Uncooked meat, it's a thing. You can eat uncooked meat. You don't want that's your thing. But it's a thing. You don't eat uncooked meat, you eat uncooked tuna. It's uncooked. But, no. The question is it muktzah or not? When you have an animal, when you have a lot of animals that's not edible right now because it's sitting in a pie, so it's muktzah for everybody. You have food. Now you can give it to Jamie. You told me I had 7 pieces of that. It's incredible. So it's not muktzah. If you give him the food, you're allowed to move it. I'm sure that they roll not those loads, but an animal. But before you shot it, it was 100% also to get over it being for a 9-2 because it's even been a high. So then you can't say, oh, I shot it and I could use it now. I could use it right now on Shabbos. So it's muktzah. That's the Gemara. This is why Rab don't be quiet. Because we weren't talking about Bishop, we're talking about Shita. So be quiet. You make a mistake. Your mayor is talking about Bishop, not about Shita. Don't confuse me. That's quiet because I'm a last in my ear. Why? Because you made a mistake in halacha. Don't connect Shita and Bishop. Well, this is the wait a minute, our mission is going down to don't like to hear by Rob, Shitty Rob, Asir, Bafir, and Yoima. And in Shita, we said, Rob, you can't eat it that way. So that's what's about the main review. It doesn't go with Yuda. We need to go with Yuda. Because when we go to Yuda, it's also that day, but according to the one who's more maybe than Yuda, it will be Mutter that day. And we're sorry. So why would Rab say, be quiet? According to the mayor, it's okay. And he's saying this kind of spoke up and said, hey, you're allowed to eat this meat on Shabbos. It's going to the mayor. You weren't out to show him they were putting to dots this whole day, going to early, like, bro. If a person who's dying in the manifestation is Shulchan and I have to check this meat even on Shabbos. So now this animal is no longer muktzah. What does muktzah mean? Muktzah means I'm not to that. I removed it from my mind. I'm never going to touch this animal on Shabbos. But no, he said I am going to use this animal on Shabbos. This live animal I'm going to check. And I'm going to make a good dish for the sick person that I'm taking care of. So it's like muktzah. So why do you find to be quiet? Do you pride yourself in how hard you've been punished? Because you yourself don't fight. Because the mayor doesn't say it's mutter in general. It's mutter when the real reason. What the reason is? He's a sick person, but if it's not a sick person, you know what he's. Yeah, okay, and that's under real law. This is really a sick person, so even Will is going to agree that it's not mutter. Says the most one trailer behavior. What happened was we removed the muktzah status. You're right. Street fight. What's the last street fight you got into? According to review, there's no muktzah. According to review, there's no muktzah. Why is there no muktzah? They have a sick person in the room, and they have to picture him, and then it's muktzah, it's not muktzah. Body became healthy. Once it becomes healthy, now I go back to the Machlokes and Meir and Yehuda. What happens when I do something on Shabbos, unintentionally, intentionally? That's why we review this. Also, everybody says it's the other thing, baby. But they all have a rap for Barad on the rap. The rap says, I'm in the roots for Barad on the rap. I should have been Shabbos also. If somebody came sick on Shabbos, and somebody didn't shut him, you gotta give him some meat. You need to forgive him. But the healthy person can have it. Why can't the healthy person eat? Why say give me a good reason? No. Who just said that? If you did, you said it. If you did, you prayed. It's a muktzah. For the healthy person, it's muktzah. The muktzah doesn't go away. what was it to me? The Bina Shmashis, this was also. But I'm allowed to shut the for somebody who really needs it because it's nefesh. It's a muktzah. For you, it's still muktzah. No, I said it became a Kohen job. Says Gemara. Vaza the famous Shabbos middle of the bar. By time, that's a shokah. Shokah Shabbos is muktzah. But on Vaza, famous Shabbos middle of the bar. You take the meat out. I'm gonna say freezer because okay. People are telling me it wasn't really like either when it's in the freezer. I don't know what. Take it out of the refrigerator. But it's meat that my nutrition doesn't like, but Jamie Azulay does. So that meat is not muktzah. Why? Because it's way left. Listen, I'm with you. I don't know. Food is one thing. Meat is another thing. But I ain't really left it. No, food is the animals they eat it. Okay. They just eat it raw. They don't need it juice and nothing. Earlier the global specialist in international financial services and Bill Rad, Union Station University. Dalota Bash, Yitzchak Kadosh. Tomorrow. I really love it later on. Over our Papa. So our Papa comes with the little finishing number. So it's we're starting with brand new Mishnah. I think things about the knives and stuff. So it says our Papa. But sometimes we can reverse the halachas. Both halachas are over. How does that shake with it? Sometimes when you chef on Shabbos, it's mutter for everybody. You go to jail and find the boy, yeah, but then what happens if you did the prayer off? What happens if the fighter is sick before Shabbos? Then there's no more muktzah. Sometimes the Vashal, even though it's specifically the Vashal is mutter on Shabbos, you do it for a fighter. But the Vashal also because you put something when you put something that was connected to the ground on Shabbos, that's mamish muktzah, and you're allowed to do it for the Chayla, but not for a holy person. I'm not doing that. What's halacha? I'll show you from the Chayla. If you have a Chayla who was a Chayla from before Shabbos, I'll show you the Chayla Shabbos with the Bari Boom. Then it would be allowed for a healthy person in a raw state, like the house. I'm because this is not muktzah, because I designated for the sick person. And the shkita was completely for the sick person. Because you cannot chef part of an animal, you have to chef the entire animal. Because something like that goes by the show. And I chefed it just for the sick person. You're allowed to take a ride. Piggyback on the shkita and eat from it on Shabbos in a raw state. But you can't cook it. Why can't you cook it? I mean, that's what Shabbos has to be. Don't try to piggyback on a sick person. A sick person. Oh yeah, I made a pizza for him on Shabbos. I'm gonna have some of the pizza. No way. Why? He's gonna show me Yarber Bishvila because you might come add extra for yourself, and that's also obviously in the middle. You just say anything cooked for Shabbos for a sick person, other people should not be touching you. Right. Shkita is no zero. What are you gonna do? More shkita? You're gonna chef 3 instead of 2. I mean, you always have to chef 2. You always have to chef the fire. What's your reason? The boy saw a beautiful video upcoming surprise to somebody here in the audience. Ashochet b'madallah. So yesterday we were driving in the bus. Somebody started screaming, "Stop! Stop!" and his band 70s almost went off a cliff. He thought he might ran over a person. It came out of a deep current. What happened was, there was an individual on the side of the road. whatever it was, weed, flowers with the sickle. And I said, it's not a shigab, it's from a shaman. The word is Magaliyad, and here's the guy with the Magaliyad, going like this on the side, on the road. How often do you learn about a Magaliyad and see a guy that day doing like this in the field? They didn't stop in time and realize we don't have a good picture. But we have second best. We do have a beautiful video of somebody here doing the Magaliyad. So we are going to show Magaliyad for voice out. Here goes.
Not an improv class. When you learn in your improv class shows. Give me a suggestion. Give him a suggestion. Let's see. Someone in the audience give him one. I heard shake weight. Yeah, I heard shake weight too. Oh my gosh, feel my shake weight. I feel so strong in my biceps now. I can jerk off the most guys ever. You smack! I feel it. I think you're ready for SNL.
Well, how do you see it?
I got nothing in my pants that'll get me off this. Really? Is that true? What's the worst thing you've ever said out loud? Oh, I said this word.
Oh, because it went in Hebrew.
In a video game?
That's weird. Okay. Yeah. Were you surprised? Anyway, Ben, you saw it already? Didn't see that one.
Yeah, I got mad. Someone fucked up my kill and I called him the N-word.
Okay, so what do we have here? We have a Magaliyad that's interesting too. It's sharp on one side, and it has like a saw, like serrated on the other side. So you're allowed to use the Magaliyad on the sharp side, not on the serrated side. It's all. So you see, you made it interesting. It's a stone, but the top left one with a corner, and if you no, it's not round. It's not round. It is. See, look at the picture. It's straight. Yeah. So, yeah, that's exactly what Ben was showing. But it's this. And it's, yeah, but he said that a lot because as he's talking, he's trying to sell it. Those who are here, like, this is what they do in the marketplace. They come in and they try to sell you everything. Unless you have security guys that they whisper little things to in their ears and they go flop. In certain cities, there's whispers on it. So, they live out of sight. They try to tell these guys the rules. Like, different cities, different mentalities. So, Apple Shostin, Loyal Shostin, Apple Shostin, Apple Loyal Apple. You should never explain. I did say Katana, but I didn't say it. So Katana is a reed. A reed, yeah, because he started asking me a question in the middle of that word. Katana is a reed. You slice a reed in half, similar to what they have today, the snaps on the map. So it's a half a kana, very sharp edges. Oh, the sugar cane thing. Promise. Another thing Hashem. I think I have it, this video or something. Somebody has a picture. It's good. You can throw it in. They took a sugar cane and ginger and lemon, and they put it through a machine, and they cut. I drink it. I don't see anything wrong with it. All it does is crush that, and I saw him doing it, and I just drink it right out, I think. So Loyal Shostin, Loyal Shostin, no, sorry, let's go from you. Apple Shostin, everybody can check. Even Shostin. You have to know what that means. You got Apple Shostin, and you can check in with every item. You don't have to be a metal man. Those, they're Magal Shostin. So what's a Magal Shostin? Here, Magal Shostin has serrated blades, but they go in one direction. So the concern here is that you're going to pierce the neck, and that's shocking. That's be a nice smooth cut, but not here. Not Megera. Megera is the top one. It's more like a saw also. Fashinayim. T. Not T-Power. Oh, we have a nice one for Shinayim. Fashinayim. We're going to take a look at this video. What's that to you? Yeah, people say, oh, AI. Yeah, but you have to have the ideas. You have to know how to manipulate it. Next slide. Ooh. Oh, here's the sugar cane. That's a reed. Almost like that. Beautiful. But look at that. You have the background. You even have a cool building in the background with dirt all over it. Lemon, you can see the lemon and the ginger. Let me show you. The lemon and the ginger. I said it got me. You put this cane right through this machine. And it comes out on this side. Health benefits. Okay. So, Dr. Gamara, thank you. What? This is just a public service announcement. We walk a good 10,000 steps a day, more. Some days 13,000. I just want to tell everybody, those 13,000 steps, they burn off 10% of one meal that we eat. That's it. 10%. Don't let anybody fool yourself that because you walked a little bit, you're going to stay in shape. The below was one lamb chop. So if you eat three, you have to eat 30,000 steps just for the lamb chop part. If you eat 7 carpaccios, nobody should fool themselves. Because the guy told me, yeah, I'm walking it off. No, you're not. You're walking off 100 calories. That's it. Zero. I mean, if you go on the treadmill for an hour straight, you're burning 500 to 600 calories. You express 3,500 in one meal. On breakfast. Forget about it. But you know, and it even says there, that's the part with the fingernail, maybe a nail up. This one right there, my bicep. The fingernails of the monkey. You can find out the emails. I'm still alive. But for those emails that I'm going to die overnight, so I'm still alive. Then there's more emails. It could take 30 days to die. Okay, Ishmael, thank you. Thanks for ruining my trip. So if you chef, so those nails, Shita is. What's the problem? Because it tears at the skin and it doesn't touch me. It says the Gemara it says that the chef the other day was a low. Again, this idea of Shita, how long are we to see forever? We're under an hour? Okay. So, there, let's do this piece. 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. I'll show you the other thing with the thin law. It says, if you did it with the Mazayan, so after the fact, it's okay. It doesn't say you should check with the Mazayan, with the sickle. It says, if you do, then it's okay. The other thing with the thin law, I can understand why the sickle is no good. Good muscle, never be the pisa. As you saw, Benny holding it, it has two sides. It has the serrated side and it has the slit side. So very good that you're using the slit side, and you might one day, kid will see that you use that sickle, you won't know that you did it this way or that way. You'll use the wrong side. So it's kind of like a little but why can't you use a stone Well, read Rumini, but also I think maybe two minutes because the recruit is still kind of in anything with a piece of glass with a stone. This is the first stone. Says the Gemara, Loy Kasha, Kambit Kadosh, Kambit Mechuber. How is Mishnah that it says that? The Evid is talking about that it's attached to the ground. It's attached to the ground is problematic. But it's not the best thing. It's okay after the fact, but when it's completely detached, it's stone. It's detached. Rebbe points out. Rebbe says here, it's possible. It says it's possible. You get from the fellas, take it in your hands. When it's connected, no good. Here, Mashu, here holds is okay. I tell you to Mashu here on the deep. Yeah, but I'm feel like so we're going to turn to a peel. And a peel says that it's actually you're young set back to the says more you might give the peel to the other. And the other time, I can show them maybe close to them. It's just like in the mountain, it's about doing the mountain. Whether it's like this, that the animal's neck is up and the knife is down. Or the animal's neck is down and the knife is up. Because you just told me that a figure hits only after the fact, not the first. Maybe says it's completely possible. Here, the other day was a feel alone. So why? Telling me it's 100% better. Okay, so it's only after the fact. And for sure it can't go because you Rebbe, the Nami law, you're Rebbe, in all situations. So how does this go? It's in the first place, go ahead and check out this not a problem. But the other two, why is he arguing with a case and it seems like he's talking about after the fact? That's the place for the Rebbe to say that Rebbe is so severe, his sheep is so strong that he holds that even the Diabet Nas, I hold the Diabet Yes, but I want to point out that Rebbe holds that in no shape or form is the sheep okay. Our Mishnah says which seems like it's only after the fact. Who does it go for? The Mishnah that says that shows that it's okay. The Diabet is Rebbe, but the problem is we just said Rebbe holds the Diabet is not good. How can you tell me the Mishnah says Rebbe holds the Diabet is good? How can you read out the Rebbe? So what's the obvious answer? There's a difference whether a reed is still attached to the ground and it never had a chassis so to speak. It was always attached to the ground. So maybe then even the Diabet is possible. When you have a knife that was once upon a time detached, to the wall with cement, that's much easier. Even though it's in the cooker right now, but once upon a time it works. But when I put it in the son-in-law and then the cooking part of the puzzle, so I didn't have to make such a distinction. The son-in-law, but Mukni, it's Mukni, here we go. Beautiful, check this out, the boy side. There's a Mukni. It's a knife and a wheel. And it has like a pedal. It's like a machine. No, that's more than this is like not a manual, a mechanical. Basically, the guy is. That's the manual. That's what the word. This is a mechanical device. Yeah, machine. It comes from the word machine. Machine. Mukni בשכינת chair. ובכל הקרקע שכינת chair. Everything is supposed to go. But it's so young to the point, so it's better in the way of the because it's sooner. But if there's a knife, the wall, then it's possible. That's what I love you. What do you do? On the other hand, it's Mukher. On the other hand, it's also, which one is it? The last one, no, obviously, the difference is Shani from the Mukher Mukher close to the secret. But the difference, whether this is blue like that, you have a reed that came out of the ground, so it's always the Mukher that's possible. But if you have a knife, The boy Saki, after a long day in the Sahara Desert, is unbelievable. After all, like 18 being through the desert, some said a bracha was my gracious, some didn't. Went to some Kvarim, we had a great time. And now we're in Fez. This is where the Rif lives. The Rambam, wearing the Fez hats. And we have with us, we had an unbelievable dinner. Now it's unbelievable. And one of the things we had a band with us, a Geshmak, a band. You guys are beautiful voices. We have beautiful people behind me. And wherever we go, great song, great camaraderie, great vibe. And I want to share with you one of my favorites, the Snaz. Every time we sing it, if I get into it, it brings tears right away because the word sorry. You ever thought a B minor over there, Bizarre, yeah? We're gonna sing it together. Oh, it's so emotional, especially with these guys doing this. Shout out to Don Carlos, the best goddamn burrito. And Shabbos, they just showed up another two great singers. So we're gonna have a matziv shel matziv. If you want to come on the trip next year, prices have changed due to high demand. Lots of individuals. Today is Schneider Bar Yoim Shem Shish Boys Ba'omer or La'omer Spheres Ha'omer and of course as more vision steht dort the vision part of the show and layouts for Schneider. Official edition of the White Shots Masefta Zevial Shulhan. The Perek, the Benedict family, you missed them, you could have been here. Oh, there's still 22 of them available in the second edition of the official edition of the White Shots. Dr. Dalid by Rabbi Yaakov Leif, in memory of my father, Rabbi Ruben, then Rabbi Frank Fisher, Colonel Rafa, cheer sponsors and stuff. Calvin dedicated in memory of Rabbi Murray, Rabbi Shmuel Baruch, Rabbi Chaim Tzvi Doizer, Colonel Rafa, the Patrick County Foundation and Grant Presbyterian Consortium and the Alliance and all the youths, one of the wives. Anonymous, and some rules of Gashman. Thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous, Christina, and Son, Kaleva Sester, Yomini, Danielle, Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha, Ari Simon, Krishna Marvin, Maria, Bergman, Miriam, Yomini, Danielle, Rosenfeld, Panos Mishafa, Leading Spots, Moshe, and Ruben Markovich, by supporting the Mazel Tov to them, becoming great grandparents and a great granddaughter, supporting the Dafyomi in Spanish, Mushlema, Arab, Yaakov, Ben Lulu, the Yishmas, Ben Amnil, Shalom, Nishmas, Reb Chaim, Vidali, Ben Yeshua, Olam Shalom. Shuni Deer, Mazel Tov to Yaakov Schreiber, completing a receptor for a 8-year-old cancer patient. Wow, maybe it's just for him. It's just for Mushlema, Nechama, Bas, Shalom. Shmuel Ross, memory of Avi Murray, Yitzchak Yaakov Ben, Yechiel Tzvi, Jack Ross. HRK Ventures in the schools for success of all our clients, knowing Danielle Roosevelt, and also Innovation LLC's schools for Pagan, Pagan, Rufin, Yud, MDYR, monthly, Shlemi on Kanedim and Mishal Bracha, Shlemi on Ben Esther, and just today I heard that this kid needs a full Shlema, and I believe but I'm not going to say his name because I guess it's anonymous. I heard him talking about this kid, so I guess he's a sponsor. I never knew. If you're in the room, he's standing up right in front of me. Before Hayel, Daniel said, Ben Hayel, Esther Shrav, or Shlema. The boys that here we are in the Sahara Desert with a private jet. These are actually, it looks like propellers, but it's called a jet jet. Only for MDY, 50 of us. I don't even know how many. We're going from the Sahara for a 2-hour trip to get to the city that we need to get to. I just want to copyright a couple lines of Torah. The Mishnah tells us that if you chef an animal on Shabbos or Kippur, you're allowed to eat from the shechita. Says Rav, yes, you have to wait a day. And the whole sugya is, who does it go according to? According to review them. Or which review them? We're going to go through different scenarios, different reviews them. Says the Gemara, Amar Abuna, Dorash Kia by Rav, Shmei the Rav. Said in the name of Rav. Asur about Kilo Liyoima. You're not allowed to eat it for a day. Benazir Chavraya the Meima review the It goes according to the review, then the Gemara says, they review the which review is it, and the rest you see from a different place, of both sides. Alright, I say this every year, but I do want to tell you that this is a jet. It's called a drop jet. What you see a propeller outside is not a propeller, it's a jet dropping the propeller. With that being said, we got a little bit superhero else on the plane. Omar Abuna Zora. As we said before, when somebody steps on Sabbath, you're allowed to speak up, but God says that you have to wait at least a day. And the Kabir said it must go according to reviews. But now the Gemara is going to try to decipher which review is it. They reviewed it. And Rabbi reviewed it on it. This review it says that if you don't have something prepared before Shabbos, it's supposed to. For instance, it's not. It says the captain that's a dream is never enough. That's an agreement with never. If you have boards that are detached, obviously, so you guys are detached, you gotta cut them up in front of an animal, and you gotta cut up a dead carcass and give it to the dog on Shabbos. Meaning, on every Shabbos is alive. Now you have a dead animal, you gotta give it to the dog. You go in there and like, listen to the there, Shabbos is zero. You can't give it to the dog. Why? Because it wasn't prepared to give it to the dog beforehand, so it's lifted. Saying that in a book of something that's not ready to go. To feed your animals before Shabbos, yeah, because it became ready on Shabbos. It's awesome. I don't know, people really excellent on food. It's one of the favorite. Before, it's awesome. Hakanami, people like eat them out, right? Over here also like this. So, not only like this, so it wasn't food. So I'd like to think about it. What can you do with an animal other than eating it? Give it to your animals. That's what the word says. God. A lot of people have animals for offspring. And that's what this guy had it for. You don't want to eat it. Eat it with the left. That's God. You have nothing else to do with this animal than you eat it. No. Right. Very, very awkward. You're giving shit to more women than men. So, once I gotta tell you this myself. Here, it's a great story for the place. The Aussie, the Havenler, if you dunk it, you know, you're not a shut an animal. You're not a shut an animal. You're how do you shut it if it wasn't available for eating? It wasn't food. It was Mugado. So how do you switch designation to Ungado? How do you go from designation of Mugado to being paid for food? Hello, against that people are not Mugado. It's beer production. This is a food radio. Oh, I got something nice. This is not just a prayer row. I say this all the time, but I don't, like the word saying it. So, 6 years ago, I was arguing with my daughter at the Shabbos meal about pinup. She's going with the new type of pinup, the gentle pinup. Gentle, what is it called? Gentle parenting. Gentle parenting. Gentle parenting, those parent you, so she's arguing with that before. So she's like, so I said, listen, you know what rats is? What's rats? Retroactive trauma clarification. You know what it is? No. If you don't know what it is, how do you start arguing with me? You know what it is? Rat. Now, how did I call it that? Because that thing we were learning in Sylvia, retroactive clarification. Very well. So I decided to stick in one more word. Trauma. Retroactive trauma clarification. And once I put that together, I had rat. Retroactive trauma clarification, and I do it for a little bit. Oh, right, I don't know the basics, so I can't argue with you. And let's fast forward 6 years, and just go for now, and say, ooh, how's this the time to go? So you're right. It doesn't work, it's gonna, anyways, that being said, the Gemara says later, the Gemara says this is an idea of retroactive clarification. You have two options. You have the option of using this animal for bringing it in and eating it. And you can decide later what you wanted to do retroactive. In other words, on Shabbos, you decide that on Friday, this is really for food and not for the gather. Here, Dave, it's shot bunny over there. You want to hear it? Oh, okay. Okay. So see you guys have a safe flight. But don't forget that there's 4 exits. 4 exits. 2 over here, 2 over there. And there's also different lighting in case of emergency. Don't forget that. And we open up this thing, and also you guys know how to take up the people, right? If not, the lady will come and explain it a little later. The boys have a wonderful day. So this is the sugi that we're dealing with. The Mishnah says that somebody chefs on Shabbos and Yom Tov, without Shabbos, he could eat a shkita. And they're trying to explain, we're talking about that he did a big sin, he didn't do it for Hestia. Says Rav, but you have to wait a full day, you can't just eat it right away. And we're saying that the third Rav meant it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, we're trying to figure out which Rabbi Yehuda, and that's why I think it's a trip in Shas. Different things in Shas, beautiful soup. So now we're talking about on the plane, on the private jet, yeah? It was good. It was the first time in my life that I was served Pringles, Bamba, but I actually took Gushers. There were Gushers. Who gets Gushers? Gushers. And it was unbelievable. So we got to grab the mic. And I gave a little bit of shield. And we're talking about rap. Retroactive trauma clarification. And then now we're talking about retroactive clarification. What does it mean? It means, could I take this off though? Oh, okay. You guys have to keep it on. We had like dinner, had 5 guys, locals, Moroccan, this stuff, the whole car playing some Moroccan. I don't even know what they're doing. What? Andalus? Andalus. Andalus. Oh, it's not his birthday. It's his English birthday. He specifies his English birthday. And whatever he wants to celebrate, I don't. But then, as my wife says, but I forget the Hebrew. Maybe I don't. I know you too. I don't celebrate English, and he might forget. And they don't celebrate the Hebrew, and they don't know that I forgot. So man, I don't celebrate birthdays, and I'm fucked in Yotzi Blake. That's all. Anyway. Fine. So I'm very excited because we were able to download from the airport or wherever we were. We couldn't download these videos, and I got them on WhatsApp. It's beautiful stuff. I'm going to share with you right now. So what does it mean, Yishberer, right? Yishberer means, for instance, this case of Truma. A person has wine, like Schmacka wine, and donuts. So they have this wine, and you want to drink wine, but the Truma mice is ready. For Shabbos, let's say, you don't have enough time to separate Truma and the Meiser and Meiser Sheni. So you just say, listen, I'm going to drink the wine right now, and whatever's left over, that is what I intended to give before I started drinking the wine. So that's called retroactive clarification. What do you mean? That's what I intended. You didn't intend. Maybe the Truma is in this what you drank. No. Whatever's left over in the bottle, 20% left over in the bottle, that's what I intended. So it says like this. That's where we're over. We want to prove that this review the and it only goes with Brera. No, but review that argues on this whole kind of Brera. There is no Brera. The last thing they review the Brera, you know that. Eat 5 nights in the back. You come to Shabbat with you. With the Sanya, on the KFIA, they said to see if somebody purchases wine from Mitena. listen, I don't have a lot of light here, so if I'm making a mistake in the reading, you'll tell me. If a person purchases wine from a kusi, what's a kusi? They came in, it was a nation that pretended they wanted to be part of Klal Yisrael and fake some shots. They really mean it. They were faking it. The bottom line is, even if they meant it, and we're going with they meant it. They wanted to. They came in with good intent, but later on, they just went off and they did their own thing. But they kept a lot of stuff. They keep their rights. They don't keep their rabbanon, and therefore they do take trumas and nices, but you cannot rely on them when you buy. I think that they took up trumas rights for you. They take for themselves, not for you. So what do? You're in a little bit of a pickle, and you want to take trumas and nices quickly, but you don't have the time. You know. So what do? Say, Oimer, they mugim shani osid lahafrish harim truma. 2 out of the 100 that I'm about to drink over here, I want to set aside. I'm not going to do it now, I'm going to do it later. That would be for the Kayan. That's called Truma. I saw my Sarisha, and I'm going to give 10 out of the 98 that are left. We'll call it 9.8. We're going to just round it off 10. We're going to go to the Levi. Tisha, now we're really left with only like 90, so we're going to take 10% of that. 9 is going to myself called Mazer Shane. But for the Mazer Shane, you have to do something called Meichal B'Sheisim Yad. You take the 9 and say, that 9 is going on money that I have in my drawer. That money I'm going to bring up to you fine one day and use it as Mazer Shane. But that you do right away. The Truma Mazer is going to come out later. Bigger. So let's see this video that I didn't get to see it. Usually I'm very involved with the videos and I get to see them. I have my little, in the beginning, in the middle, the end. We're on a trip here, so it's surprising. Here, surprise. I've been it's Plan Castell. Sorry, I only learned Torah Shabbat. Here in Paris. I need to separate truth from life. As the Turkish Shabbat binding. Very nice. Okay. That's not the one I'm talking about. It's a good one. Okay, here it comes. It's coming up right now. It says it's going like this. So if you buy wine from Pussy, so Rameh says it's better. Here you see the Gemara is proving Rabbi doesn't know the prayer, he doesn't know that's right clarification. Rabbi Yosi, Shimon, Oishim, you cannot separate two semesters retroactively. Why not? You told me. Maybe over there it's something special. Also, many times it's a great reason why you shouldn't use Reira when it comes to the why. Imagine if you drink Tevel, it's listed there, right? It's Paris, right? So, what's the trick? You're going to drink Tevel, you drink, but it's okay. Why? Because when you have something up on the bottom, that's going to become Truma Maisa. But what if you don't do it then? What if you drink the whole thing? Then you drink Tevel. What if the bottom breaks? What if it spills? So you can't drink. It's going to come out that you drink Tevel retroactively. Retroactively, you drink Tevel. You never separate Purim from Isaac. And that's the reason why Rabbi Yehuda, in that case, but maybe in general, in the rest of Shas, he holds up retroactive clarification of prayer. Don't use breathe at time that'll break. I'm not worried about that. If it happens, it happens, but that's not the concern. If you use retroactive clarification, if you use, what are we going to use in our Shas for prayer? Can't use retroactive clarification. It's already, they have a copyright on that. You have the first time. I have to explain what it is. Great. Hello, the Tony Ayo. So how do you know the review that doesn't hold a prayer? From Ayo, the Tony Ayo. So for this, I have to give a little bit of Haggadah, and here's a beautiful. We're turning the Daf sponsor. Right? Turning the Daf. But our global specialist in international at work, yeah, he's very quiet. I don't know if you know that. Did he do the Daf? David Crawford came over to me before. He said a more good thing. He says, I haven't missed a Daf in 5 years. This week is the hardest week. It was 5 years. And it's hard for him. It's not that hard for me, though. Turning the Daf, Adar Global, specialist in international financial services. No, it's a great line. You're on a trip, you're on this, and you have to, after everything, all you want to do right now is take a shower and go to sleep. Rather than sitting here and waiting for half an hour or more just for the computer to restart. Time Milrad, Lilush Masimim Rossi, Fadalaka Baskana, Allah Hashem. Moishi Markovich became a great grandfather today. Mazda of the birth of a great granddaughter, and obviously it's because he did the whole Spanish thing. Fine. There's something called Klum. You know, go more than 2,000 Amma and Shabbos outside past your house. This is no area, etc. So the guy has a house, and he's allowed to go 2,000 Amma, approximately 4,000 people. He needs to go 4,000 Amma. He needs to go further. So there's a trick. He can reposition his home. So what does he do? As you see this diagram right over here, his real house is the real house in the picture. His pretend house is where the challah is. So he puts a challah over there. Now his halachic home becomes where the challah is. So now he can go from that challah another 2,000 amas further, because his house is by the challah. And from the challah, you go, because you could always go 2,000 amas in every direction. Anyway, from your own house, from your brick and mortar home, you go 2,000 amas to the right, to the left, north, east, southwest. So what he did was, he repositioned his house, his Makom Dira, to where the challah is, and now from the challah, he goes 2,000 amas in each direction. So he'll sleep in his real brick and mortar home. He'll take a spatzir to his halachic house, 2,000 amas, and from there he can go in either direction, 2,000 amas. Because his real home is zero. So he'll go another 2,000 amas. He'll go like this. But what happens is, since his real home, which is halachically his challah, so he can only go 2,000 amas back to his house. But he can't even go into his backyard. He can't even go 1 amma past his house, because that's already 2,000 amas away from the challah. His real home is by the challah. Yeah? Jamie, you with me? His shtickle tire is there. Oh. So, what happened was, he's a rabbi. He's a rabbi on Funky Street. Rabbi and Shushan is Funky Street. But you don't know if Rabbi Ari is going to be 2,000 amos to the east or 2,000 amos to the west. You don't know in which direction you need to make your arrow. So what you do is you position two chalas, one like in this picture, but another one in the other direction. And then when he shows up, everybody says, oh, he's on the east. So you use that chala. Is that brera or not brera? Here's where it's brera for sure. Rabbi Ari and Rabbi Yossi, they're both speaking in two different directions. So you put two chala, and then you have to see, you're going to ask the other, who's better. You're going to do all the Lashon Hara stuff. And then on Shabbos, you're going to decide which one you want to go to. This one made what? Okay. I was saying something else. So what you do is, that is 100% brera. Why? Because on Shabbos, you want to decide which one of the two arrows was the arrow you can't live in two places at the same time. You can't pretend you lived on this chala and this chala. You do it in two different directions. So Elamai, you want to choose one of the two chalas as your home. You want to do that on Shabbos. And say, oh, on Friday, that's the one I really meant, not the other one. That's called retroactive clarification. That's 100% awesome. But what if it's just for Bari, and you don't know if it's from the right to the left? Then you could choose, and the Lord's going to explain what's the difference. You were commenting a little bit to the video. Only half. I just realized. It says like this. Let's see inside. Ella, how do I know that review that doesn't believe in retroactive clarification in Brera? Honey, because I said, honey, review the very another mass now state don't careful. Make a condition of two different rabbis. Ella, what could he do? Ella, don't want from the Mizrach. It's one rabbi with Ari, and you're not sure before Shabbos. You don't have WhatsApp, you don't have a cell phone. You lived 2,000 years ago. What? Or Monroe, where you really don't have a cell phone. Not the guys that have two, and one for the Kaiser and one for the So, into the Monroe, okay, whatever. So, so he doesn't know if he's going to come from the east or the west. So he makes two Eruvim, and that's okay. On Shabbos, when you find out where he is, you use the one in that direction. We have to understand right away, why is that not Simeon? Why is that not Brera? You might remember that. We look at all the time, but if you have two Rabbanim, and you just don't know which one you want to listen to, and then on Shabbos you want to decide, like, everybody asks the question, why is it two rabbis different? The law, you say you can't do that. The ain't very why, because you cannot decide on Shabbos which area you want to do. Because when I mommy they're just if you don't know where the rabbi is showing up from, that's also Brera. Beautiful. Rabbi and Shushan already showed up. He's already here. You have a lack of knowledge. So what do? You make an arrow on two arrows on Erev Shabbos. Say, listen, I don't know where he is. I know he's here. When I find out, then that's the real arrow. But it's not going to happen on Shabbos. It happens right now. Right now, the arrow that's closer to Rabbi and Shushan, that's the arrow that's going to work. The other one is a joke. I just don't know which one it is. I don't know. I should know. Right now, I should know. It happened already. It's here. It's just a lack of knowledge. So it's a t'nai. I'm making a t'nai, not a retroactive clarification. And review the whole. In this case, review the says, ain't no the master of the kitzur, there's no brera. Here's a clear cut case where review the says straight out. And we don't have a reason why he says it here. It's just because it doesn't hold a retroactive clarification. I looked at this unbelievable video. I thought it's gewaldic. It's short and sharp. Should I go to the Rock and Fish? And he has $2,000 from the Rock and Fish, and that's in the next direction. It's only for people that donated $30,000 and up. Yes, he doesn't like it that much. Alright, it's good, it's good. It's just stuff, it's like, all the art is like, we didn't get to come, so they stuffed us out. Okay, great. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. Alright, the drone, because that's, by the way, here in Morocco, wherever you go, that's, you have a drone, it's the number one issue in this country. Because look at you can do with a drone. What if you go into the military bases and see they're all empty? I don't know. It's about that. They thought Mark had a drone. They were like convinced he has a drone. They said, "But you said you're in Qatar." I said, "Yeah, I have a drone." Prove it. You prove it. They took apart his entire suitcase number. It's big sign there, no drones. Declare drone. Okay. I mean, it's one of the most dangerous things that it's biggest travel for our island in Lebanon. So, I know, meal. You never saw me using the filter fish for that? The jar of the you never saw that? Okay. So, hello, Rav Yosef. So now, let's do a quick recap. The Mishnah says that you're allowed to eat the shechita of somebody who shechted it on Shabbos. Rav says that it's only you have to wait a full day, and that it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. We're going to see maybe it's not Rabbi Yehuda, but the Chaverim says it's Rabbi Yehuda. Oh, let's take this out. What's beautiful is that it comes with like a printing out. I don't know if you see it. It's the same color. Yeah. So says the Gemara. So which Rabbi Yehuda is this that says you have to wait a whole day? Although it's Rabbi Yehuda the Kalim, it's the famous Rabbi Yehuda of the vessel. Well, it's not. Kol HaKelim Ani Kol B'Shab. This should very me Kolim. In Hilchos Muktzah, there's a funny halacha. It's an interesting halacha. You look it up. It says you're not allowed to move anything on Shabbos. Zero. Everything is Muktzah. Even a shear is Muktzah. Unless you move it with Sarah. Basic halacha Muktzah. Everything. Akapanim, forget that halacha. Any, please. Yeah, this. I'm allowed to move this. I just discussed it because I saw this in the sefer that Yossi Klein gave out at the Chasana. It's a great sefer, by the way. I loved it. I almost, what? It's his sefer? He wrote it? No, I didn't know. I love it. Because of that sefer, I started opening up Karen Shabbos. I'm serious. I didn't do it yet because I didn't do it. I thought it was long. I thought, family, for years, the begging for you open Karen Shabbos. I said, no. Father doesn't open Karen Shabbos. And eventually he started opening Karen Shabbos. $2 ring. You gave me this halacha and I thought, this is what. But then I read it and it made 100% sense. Anyway, he says, like, little things that we don't pay attention to. A potato chip bag on Shabbos, you eat potato chips and you're done. It's mukta. Bag becomes mukta. Drink soda from a can, you're done, mukta. Why? Has zero usage after it. There's no use. It's garbage. It's graf charade. It's a disgusting piece of tinfoil that has oil in it. You're never going to use it. You're not going to use it to pack a kid's lunch in it. So it's a dirty, if you let it move it, so grab charade, let it move when it bothers you. It's on the table, but you should just realize some people play around. It's garbage. Sometimes you see, that's not a show. A great example is when you poke a hole in a bottle. Sometimes you have to make a hole. You're not allowed. So that becomes mukta. You can't put it back on the hole. Okay, anyway, you have to use another cap. Fine. Zoggy Gemara. No, so here we are. We're talking about a kli. Physically, you're allowed to focus on Shabbos, yes. What happens if it's breaks? Breaks. Should be mukta. You have no usage for it. Just another thing that's talking about mukta. A lot of people don't know this halacha. If a button falls off your suit, now I'll pick it up and down. A lot of people know it, a lot of people don't. I see people chill all the time. Oh, pick it up, and it's mukta. You can't do anything with it. You have to sew it back on. It's on Shabbos. It's not mukta. Okay, bring it out. But what do you do with the broken glass? So today we're not doing anything with it, so probably just a bunch of mukta. But it says in Gemara, you're allowed to move the broken pieces. I'm not talking about scratch. Not finish a kid is going to step on it all with those two roots in. Are you allowed to move it? Provided that you can do something with it. There's two things that are going on here. Something with it, and then we're going to see the original malacha, which means not something that's very similar to the original usage. But now we're not there. We're in a very weak thing. If you can do something with it, then you're allowed to move it. For instance, Shivri Areva, you have the mixing bowl, the broke. So if you could cover something with it, cover another vessel, then it's considered non-mukta. Shivri Swiftness, broken glass. If you could, the house is going to be a pot. Here, something like this, a very small opening, you cover it. Okay, so won't be moment gula. You have some sort of using. It's the weakest usage ever. If you don't know, no, I'm going to be makif here. It has to be similar to the original usage. Therefore, Shivri Areva, if it originally was a bowl, so then it has to be used as a bowl. That's a mikvah. That you should be able to put in it some sort of smaller capsule. Should be spukas, that's a good shaman. And if it's glass, you should be able, and what did we do before? Before it was a glass holding oil. Now also you have to be able to hold oil in it. Otherwise, mukta. Maybe like the name. Therefore, what does that have to do with our sugya? So we're talking about an animal you shepherd on Shabbos. This animal wasn't designated yet for eating. And the Mela, it's mukta. This animal wasn't there before Shabbos. It's like a kli that has no usage right now and it becomes us. I don't like this. Also, over there, by the kli that broke, when Shabbos came in, it was a great kli, and now that it's a broken kli, it's something else. Something new was created here. It wasn't being a nice mixing bowl, a tiny little thing. Now I have to see. Is it the same? Whatever. But something new happened here. Over here, this animal walking around was food. And today it's also food. What the difference is? So it's broken food. It's a little bit different, but it's food. review the Amar the different Shapir told me. And I think that even if it changed the way it looks, it used to be, I don't know, a loaf of bread, and now it's a bunch of crumbs. It's still food. You're right that it looks different, but it's food. Food is food. And we had a walking piece of meat. Now it's a dead piece of meat, but it's a piece of meat. He changed his title, which the Gemara doesn't like. He says, see. It's not, you learn, things like the parents went to their master. You're not allowed to squeeze fruit to get juice out of it. The juice came out by itself. Assume you're not allowed to drink from it. Why? It's example that you might squeeze fruit in Shabbos, and that we know you're not allowed to squeeze in Shabbos. So, in there in the offer. But if these fruits were designated to eat, like you have a bunch of grapes, you bought them to serve them for dessert on Shabbos. You're allowed to drink the grape juice that comes out of the wine, because there's no xera that you might come to squeeze them, because you're not going to squeeze such grapes. Those are grapes. Designated for eating. But if these grapes, there's the juice. Then it's awesome. So Mela, by food, by this animal too, the Gemara asks, even though it should be considered, even though it changed, the way it looks, it's not considered Mela. It's not a new thing. It was there before. So we already explained, no more Rabbi Yudah Shmuel, Moidahoyer, no, that we're discussing here, argues in that. Or Moidahoyer, Rabbi Yudah, the salvation on Navin. That what? That according to Rabbi Yudah, we look at this drink from this. I'll kill this Hiddekheim in Yod since it's there to squeeze and get juice, so he's good with it. Rachamami gives the Hiddekheim, Daitim. By Shkita, also Rabbi Yudah would agree that he thought about it, and therefore we have to be concerned. He might check this animal on Java. Says the Gemara, reading time Rav. You're trying to fit Rabbi Yudah into Rav. Rav is the one that said that you have to wait a whole day to eat a Shkita of somebody who's in Chal Shabbos. I always said that goes according to Rabbi Yudah. So, my Rav, but Rav himself, the review that argues on Jason Manov. So one more, and then we'll do the rest tomorrow. So what was the Rav referring to when Rav says you have to wait a full day? Hello, Rav says Ravidi, the Yehuda of the Neros. This is the Yehuda of the candle, famous candle one. I think a lot of people know about a lot of candles today. When you light candles, you know that the process also you're not remove it. So similar, what's the Yehuda of Neros? Sanya, I'm talking about Shabbat. That review the whole that a brand new candle you're allowed to move on Shabbos, but not a used one. Why? There's something called Mutzimach Smilas. It's a disgusting thing. It's full of oil and wax and all that. It's gross, and therefore you don't move it on Shabbos. The review that. And then Meilim Gemara wants to say that by us also there's a Mutzimach Isser. Similar type of Mutzimach. It's like something that's gross and all that. Then it's also, Shechem Shabbos, so it becomes Mutzah. More, what's the connection? Even the Shabbos, they never said it. Then you did say it. It's not a review. Candles that are made out of metal, you're allowed to move. Puts them in, and then you should think about the Shabbos. So now, it became Mutzah. Sister, the process in itself has an Isser. And made an animal also. What's the connection? An animal before Shabbos was Aver Menachai. That is the truth. It's just like a candle that you can't move. It's like a bus. It's something else. That's a little crazy, but it is a shtick isser. It's because now it's even and you're gonna try to shut them and make a mutter. Not revealed is gonna hold that it's also the boy side. Have a wonderful day and have a restful evening for everybody in Morocco. Share the stuff, spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. Good morning, Morocco. Using Spotify, we're live in the Marrakesh side street, right in front of the El Azma show. But this is a typical side street. Right over there is all the spices and everything, but we took ourselves like a little quiet corner to learn a little Torah on the way. Why not? That's how all our trips go. We learn a little Torah here, a little Torah there, then a lot of Torah at night. Rabbi Isai, we're in transit, and I didn't do the sponsors. Here it goes. Spirit Soimer, sponsored by Anonymous Mary of Shol Ben Chana, Charlie Surua, Shalom Syrian Community Start First Kid Mini. Official edition of the White Shas, David Gimel in honor of Harry and Alice Hajmi by their children and grandchildren. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Moshe and Elki Handler, the initials are Bakar, W. Yitzchak, Bemoy. On his first yard side. Wow. The initials are Aliyah. Amazing. All these shows put together. They say for them. Wow, what's our? Anonymous before Shlomo, for Chayaha, Yaakov Bas Brindle. Baruch Shafnis, this was my beloved mother, Anachasio Bashat Tzvi, Aleh Shalom, on her 9th yard side today. Her Neshama should have an Aliyah, her son, Yaakov, such a big part of the shirt as well, in the Hebrew shir. Anonymous, in honor of Shragi Scott, it's Talmud of Rebelli. Mazel Tov, are you wedding tonight? Mazel Tov! Rabbi died Dr. Epstein's wife, Rivka's brother, Nati, had surgery Tuesday. Want to wish and sponsor the Dalvik Serious Tables should have Push Lema for Nati and Serious Tables for Boys Out. It's going to be great. Sour Desert. Have a wonderful day. Smir Saimer was the first Hadmon business leader for Gus's Warren of the Soul and Leas with Shlema. Official edition of the Rosh concept of Zevin Yal Shoha, Perek, the Benedict family. The Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition, the Masechta sponsored by Dedic Sal, the dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Boss, the Positive Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Hatzlacha, Baruchius, Ubigashmius, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous, for Shleiman and Rikisam Shalei Vasester, and the Yemen Daniela Rosenfeld Rios the Simcha. The monthly sponsors are Simon and Shleiman, the Mother Dr. Miriam, the Yemen Daniela Rosenfeld, and also the Shefa. Royal sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the source for success of all of our clients. The Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, Rocham Parnata, Innovations LLC, as a source for Akiva Simcha, Bambego, Shkoya, and Ruki Yudis, Basapakaya, Amain, Bikharoi, and the White Club Corner, month. Cover that field committee, Dallas Nimiat Toyman, and the White Art Month, the Rushlema Yom Taneta Babish, the Broka, the Rushlema Mordechai Ben Esther, Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayela, as the remove the sugya of whether or not a katan could think in his mind and or have an effect on, let's say, a carbon. If he had a machshava, Havana, that this carbon should be a carbon, do we care? Does it make a difference? There's actually three possibilities. Possibility number one is that he takes action and he explains the action with words. It's machshava with a maisa. So you call it a machshava, it's really a dibur with a maisa. That's for sure good. Then there's another one. There's just machshava, just a thought. Just a thought is no good. And then you have there's going to be some people that we don't really want in the picture, so you're going to have to be careful what it is. Okay. And then you have the in-between one. You have one that the katan takes action, but he doesn't explain what the action is. It's noticeable what he means. We think we understand what he wants, but it's not clear. So that's what the Gemara is discussing. The Gemara is like this. Already discussed, the Rebbe once discussed this, that when you are able to discern what his machshava is, he didn't explain it, but he did something, he already said what the halacha is. What did he say? It's now Hamala Pirosa Begag Mepnei Akinina. So I'm going to show you a video. I don't have it with me. I'm going to push this button, and Ariel is going to show it. We have to do that. It's honestly a couple too much. Unless you were first show it. And that he place in order for the foods to be naturally habitual. First tonight, that they shouldn't be mechuda lakarka, because as long as the food is mechuda, it's not the kabatum after all. Even if water following, as the pasuk says, Zara Zayir, Hashem Zaweya Tachor. The second night, that one of the Shivas Mashkin should fall on him, which are much of the kabatum. Dayu Devar Hashem Cholad Tal Dam Man. The third night, that this should be on Son Haba'al. Because if you were to fall on it, the pasuk says, Chazal will dorish, and only after the food is totally from a product, and one of the Shidas Mashkin is performed, Son Haba'al, never the food is mature. If a Tommy is moving, this is a famous halach in Shas, and the guys did a phenomenal AI job on this. Beautiful, manush. Very little humor, a lot of shot. But high class. And this is the halacha of Mushal Kabbalah. What does it mean? You have a food, you have a cream, you have any kind of food. It's not Makabal Tumah unless sprinkled it with water, and you thought at the time that this is in order to unlock it and enable it to be Makabal Tumah. Now, if somebody takes fruit and puts it on a rooftop because it's warm or whatever and wants the rain to come and wash it off, that's not mutual kabbalah. You have to have in mind that specifically for the Akshara kabbalah. So when a person puts the food on the rooftop for a different reason, he puts it there because of the worms or whatever it is, that doesn't count. But what if he switches his mind? He's an adult, he puts it on the roof, the worms, and then he says, you know what, I want it to be on the roof so that it rains on it, and there'll be nothing. That's good. But what about when a Katan does the same thing? It says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah, it's not. For of the dog is not because of his real work. Whatever you see in the video, the yard out in town, and then he came on the roof. And the Pita, that's not part of the Pita. You misguided the car, but if he had good intent, in other words, after he put on the roof, I ran the Pita, that is good. Hell and fair shows it, that's our case. Somebody without that, a fair shows it. Half a piece and misguided the car. After he put it on the roof, if the fucking piece is, oh, I want to be mixed with other. No good. So what do you see from here? That the fucking machshava here, fucking machshava doesn't sound. You don't care about your machshava. How about piece of this guy with some guy paid the piece? I'm the she's from Malisa, the ain't lohem machshava. We're holding on. Next, we get to the next place. We'll do it again. Rabbi Isai Shkoya. Rabbi Isai, we're here in the Sahara Desert. We're going to continue the shear with some camels. We're about to go. It's time. We're going to learn some Torah over here. So tomorrow we're talking about whether a Katan has machshava or not. What does it mean? You do a Maisa. Wait a minute. Maybe I should take this off for a second. Oh, it's a little bit better. So the Gemara says like this. Didn't Rabbi Yochanan discuss this before? So the Gemara says like this. Hachi coming by your this is the Gemara's question. Do you write to the Rabbanan? Yes, Rabbi Yochanan discussed it. But I want to know, is it full-fledged Doraisa, meaning that I can use the Katan's machshava even when it creates a kula, or only, in other words, I could say that it's a real carbon in Katan, or only the Rabbanan that would be machshava. Rabbanan could be machshava. So you can say, oh, this fruit, because of machshava of the Katan, it's considered kiyuta, and it's considered mushal kabel kuma, and it's now coming, but that's only a former. That's only the Rabbanan. That was the Gemara's question. To be continued. Okay. There's nothing like each of Masli Hawker. The whole sugya, but it's still a little different way. So all the camels over there, meanwhile, you don't need to look at me. Omar Chia by Rabba Boy Review. But yes, we might so, yeah, we might. Same questions that we did asked before. Whether or not, when you take action, that's obviously what you're doing, but the Katan didn't explain it, didn't articulate itself. Let's say with the oila, he's taking oila, but we don't know exactly what he's doing. He took it from the south to the north. From Malay, only Rabbanan, the Kiboyle Machshava. See what's always before for that. Why don't you ask me about Machshava? What are you asking me about Maisa? Maisa Machshava, why are you asking me? Why Machshava you didn't ask? Like, this is the first Mishnah Machshava. Maisa Nani. The same Mishnah tells that there's Machshava and that there's no Maisa. I said, I don't know what you're going to do. It's not, yes or no. Tomorrow I'll come about that. Just like we said before, the title is the right to the Rabbanan. We say that it's the right side, you could even be makel with it, or it's only the Rabbanan. And then just to the Hachmir, Rabbi said this is all empty. All these camels are all, and you want to turn around that way? Turn to the Shkia, mate? Beautiful. Your picture is coming up blurry here. I'm gonna get to say this very often. Live in the Sahara Desert in Morocco. I'm just not sure. Is this picture straight? Is the camera's off? You notice it? Let me just. Sahara Desert, you gotta be careful. Okay. Might be a little better now. So we did a camel ride. The other was nervous. They say the nace was a greater nace than to see a cheetah. You got to see the Shkias of Chama, even though we had all sorts of moving and different things. And it's rapturous love of the Dera. So how many camels were there? 40, 50? 50 camels. Managed to get season trapped. In the midbar, we saw Shkias of Chama, we saw Yad Hashem, we saw his beauty. And then we had a suda. We had malach with lamb chops and all sorts of unbelievable foods that people came days before, literally days before, prepared to be master of this hotel. And we had to give Baltic music from our Baltic singers, and we had a great speech that made me cry from Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan. He was very impressed. I was there, I was telling Shkoyach, and he went over to his brothers and see, I got very good prize. He goes, I want to tell you something. When everybody sits down on the plane and they get on the microphone, they say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, put on your seatbelt. You burst out crying every time. He said it's not even a chachma. So, oh no, it was beautiful speech. Wow, beauty. And we're looking forward. It's going to be an unbelievable time. The guys are connecting and friendships are developing. And those that developed last time are getting stronger and stronger. And the women are having a great time. We have probably double the amount of women and more women are coming for Shabbos. It's very exciting. And it's all, seriously, it's Chatzi Lachem, Chatzi Lashem. That's how we're going to look at it. It's we're enjoying ourselves, but there's a tremendous element of Torah out there, of physics of Torah, and we're learning Torah on the way. And we have 3 parts, I think. Random learning here and there on the camel, next to the camel, in Marrakesh. And here we go. We're going to continue learning tonight. It's like 10:30 p.m. And as a note, once in a while the electric goes off here. We're in the middle of the desert. We're in tents, in the middle of a desert, and the electric goes on, off, as it pleases. But we have a light, our own light. So I showed you the light. I'm not going to show it again. It blows up. The whole thing. Use the rotation device. Givaldi. So, and just to go back, I don't even know what we were saying on the camel over there. So we'll go back 3 lines just in case I missed a word or two, because I know I'm going to get those emails from Chassi Cohen. Missed one word. I'm going to say the seal. So the verse is like this. Once again, this is the second time we had it. The main question we have is the Khatam, when he does an act that there's no deeper, no explanation, we say that we use it even in a Doraisa situation where you have to use this as a kula, or only in a Durabar situation where you use it as a kula. It's not a big kula. Everybody can be a machmer. The place is to be a maker. And to say, hey, you can use this kid's carbon, he shoved it a carbon, and say that you can use it, and it's a good oil, you don't have to bring another one. That's a tremendous chiddush, and that was the question. But I didn't use it in a situation where you have to be makeup. Or no, just they're okay. To say that something is tame is not a big deal. Cautious. And what do we come out with? Yes, and Maisa. That there is Maisa Vafilu Midoraisa. Meaning that if, let's say, the animal's in the south, and the kid says, I'm taking this animal to the north, so I can shuck it for carbon, that even with the rice, I'm going to use his people, his mice that has an explanation. But when there's no explanation, like putting the fruit on the roof, and the kid decided that he wants to use the water as a machal kavatuma, then it's not going to work. But in the third case, so let's talk about all three cases just to wrap it up. These are the three cases. Maisa and Dibur said that even the Deraisa works, so it's green. Machshava just a machshava by itself, nothing, zero. Now, when you have a Maisa that is mucha, that's the blue one. It's so obvious from what he's doing that he's trying to accomplish something, even though he didn't explain it, he didn't articulate it. But still, then what do we have here? Machshava Paris, because Maisa, like, he brings this animal from the south into the north without explaining Midaraisa Eloi. Midarabban Yashline, that you can't use Midaraisa. Why? Because we didn't explain. But Midarabban, you could use it in the marshal. What's a good marshal? Like you put the fruit on the rooftop and you flip it over. You flip the fruit over. Why is he flipping fruit over? Was he crazy? There's a bunch of apples, 100 apples. He went to every apple and did a 180 on it. 180 or 90? 180. Did a 180. Why would he take every apple and flip it over? Because he wants the water to hit all sides. But maybe that's up to you, though. Another question. If a guy is shifting around animals, but there's 0 10 to touch him, 0 10 that he should do shkita, like the situation with the knife, let's say, the knife, true possible. How do you know it's good? The Gemara is going to bring us 2 psukim. And the Gemara is going to explain why we need 2. You have to have intent for this part. Or although, will be a data. A lot of you were at the Hebrew chair, remember? We're in that tent over there. What's the Gemara's question is, those of you who are with us for Bethlehem and Office know that one pasuk is not enough in touching. When it comes to touching, you need 2 psukim. Why? Shana Elav Apostle Lager. That's funny to stop. Shana Elav Apostle Lager. When the Torah repeats itself twice, that means the Torah is serious. And you have to do as. How do you know? I remember you were there by the Hebrew also. Somebody say thank you to Yaakov Sifan. I'm not joking. He told me about his law of life, and it's coming into its. What's the second pasuk? With certain symptoms before, it should be to your rotten with your das. That's how you is before. That's how you chef. The das comes in great. So here's the question on our boy's side. When you have a guy and you're over the gabo, you're standing there as a mashgiach, meaning you watch him chef. Is he good or not? A lot of people are fooled by this question. Can a guy chef while you stand there and you watch him and you make sure he doesn't do shihiyah, he doesn't do read? So, and you say the shave, it's the smatzah, you do the whole shema thing. Yeah, you want to read? Oh, I didn't bring my knife. It's in the big season. So we can't check that. That says the Mishnah, Shkitas Nafri Nevela. The Shkita of an idol worshiper is considered literally a Nevela, whether a Yid is standing there watching him or not. His actual Shkita is a terrible thing, it makes him a Nevela. But only a Nevela. What's worse than a Nevela? Avodah Zarah. Since we consider it a complete Nevela, and I want to repeat this again and again because I feel that a lot of people get confused. Maybe I repeated it a few times in the last few days. I think it's good to repeat again so you can tell your friends, remind them, go to shul and tell them. A dead horse, and a dead cat, and a dead dog, they're all matama. They have tumas nevela. People get confused and they say, oh, Shmoyne Shratzim are matama. Yeah, they're also matama. So what's Shmoyne Shratzim? The special about Shmoyne Shratzim is that these small, what do we call them in English? Creatures? No, a rat is not insect. Reptiles and creatures, there's only 8 of them that are matama. Some of them are not matama. Like a frog is not matama. Oh, it is. There's certain things that are not matama. Yeah. So a dead cow is just like a dead horse, just like a dead dog, and a dead cat. Matama, big. Maso. You carry it, you become common. Nevela says Gemara, wait a minute. You just told me that if an idol worshiper shuts, it only is limited to the Isser of Nevela, and it makes you common, but it's not as severe as Avodah Zarah that makes it also to even benefit from it to sell it. Matana, who's the Tana? Let me just put this around for a second. If we do a real, I don't trust your thing. I have the big shoes here. The rabbis, what a beautiful speaker, Yossi. His Baruch should give you a lot of nachas, a lot of silk in your life. A lot of, you should see Shmaya, and all Yidden should have Shmaya. All right, so that's the in here. He said if double click this, it's something itself. Okay, beautiful. Good trick, Barry. Also, Barry Finance is with us. They're doing a phenomenal job. He took over 2,500 pictures just today, and 1,500 yesterday. Good luck if anybody's going to go through them. That's besides all the videos and everything else. Are we going to show the picture that Avi Kamian took with the 3 camels and the blue is untouched? Yeah. Go ahead, say it. Yeah. I stole it. Or are you pretending yourself? I did the same thing. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Untouched. He didn't doctor it. No doctoration. I mean, it's just natural. Okay. So what's going on here? If it goes like your Eliezer says, no, any idol worship that chefs, you cannot benefit, you can't sell the thing. Now listen to this. What does it mean? This is an incredible thing in Islamic Gemara. Especially you folks, maybe you're reading from the official edition, so you have the English. But you know what it says here in this Gemara? It's not as simple as it says. Again, we'll read the words. When an idol worshiper has a machshava, it's avodah zarah. You know what that means? That means that even if a Jew shechs it, the non-Jew's machshava goes into the shechita, and it becomes to create this avodah zarah. He has the right, since he's the owner of this animal, He has the right to decide this animal is Avodah Zarah. And he didn't do the shechita. The Jew did the shechita. No good. What is this? Because I'm worried. Okay, good. I want to make sure this audio is working. Yeah, I see it here. Okay, fine. Next, Rabbi Omar. Rabbi doesn't really argue. Says Hashikani. Let's read it differently. Oh, Shkitas Nakin Avela. Kadmin is it's a person. A regular non-Jew that's an idol worshiper I don't care about. His Shkita is not a Avodah Zarah. But if you have a min is the next level. A min is somebody that loves Avodah Zarah. And we're talking about somebody that's Jewish. And a guy that's Jewish that does Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah. Everything he thinks is a tumor. He's not a tumor when it comes to his stuff. And everything he touches Avodah Zarah. Shem Avodah Zarah al-Fiv, unfortunately. Everything he does is Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah. MMA, we have some interesting halachas. The last dialogue, I forgot. I only answered in the Hebrew. It's a riddle that you know, so you can't answer. It's for the people online. In what situation you take the Shem Hashem and burn it? Now, if I would ask you, what situation you take Shem Hashem and you rinse it with water, then everybody knows. That's a Saita. But in what situation you burn it? Burn the name of Hashem. You're allowed to burn it. Not only are you allowed to burn it, you have to burn it. And the answer is, as we're going to see here, the Gemara says, you have a Jew that's completely off a kaifer. L'avodah zarah. You should know that his pita is for avodah zarah. Pita pas kuti. In other words, you can't benefit from it. His bread is the worst of the worst. You can't call it pas palter or regular bread. Because there's a concept called pas palter, which means bread of a non-Jew that's baked commercially. It's not also like a bread of a guy, a bread of a kuz. Yeah, this pas kuz, this is the worst bread. And the issue is for chasnas, we don't want to intermarry, we don't want to get friendly with them. No, not the bread. Time out. Let's go back. That's for the shechita. The shechita is avodah zarah. I'm shechting this carbon too, just like a Jew shechting the guy, but his baruch, he shechts it to the idol. This pot, which nothing wrong with the costless. The intermarriage thing. That's what's wrong with past. The kids, we treat him in the worst. He's Jewish, and he's the worst of the worst. This guy is in a with Zarnik from top to bottom. You gotta be super careful with him. If you eat his bread, before you know it, you're marrying his daughter, and before you know it, you're working for him in that way the Zarnik does. And his yayin, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I said this just recently. We had a guy, Kyle Shabbos Israel, comes from a food family, so I got a side from the road. Now I touch the wine. So I told him the whole thing. But he knows this. How do I know that he knows this? Because he gets out of his seat, goes over to my wine, he goes like this. He goes, can I pour you? Like, yeah, sure. Then I go open up another bottle real quietly. And this guy, he knows exactly, he got up again. I look at my brother. What are you doing, this guy? I think he's being Lahaka. I talk to him. I don't want to insult you guys. But, yeah. I only drink that Mavisha, okay? Last night, Jamie gave us a nice Mavisha one. He's actually got his phone. What is it? What is it called? The bottle? Kava. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I don't want to. Yes, I remember that's why he's off now, because he got his zest like that. It might have been from me. Says the Gemara, Avodah Zarah. Now listen to this. Listen to this. Rabbi says, Svarah is the Sefer Torah. The Mitzubim are burnable. Not burnable. You must burn them. This is Sefer Torah Shekasvi Min with Hashem Hashem. You think the Sefer Torah put in a fire? That's what you do. Crazy stuff. Sivri Koisman. It's like the books of Sfar Sivri Koisman. They're like books of Avodah Zarah. There's written Hashem Avodah Zarah. Even though it's a real Sefer Torah, every word is perfect. It's a beautiful ksav. It's top cipher. But we treat it as Avodah Zarah Sfar, and they must be burned. Heroes of Tvalim and its fruit, we consider it tevel, sister, to eat them without shumsamite. Mil shoymrim, after bonav mamzik. We have to be concerned that his children are mamzerim. Why? Because his wife is hefker. He couldn't care less what his wife does. No. There's one thing about a person who's not shomar Torah mitzvahs, but that doesn't mean that he's mizalzel in his wife and he lets his wife be hefker. That's not for Nevela. Oh, that's a good one, base. Let's see what we have here. I don't have this sponsor. I don't have it. What we got in? Turning the Das by Dar Global Specialist in International Financial Services. I'm Milrad, meaning this consider Rossi, the other boss. It's okay, thank you. Zogdi Geheli Gemara. Omer Rav Nachman, Omer Rabba Baravua, Ein Minin Gumos. Today, what? What do you have? Omer Ma, what did I say? Omer Ma. Shkitas, no, oh. Here, you're right. Thank you. Omer Ma, Shkitas not being available. The Shkita of, I don't know, what you consider available? As Gemara, why aren't we concerned that perhaps he's a person that really does strong up with his desire? It's more than just an available, it's also by enough. The reason is because we don't have people that are famous today. As the Gemara, what do you mean? There's a lot of priests, a lot of people that are very devout, and they think about Avodah Zarah, Yom V'Layla, and their shkita would be towards Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, Ein Roy Umois Minam. We're going to go with the Roy. Most people, what comes to mind is people that I know in the United States. So I don't know if that's everywhere, and I don't know, I'm just for a few people. There are a lot of Christians, Catholics, they're not very strong like the previous generation. They go to church, they on Sunday, stop. What? Like reform. They used to go no, they call them today. What they call them the Jew would be a tea, maybe. Not traditional. Life. Catholic life. Social. A lot of people I talk about this friend a lot, the atheist. He goes to church for Kiddush. He has to go to Kiddush. He loves Kiddush. No, but he loves the social. So anyway, and that's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. Sobarlo, he held the Omer of Chia, Barabba, Rabbi Yoshua, Goyim Shebechusla, or Islam of the Zarah. These chusniks they're not the real things. Why? They do it out of habit. Hello, minig, Avisaini, V'yadaini. The minig, Avisaini, V'yadaini. They have a minig. This is what they do. They don't know why they do it. They don't know how they do it. They do it, but it's not for real. It's not like that. It's not shove every time you shove an animal. The Shem of it is Zorah. Okay, so what does this mean? So now he's not repeating what we just said, even though it sounds the same word. What he's saying is the halachas of the min, the guy that does Avodah Zarah in the nations, the Goyish min, that's different halachas. What does that mean? Lamai. He lives in the Shkita, tell me that Shkita is okay. After Shchitas Min Yisrael Ami Chasura, Asira, they become a Baya. Obviously, if a Jew who's a min, the Shechita is terrible, it's like a Zara. So, God that's a guy and that's a Zara, it certainly should be a problem. Hello, this is an incredible Allah. It's so incredible, we did a video for it. Hello, I'm reading that if a guy is a min, you could not only, you don't have to save him, you can actually throw him into the pit. I'll give you an example here. This guy, let me just preface this. He's bowing to a Balpar. Balpar is the way Yoshi depicts it always. There's a statue that has, what do I say? Not feces, excrement. Yeah, excrement. The Balpar is basically to relieve yourself of something that the Zara. Here's some pigeons did it for us. And take a look what you could possibly do to men. He's a balance to the Zara. Mark, you like that one? Everybody has their favorite. That might have been Mark's favorite. You know how many emails we got already? That other one? I got 2. Nothing's going in. It's without the internet. I got 2. Talk to him about it. He sent me an email. Mr. Weiter sent me an email because he's a Talmud of North Mizrach and he didn't appreciate the video. So I'm going to ask you, that's min. These Moroccan flies, they're different. So what do you want from me if they roll? Who needs that song? Yeah, near sport. Lamai, Meridin, that was. Meridin. If you could knock out the Jew that's a min, then we certainly I don't know. Omar Rabukva Bachama, no. Shadow is the common man karma. Not it's not shot that you're allowed to, that it came to policy you're allowed to throw him into the pit, because that's partial that you can learn from the Jew. But the shot is that I could accept the karma from him where I cannot. There's a situation where a guy is in a better position than a youth. I can accept the karma from a min guy, a guy that's ordered out of his Zara, but not from the Jew. Because I could take a karma from some of you, not all of you. Not somebody that's off. But only from you. I've only done this between you and the minim, but not in the nations. When they have a min, someone that's ordered out of his Zara, you're allowed to accept the karma from them. We told you, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I should be medayik something else. That okay. But when it comes to the Jews, only take from people that are not over the Zara, Tzaddik, and not from the Shah. But when it comes to the non-Jews, it's not lie. Don't take at all. No, that can't be. Why? Let's look at that. That shouldn't even enter your mind. The Sanya Ish. Not the Sanya Ish is right. Okay, Ish, a man. But why two Ish? The rabbis, every Gechavim, Shanodrim, and the Darim, and the Davis, Yisrael, we all know the difference between a nether and a dava is Zu, meaning I point to this animal, specifically this animal is what I'm going to bring as a carbon. So if this animal dies, I'm not going to bring anything. A nether means I am going to bring a animal. So if this animal dies, I'm going to bring another one. A guy could do both, a nether and a dava. Next sugya, and since when this guy does shkita, it's an avela, so it gives off tumah like an avela. B'masa, shkita was finished. In an avela, with our masa, obviously it's an avela, it goes hand in hand. That's how it gives off tumah. B'masa, you carry it. Masa is the lowest level. There's something that's even more than that. What can give someone more than an available?
Oh, my knee. My knee.
Huh? The Kroiv is Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is the worst of the worst. That what? According to this one man, if you have a piece of Avodah Zarah in the corner, this entire tent will become literally. What a kiss from Hashem. We're in oil. We're in oil. Oh, let's show the oil. That's some oil. It's slightly dark in this oil. I don't know. Could I see the light? Let's see if I can get to the light. Yeah. Oh, that's the light. Beautiful. I'm going to tap this twice and let's see if it comes back through. Wow. Beauty. Great trick. Okay, so. Yes, the 5 we're almost done. 3 more minutes, 5 more minutes max. And there's something that if a min chefs, then the entire oil, the entire tent becomes falling. Okay, everything says goes according to the some say the opposite. Not that there's something that's different, it's something that's just like it. So what? We hold that the graves of Zara is not the town oil. The town oil is the town oil. For the velo is only the town oil. You pick it up, it's not the town. If you put a dead horse in this tent, and somebody's on the other side of the tent, he doesn't come from it. That's only if there's a human being, a dead human being in here, or according to Rabbi Sarah, an animal that was shot in love with Zara. But this one says no. You're not the time even over the Zara. Bezon, Zog the Krebs of the Zara, that it's not the time boil, who the Lord revealing Sarah, not like this iron is revealing Sarah, Oimer, benign the Krebs of the Zara, she the town boil. Revealing Sarah says, how do I know that's the town boil? Shanemar, the Yitzhak doing about cars that Zara just discussed, but one of the leaves himself in front of it, what they eat meat, and what do we call the meat? Ziftei Mason, the Zebach of a dead person. Not me, it's the town boil. After Krebs of the Zara, the town boil, similar to that makes. Now, let's learn the Mishnah. Somebody should take a picture of this Gaval of the scene. And people, after a very hard day of traveling and camel riding and kvarim walking, sitting and learning and eating, that was the hardest part of it all. What? For some of you, we want to send out our condolences to David K., our global service expert, who sat in the middle seat in Ryanair, knees in the back of the seat, indented a permanent dent in the seat in front of him. Man, the spirit is like business class to business class compared to Ryanair. More ridiculous. So, Flyshell is davening for you, and it should be a part of all Flyshell. Says the Mishnah, Shoichet B'Layla, B'Chein has too much to shochat shkitasik sheira. If you shut the night, it's okay. What's the problem with shutting the night? The problem is you can't really see. What can you see? You can't see the simon. What do you not? You shut the roy. Most of the simon. Oh, the Gemara is going to talk about a light now. But it seems like it's only B'diah, but it's not a good thing to do. But then, as soon as you shachad, and a blind man who shafted shkitasik sheira, the evidence more points that immediately. And we're only doing these 6 lines. The Evid in, it seems like you shouldn't do it. Very meaning, but why not? It says, you should always chef. You can check the night. What's the problem? So that's the question. Now, just to finish off the question, it says, there's a problem chefing on top of the roof. You might be doing it for private Zara, Rosh Spina, you're doing it for the gods of the ocean, Rashi says over here that you're allowed to do it if you're in the middle of the ocean and you need to eat meat. So Place says, what do you mean? But it's unfortunate more you can't. So Place explains Rashi that it's talking about where it's obvious, and the Rashi points it out. It's obvious that he's shefting it because you want to eat, and not because you don't have a desire. But what Rashi meant to say is that he's spilling it, he's shefting it on the bow, on the other side of the ship. It goes down the other side of the ship, and it's obvious that he doesn't want the blood in the ship. That's why he's doing it like that. But to do it over the water, send down the water, would be also tax. At what point was the question? You see from here that you're allowed to shut the night, even the Chatchila. So why are you telling me? Why does the mission seem like it's only the di'ever, only after the fact? It says more about Papa. We're talking about when there's a light. Turn on the light. Mamish, a kiss from Hashem. Rav Ashi, I'll prove it to you. And Rav Ashi, this Rav Ashi has done this many times in Shas. And it could be, I'm just throwing this out because he wrote Shas, so he felt like he wants to prove it from the Mishnah. So, says the Kani, Hasam, Dumi Diyai. Over there, what does it say in that price? Bein ba yoim, bein ba laila. So let's put them in the same category. What does day have that night doesn't have? Light. So the night is like the day. The night has light. How? You turn on a switch, or you put on a candle in those days. We're talking about a night that's similar to the day, because it says them together. Yoim the laila. So just like the day has light, but let's talk about our Mishnah. So that price is talking about the Chatchila. In the first place, I go ahead and check if I have a light. If I have a shlach place that has beautiful fluorescent lighting, LED lighting everywhere, I can check, just like I can check during the day. Not even a problem. It's not even a beginning of a problem. Where does it become a problem when you don't have light? The Hoffman, our Mishnah, do me the Summa. A blind man never has light, unfortunately. He's always blind. So when it says in the Mishnah that he's checking at night, it means in the dark. And there's a problem because then you don't see that he did right simanim. Shema minah. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day and enjoy the night in the Sahara Desert in your tents.
Marriage Explosive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Once the almost aborted now the hour. My mom would never be able to afford an abortion, so I left out on that. They're like going around. Oh my God! What is happening? Jesus Christ, Red-Can. Get you some type of outlet to be about some of you can get all this dirty stuff on your chest. What's up, guys? Back up to the whole line. What's your least favorite race? Let's say you were a character. Let's say you were a character, right? And the character is guy who is right now you're playing that character in action. What's your least favorite race? I don't know that I have a least favorite race. One time I did a Mexican show and it didn't go well.
Why are you asking? What am I wearing here?
That was all for that.
So,
We have no idea what he would say.
I'll show you a little video.
You went to the Mexican show or what?
First of all, remind you to say space over. I'd like to show you this video. This might explain part of it. Here we go.
Yeah, I really like this character. So you ran away. You left your parents, didn't you?
That's right, you know exactly what. I ripped my pants, by the way. No, my knee. Oh. So basically, the monkey drew some blood and dirtied my shirt. So that's it. I'm done. For the rest of the trip, I have to wear this shirt. Yeah. No, about the jacket, it's a different story. Okay, so we're here. It's about, I want to say maybe 1 o'clock in the morning for us tonight to show. What time is it now? Right around 1 o'clock in the morning. So it was 1 o'clock. Right? So we got to get a little enthusiastic over here. We got to get a stick of the schmau. Oh, we got the gun. Okay. Yeah, let me just spin this camera around for a second. Everybody can see something. A nice crowd here. Wow, it's beautiful. In Morocco. Okay. We saw a little bit of Yusuf. We'll see more of it later. I want to read this email. The reason why I want to read it is because a lot of times people, they judge other people. They judge other people by the cover. We have over here 3 great brothers. Man is great. Listen to the email. Hunter, Sean, and Spencer, right? And we have 2 Briskers, 2 guys from Brisk that came down from the challenge. And if you could bump into the Zeichen brothers, the long hair, I thought it was the hockey players, nothing more than that. But listen to this female. She was very, very talented here. As you've seen in the sponsors over the past week, me and my very close friend, Ethan Zigali, have been doing that Dafyomi for 500 days, over 7 sessions. First of all, I want to thank Ethan because even though he's not a hockey player with crazy hair, he's the only reason that those kids ever come to MD1. When I joined MD1 in Sanhedrin, I kept doing the Cardinal Sin of Dafyomi. I fell back and tried catching up. I never went back more than 5 days, and I ended up finishing in Sefta with Dafyomi and Makis. I was better. Oh, sorry. Dafyomi. In Makis, I was better, but still missed days here and there. At my middle school, we were able to get, listen to this, 14 kids to finish Makis with MDY at our CM. With MDY. Our CM even mentioned how he's not missed a day. I've never told him this, but the day Shavuot is that day, I promised myself I would do that for every day physically possible. This past week, I've learned my 500th daf, but I've also went 365 days without missing a single daf yomi, day of daf yomi. I never understood what it's about. What it's not about the daf, it's about the yomi really meant. Because yes, the yomi is what makes it special. You're learning the daf tomorrow, but now I understand because the yomi is what makes me feel like I'm obligated to stay up no matter how late to look for prayer. Whether it's 1 a.m. daf and cab, nothing but the daf post bar mitzvah. Yeah, so this is unbelievable. He says it in one word, but I think what he means is that after his own bar mitzvah, when he danced the night away and had to give a speech and he's exhausted, he sat there and he did the daf afterwards. The yoga is what makes a 14-year-old stay up after Seder because he physically cannot go a day without the daf after the Seder. Pesach night at 1 in the morning, You physically cannot go a day without the daf. Okay. Yomi is the bus ride to school, the bike rides to Minka, the dinner, and the daf, and doing the dishes. The reason it's not about the daf, it's about the yomi, because when you commit to the yomi, you become the yomi. And once you are the yomi, you'll always have the daf. Because the only explanation of a 14-year-old who can't sit in class for 30 minutes and hates doing some work, learning whether in the arts or in video, and now the official edition of NBY Shots, the official NBY Shots for over 45 minutes. I don't want to single features around the dinner, but I mean, my. It's gonna be like that. Yeah. But everybody knows Meyer, what he's done, what he's doing, and should play. He's just getting better. There's more better and better to have a major top here. Now you gotta talk to you. It's gonna be good hours. No, it's not gonna cost any money. You have some money, whether no, it's not. No, I'll tell you what it is. I'm having a thing I want to do pictures on every single day. We're gonna stick out. We're gonna have shot some pictures. We're gonna hire this smack guy. I'm kidding it out. But now this is how I sound. For over 45 minutes every single day for a year without fail. This is this, and the thing is it. I am the Yomi. Thanks so much for allowing me to become this. Hunter Zeitman. Now look at this picture again. Now look. I want to invite everybody in this picture without pointing out who. I want to invite they could say that they learned 365 days straight. And that they learned 500 Gemara. With the hair, without the hair, with the white yarmulke, and the blood, this keeper, that keeper. It doesn't make a difference. They're all learning Torah, and that's the key over it. We're bringing more and more students to Torah. A boy says, "Still, so even is the first had one of these people, but Bush is more of the sort of Leah S in the first time, and the official edition of the White Shots. Mike, get over here. I gotta read through the picture over here. I don't know. Yes, the official edition of the White Shots. The Masechta Zebriel Shalom. Eric, by the Benedict family. Shalom, what is this? Something about a run is a cup. I don't know what. Okay. David Bays by Anonymous. Batzlacha Rabba for Paul Prior Show. Next. The Masechta. David Saha. Shir sponsors Masechta. Shir Masechta. Something like that. Okay, we have to figure out a better lesson maybe. Then Talmud is dedicated in memory of every Mary. It's so important for thanks to be blessed with more bracha. The Pasuk Family Foundation is wrapped into the consortium and the alliance that no only support of the Anonymous, Chief Man, he's in the room here. I stopped going look around, you know who he is, and someone really goes, oh, they're going to stop with us. I stopped looking at Gashi and said, thank you, the Chief, Benny. We had a shtickle safari today in Marrakesh. We had monkeys, we had snakes, we had sheep, What else? We had horses. Yomen and Danielle, well, not Daniela, Danielle, she's here with us on the trip together. Where's Yomen? Danielle, right? Why don't you say something? No one wants to correct me. Get over here! Yomen, say hello! Monkey sponsors Irish Simon, their first name, Avi Murray, for Miriam, Yomen, and Danielle Rosenfeld are also the chef. Movie sponsors Moshe Ruchin, Markovich, Markovich. I was supported that Yomi in Spanish with Mishlema, Rav Yaakov Ben Nunu, the Nishmas, the Yosh Ben Amil Show, the Nishmas of Chaim Gedalia Ben Yeshua Show. Moshe Nahum, in honor of David Sati, F20, was committed to the daf that everything he does. Really? Get over here! Get over here! Yossi, look, Yossi, get over here! Come on, this big stuff, big stuff, come. You're about to come, we'll go to home. Well, time out, 1 minute. I think you should read it. Time out. You should read it. Next year, they're even gonna have FOMO. You never know. He's gonna be here. We're gonna miss. The Ben Shushan brothers, it's unbelievable. Anonymous. Oh, Yossi Klein, arrange the balls, give out of this stuff. Anonymous. This first time out, Rabbi Shimon undergoing heart surgery today. Wow, Rabbi Shimon, first time, everybody together. First time now. And then Shem's boss. You all know whose kid this is, and you can have your first time. The HYK Ventures is in the push for success of all of our clients. Yogan and Danielle Rosenfeld, Rafa Bekarnosa, is a co-sponsor. NY Kids Get Over here. NY Kids sponsor monthly. Can have extra she has a school sponsor in Women Vega. Who's Basi Fire. And then Coffee Corner, Monk, cover up the community values in the NYR. Stay with us, Tanez and Bishop Bracha. Things I don't have a clock. I don't know what's going on. It's just 33 minutes. I'm not sure how long are we? Okay, yeah, I know. That was tired. If you weren't tired before the meal tonight, 7 courses later, from duck to street breads, if you ate that, then you know what it was. I'm just telling you somebody's brain. And then we have, it's not a fish, it wasn't chicken Kiev, it's called a pastel. It's a chicken Kiev, that's glass. It's a geschmack of potato. Geschmack of chicken potato. Yeah, call it whatever you want. I saw that same exact chicken for years, the New Year's conference in Chicago. We're doing that, you days. Amazing. So listen, we're gonna have a great doctor. Omar Rahman. So here's a question. I'm gonna throw out a question. Jenna, you tell me what you think. If somebody is doing the knife practice on a wall, he's trying to hit the bullseye on the wall, he throws the knife at the wall, and as he's throwing the knife on the wall, a cow walks by and has his neck shafted. Is that a good shoot or not? Because he obviously did not mean to shaft anything. He was trying to do dart practice, knife practice. What does Darwin say? Good shoot or not a good shooter? You say no, you say good. Oh, that's a very, very good, very good. So that's one of the interesting cases that we're going to see. Says the Gemara, I do want to show you something that has slightly to do with the Gemara later. Oh, it's not in there. Oh, it is in there. Right, maybe should I show it or not show it? It's silent. Should I show it now? I'll show it. Okay. If you witness the sheep, and this is not what I should tell you, but I've been hearing my request, you could actually see a shkita suddenly, and you don't know who the shofet is, and you're on the kill about side, you saw the entire shkita from beginning to end, look at that whole shkita. Then you permitted to eat from his shkita. What's the concern? The concern is that the guy doesn't know Allah. He's going to do a drisa with very common meaning. He's going to put downward pressure or upward pressure, depending on what position he's in. But he's not going to do a back and forth slice. You let him eat from the shkita. Why? Because you saw that he was okay. You laughed, but you didn't witness the whole thing. Oh, so you have to shkita. Ask the Gemara if you don't know what's the case. If the other the Gemara, if you know for a fact this guy knows halacha, then you don't need to watch it. That's the first we saw. Eidach and then would be sure a person is believed to say that he himself does the shkita that says this about the wafalta. I believe that was the process, something like that. The point where the process says you do shkita. The other way going on, if you know for a fact that he's not a Dhamma Papa, doesn't know the halachas, shkita. Of course you need to watch it from the beginning to end. The law. Perhaps it's a third option. The loyal guy is gomer in the gomer. You have no clue. You're in Marrakesh. You see a guy that claims to be Jewish people. You don't know if he's doing that. So what's the tzad? So let's say you don't know. So why should it be okay not to watch him? The Gemara says, Lema, there's a story to say, Roy Mitzri, it's just keep the movement. You have a Roy. There's a Roy that tells me that most people that deal with shkita, you're not going to mess around with shkita if you don't know what you're doing. Most guys, an average person that doesn't know anything about shkita is not going to show. It's a Roy. Go with the Roy. We just had also yesterday. When we were Roy, this is to show what that's a common and count how many people know shkita, don't know shkita, deal with shkita, not deal with shkita. So you have a Roy. I look at the Rosh Messina, it should have worked. He looked on your Rachel. What's the common days to the shul? You found a chicken shafted in the marketplace. Mama's kissing a shop. Just in the shul. Unbelievable. So this is the Bible. You tell yours. Guy. I wish listen, they should really show a video of my nose back. They said, listen, you have nothing to worry about. There's a lot of security. And even if you don't know about it, they're there. I have to be on the last wagon. How many wagons do we have? 14 wagons of the last one. Carriages, 2 horses, and a carriage. There's about 2 people. There's 2 people in each one. I have 4. I was supposed to be with a couple. And as right before we're going to go, this guy tall dude with a black suit, looked impressive, jumps onto the carriage. Okay, I thought that he's part of the security. But then it took me 5-10 minutes to realize that there was a motorcycle with 2 guys with guns with us the entire time. And when we stopped, they stopped. Every time. And then when there was a little bit of an issue with traffic, they zoomed ahead and we stopped traffic and we came back to be in the back. That's all it was. Then when we get into the marketplace, all of a sudden, this guy was in the front of my wagon is standing next to me. I look at him, he looks at me. So I wasn't sure, so I stopped. Walks to the right, so he walked to the right. I walked backwards, he walks backwards. So then I started running. So he started running. But they told don't leave this guy for seconds, so he didn't leave. The entire was just a little embarrassing, but it's really interesting. Because it's obviously interesting. My wife didn't want to have anything with it, and that's why she's not there with it the entire time. But it was very cool. So that's the show. But they were there the whole time, walking talkies and coordinating. Nice show. Yeah. 2 guys came over us and said, "Free Palestine." So the guy was looking, walked over them, he said something to them, and they started running like rats. Full speed, but they didn't stop. They kept on going. And our guy was This has been pressed the entire time. Anybody try to sell us anything, you this, they disappear. We don't know what happened. Why did these guys do so? Neutralize it. So anyways, so at least for that it was good. Weiter. So, euch auch noch das Stück ziemlich spät noch einer von uns schaffen. So this is very interesting. You tell your best friend, Ruben, go home and do me a favor, I'm having a party tonight, shuck an animal for me. You come home, and you find a shucked animal on your countertop. That's so shucked. So I thought it happens, and the guys in the industry look at me like it's crazy, so I'm just going to say to these news guys, what do you know? Does it ever happen to anybody here? I don't know. It happens to me all the time. For example, let's say I want my son to bring me a cup of water. I think myself, he's getting disgusting. I'm going to zack him with kibra then. They say, yo, give me some water. A minute later, my wife shows up with a cup of water. Like, what are you doing? I'm not really thirsty. I want this kid to get some right in happen. That's what it seems like over here. I tell this guy, do me a favor, go chef something for me. A minute later, it chefed it, but somebody else, like, who asked you? I didn't ask you, I asked him. But, the guy wanted to help out, so he chefed it. Maybe that's what happened. I didn't see this. Let's see this. I mean, what else are you into? What do you do for fun? Any hobbies or anything like that?
Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi.
Stuff up that dirty pocket pussy. So, what's your masturbating style now? How do you go from a pocket pussy to just a normal man? I got some pretty good.
Where is your garbage?
Wow.
It's over there.
You quit meth, you quit the pocket pussy. I think comedy's next.
I love it, Brian. Welcome to the show. Congrats on getting back into comedy, and thanks for getting the show started for us here. There you go, Brian Corbet.
It's a nice clean house. Put in the garbage can. Oh, this is not a cigarette. You think this is up? This is a cigarette. So we're going to see like this. There's actually three possibilities. You find a dead cow in a heap of garbage in the middle of the Marrakesh market. What does that tell us? The fire. What is that? Kosher or not kosher? Very not kosher. And then Vela. You find a dead animal in your house on the kitchen table. So you find the dead animal in your garbage. So if it's on your kitchen table, what does that tell me? It's kosher, it's good. What if you find the dead animal in the garbage can? That's the shiloh. That's not fun. So let's see inside.
You guys having fun out there yet?
Just goes to shop. If you find it in your house, it's great. I don't mind me on road routine. It's just keep the movement. The fire is because you have a right. Who shafted it? I don't know. Is it Ruben that I told him to shaft it? It's another guy. But most people that shaft are Therefore, why do we say nowadays, if I don't know whether this guy knows halacha or not, I'm in Marrakesh and I see some Yid shafting an animal. If he's shafting the animal, the knows what he's doing. But why don't we say the same way? It says in our case, why don't we other real dumb? We're talking about a situation where a guy knows for a fact that this person shafting has no clue. Doesn't know how. There's just some money off the shop. And he shafted one out of two. And I said he did a great job. But then, what happened to me today? I was sniffing those spices. And all of a sudden I had a sneeze. Young time. Just for a moment though. It's like, you sneeze, and then you turn around and the second sneeze is already shot. Now what?
the fight should be okay. No good. Now the same way with the high Shapir. Look, he did a great job on the first image and the second image. The last one, from Haisunis Ramalay, beginner's luck. The reason why he did well on the first one, it happens. Either Shema Daras, but in the second siman, I have to be concerned. Maybe you pause, maybe you apply some pressure on the same downward pressure. It's kind of just a nice slice. Why you name Rabdini by using right now? Here's an interesting serious question. Those who didn't hear this year earlier. What nafkamina would be la halacha between a shkita knife that's super long or short? What would be the nafkamina la halacha? Interesting. I see no one knows dance. No one wants dance.
Only 1 month in. Oh, okay. What did you talk about last time you were on the show?
No, I'm saying that's a second. You're saying the long second, not sitting over there. That is. No, I'm saying a different name. Different name. Whether or not you have to go back and forth. It's interesting. I love it. But I love you have to go forward and backwards, provided it's a short knife. But if it's a long knife, then one long motion. That's coming up. By the way, we have a very short on the face. What? Yeah, it's really short. No, it's always short to do, but... Oh. Okay, I got it. Boy, when they Rabdimi Bar Yosef Rav Nachman. Rabdimi asked Rav Nachman. Boy, when the Shkucha said in Shkoy. I tell Mamish what we just discussed as if we didn't discuss it. I tell my best friend, go ahead, do me a favor, shut me an animal. The Allah and I, the Barabais who sent my friend to chef, I come home, we're about to shop and I'm crying, and then I'm going to check him out. That's all right. Then I go to discuss shopping. You could have been lying on Chazaka that's a good speaker. I mean, say it's wrong. The Allah wants to come. Now there's more to say, what is the difference between this case? I just said. I tell somebody to shop, and at the end I find something shopping that I have no idea. Is the guy I told him to shop or somebody else? To weird. Similar case. I tell somebody, go, I have 100 fruit in my dining room. Do me a favor, take 2 of them, put on the side for the phone, take another 9.8, put on the side for the lady, then take another 10, and put on the side for my shady, 80 on the side, please. 20 over here, 80 over there. Round it up. You come home and you find perfect piles, 80 and 20. What happened? It's possible that the guy that I told him to do it. Jamie, what are you wearing over? Get over here. Make me feel comfortable. Come. So away from Jamie, I would take him Moroccan. Well, actually, no. You have the. Are you guys actually Moroccan? Now let's give Morocco. Give Morocco a kiss. There we go. There we go. The husband shoes later. Oh my legs! Listen to this. You walk into your house. You ask somebody. Hey Mark Ashkenazi, you please take Truma from my food. I want to have a good meal tonight. You say sure. I come back home and sure. Everything is perfect. There's a pile of 80 on the side, there's a pile of 20 on the side. There's a pile of the shot. But I'm not sure if he did it. Maybe somebody else did it. What's that, Rafa? I'm like, hey, it's discussing time. Standing from him. I don't know who did it. Maybe I don't know who did it. I told him to do it. But maybe somebody else did it. And then, what's the problem? We're going to learn a very big mistake. This is a very big problem. A very, very big problem. Says Gemara, first of all, let's get to the question. Malasa. I have a problem, dilemma. If I can rely on Mark to do what I asked him to do, and he says he's going to do it, so he's going to do it. After the truma, not me that I should rely that he did it for the truma, and I should be able to eat the food. But if I don't know if this has out, after this student, I'm alive. So then how could I rely on Mark that he did the shkita for me? Why is shkita any different than truma? On shkita, I believe him, or I don't believe him. I trust that he did what I asked him to do, and truma, I don't trust him. This is a beautiful, beautiful lesson. If you pay for I love you, you know what? If you want me to answer you, you have to pay me big time. Pay me big time. Or eat a ton of salt, and then you'll be sharp enough to understand. So, Rabbi said, this is, that's such an hour of watching this video. And we watched it 3 times in a row, and every time we laughed again. To explain it, that's enough for the classic Mindy Auerbach, who's imitating his Rosh Hashivas of Aaron Bracha, about Martha's life. Here it goes. Mindy! Let's hear you spot the element. I love it. Just that I know. Yeah, I got a man. Let's hear you spot the element. With the pause. Okay. Now that you know that, the voice side, we dug this up. We dug it up. No one has this video besides Henry White. But we're both milking himself. Telling the buffer, if you want to hear me say hello, hey y'all. Somebody taking it out.
Wow, this is amazing. This reminds me of the first time I did comedy.
What is with this stuff? What? What is this guy? What was driving? Thinking that day when he made this thing. Nothing. Look at him, it's not as real. It's in. They do much better with the Jonathan, huh? If you take a Kura de Milcha, it's a whole Kura Melech. And he done this. Okay, anyway. I was speaking this today. Tell me, Mara. Oh, so he asked me a question. He says, what's the difference in Shkita and Truma? He says, you know what, if you pay me, I'll tell you. Then what? No, you don't mean Chazon Shkita, no, you don't rely on Mara. God said he's going to do it, you forgot. Who's Shkita? You know, but Shkita is different. Because let's say somebody else, the baby did it, okay? But why would he do it if he doesn't know he's doing it? Nobody touches the Shkita now, except animals. But we have a good line that tells us that anybody's doing Shkita making it good. You know that one. Why is it doing Shkita more than that? That true right here, once you hear this, you understand everything. Let's say Benny did it. But Benny doesn't have the right to do it. You can't be a nice guy with the Truma. Truma, you have to be asked to do it. You can't just do it for somebody. Then you got to do someone else. How do the parents live and die? That's considered. You can treat without the permission of the owner, even though you try to do something different. Parents live and dies. And the rest of it doesn't work. The works by you can't deny by. Says the Gemara. Don't tell me. I forgot to show this. No. Lema says the Gemara. Lema ready to speak the movement in Canada. Maybe this whole concept that we're discussing, that is a right. If anybody touches an eye, knows what he's doing, is actually a place. Decide. Already, Shabbat is going off the kind of going off the hella after the Torah. A person, his goats, his chickens went missing. What happened? The guy's stolen. The hell happened with Torah school. I love the story because it's not of everything. It's almost a story. Because the Chaim Brisker was asked by Talmidim if they could eat by a meal that's being prepared by the head of the thieves. The head died in Brisk over there. She said, call him over, I want to speak with you before we could pass. Call him over, she said, listen, do you steal over there? Comes from a firm background, this family. You steal in charges of alcohol and had the opportunity. They're going to give for you. Let's say you can find a pig. You say, yes, he said, do you eat pig? He said, so good, no. No, I don't eat pig. What do you don't eat pig? It's the Natal shot. Kipper is worse than eating pig. You know that? This is the rest of the everything. One is business. The other is this. Business like this. Business, but also. But Chazis, but Chazis. So he said, maybe he said, I'm pretty sure he said that you could eat from this guy's suda. This big tzaddik stole a bunch of goats, but he shafted them. Tzaddik. He shafted them and put on the side. But you know, he said, you says you can't eat from it. But he didn't mention Rabbi Yotzai, let's remember, it's hard to remember. Rabbi Yotzai says, Asur, Rabbi Chanina, we don't remember the whole name. Rabbi Chanina says, Mutter. But my Rebbe says, Rebbe, listen, we're in Hebrew, Rabbi Yehuda should be talking about Hashpah. I like what Rabbi Yehuda is saying that it's awesome to eat when he finds it in the garbage can. The Hebrew, Rabbi Chanina in those days, is unbelievable. The place where we got was once I went to, you know what I'm talking about, we were going to Mei Sharm after when they do the fires over there. They won't clear the garbage for a few days. Not even like piles of punish them. You want to burn here. You're not going to take the garbage. Because they burn the garbage can, whatever. I was once there. Unbelievable. Like in garbage truck. I think in New York they had one. No. Yeah. That's it. In the olden days, it was everywhere. There's no disposal. So there's a pile near the city. A big pile. Right? She says, I agree with Rabbi Yehuda when you find it in the garbage. That means it's in a day. We didn't hear the Chanim of Yosef Yotzai's reading that says it's mutter wedge and some bites. We're going to see later on the Gemara says that Rebbe, he's not determining who the halach is like. Oh, I like him. All Rebbe's doing is says that everybody agrees to these are possible things that Rabbi Yehuda is going to agree in all situations that it's mutter, it's also like this and it's mutter like that. And they're arguing the middle case. My love. The other is just my place. The Gemara wants to say that this machlokes of the road, we have a road that people that deal with streets that they know what they're doing is actually a machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Chanina. I'm not raising the line. There's no force to say that. The Kulam are right between the Shkita, Muslim. No, you can say everybody agrees that if you're dealing with Shkita, you know what you're doing, you know that. Well, and nobody argues in the house, the shari, if you find a shakted animal on the kitchen table, your kitchen period, it's good, it's kosher. And the Ashbash Bashur, the Kindos. Here we have a little video here. Another of the Thomas. Oh, we saw some of these cats today. We saw that. I saw some of the weirdest cats. Now, if anybody been to the neighborhood in Cyprus, they know exactly what this price is. 16. Is this sticking over there, right? What a move these guys. Okay, so you throw the Nevela, if you have a Nevela, you throw it into the Ashbash Bashur, everybody agrees that's true. Well, the Ashbash Bashur. As you guys, so I wanted to do some murder things about it. I think you didn't need the murder to finish, but you didn't get it first. You can appreciate it also the second part. Those who didn't, I don't know. What kind of based on garbage, you can figure out who a person is. You tell me a little bit about your garbage behavior, and I can tell you who you are. There's the husband. Yeah, Marab is not for you to listen. There's a husband that comes and the garbage is up to the top. What does he do? He puts another thing on top. He tries to push it in. It doesn't close, and he walks away. Not my problem. You know what I'm talking about? No. I'm going to the next part. Not the part that you belong is the guy that he comes to the garbage, not his foot, puts his foot in it, he flexes down, he gives another 6 inches, and then there's a guy that he sees his good foot, he pulls it out. Straight, puts a nice bag in. These are the 3 types of husbands. In this room, we have all 3 types. I used to be one of each of them. I grabbed everything. But then, so there's another example. There's the guy that takes his garbage bag out and he lives in a big building. Lives on the 5th floor. And he has that drip from his apartment all the way down to the garbage can. Over here we have 4 people. We have the guy that takes his Shabbos shoe and makes a mix out of it and goes like that. You have the guy that takes his sponges to gas, and not just sponges from top to bottom. You have a guy, this is the worst. This guy, Manish, he cleans it up one floor below where he lives. So nobody stops that came out of his D-Roll. And then you have a guy that says, listen, I paid my buying. It's not my problem. Let somebody else deal with it. So from these things, you can tell exactly who in you're holding in life. Yeah? Baskin? Come out. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Is that what I'm saying? You ever lived in Australia? You didn't do the what? What after you were married? How long? Did you see the garbage thing down the steps? Or you lived like in a big house? There's no garbage. You eating out all the way. I don't want to give me time actually. One of my kids, just stick with the fines. Let's call them the fines. I'm going to say which one. So I'm like, you have to take the garbage out. He's like, I'm not taking the garbage out. Dude, yes, you got to take the garbage out. If you don't take the garbage out, it's not going to be good. Not taking the garbage out. We live on the 2nd floor then. He's every time. He says, okay, I'll take the garbage out. He threw it out the window. It exploded on the floor. He goes, you're happy now. And then he lived for 2 years, but still went on his own. But I'm gonna say which one of my kids that was.
What up, Elton? What up, Elton?
Just a stupid fun. He's a great kid. Moved up the second floor. Yeah, something in Mara.
How you living?
So,
How you living?
Oh no! I think
That's
it's
all.
how
Are you living?
Speaking of taking names, look at this holiday video. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Sunny. It's not raining.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
If you find something in the house, I gotta go back to
Honestly, I can't remember.
Oh, come on. Think.
The guy, maybe
That's
just
probably searching for something that popped up somewhere.
Most certainly. Was it YouTube? Was it Twitch? Was it Rumble? Was it Kick? Was it TikTok? Instagram?
you think that ask for some advice. If you find it
This
in
was-
this garbage,
It might have been this YouTube.
Okay, that's good. Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure, go ahead.
Excellent. For the opportunity, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between.
So that's my life. So some say
If I may
yes.
ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Most people take it outside to the
Yeah.
Excellent. So, in a similar way that the main character of that movie featured her advanced her life without fame, mine was as well. The only difference is I know it and I can attest to it. In the 1990s, the phrase content came to an end. I'm making sure that in my own way of seeing the internet. And here's the end. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have no data archived on the internet for many years, which makes me very interested. I'm going viral. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, and family, all financially independent and viral. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth. If you don't already, I want you to be able to start charity and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Ellen?
Landfill. The local landfill.
Pretty clear.
Trade.
Excellent. In addition to promoting world peace, we help promote culture with the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, live streaming. We help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies that actually $100 and put all my merch is sponsored. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers to developing nations for the benefit of the less nations. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Light Shark program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we separate seawater onto land and make it usable. How do those things sound to you, Elton? Excellent. Okay. Very well. Well, I'm a futurist as well. I like to study the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, like terraforming of other planets, space tourism, space elevators, interstellar travel, telekinesis, AI, artificial neural intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like certainly the extinction. People don't know this, but the first test of the extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, responded, and it's colossal scientific. You may have noticed they made headlines within the last couple of years with their Direwolf project. What they'd like to do is reintroduce the Willing Act into the Arctic Circle, utilizing the ancient elephant circuit within the next 2 years. Okay, circuit blindfold. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. What are your thoughts on that?
The opposite. In other words, everybody's in agreement that if you find it on your kitchen tables, and everybody's in agreement they find it in the shop, Rebbe wasn't making it.
I mean, the dodo bird. I think everything has its time. the world changes, and things just aren't going to make it. So I don't know. See how it goes.
Most certainly. I talk about other things like life expectancy technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to engage that to age 100, 120 through the age of technology, such as agricultural drones, protein analysis, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, bionics, cryogenics, things like peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions. It gets you to be 100, 120 or older. But at that point, you may utilize some type of technology to perhaps either cause aging or reverse age, and may be able to utilize another type of technology known as microwave technology. Where, and I want to emphasize this, with your consent, all of this is with your consent, you may be able to upload your mind into a computer like a CAT scanner or MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and programming systems for later download. As an android, an avatar, cyborg, and cybernetic being, whatever you want to do. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Elton, there may be a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
We can't give it to a ferret show because we don't have DAS.
My thoughts on digital immortality?
Immortality in general, that you might not die.
I don't think it's
possible unless they, I don't know, they can do it genetically, human tissue, because I think that once you've uploaded whatever, and you end, whatever you uploaded to goes on, but you end. I mean, there's direct transfer.
I get what you're saying. There may be a way, though, to transfer your memories and your personality into another being. And we can have the philosophical discussions. Is that really you? Is that the soul? What is that? But basically, you might be able to continue to put your internal central nervous system and peripheral nervous system into another being. And that would encompass all of your thoughts and emotions and all of your behavior, your memories. What makes you you, so to speak. Basically everything that is inside the container of your body. And I'm not guaranteeing that this can happen for you. I don't know your age, I don't know exactly. But scientists are already using pharmaceuticals to be able to reverse age. The first person has had on Earth has been a trial for some reverse aging technology. And so you shouldn't think that, I might not be able to utilize some of this, because you very well could, especially if reverse aging becomes a reality. So, that's a little bit about what I do. How about you? Tell me about yourself.
I just like to create stuff, put it up on the internet, and hopefully one day people living off of it will do a shitty job anymore. That's pretty much what I do.
Absolutely. So you're a content creator.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but just a podcast. That's all I do.
Oh, okay. Did I happen to email you about being on your podcast?
Speak perfect English, speak perfect English.
No, it's possible. I get a lot of emails. So I don't know. I'd have to check. Do
you have an email on like futurology or paranormal or anything like that? UFOs?
A little bit more.
Oh no, but I've read books on it. I've done episodes about it.
Well, those are some of my passions, especially extraterrestrials and alien disclosure and stuff. And just generally, I've been on. This week I was on a few different podcasts. In the last month, I've been on a dozen or so different podcasts, and just telling people about my project, what I do. And just in general, what I can do to help improve humanity. And I think people will study my life because I'm live on over 20 different YouTube streams in just 30 minutes. I'm live on more than 20 Rumble streams and Twitch streams. Is I think they'll study it like a timeline or a time capsule. I'm essentially a modern day diarist, or someone who writes in a diary, or journalist, someone who writes in a journal. The only difference is I use the camera as my medium. And in your case, you have a podcast, and you use the podcast as your medium, correct?
I write scripts. There are characters in it. It's a little veiny. It's a little weird, but it's a little weird, but it's fine. It's my creative outlet.
Excellent. So, what are some of the stories that you utilize?
All right, something Gemara. So here, check this out.
We talked about everything. Lots of different things. Historical figures, UFOs. If you want to take your name out, I am the book, I am the legend. Kind of goes all over. I did one on a textbook, all over the place.
Okay. Excellent. What are your passions?
My passion? They range all over. Literature.
Okay, let's go through them. What kind of music do you like? Let's go through them. What kind of music do you like? Okay. Like.
I played violin for years, and I could play like 7 instruments, and then from there I was in bands, things like that. So I played in funk band, jazz band, rock band, country band. I like it all.
Excellent. Do you have any favorite? What's your favorite band?
It's one of those Gemaras that makes you watch. But I think, like, all those Gemaras...
I like a lot of the classics, Beatles, Pink Floyd, and I like stuff like the Vertebrats,
Do you have a favorite Beatles song?
Would that be a good trick or not? Let's say that.
That depends.
I agree with you. I don't feel bad. I'm at 100% agree with you.
No. The guy made a box.
She said's pretty good. Stuff off the White Album.
Is it possible? I don't know.
I've been listening to older stuff lately. Sometimes when I feel a little down, I'll listen to the older stuff.
Yeah, the popular stuff. Early stuff.
And it slices the animals. Bounces off the wall.
Excellent. All right. What are your thoughts on the Rolling Stones?
Says Rashi that you don't have to say such a easy situation. Bounce off the wall.
Hold on.
All you're gonna say through a very long knife, because as long as it's two net, you have a net plus another net, then it's okay. Then it's a good. You only have to go forward. You don't have to go forward and backward. One more small sugi here. So I want you to take a pencil if you have one. And right over here, the word machshava doesn't mean thought. It means to speak it out. If a small child tells you what he meant to do, can we rely on that or not? Well, Marshall, if he's shefting in Oyla, and he says, I shefted the side he tells you, I shefted the Lishma. Can I rely on him? So Rabbi has a great kasha. It says, listen, why did you mention machshava? Do you not know that there's a Mefurish Mishnah that talks about Maisa? And since the Mishnah over there talks about Maisa, the Mishnah also talks about machshava, and we have an answer for your question. With the Baal Maisa, how can you ask me about a full-fledged action? That well, Maisa like him about. Why didn't you ask me? The reason is very simple, because it's a Mefurish Mishnah. So you didn't ask me a Mefurish Mishnah. It's not yesh la Maisa. It has a Maisa. Machshava will not be like the Baal. So if so, in that same Mishnah tells you what the halacha is with people, and then I know the answer. So why do you ask me the questions? What's the case? This not yesh la Maisa machshava. This not in la machshava. A kid's machshava or dibur doesn't count for anything. This not. If you have an acorn, or a pomegranate, or eggs, or not, that the kids took and hollowed out, let's say, pomegranate, or they hollowed out a nut, no bemafur, in order to fill it up with dirt. Or they used it as one of those old time scales. So they needed a second part. So they hollowed out a fruit. Why did they hollow it out? To make it a kli. Oh, they made it a kli. Why? Maybe they should have ice. That's something physical. Mom, this monkey got me good. Look at this. Right over here. Over here. I better put on some antibiotics. Yeah, I have. Mom came prepared. Veil machshava. No, I bought News corn. Just in case I get a shit all cut. Rabies. No. Come on, we're going to sugar. That's going to be watch. Kobe's going to make that the thumbnail. I might have gotten rabies. I didn't have a question on Debo. What happens when his thought is understood through his action, without talking? In other words, you're going to have a time oil of the door and ask itself in Shahada. Here, classic case. You know that Karbanas, and most of the Karbanas, especially Kachim, have to be done in the northern part of the Azara, meaning if your Mizbech is that line, has to be above that line, not below the Mizbech, which is Dara. And this kid goes and takes an animal and pulls him. You heard your name being called? I'll tell you later. No, not that part. I said one of my kids lives by him. Oh, yeah. So if a kid pulls an animal from the dung to himself, and obviously he knows what he's doing. Obviously he's trying to shep an animal, but let's say an ayla, lishma, in the right place. So that was my question. My question was something that's not in the Mishnah. It's something in between. It's not a full-fledged Maisa, and it's not a Dibur. It's a Maisa that tells me what his Machshava is. You're going to have a time all of the door, and as we tell you, Shakata. My, what's that? The honest with itself, and Shakata, obviously he knows what he's doing, so you have to have a good and nothing will be strong away. Maybe the fact that he took it from the south, you know, because he didn't have enough room over there. Rabbi side. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Yes, this is a video, thank you. Very good video of the night. Oracle 2022. Very good. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening.
America's Swift is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsored MDY.com.
Good morning, boys. Wow, beautiful. Square. We're here. We're doing that with Aleph. And taxi is coming in 30 minutes, maybe a little less. We'll try to do as best as we can because our flight was delayed. This wasn't on the plan, but for sure, we're able to do most of today's here in this morning. Email and other stuff. Hopefully we'll do somewhere else, maybe on the way to the airport, in the airport, we'll see. Svir Sa'imer was the force at one business leader, but this is one of the sort of the layers in the Shlema. Svir Sa'imer, Aaron and Caleb Muriel Stein, and all of our children, Sean Shachna and Yitzhak Zev Stein, and our nephew Mendel Stein upon completing the first week of that year. There's always a beginning, and they usually stick to it. It takes time to learn how to stick to it, but once you stick to it for a while, it becomes part of you. Official edition of Loshat Conception, Zevi Yao, Shehel, Peretz, the Benedict family. Official edition of Loshat. What have I said? I was in the chance with the snow. The Masech is sponsored, the actual, so not the official edition. The Masech is sponsored by Dedi Sal, the dedicated memory of every memory of small part. There are times he does it on the Rafa. The Foundation graduated to the consortium and the alliance, and all of you support MDY, anonymous. Myself, my Corinthians, who begot me is, I think, you the chief, Benny, anonymous, but the human from Sliman, and son of Lev Asester, and the human from Yellow Rosenfeld, Rios, the Simcha. The monthly sponsors are Simon, and first name of the Moya Def, Miriam, the Yemen, and the Yellow Rosenfeld, and also the Shefa. Weekly sponsors, Jimmy 5, Nishmas, Shane the Best Passerati, Shield Methel, Shalom, York is on, like Boimer. Daily sponsors today, anonymous, for the merit of David Amir, finding the sequel of the future Yeshivish family. Interesting. Zil Kahan, in honor of our dear father, Shmuel Xavier, Ramush Steinberg's 60th birthday. Hashtag #1 MDY fan. World sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, and the source for success of all of our clients. Yemen and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rochel Panalta, Innovations LLC as a source for Akiva Simcha, Bavego, Shkoya, and Yuki Yulis, Pasya Makaya, Amen, Bikara, and do I coffee corner, Mom, cover that field committee, Dallas Mimiat Toyman, and do I are month, or Hostema. The first name of Esther. So yeah, Daniel said, Ben Ayala Esther. The voice are exciting subject today. Very constantly talk about the concept of right. Right. There's Al-Harai, there's Bittul-Barai, there's all types of right. But where's the source? The source is in Kolam Daf Yud Aleph. It's actually in the Torah. But there's a right that's not really in the Torah that we have to figure out. Like what says, where do we know when Rabbanan say we should go with the majority, the right, the majority? Don't go with the majority. Back of the right. Everybody knows back of the right. It's a great habit. Got some food and it's all back of the right. One say that you right. You know, I'm really right. Let's see, like there's 3 words. Tell you, you should always go with the majority. Says the Gemara, no. You go to Yitzhak Hamar. Going, patient for Louis, he's a simple one. There's no right that's in front of you, but I want to tell you better than something. The idea of Ruben Yitzhak Hamar could be explained in simpler terms. Ruben Yitzhak Hamar means when you can count it. It's a front of you where you can count. That's what it means. Where I can look at it and say, look, there's 9 kosher stories and 1 non-kosher story, so it's a right that I see. That's in the Torah. When there's a Bezdin, of 23. And 12 say Chayim. And 11 say okay. So we go with the 12. We count 1, 2, 3. We count. That's come on. The 9 stores, here's the 9 stores, the famous case, you find a piece of meat, it always drove me crazy. Find a piece of meat, here's the extra. They'll say, okay, fine, no extra. But if they assume that it's from one of these kosher stores and not from Esposito's, I don't know what, this Italian, prime Italian meat place. Yeah? You go to Deja Hanuiz, it's a one coming by that I never had an issue with. He coming by long, but my big problem was the domestic come on. What about when it's something that you cannot? It's a road, it's a known road. Why? Covenant Dana on the north. What's Covenant Dana? The famous case. We actually just discussed it. But even, my 2 brothers. This is Shaya's father when he's really young. Shaya's sitting here. Last year, this is Avi Kalyansky when he's young. He had no hair, but he's older. And this is his older brother. Who's in the other shit? Ishmael. Now, what happened was, no fix, Mary was a 5-pounder, not much like his wife today. Those who know his wife. No, she might actually be from the 5,000. She's from the 5,000. She's from Queens. Yeah, she's not a big shopper. Oh look, or she's a Donna. She has toys. Wow, I didn't even stop that. What? Oh, you did. So if the Yavana, so what happens? Now there's one of the brothers goes by, right? Now, this is an extreme case. Either one of them is a couple, not both of them, okay? Either the Yavam is 11 years old, or the Yavama is 10 years old, whatever it is, one of them is a couple. Now, what's the problem? Problem is, perhaps when this guy gets older, but not him. Hey, guy gets older, a kid gets older, maybe you won't be able to have kids, maybe he's a Cyrus. And a Cyrus will be also, this is the right, so to marry your sister-in-law. You're never allowed to marry your sister-in-law. All time is one exception. The rule for evil. But that's only if you can make him change lawful. If you could have children, if you have children, then it's not big deal. So maybe I should be patient. Just one. I'm not patient. Why not? Put your marriage on that. Why not? They go with the road. Tomorrow. How do I know that idea? However, that's our Simon, so these are your status for 10 on the row. Right? Each one is going to give us another idea. All of them are basically pushed off. And if that's Rashi says, you have to come on, I'll let them listen. It says, you want to ask him to reach this every morning, the head of the Olam. So as we know, we take this 18 banana that take these pieces of each one and cut it. Right? And one kind holds the head of the animal in his hand. The head of the animal can chop up into pieces. Why? Don't have to and he chop up but you saw in the socket, the lady saw down in the socket. You can't chop up the head. You have to hold it. You have to have it whole. The problem is, the neighbor Shemon Nikab from my perhaps there's a lining, a membrane around the brain. It's called a drum, like a plastic bag. And if it has a hole in it, that's a trait. That's one of the 18 traits. As we're going to see throughout the receptor, there's 18 traits. One of them is intellect. Maybe this animal has a hole in its membrane. Sounds like somebody would say you have a hole in the membrane. You have a hole in the membrane, and then it makes it what? On the head. Yeah, on the top. Allah in the membrane. Allah in the membrane. And therefore it's safe. How do I know it's not? Now, I can't go in there and do an autopsy. Why? I can't do an autopsy. Why can't I do an autopsy? Because then I'm breaking the head open, and it has to be whole. Then it's a whole socket. Here it is, the membrane from PowerShell around the brain. Now let me show you something better. It's also from PowerShell. Now, I just have to warn people, if you're not into the stuff, we'll see in a second. Warning. I had a much worse one, but this is, they did it in a nice way. I'm clean, the whole thing's great. It says Gemara, who told you that you can't check the brain? There's a way to check the brain without chopping up the head into pieces. You know the poly? I thought maybe the word poly was like fillet, that you cut it open.
So much work for
one R, F-I-L-E-T. Being sure. Always know something or F-I-L-L-E-T if you want to say it like that. Or you can say fillet without a T at them. Either way, it's okay. I can say anything I want. No one said it's the epic center. No one said it's the epic center. It must be. Listen, okay, so my daughter had a good laugh for a year, and she forgot about it. Once in a while, ואם השם לא יסתכל לספר, ולא יספר, the two guys are basically born here, and they show up over. Sorry, is that the epic center? Father, so we born here, but he was a little kid when he got here. What? Yeah, exactly. Epic Center is really spelled epic with a C. E-T-I-C. It's an epic center. It's epic center. Okay, the Americans make fun. לא משנה. ואם מישהו לא יצאו לספר ולא יצאו לספר, אני מבין את הספר הזה לגמרי. Says the Gemara, this is
What up, girl?
Cutting it up in pieces and you cut it completely. I'm delighted. Yes, Papa.
What's new?
Check this out. Here's Halliday. He made a cut on the top.
Maybe take a nap soon.
It's like a plastic bag around the brain. Unbelievable.
קצת יותר עבר מהתחום התחתון, התחום התחתון הרבה יותר עדין, אבל לא המשמרת הגדולה של המוח.
What you saw here is that where his hands are in, how are his hands inside this guy's head? Because he made a nice cut. But the bottom is all intact, the side is intact. See what round all the way to the right side of the screen is intact. Just one. He sliced it open. That's okay. It's not in the suffering. It's still home. Says Gemara, thank you, my brother in Omar. Okay, I'm going on in. I don't have a raya from here that I'm going with the road. Why? Because perhaps he does check. Maybe you check every single morning, every single evening, every parabenoidal comes up in the back. Every parabon, I should check the membrane of the brain. The membrane of the brain. My brother in Omar, another raya. I learned from breaking the bones on Pesach. What? It says on Pesach, should we show us? I don't know if it's like that. As I'm talking. It says by the first Pesach, do not permit to break any bone. So it's the same raya that we bought a second ago. Maybe the brain, the membrane around the brain has a hole in it, and therefore, there is a trace-off. And you can't check it out because you can't do the trick that we said before. What was the trick before? That you're gonna slice the skull open and peek inside. You can't do that with the bone because why? You can't break any bones. But for that I do have a let's say it's a shaya. It's a shaya. Well, what can I do? Stick your hand in and go in. No, but what about the spine and everything else? It's not going to break. It's not, Okay. It's a better answer. Yeah, but if you do that, you're probably going to puncture the membrane. You want to get to the membrane and look. That's all the way. You can do it without burning it. You make a burn through the skull, that's okay. The burn through your way through. But everything you're going to give it a ela acha na mesa do segundo. Me mai do me mais so maybe put a pull on it. You bring it to the bottom like and it burns the skull. Well, that is like to check. Exactly. It says on the package of Gideon. Now it's also called bone. But what about sinews that are similar to bones? That's okay in the carbon face. But I said about something. It's also okay to burn the bones of a person. Pesach, Aimbo is sure and sphere says that it's not considered breaking bones. Remember, I don't have a riot. Maybe you can check. Maybe everybody can check the membrane of the brain through burning your way through this. No riot that you can rely on. Rub down where you go, my acid. Now, I'm going to bring a riot from the tape. Then Rahmana, Cellboy, or Alio, Mima. The law is that every carbon that's eaten at the strong carbon, and also you put the tail, the payload, the fat of the alio. So the alio again, here we go, on to the main gas. Now, by doing that, by putting the tail onto the back, the fire, you are severing, perhaps you're severing the spinal cord. And by severing the spinal cord, you're making it a favor. That's one of the 18 favors, the spinal cord. I believe someone needs to go through the schedule. So you look at the schedule, let's see, for the schedule, some beautiful stuff that they all need for today. We have a 3D of the spine, that's the spine, but inside the spine, it protects that white, the schedule, which we know is the whole, we have one spinal cord, the nervous system. The nervous system. This is more has concern for the schedule of the spinal cord that's inside this tail. No, we go with the right, and it's usually not an issue. But the name of it is maybe they'll tell you know why it's not an issue? Because I'm cutting the tail lower down on the spine, and over there, I'm not concerned about the spinal cord. If I do detach the spinal cord, that's not a favor. That's a whole studio. The spinal cord has like three, we'll see pictures later on of where the spinal cord, the nervous system splits, but it has like different, what's the word? Like this. Like you see that split over there, so there's more of that. At a certain point, you can cut the spinal cord and nothing will happen to the animal. You see it with animals, certain animals, you cut the tail, you go over pinchers, all those. You cut the tail, nothing happens. What? Quad. That's why it's called quad. No, okay, how do you know that? One of your cases? Interesting. One of your cover the tail? Okay, so this. No. So this is gonna blow you away. This is not unbelievable. Where do you cut this alio from? All the way from the kidneys. Check it out. His kidneys are beautiful. Look at this. That's beautiful. Look at that. From right over there. You have to take the tail from up there. You gotta cut it from where those kidneys are. Of course, you're gonna, if you sever the spinal cord, you cause serious damage. That's a real favor. It's gonna No. Right. You don't even have to check it. If you have to take that part from the clothes and put it on his back, how are you gonna check? How are you gonna check whether or not the spinal cord is severed later on? So tomorrow, yeah, you want to start on that one. Let me check where it's lactose. We're not doing this whole thing here. But you see that animals also have eight, so they take the thought hole, they think about the going to slow land, the simple slaves for the going to okay. Huh? Is that all animals race yes, and you get mates. Okay, they take a what do you mean? It has to be across, no? I don't know what you mean by down. I would say it's from, I'm not a big mumka, but wherever that is, from that point down, no? To the right of the clothes. Yeah, this is kind of, like where that bone is, where that thigh bone, it's like somewhere over there, no? It's over here in this area. Is it, I think the kidney is just to tell you where you should draw your line up. Like this way? Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You're cutting off the whole spine. You're putting that whole part of the spine on the tail. It's all part of the tail, so to speak. Of course it goes. That's the only food though. The finish goes all the way from there, all the way down into the tail. Now, if you cut it lower down to the tail, it's not going to work. Nothing will happen to the nervous system or down. That's already a weaker part of the spinal cord. But where the kidneys are, that's a main part of the spinal cord, and that will make it certainly make it trade. Now, if you thin all that, you're putting it under the back, you're not going to be able to check it. As you go on, walking and check it. Maybe you open it up and check it. Beautiful to me, to be whole, not even able to talk to the government. I was able to life listen, but maybe just slice it up and check to see, make sure that the whole cord is intact from that point on. So maybe I don't have a great ladder. What is the way that I do on my house and I learned from Megala Rufa. What's like Megala Rufa? If they find a body between two cities, and Yoshi made a brand new one today. So you don't know where the killer came from. So the thing is, would you mind sharing your guitar with this guy? And then I have to bring up pass. And they do a little stopping for the head. Not a big deal. And it has to be not placed on in the river. Oh, yeah. And I didn't stop it. I just said, all right, maybe listen. In the Hebrew, which was literally 40 minutes ago, less, he said, Challah, they didn't stop the lamp, because we don't want to do it right now. Dave, you told him to do that? Oh, Kobe was here. Kobe was here. Kobe told me. Okay, I got it. You know, we changed the yeah, sure. Actually, I got a roof on. That's it, we're going to go on. Actually, I got a roof on. We're from a roof on. The wall, I'm not from a roof on. This cat has to be whole. They force us to never do do more paper. When you chop its head off, maybe you chop off the head of an animal that's a paper. That's B, then we go with most animals are not favorite. The male is good. They know I'm not asking, But what's the difference if it's straight or not? It's not a perfect. Just chop its head off. No. The fact is, it says in the Pasuk that Israel. So this is one thing. They can go. Don't go. But they don't do anything. This is more important. Yeah. We only got more than 6 coaching. And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'm saying, wait there for 40 minutes time. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, you have to leave in 10 minutes anyway. That's what he's saying. So if you leave 10 minutes, fine. So let's see what you do in 10 minutes. No, it has to be no trade finance because it says the word kapara. Another right now, if you don't know, asking the parazuma with any kapara. We'll shop at this Sarah. What the paraduma is the red pepper that doesn't have any white hairs or anything like this. Pure red. What do you do with it? You burn it, use the ashes to mix with water, which we sprinkle on somebody who became coming from a dead person. Let's see how that looks. Back in the day, it looked like this. This is earlier. You can see the eyes of the animal opening and closing. By the way, this reminds me, I think they just found a guy that did like the Palisades fires. How many? Like 6,000 homes were burned, 12 people died. He did it on purpose. They found him. Okay. Over a point, the stuff on the soil. Mashtatosim Shishleima, Asritosim Shishleima. As we hold, without a favor, what are you going to favor? Hello, Shamamina, who was the rule? You go with the right. It's not a carver. It is a carver. Why? Because you call it Pasha I just want to point out if you follow the capacity in place, you have to be able to okay. You don't understand anything, okay. So, places that's a great castle. When you work, so, it's absolutely hilarious. Compare hands together. It's William Montgomery. Okay, right there. Places that's a great castle. How old is a part of your man? That's in the 2nd year. That means it lives 12 months. If it lives 12 months, then it can't be in trade. Elamai, you can't trade later. Okay, then out of Chazaka, they went at least 12 months inside without being a trade. So you consider that maybe the value of the trade through that year. I have a Chazaka that's not a trade. I can prove that it wasn't a trade for the first 12 months of the life. So it's only Gemara. I'll prove it to you from the 2 goats of Yom Kippur. One we throw off a cliff, and one we do the avodah in the base. We do a goro to see which one. Either one could be whatever. It could be the tiger. Hashem, you tie a red thing to his head. You tie a red thing on a stone. I want to point out here that when we throw the cliff, as you can see from the video, his body is going to disintegrate into many pieces. And they wave flags, white flags from one tower to the other. This is very important. This right over here. As Benny pointed out, that these mountains have a lot of points on them. You get it? Pointed out, there's a lot of points on them. There's a white, a lot of right. And that string turns, if the kapar turns from red to white. So the Gemara, we learn from the Summer Shalem. One, I'm going to go to the Mishnah Seir, we should take two of them, Jushne and Shab, both be equal. The Leichel, that's the Gemara, that's the Rav and Beis, do the Chatinai Treifel. Perhaps one of them is a Treifel, and therefore what? The one that fell off the cliff is a Treifel. Ella, Mishnah Nami, we have to go with the majority, they're not Treifel. They're not up there. You know, who cares? It's not a carbon, it fell off the cliff. Anyways, it's going to, like my mother used to tell me, what difference if the cookie's broken? You're going to chew it out, but it's going to be broken anyways in your mouth. So here also, who cares if it's gravy? It's broken off a mountain while it's alive. It's breaking up into pieces. The Gemara says, no, it's a big enough community. Because the one that you throw off a mountain has to be roughly to be a carbon. Because you damage it, you know, and you'll tell me that what? That after it gets down to the bottom of the mountain of the cliff, you'll pick it up and check to see that it's not a trace of Atlantis. Don't get a Mishnah. But oh my God, Sahar. And you only went halfway down the mountain. I should not say bar in a bunch of pieces. Therefore, you can't check. Fine. If somebody hits his father and causes him to bleed, not that anybody in this room ever did that. Don't want to calculate. Don't say, I'm not talking to you. Don't worry, I'm talking to us. You're all getting nervous. Who's you talking about? Don't want to calculate. The Torah says he killed this person. Question. It's going to blow your mind. How do you know he's your father? How do you know he's your father? Your mother can prove it. But how can you prove that's your father? Maybe he's in a lot over. Maybe there's another father involved. So you have to use the right. This is the husband that was there from the beginning. So most likely, yeah, you're right. It's very possible it's somebody else. In certain communities in America, whatever. But in our community, it's not so scarce, so we don't know what's going on. But it's possible. So you have to go with the right. Wow. I hope that's not the reason. So it's interesting. Doesn't sound right. Okay. Oh, I got to tell you this real quickly. The soil azazel. I want to go back to soil azazel. Because that got sticking a little bit of something. But by the Shabbaton, the Billy Brown, instead of Mori the Kavar, I have to start using it with my children a little bit. I have to remember. He's talking to a group of non-affiliated teenagers, and he was convincing them to be from whatever. So, one of the guys said, wait a minute, we're really enjoying life here. Yeah, we're enjoying life. Why do we want to be filled? She said, I want to give you nothing. She said, yeah. He jumped off that 80,000 40-story building. And as he's flying through the air, some guy in 24 opened the window and said, hey, how you liking this stuff? I'm loving it. The view is unbelievable. It's like literally like jumping out of a plane. It's so exhilarating. It's not flying, the wing is flying. And then that's like later. He says, yeah, you should go out. Right now you're enjoying yourself. But you're like a freight train into the ground. Where are you going? Yeah, you should. Right now. Yeah? Not going to get to it. We're some teenagers, it's not bad, it's not bad. Just reminds me that the Sarah Zach is a very environment. Fine. I'm a funny, it says Gemara over here. I'll give you a case where It's 100% the father. Why? Because the mother and the father were locked up in a prison in one room, and the only possibility is that he's the father. Well, even so, this happens. That there's no guarantee when it comes to Arayas. It's a famous line, but it's a true line. I think it's an important line without getting into any crazy detail. But I know from first-hand stories of people that you wouldn't believe, people that are mamish, very, very seems big, and Yirei Shamayim. I'm calling Yirei Shamayim. Both men and women. That's the chiddush. Put in certain situations, as you Shami says. Shami says, even what's the Shabbat Hasidim, he says, Ein Abishabas Raya. There's no such thing as somebody says, oh, I'm above that. Everybody, we had a few times, Choshevet Doilim, Rabbanim, Bizmanazeh, so many stories that people are nishach. And that's why everybody should, if they can, be careful where you put yourself. What work line you're at. Okay, now without going into it, sure. Just one nicer of rebellion with that. Yeah, because if you know these things, if you know what's going on in the real world, I'm talking about the most honest, normal, tzaddik. The funny is, everybody's mission at the end of the day, put in the wrong situation or the right situation, or whatever you want. Do not put yourself in that situation. Bachar came to from the yoga, and he said, I want to go to Hasana. She says, okay, where is it? She says, you're going to go to the Bachar, and she says, what about, Shmur Sanai, whatever. He says, it's not much tea on me. So you're going to tell me, okay, you go to the Hasana. But make sure on the way back you go see a doctor. I'm 80 years old and I have issues. You're a doctor, of course you have issues. So if you're going to tell me that you have issues, you go see a doctor. Ein Abitropis Larais. Of Kana Omar, I see Morigis and Nefesh. How much time do we have? -1 minute. Okay, so what should we do? We'll do a little bit more. No, we'll finish the rest later. We'll make Kiddush Hashem. But I don't want to ask him Morigis and Nefesh. We learn it from a killer. The Omar on a cockroach. You should kill a killer. Somebody killed another human being, you kill him. The lady is going to crave Ahava. But maybe the person that died, the victim, maybe he was a treifa. And when a person kills a treifa, it's also, of course, but you can't kill him. So why do you kill him? Because the right people are not treifas. It doesn't have, he has an intact membrane. But he did, but maybe you should do an autopsy and check it out. But you can't do that because it's not right. It's a bizarre maze. You're making, it's disgusting to do so to that person cut him off. But you should leave him some of the hide and but listen, you want to kill somebody. So you can't kill him until you do an autopsy. Maybe you want to save his life. You do an autopsy. Over here, they want to bring riots. Do autopsies. This legal is the right says the Rabbanon. Can you do it in certain situations? It's very important for Nefesh, etc. V'neichosh. This is Gemara. At the end of the day, maybe we should be concerned that this, something like this, maybe the bullet that he shot went right through a hole that it was pre-existing in the guy's heart. Or, here, this is in the animal. There's a hole in the trachea, and this would make the animal a treifa. And then comes along in the shaykhs, which we're going to say that that's actually a case in the Gemara, but also in a human being. Maybe the knife that he used went right through a pre-existing wound that made him a treifa. So Mela, I will never know if this guy was a traitor or not, and have to be, I guess, have to be someone on the road. The boy say, okay, we're not stopping, not finishing this year. Precautions. There's a way to kill somebody without killing a wound at all, where you don't have the shock of maybe it went through a hole, not a hole, and that is if you submerge him in water. You kill him by drowning him. Over there is a wound. Okay, I indicates this to be continued, hopefully, in the airport or on the way to the airport. Boysai, Madrid, Bet Chabad, murdered. We tried to do this piece of Gemara last night at 2 a.m. We thought it went, but let me ask you this. So there was one point during your set in which you had a great setup for a joke. Do it again. This is the Seuss joke. I'm like, oh, this payoff is going to be huge. And then you try to rhyme the words meant, and it's split. And it doesn't really travel. My leg is hurt. We're not assuming that you did other than the page. And that is a beautiful sugya, and 10 sheetas of why you go with roy when it's roy, the let's come up. When you have a roy that you can't count, how do you know we're going to the majority? I have something called Lyme's disease. I used to know what it was. I got bit by a tick. You know, I'm asking the Eden Zone. Is that true? Eden Zone is very easy. You see the chart here, hopefully Ariel sticks it in. We have a button, by the way, we're just recording off of the phone now. Nothing fancy, just to get it out. So maybe the audio is a little off, but it's involved. Adam Zone. You have 2 Adam against 2 Adam. 2 against 2 is 0. Nothing happens. They're not pushing each other. But if you have 2 Adam, testifies that Reuven is a killer. And 2 other Adam come, and they say that the first 2 Adam, they were on a cruise ship with us. It's possible that you were able to witness the killing. You were in Madrid when that happened. So 2 Adam that tried to kill Reuven, they said he's a killer. They died. To them exactly what they wanted to do for Reuven. And as the Gemara is going to say later, I'm going to give you the end over here. It's only if Reuven actually is alive. Because if you're successful and they kill Reuven with their testimony, you not kill him. The Gemara proves from here right. How do you prove right? So, the initial Adam, the original Adam that testified that Reuven is a killer, you do to them like they wanted to do to Reuven and the killer. The Gemara says, this Reuven guy, maybe he had a hole in his trachea, and therefore he was considered a traitor. Maybe he had a hole in his membrane of the brain that surrounds the brain. In the plastic bag around the brain. Maybe they had a hole in it, and he's a traitor. Therefore, if you kill a traitor, you yourself won't die. It's a big issue if you don't get Nisa. So why do we kill Adam? Obviously, we rely on the majority. If he came and did about skin and leg, you know when you kill these 2 Adam, when you do an autopsy to we open up his brain, we see that there's no hole, and we open up his trachea, we see there's no hole. That's impossible. Why? But Tanya, if Reuven ends up dying, then we don't kill the 2 Adam. So you can't do an autopsy. The only time you kill the Adam is when he's alive. When he's alive, you can't do an autopsy. But then you can tell if he's a traitor. Wait. For 12 months. If he continues to live, that means he's not a traitor. If he's not a traitor, then you kill the Rashi Omar, another shot. You want to turn the camera around, or it's too much? You're nervous. Oh, you're doing some fun. Okay. Cheating on boss. Anonymous cheating on my phone and Betty from those days. Involved. Rashi Omar Asi B'Shchita Atz. From every shchita, from our sugya, from Chulin, you can learn the halacha of majority of bread. Because it's just shach and eat. And there's no issue. But wait a minute, maybe not. If you went into exactly where the trachea was, there's a hole in the trachea. As you see, Ariel, you put this chart right now, where he shuts right through a hole in the trachea. And you'll never know that he shut through that hole and it was a trachea before, and if it's a trachea, you're not allowed to eat it. But we eat meat. It's the charaya that we rely on the road, because most tracheas don't have holes. Oh, Ravashi is talking about his story that he just said. I read the Shmaik of Hamidi Rav Kahana, not only his own story. I said all 10 Rav Kahana. If I'm real, Rav Kahana can be there. She was some Rav Kahana said it. But Malay, he said, Duma, he said, Efshah. He says, where you can go ahead and check, but where you can, let's say there's a hole in a trach, it's impossible to ever decipher that. You'll never know whether or not there's a hole there. So then you have to be something on the road. But where, let's say a regular shkita, you could check. You look them up. Okay, maybe the Chazon maybe we just mentioned it in the beginning of Shir when it comes to Yiva. Whether or not we should be focused on a youngster and a couple. Then he might turn out to be a Saris, who maybe says, yes, we gotta be careful, we can't be miyavah when he's a couple. Maybe she's kosher. She's always concerned about the minority, the meal of the meal. The meal. Up and out of Israel, the mayor will never meet in his life. Why? Because maybe there's a not even a 1% chance that the knife cut through the hole in the tunnel, and therefore you'll never know if it was proper shkita or not. Maybe the animal is a vegetarian. You can tell me he doesn't eat meat, it's impossible. You'll say, yeah, he never ate meat, he was a vegetarian. He couldn't have been a vegetarian, why? That's what comes from making the mayor. No one could be a true vegetarian. Even vegetarians must eat the carbon base. A little bit of a cash on vegetarians. I'm sure they have some answers to this. The Kachim Ma'yikla Mem. And Rashi, if you look at the top, Rashi over here, Rashi reading the Pasuk in Rachmana, but Achlu is HaBasar. There's a Pasuk, you should eat meat. So as a Pasuk, if the Torah tells you Achlu is HaBasar, then how can we maybe not eat meat? So as the Gemara, you see from this, the fact is the remainder eats meat. Why? Because when you could check it out, let's say, by a Yavam, it is painful. So you wait. If you can do something about it, you do something. You wait 2 years. If he's 3 years old, 10 years. But when it comes to shkita, there's nothing you can do. There's no way you can figure it out. Then you'll be safe on the road. That's right. Be safe on the road. Otherwise, you'll never be able to eat. So you safe. You have to be safe on the road. Say that the Torah, this animal does not have a hole in its trachea. They breathe it easily. Hanami. And therefore, in all our cases here, when it's possible to figure things out, when it's impossible, then we rely on the road. Now, before we finish, Ariel could focus on the screen. It's in one of the charts, this Rashi. So Rashi says, at the end of the day, all the 10 rice, we had a fear of them. So then, why do we rely on a road when it comes to a Roy, the lesser command, a Roy that the numbers are not countable. Like by a source, we don't know. You can't say, okay, this kid is not a source, this counts. Like 23 to Sanhedrin where you can count 12 and 11. When it comes to the source, you can't get it. The majority of the world are not so reason. So how come we rely on that? Rashi says, Alavadai halacha Moshe Messina. One shot in Rashi is that Moshe Rabbeinu received this from a Chazor from Sinai, and that's it. We don't have a clear cut right from a pasuk. Doesn't seem like Rupa. Either way, for the Efshar, either way you could figure it out. Wait a few years. You don't have to, says Rashi, because Moshe Rabbeinu got the punishment and Simcha wrote. Inam Yacharav, and what happens is another thing Rashi Rabbeinu Ruva, this coming, the less coming, okay. And then Rashi says something super interesting. There was something on Roughly that explains why when we ship an animal, we don't have to check all 18 traits. It says, and this is what we rely on. The low but we don't check all 18. However, we know that we do check the lung. Why do we check lungs? It's one of the 18. Which in the Shkia we saw that because it's very common to find a hole in it, and therefore we check. But then it says, Rashi is secret that you're not allowed to tell anyone about. If it occurred that your lung disappeared and you didn't check this particular lung, what do? You read that all out. It's very common that it's holes in the lung. It says Rashi is after. You're allowed to eat this animal. Why? It's a pin on a hole. What we just said is something from Rav. But the Rav, one of the Omar, which is that anything that's accepted as a chazaka. The Rashi says these unbelievable words. The ain, the parsim, and the dover. Keep this anonymous, like we do in the shir. When people ask to remain anonymous, we keep them anonymous. Rabbi Sai has a wonderful day. Maybe we'll see you later from Morocco.
Learn this course is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
It's pretty cool, man, but I'd rather be here. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, how long you in town for? Two more nights. 2 more nights. What are you even doing for fun? What is it? We showed up this morning. We went to Griffiths Observatory. Griffith Observatory. It's not Griffiths Observatory. It's fucking Canadians coming across the border. What'd you do? You pointed at something crazy? No, my girlfriend made me. She dragged me over to like a photo shoot thing. Where you pose and you spin her around. It's kind of like ice cream. Are you sure? Yeah. This is part of the answers. They're supposed to answer honestly if it's smart, and then sometimes you get the best of both worlds. Sometimes the honest answer is a funny answer to the whole thing. And what's something interesting about you that we'd be excited to know fun facts about that?
Starting with the weekend already too.
He's got a crazy laugh.
Breakfast is sponsored by Mark Fox from what's that? It's supposed to be on their Shabbos. There it is. Those of you bobbing are stressing away. You were down in the next million, you have 2 running before that.
No, I've never met anyone.
Sandwiches later. Ayoim, smoking station, Ayoim, Shosha Boys, Yamin, Love, the one side of Gemara is getting better and better. It's going to be something else. That, ladies and gentlemen, pictures Charles is going to be unbelievable. Charles getting tighter and better. New last sponsors, Mindy Heimovich. Charles Unger. Is that how you pronounce his name? Heimovich. Mindy Heimovich. Shooting, yeah. Charles Unger. Ellie Jakubek. Elia Berger. Ben Pitts. You can too have his push. The thousands that will be loading from Indy Rakamara from the south. Don't miss out on Indy.com/sponsor. I think we sold in the 1,500 size ones that we gave out. And many were giving out, but sold. A lot of people bought. But also, this is from the CM in Toronto. This is in Jamie and Hero's house. I had this specific in Jamie and Hero's house with myself. Imagine how tasty that is.
She was a temporary report worker. You guys have those reports? Yeah. She has one at everybody. Everybody wants to come here. Only Filipinos who go to Canada. It's still better than the Philippines. I joke around. I call her my temporary foreign girlfriend. She doesn't know. What is she doing? What business is she? She actually works for airlines. She's a stewardess. I can't say what airline, but she's a flight right?
Good luck, Rovelli. I walked into Mayer's house, Mayer Fisher, from the Mayer shops, Mayer's official shop. Corey Mayer's house, I'm at the shop at 11 p.m. And Corey, I cannot disturb Mayer's Corey. This is our Oh, it's Shuli Horowitz's house, and he's sponsored too. Jamie Stoke, okay. Got it. Like, you can tell me, you don't have my screen. Yeah, don't get it anymore. Here, I want to play with technology. Oh. You're not on it. I can't send you a message. Your voice note. Let me see. No, only Dave. Dave, hold on a second. Dave, is this your account? Okay, let's see. Hey, Dave, what's going on? How come my brother doesn't have one of these things on his screen? Okay. Let's see if it works. Let me know when it works. So it's good. Wireless. So we don't share our coffee because a lot of times when you share, the charge on radio, I don't know what it is. So we're charge 11 and it comes with that message. But I have to talk to somebody about it. It's real strange. The Baltimore satellite bus shop is at Oil Ferro. Rebecca, you should have seen last night. The Hebrew share house. You will see the available people sitting on the door until like 12:20 a.m. And then at the satellite location, we had the take photos for 2 UAPs. And they have 12 and both of over 20 people each, right? So 12 something in the morning. And the satellite location. This is shop is Staten Island satellite. Look at this, Roberto says. Followed. Rabbi Leibowitz's status. Rabbi based Knesset of North Woodland. Little boy and soul holding Gemara, which page says, good morning, Rabbi say, me. Tell your pastor that as long as he's learning, I don't mind that he doesn't listen to my Daf Yomi shir.
She's super funny already.
Dear Valley, Mr. Rosenfeld, thank you for your incredible scheme that truly changed my life. I have a question regarding today's Daf. He says what I saw wrote down. A few people told me, so it was interesting that we say, how did you know that the sharpness of the knife comes before the heat? Because he himself was shocked. Some rabbi was shocked on the material, so maybe it's clear, whatever. Best regards, Mr. Rosenfeld, bunch of millions of dollars since suffering that base on the days, whatever that means. Yeah, that kind of. And I really like this one a lot. And maybe increase the value just for this. Dear Belly, thank you, MDY, and especially the artists for the amazing videos. My girls love them. And so they wanted to watch a few days ago. Now, the girls are 2.5 and 1. You must have watched that one video, the one with the dead guy coming out of the grave. It's a perfect video to show you 1-year-old. 30 times video tab. It's a great cultural alternative to TV. I agree. It's unbelievable. Still, keep up the great work. Thank you, Yaakov, Sanhedrin, Daf, Mem, Beis, and Hannah. 2.5, and Sarah, 1 from Moses. Yaakov Moses. Yaakov Moses.
Question. How long does she suck? About 8 inches, I'd say. Wow. That's kind of fucking.
Then you wonder why he wants to marry them when they grow up.
Or you should be joined us last minute. Here comes the drawing for Ryan.
Just listen to share and maybe enjoy the gift last week. Now, he asked me not to do this, but I'm going to do it offensive, and I'm not going to put his name in for. Who's Carlo? He wrote to Carlo. This guy's a Carlo guy. In a certain city, not the China. I'm a guy in Carlo, just trying to grow and being committed to the Dash. I wish I could give you and MDY more and to consume so much for such an amazing share that I just love. Love you, Rebelli. The challenge from the owner of. He's the one that gave me the schnitzel tray that Friday morning. I asked the chair, who was it? He called me because my wife and child was saying, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have kept the name because I wanted to order him there. And I wish he would let me say his name so I could give a little love. He says, no, he doesn't want it. Maybe he'll okay, oh. And also, I found the guy that gave me this came in the mail. The guy that gave me the wax. Remember the wax thing? It says Orlovsky. Blacksmith and Stanford stuff. Rabbi Orlovsky. Yeah. Hey, it's the Dyson, of course. Why wouldn't you send us a wax thing? No, it's not. Yes. But this is Hebrew. I'm just gonna say a little bit. The winner of the $2,000 says it's very emotional, and that he's interviewing more and more people, but he wants to dedicate it to win. His mother, that's in Shemayim, Miriam Kedekas Tzvi. He's never seen Nachas from him. Itzik, Itzile. And here he is going and bringing people to Torah. And now that she sees now, she's sitting and having nachas. And here's the whole thing. She went over to Shlomo, the uncle, and he wants his father is 93 years old. His father's 93 years old to hear this. So I read this, and he came over and said, I hope you read it so my father can hear it. My father also didn't have that much problem. Anyway, so it was beautiful. תודה, איציק מדבר. Sphere Soyman. Really? Mazel tov, Ari. Ari Rosenstein, granddaughter. Mazel tov. Why are you sitting over there? What's going on? They keep thinking, push back. Sphere Soyman was the refuahs had more religious speak of Kedusha's Mara Yisrael B'Leah. That's the Shlema. Sphere Soymer, Aaron and Caleb Muriel Stein, in honor of our children Shalom Shachna and Yitzchak Zev Stein and our nephew Mendel Stein upon completing the first week of Daf Yomi. There's always a beginning, and Be'ez Hashem, you stick to it. It takes time to learn how to stick to it, but once you stick to it for a while, it becomes part of you. Official edition of your Shas Mitzvah, Zev and Yal Shulhan, Parrot, the Benedict family, Daf Yud, sponsored by Danny and Vicky Yeager. The Masechta is sponsored, actual, not the official, the Masechta is sponsored by David Salad and dedicated memory of murdered small bird. The Positive Family Foundation gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do is support MDY. Anonymous. Who asked me is, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous, but the league for Shlomo and Yisrael to Leil Hasestem, and the women of the Leil Riverboat rules for Simcha. The monthly sponsors are Simon, Krishna Maldinori, Dr. Miriam, Yemen, Daniela Rosenfeld, and Esther Sheffer. Weekly sponsors, 25, Nishmas, Shenga Bless, Pastor Rabbi Kiel, Nefel, Yosef Zahn, Maldaimo. Daily sponsors, send them writing down, family. So remember that was your father who put the Getzer on Michal, on his 9th yard side. Israel, time there, Jewish was Aaron Street, Ben Aviv, Israel, Rabbi Sternberg, versus Pepezio, from comment of St. Petru, that base, Cisarelia base. Parents sponsors for the month, H1K Ventures, in the school, success of all of our clients. The woman in Daniela Rosenfeld, Russell Farnolfo. Oh, what is this client? C4K? What do they do? CFO services. Okay. I think I'm the Versus LC as a source for Shira Simcha, but Vegas, Shkaya, Rufi Yulis, Patsia Kaya, Avay, the color. And you are every corner. Come on, field committee, South Limia Koyman. I said that's such a nice thing last night, so I'll say it again today. I said I really hope that this didn't really work, that nobody's been feeling the day and make coffees and look davening, so that next month we get another sponsorship from them. So Shamsi said, it's not working so well, but the mice of the pause right before they take the coffee. It gives you that guilt, the Jewish guilt. And that's also, so now they're amazing instead of striking. So, when we went up on my head, unbelievable. Saying this so that the guy's really going to feel guilty. He's going to turn around and look at you and give you that tongue. Give us a little hurry here. You don't want to start having the earlier meeting. But when I come, nobody makes everybody, look at this. They tell me every time, you gotta come. So come once in a while. Gosh, everything's quiet, right?
Did you know that 66% of men lose their hair by age 35? That's the age that I am right now. 66% of men. What did you notice that hair?
I'm watching the video.
Thank goodness for
Before it's name Shiter in the sponsorship. Anyway, I know the first name for your Danny the Bishop of Rocco. The first name of Morhan and Esther. Daniel Zek, Ben Ayela, Esther. We have an unbelievable back today. Especially I love the last six. Unbelievable. Okay, you're gonna love it. So now we're holding in the studio of Samira Anthony Sura. Everybody knows it. Samira Sakanto. We're more marketed on a Sakana than Isur. Did I show the video of the English yesterday? Of the guy with the water? Shalom Aleichem. Yes, how are you? What's your name? Ah, very nice. Who else is a guest? Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Where? Mid-Aliyah Web? Wow, okay. Yavalik. Beautiful. Well, where do you live now? In Israel where? Here? Okay, cool. Very nice. I like the tall building, the black on top. Nice. Very nice. Nice. Who else? I was in their offices for the big one. Yeah. I want to check this out. This coming is coming to Sura. I think this was made by Jesse Shachar, who's just to go.
He also used it for his candidate rating features and filters applications so he can focus on the most relevant points. And that's how Dylan found his new drink is coffee just the way. With results like that, it's no wonder 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at our web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? We are live, clearly. This is a live podcast, clearly. It just so happens to be the #1 live podcast in the world. And every single week we have 2 of the funniest comedians on this show. And this week, of course, is no different. It's both of their first times as guests on the show, which is always so exciting to get awesome, new, hilarious faces in here. Not that their faces are hilarious, but you know their personalities.
His ratings were pushing at the door. It was
This week,
already
just an amazing show. Put your hands together for our
11:15
latest
or something, so
show
we had
mix
to stop
Ryan
short. So,
Ziegler and Trevor Wallace.
Tomer Ravashi, 7 nights from the bottom of Pesach days. Tomer Ravashi, first man.
Here we go.
Swelters Shanita Medina, talking about the late harvest. This is the
Trevor
water they
Wallace.
take from
Ryan Ziegler.
Mayan,
Exciting.
spring,
Trevor Wallace.
open spring
Podcast
for
songs.
the
You're touring all over. TrevorWallaceComedy.com. It's your first time on Kiltony. Excited.
you burn the fire with it. You take the ashes, mix it with water, and then you sprinkle.
And the great Ryan Ziegler is here, ladies and gentlemen. The
They
Honeydew
make.
Podcast. I just did it a few days ago, and boy, did we have some fun.
Oh, yeah.
You really got me to spill the beans. I'll just say it. If
This is
you
an older
guys
video.
ever
Let's put that
want
up
to visit, you know,
to see
you guys
again.
are a real
We're
Kiltony
very
fan,
mounted
and you have
on
any
the twin of
interest
this
in
water.
my life story, I
So
talk
much so,
about
we
a
take
bunch of
women
fucking shit
that
on
are in the
Honeydew. I
mountains
spilled my entire
and we put them in this special place that has no
exactly it.
filter.
I did talk about it. I talked about my mafioso upbringing, believe it or not.
And
People always laugh at that. They
kids
think
are
it's a joke,
born
but
without
it's
any
real.
coma, and they grow up
my
without
crazy
coma.
bastard.
And here, just put it on top. So it is a mace underneath.
I
And then
was
eventually you put it on a pole that has a wide door so they can't stick their hands out and become coming. And these kids, they draw the water. That's not much remarkable. A kid, no birthday parties, no nothing. Until he's 8, 10 years old, so he can draw water. Can't see anybody, can't have friends, nothing. What do they have today? Oh, they have today, till today? So the kids are homeschooled and the whole thing? For this thing. Yeah. So you can't even visit them, you can't even watch them, because you might touch them or whatever. Interesting, but the aren't the
It's so funny. One
okay,
part of the show that I'm
interesting.
afraid my mom,
So,
who stalks me and listens to everything that I do, she's 72. I'm afraid she might have a. I'm afraid she might have a stroke when she.
so now you left this glass
So
uncovered.
we have you guys here, and it's your first time, so you might not know this, gentlemen, but there
You
is
find
a
it covered.
band
Who covers
on
a glass? Who
Twitch.
covers a glass? A human being or an
Everyone
animal?
loves them. They're
Only
one of the
human
most
beings.
beloved things
Not
in
only usually, but
anywhere in
usually.
comedy. They're my favorite, some of my favorite
Well,
funny
no,
human
it's
beings.
okay.
Let's see what
May,
happens tonight.
we
Every
must
single week they
assume
come
that's
into
human
different
being. Now it's human
characters. I
being.
never know what
50-50
they're
that
going to be.
whoever covered it
Sometimes it's
is
brand new
covered.
characters.
Shani in there,
Sometimes it's the
Alden
returns to
Tome,
our famous
Nicholas
characters.
Trump,
Let's find out who they are tonight.
Who else is
It's
covered?
MC
You never see a
Made
rat going ahead and
Jeremiah
covering
Watkins, Trevor
a glass jar. The name of it is, wow, what if you covered? You know, we're not talking about, peanut butter cover. We're talking about, some clothing. So we found this. If you left it covered, you found it something. Now, this is the reverse. Who uncovered? Usually it's not a human being that's going to leave it uncovered. Now it's an animal. Once it's a child, okay, fine. Even though the food in this case will know, if a weasel of some sort is eating it, or not us, or a snake. Now, what's the problem if a weasel or a snake drinks in it? The problem is that it was a malaka done to the water. You cannot do anything with it. By drinking it, that's the malaka. And they usually spit back. They'll drink a little bit and drip it right back in. And that's the problem. Now you have a cup that has malaka water in it. And then we're going to see Ochiora duck, or instead of it being water from a spring, it's water from which is no good. Sula, it's passive, but not covered. Passive, can't use this to cover. Right, so the lady, Mata, what's the reason? It's dark, it's disrupting the dollars, the aim dark on the passes. So, in this situation where the first case, where it was covered, so that's for sure a human being covered it, and then you have to certificate that human being is probably made up, probably considered covered. But in the second case, where it's revealed, uncovered, now it could be a few things. It could be a human being, it could be a sheriff. Now, if it's a human being, there's a 50% chance that it's tar. A human being that's tar uncovered. But you also have another 30, let's call it 30%. 33% that a human being that's probably uncovered it. 33% that Tahar person uncovered it, and another 33% that a sheriff uncovered it, needed a good drink. So totally, yeah, let's say 66%, you have a right that is okay. They take the shower, just read it quickly, and now they take a cool up on something, change the status, it's something that you need, but if you use that the way it is, I couldn't account for that shit. Neither. What is the mistake? Something like the good, you have a suffix on the water of the couples of face cup. But over here, if it's defining water, that's what they're going to say it's also even like the knuckles is a very big meal. It's also what you see from it's not enough. Amira also happened Sua was more Satana Isser okay, so now we're just going into the sugya of Nikula. I also had a few times there were different variations. Shosha Mashkin Asur is repeated. There are only three liquids that are also for the concern that perhaps a snake can serve better than the drinks. The other drinks are not something that snakes are interested in. So let's say Coca-Cola is not one of them because they don't drink Coke. Yain, that's water. The yain, the color. Three. But the Yoda brings a story that there was a woman that her husband treated her with a lot of violence. It's very cool. And she was very fearful woman, and she witnessed a snake insert venom into or drink from a cup of milk. So she went to the cup to squirt out, and then the door opened, and her husband comes in. So she let go of the cup, and of course he calls it, says, yelling at her, or whatever. And as he's yelling, he grabs the cup and says, ah! And he drank the cup, and he died. That's the Ben Yoda's version. I had a different version. And she poisoned him, and she told the cops that it was a snake. But whatever. That's how. That's it. But the other things that don't be violent and don't, because you never know. So, how many Yishuv you have to? What's this vitamin good? If you turn your head around for a moment, you have to be concerned, or it's a certain amount. Says the Gemara, it's the amount that it takes for the snake to come out of a nearby place and drink. I'm looking for it. Well, how close? I don't know if you can believe it or you don't. Because you have to put it in the as long as it comes out from the handle itself and drinks. That's the shit that comes out of the handle and drinks. He's right there. You see him drinking. That used to be opposite with the choreo. It's more like. What is this? Oh, here, this one. First of all, this is the bubble card. First it says over here, it's even a very, very small snake. Very small, as wide as a here. Here, bro. That's how small the snake is. That's a street punch this does. Venom. I'm saying that. That's what I'm doing wrong. Like, this is what's a shower. This is a shower.
I like your style, man. So you have some real.
Oh, that's the shot. Because I'm really Spanish. I have a hard time speaking English. That's got it. Okay, fine. So the kids are the shear is that and from Rashi it seems like the snake is coming out of the ground, not so much the handle. And it comes in from the ground, goes in, drinks, and comes back out. So how does it take about a minute until it comes off, until it drinks, goes in. So let's say if you turn your back to the wine, to the water, for a minute or two, that's already considered Megillah. And to remind the Olam, the Rebbe says that even if we don't have snakes today, we're only one reason why we consider it today. There's other reasons that are concerned. What? So we don't know what the other things are. You know what they are. You know what. Well, they don't tell you that shit. There's a story with the Vilna that he once drank from the Gula, and then he had a something blamed it on drinking Mayim Gula or something.
Yeah, you should definitely swing by.
Itmar. Shochet the Sakim, the Nintz's Gula. I want to just show you this because when I learned it, I don't know if you guys saw my knife. Did anybody see my knife yet? Didn't see my knife. Seriously, are you allowed to bring one of these knives in a suitcase? I am bringing it to Morocco. I have one in my suitcase. I'm bringing my suitcase. I don't know carry it. That would be not a good idea. You can't have one of these things on the plane. You say Jewish, you say it's Muslim, and that's okay, fine. I want to say, is it a good idea to check this knife? To check to see if there's any penis on the neck with your tongue? So when I saw it in the Gemara, I was feeling my tongue to see it still there. I was like, more checks about it. But anyway, show me the Sakim, the Nitzis Yuba. Listen to this. Yisrael Salanter says that there's a time in Yisrael Salanter. I should start over, because he didn't say. The time in Yisrael Salanter is a shaykhah. It's a found. It's only one reason I'm holding you. You know, and the Prophet said it's working for everything. So anyway, there's a... Your child where you grew up. Committee. Yeah, this is the committee. Standing next to the Prophet. Imagine what the couch is like before season of this. Okay. Says in the time of Yisrael, there's a shaykh that they found a knife with his gimel, and they threw him out with tremendous interest. He has a gimel on his knife. Get out. So the little Nick says in Shal Salanter, the knife that the shaykh had one gimel. But the knife that you shot to the shaykh has many gimels. Omer Chavtun, sharp, he says. Omer Avuna. So you gotta get this mamish start flow. You have enough like this here. What happened? You have a knife that was perfectly fine. He checked it with his tongue. Now it's not a single one. He shuts the animal, and then he finds it. What happens? There are two options. Either, as he it got a nick immediately by the hide of the animal, the hide is stiff, and that could cause a collision. It could cause it. Not very common, but it happens. The other thing is, maybe that doesn't happen after this paper. For instance, Habibu Shiva Batzam is pulling on Sudan. He's taking a knife, this very delicate knife, and he's chopping away at corn. It's not something you do. And obviously, if you're going to chop a corn, what's going to happen? It's going to create a fever, it's going to create a nick. What do you expect to happen? So the Mela, Suda, so I was of the opinion, I have to go to Kumar. I have to understand that what happened was that, yeah, you had a great night. But immediately, as you started to speak, it became possible. And if you have to deal with the problem, you're going to do equal. Equal means you're going to pull it. The simone, and it's going to tear instead of cut nicely. And that's awesome. This is not. Let's go to Shita. Let's assume that during the Shita is perfectly fine. What happened was, they got a Kima after the Shita. Come back to me. It makes more sense to me that I just chopping away. He knows he shouldn't be doing that. He knows that a corn is a bone and it's going to create issues tonight. So we can't talk about afterwards. Let's assume. So, it says the Gemara, we learned yesterday. And that's a beautiful sugi. So, unfortunately, it's not that long. But we had a great sugi about Chazaka. Chazaka means, what's Chazaka? Chazaka means that we're not always. In this context, Chazaka means that we're going to assume what status quo. The status quo, meaning whatever it was before, that continues until otherwise notified. If this animal, you said yesterday, according to Ravuna, the animal is also feed. Why is it also feed? Because it's a living being and you cannot take a bite out of a live animal because it's stable in a bite. Even a crow, a Benoah is included in such a thing. That is so. That is so. That is so. The issue continues until somebody notifies you otherwise, until you know that it's shut properly, whatever it is. So Mela over here also. I have an issue on the saddle. I thought I shifted it, but I found a nick on the knife. I'm going to continue the status quo and say it's also. It can hit it. How do I know that it's not also? You can only know it's also because there's speed up. The speed of the knife had a nick in it. I don't know when the nick happened. So then you're going to have, the onus is on you. You have to prove to me when the nick happened. Meanwhile, this animal's also. The chazak. And it's awesome. That makes a lot of sense, you know. But what's up? Why would we just argue with the chazaka? Rabuna, Krishna Rabuna, Krishmaite. Like you said, there's a Cheskasisi, Chazaka to Mikaya. And the Rav Krishna might not know why would Rav Krishna say that this is Mukha of Allah. And said, Bali Kodim, let's think about it. Everybody knows you're going to take a knife and you're going to whack the bone with it 9 out of 10 times. It's going to get a nick. So it's a vata. It's a sin. Or someone told him, someone may told him. It's a big sum of whether or not the hide. I imagine the very time you shucked it and the hide, then you can't shuck, right? So it occurs once in a while that the hide is going to give it a nick. Okay, that's a big sum. I have a suffix of Vadai, so now you have a suffix against the Vadai. When suffix was the Vadai, and the uncertain cannot be stronger than the Vadai. That's a brother and see the oh, there's a video. Oh, there's a video. The what? What battle do they know? That's a different battle. That's Chazaka. That's Chazaka versus Vada. We don't know. Vada and Zaka. What's the video? Oh no, it's something else. That's later. That's the Mafrekas. Okay. Let's see Rava the Sayyidah Rahman. So Rava wants to do a proof to basically at the same time ask the question on What's this? Are there any people that paint for a living over here? Yeah. Like we have a painter that comes every single night to open it. You're painting? Oh, like an artist. Sure. Cool. Okay, so you're painting. You can understand the signal. You can relate. Imagine this. A guy who's a painter, commercial, his vinyl on cars and also like that kind of stuff, like trucks, cars and stuff, or not really. Oh, like on furniture? When it got it. Okay. It doesn't matter what. Some sort of paint spray. Would you use a sprayer? Okay. Schmack. I have a sprayer. I like sprayers. I used to do a lot of What? That? Yeah. Yeah. So all left and right to go, but right. Okay, anyway. Imagine you finish work and you look in the mirror and you see like a blotch of paint on your nose. Happens, right? So the question is, when did it happen? When did the paint get there? Did you have it in the morning, right before you went to the mikvah? Or what happened later on? Great. What about the nimtzah of double face? After the tefillah, you look in the mirror. Sometimes during the day, you find something that's a tzitza, like paint, like something else, like chocolate, like you know. Even though you're a painter, you do this all day long. But also, like, feel we have to assume that you're still covered. You could say, with certainty, like President saying, I know for a fact that when I went to the mikvah, I saw in the mirror, the mikvah, I saw there's no paint on my nose. And when I knew you could feel it, okay, fine, that's fine. One thing is for sure. You went to the mikvah. There's a vibe, and this is something whether the paint was on you before you went to the mikvah or after. So that's a suffix. Because it's something about the mikvah. You have a bad idea to the mikvah. You have a suffix. Whether or not the paint was on. And we say that you didn't do it. You don't feel it. That means the suffix was wrong in this case. There was something about it, the suffix wins. Why is the suffix winning? That's a background proof. Says the Shani also thinking of Hamid coming up with Spells of Emily Kova. So now you're going step by step. So by the pain, you can say, listen, this person was coming. So this person who's coming, this Chazak is going to continue. Maybe he went to the mikvah, or maybe he didn't go to the mikvah. So the Chazak, you have a suffix on him, Chazak is going to continue. As the Gemara, so what's the difference? The behemoth is special. This animal is as it to eat. But they're going to so perhaps you just continue to go up. But what do you mean? He's dead. He had a slice in his knife. He had a shkita. Oh, get down there. Double for that way. He went to the mikvah. What's the difference? Oh, he's seen it. He's got to went to the mikvah. Something that perhaps he didn't go to the mikvah. Why? Because there's a bunch of paint on his nose. But now he's with the Rizah, but also this knife has a nickname. So maybe he wasn't a shkita. Finally, the Gemara gets to where it wanted to get, just to show us how to get there. A beautiful thing. Sakin Israel. Over here, by the person that went to the mikvah, the person himself has a reyes. Something wrong with the person himself. He has paint on his own nose. Over here, in our case, the behemoth has nothing wrong with it. The knife has something wrong with it. The knife is an external factor. Something else. Oh, really? I think this is where you lost. Yeah? How is it? So this is a question I asked yesterday. Not everybody knows this. So for those of you who weren't here at the Shabbos, much of the tusimonum of a bird? How much of the tusimonum of the bird do you have to shut of a chicken? Only one out of. Only one out of. So check this out. It was all brand new for yesterday. I mean, I don't know how to do this. Once the Shabbos, did not have this. I'm talking to them about this, and I was like, we got to do something for this. But I don't have the model yet. I don't have this. But Hashem, by the time shaking around, was here. Over here, you can see a bird has the same thing as an animal. It has a funnel, which is the trachea. It looks like there's waving air conditioner pipe with a bunch of rings. And then this red thing, which is the beshed, which is the esophagus, which the food goes down. I guess you would hit the kind of first, depends from what angle, but it's only in a situation where each cut only, all you have to do is cut one, then another two. So he cuts one, he cuts the esophagus. And then, after he cut the esophagus, that moment that he cut the esophagus, what happens? The animal is kosher because he cut one. And then the trachea, which it could happen, I guess it happens a lot more often than the esophagus, the trachea pops out. So take a look like this. He cuts one, at this point when he cuts it, it's a good shkita. And then that guy pops out. It's a nice little video. I like it. But pop, does that pop create an issue here in this case? No. Why? Because the animal was kosher before it popped. What if it popped first and then he shucked it? Well, of course, it's a problem. Why do you say it can't breathe? If the trachea goes that way, how's it breathing? Because then we had a chicken without a head. Oh, then we had a breathing apparatus. No, we had a chicken walking around for a day or two. So it's okay. We can live like that. It once happened. 1956. Okay, fine. Yeah, mom is like that. It says, Shofar is a basic. Shofar is a basic. We're talking about a bird now. And you only have to check one thing. You check the socket. Now you got the Ishmael Gargaris and the trachea popped out. What you need to do is Ishmael Gargaris if the trachea pops out, the says, and only after that you do Chita, because it's animals, management thing. Sure, but it's not bad shit in instance like I get a shmuta. What if you checked it and now you develop a something? You don't know when it popped. Will it pop because you're messing around and doing shkita, or it popped right before you did shkita? But then going to finish with a lot of shkita, you don't know when it happened. Oh. Why did you say 7:55 on the screen of time? It's the wrong thing. It's 40 minutes, okay. Maybe they're going to see the mission does a lot of the mission does. Oh, your mice, what's a mice like that? I hope I remember. I forgot to tell this video. Oh, your mice, the Rashi. Oh, your mice, number 3. Oh, your mice, mom should stay like this. The Amru. The Shkita Pasa. Every time you develop a suffix in the Shkita, it's Pasa. Says the Gemara. Yeah. That's something the Shkita, that's what you mind. The Pyro, what does it mean to every single time? Every single time means including our case. What was our case? You checked in an animal, then you looked at the knife, you see there's a nick, and you don't know what it was developed. There, that's the suffix of Shkita. And what does it say? Also, you should treat it the Chumrah. What's your guy got? No. Last see, suffix show, suffix dora. You don't about a real suffix in the Shkita itself, not in the knife. Where he paused momentarily early in the Shkita, or he doesn't know. He pushed downward. He applied downward pressure instead of back and forth pressure. He's not sure. You know what? Maybe this time a little bit further on a downward motion. What should I do? Chuck the chicken away. Chuck the chicken. You don't know. Imagine the hustle we see the very easy to get. And as Mark explained, it's what I said before. Now what? When you develop a suffix in the animal, in the chicken itself, in the animal itself, because it was a shehi, all these grease that's in the animal itself. The neck had a shehi, the neck had a grease, but that's the animal. And with Mezah, I'm going to take this chicken and toss it. But in our case, it's different. Stopping is way. the problem didn't happen with the chicken, the problem happened with the knife, or the animal.
So, Ryan, this is your first time on the show. I would remember that fucking uniform overhead if I've seen it do this.
I get it, but if the Gemara is making that nafkamin, I get it. Obviously, it's happened because it's on a, your suffix is on a piece of metal. When that metal developed a nick, obviously it has ramifications to the chicken, but it's once removed.
This guy does not use paper towels. He jerks off the corner of the
Rep the sponsor of Boyside, Mark Harris. In honor of my first time at the MDY Mothership last week for my 1 year anniversary. Also, a full flavor of the Optimum C involved. What? Benzi Parra. Benzi Parra.
So welcome to the show, Ryan. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Also, Turning of the Dots by a global specialist in international financial services. Time Moonrise for Shlema Imi Murasi Imam. Sarayasa Bat Khan of the Shah Coding Islam.
That's going to be the name of your special.
It's making me nervous all the way back there. Can you imagine the people up there? Listen.
So congratulations, Lori.
We trained him. He's already used to it. Okay. I want to tell you a Maisa that has zero to do with the daf, but everything to do with. I want to share with you because it's fresh off the press. This happened to me twice this week, so that's why I feel it's mamish cautious. Friday morning, I'm preparing for that. Friday is probably my hardest day because I have to do the shear by 2:30, and it's 7 hours, 6.5 hours less than a regular day for preparation. So I'm pushing is one. But I will tell you, I have said, Shabbos morning, I got up earlier than usual. I learned prepared two daf, and then I learned those two daf with my Chabrusa and Yetidia, and then I went to Shabbos. So now I feel good. I feel like, okay, I got it. Yom Yudal is very simple, it's Vivaldic, it's 10 cases of Brave, and they're all from Shabbos, right by Carl Flint.
10 years?
Well, it's all Gishmakis, it's fine. It's nice. I get a call from my neighbor, he said, listen, there's a bando that went into our building and turned the water hoses, the fire hydrant, the fire hose, on a bunch of floors, and the water's coming in, and it happened around 10 o'clock in the morning. No, on Friday, this Friday, and down in one of the people's apartments, then whoever else went to the building, say I did the same thing over there. Now, you know that I have cameras in the entire building. Like when it goes to my house, after I install it into my house, I please check what's going on. Listen, I'm pretty busy, but I like to catch a good vandal. That's my nature. I gotta get this vandal. 2 minutes to 10 on the camera. Interesting individual. The sunglasses, hats, prices in the face. Walks into our building, person I've never seen before, and you can see, Ruben pointed out to me, there's no water on the floor. 3-4 minutes later, you see water starting rushing into the hallway, into the elevator, into everything, and then this person makes a quick exit out of the building. So this person, now, I think to myself, if I walk the sheer, let's say, 2 hours, and I see this individual, instead of bringing the person up on the spot, and then trying to get his name, and try to get some information. What's your name? Tyler. And you're telling me, why should you call me? And I said, when you're in my building, and I'm like, you're not going to look out my phone and show all this. I'm not going through this whole thing. But then, don't need a knife. I need a knife. What if he tries to make a run for it? I know to do that situation also. Tell him a good zest for good luck. And then call the cops. That's it. Turning on the water like that in our building. I hate vandals. Coming into my building like that. It was Friday night, Myrick, the whole thing. After Myrick, I decided to go visit Rabbi Leibler. He broke his hip. I was going to just pay him a quick Rishus Neiman visit. Unfortunately, really missing the building because that's the option in my building, you know. Hold on, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the whole story, what happened. So, Rabbi Leibler, if you were around and up and running, this wouldn't have happened in our building. We could take care of our building. He says, oh, that? Let me tell you what happened. Okay, what happened? He says, we turned off the water to the building a little while ago. So, when they came to clean the building, the cleaners, they turned on the water to fill up their buckets. And there's no water that came out. So went to the next floor. The next floor. What happens in these situations, you forget to close it. You leave it open. I told the gardener to turn on the water because the grass is dying. So it wasn't for the whole building. It's a special pipe. So you turn it on at 10 o'clock. And that's all the way. The same thing happened in the building next to us. This guy is coming up the stairs with the sunlight. Has nothing to do with the story. Zero. I would have beat up a random person for no reason. I learned a very, very valuable lesson of downtown stuff, of not coming to conclusions. Like, you don't know. Like, if you don't, if it's, I wasn't sure. I was positive. This is a person. He walked in a minute before the water went on. Why is he running out of the building? Yeah, he ran out of the building because the water was coming off his knees. He ran out. It's a learned good mindset of Donald Trump. Bill doesn't give a say to Ravuno. I want to say when it's fresh. No, I did also. Real quick, for 30 seconds. A worker came to my house with 10 tiles on one of these things. You were talking. Okay, what happened? You were, exactly. He was on the phone. On Zoom. And all of a sudden, he drops it off a step. He went off a ledge, but really hard. So, I'm like, we're not going to hold on. I thought, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I go. And I see the tiles are broken like this. And I'm like, I'm the knee right. Listen, be careful. Each one costs 200 shekel. I've seen 400 shekel like that. No, it was broken before. I heard it. Broken before. So because he insisted, I went to the video camera and it was broken before. It was broken before. In my mind, this guy's lying to me. So I called up his brother, the boss, and I said, listen, his brother's. He says, no, it's broken before. So I can't believe this. I went back to the video that you see coming into my house. Before you boom, it's a crack. And you see the crack. Yeah, I gotta work on myself. I'm sharing with you. Don't come to conclusions. Look what's gonna say, right? I told you after this. You're just gonna say, yeah. When did it happen? Before, after? It's very negative though. But both sides. Very negative though. I learned these two things. That you have a second name, Zev. Is that true? Because your son got an Ali here in China. Bill is I'm going to say that I'm going to and it all has to do with the dog. We're going to say we're going to make a pshara over here. We're going to say that Allah was agree. When Allah was agree with you? When it says, when a person uses a knife, let me show you this knife. When a person uses a knife, and you find the prima attitude, perfectly fine before you're not going to get out. It was right before you take it before, but you found the Jew after the Shkita, said the Buddha, Throw the animal out. And Rav Pizza says no, the animal's kosher. So let's ask him, let's go get there. What is the Shiva question? If he never broke bones with this, then it is possible. Because how else did he get a bima? Well, I was going to say Rav Pizza, but the halacha like Rav Pizza is a Shiva question. That when he did break a bone, the halacha is like Rav Pizza. Why? Because he broke bones later on, 5 minutes later. But when he did the Shiva, it's perfectly fine. There's no reason. So Father of Pizda, obviously the Pizda Afagav the Shiva Rav. Obviously, the halacha of Rav Huna, when he didn't break off, when he didn't break the bone, so and the way the halacha of Rav Huna, meaning Rav Pizda argues even in the case where there's no bone breaking, the guy didn't prove that there was no bone breaking. That was like Rav Huna, and now Rav Pizda. Rav Pizda would say in such a case where he didn't break any bones afterwards, but the animal was killed. How did he get a nick? How did he get a nick? There's only one option so far. Got a nick from behind the animal. That means the knife was possible and it's not a good shooter. So why would Rav Pizda argue? Hello. The father of Pizda got the shooter answer, but my so how the world did it get a nick? Says the Gemara, Ema Be'etzim is not fresh as if you have a beautiful video there. Here we go. Check this out. Look at this. Cuts. Boom! Into the spine. And look what happens. You see that? Look at that. There's a nick. And there's even sawdust from the bone. Bone dust. So I can say that it happened from the Mafrekas from this guy. So you know how to do it. I just want to point that Rashi here. That's what I said before. I forgot. What is it there? What is this Rashi? The Haishilin La'ori. Yodi Hoyo Isa says Rashi is a story with me. He said that even when it happens with a bird, you could assume that the nick in the knife happened from the high. Says the Gemara. This is the story. The Torah of Rabbi Yosef had basically also. So this is interesting. Rabbi Yosef said that 13 animals are crazy because we found the nick on the animal. So the Torah, what's the process? What does it mean 13 animals? All the animals that the chef did. Everything is chef for that day is trade. More like I could say that perhaps not. It means perhaps this that we did trade up 13 animals. Besides the first one, I'm going to assume that the first animal is kosher. It happened from the Mafrekas. It happened from the spine. Everybody's saying, no, let's go back. It goes over. Interrupted. So, that's a big problem. This thing is look at, you want to say that the goes to cool, and he says, oh, when the nick happened afterwards, it happened from the spine, it happened from the road, whatever it is. But if you're going to go to Kudo, just put the animals there. So we told you, let's go to Kudo. Let's say, instead of saying that it happened from the first animal, they got a gun, got a nick from the 13th animal. That's even a thing besides this. So Mela, I can't go with it. If this is Mako, maybe it's Mako all the way. And why would we pass him? Who said this? A story. But Yosef, why would Yosef say the 13 animals are crazy? I'm going to read the last year. I'm going to use the father. So Dahana says you need to check the knife in between every single animal. Now let's see, how does that go? So there's two reasons why you check a knife. Either you check a knife to make sure that the animal you just checked is kosher, or you can check a knife to make sure that the animal you're about to check is kosher. You have to check each and every shkita. Cannot. The Torah goes to the Runa. But it looks like a nice to say that if you don't check after the first animal, then the first one is straight. So perhaps I could be good. In other words, there's no force to say that this halacha they have to check the knife in between every animal goes to the Runa, and to say that the first one is kosher. Okay, it goes like this, but to say that the last ones are kosher. In other words, if I don't check the knife, then even the last ones will be kosher. So in order for me to make sure that the last ones are kosher, I have to check the knife. In other words, I'm checking the knife for the future future, not for the past. Because for the past, it's okay. When you're a stuff, we don't care about the past. We're going to assume that the one you did already is kosher and that the nip happened from something else, a side thing afterwards. So, if I'm checking it out, so the future, if you're going down to the stuff, I'm going to need to show a night that I'm talking every time. Yeah, I don't need to show the night that I'm every time. Hey, that log, then when the Yisur, there's a passage that says, the Torah tells me I can check an animal. I have nemanos. You Eli Stefanski, I can check an animal and tell you later, I checked that it's kosher. There's no ways in there. No, I believe I'm Yisur. Or I'm a single animal, a single person with me. Then why do I ever have to show the night to our papa? Well, we know that you're supposed to show the night one time, so there's not a problem in the city. So now I'll tell you why. It's to give honor to a papa. So I didn't understand so I said, what kind of things? Don't give me any honor. I'm not the papa, okay? Bring your night to somebody else. No, this is the rascal. You shouldn't be mindful. Because the very important thing about Safran, the look is the stuff to check night and the shoulders to be using proper night. So don't be just savage in the honor and say, oh, I don't need covet. No, take the covet. Because then that'll force him to come to you and show him your night, his night, and then we'll make sure that the night is in good condition. Now we have a beautiful studio. Hopefully we have 8 minutes to do this. Beautiful. Talk about. Oh wow! What happened? No. We're only. Are we 52 minutes in the series in space? How late can we start? Okay. Sorry, everybody. This is you're gonna love the subject. Because I listen to the subject. Plus, we have a big thing of Remy is in the booth, and it's all about Remy. Why are you showing your face here, Remy? I didn't ask you that. Says the Gemara. We just talk about Cheskas Chazaka Mikara. I'm not confusing with Chazaka Sheshamim or Chazaka this, Chazaka Mikara means sometimes Chazaka means something completely different than the Chazaka that we're talking about now. So just don't confuse. Chazaka means status quo. Whatever the status was until now, we're going to go until further notice. For instance, if the animal is awesome, because it's able to hide, it's able to hide, or it's also to eat until you can prove to me that you shefted it. If you shefted it properly, this animal is 100% good, and then you can prove to me that there's a nick or something that haven't been filled with people. But meanwhile, it's going to be good. Where do I know this? Oh, my Rabbi Shmuel. You know, Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Kol, Yotzak Kogan Abayis, Kogan Abayis, Behizgis Abayis Shilas Yom. What happened there? Let's watch the videotape. If somebody finds a funny-looking discoloration on his wall, he calls a Rabbi Kohen, he calls an appointment to check it out. And if he decides this is Kakanega, you have to close the house up, take everything out, close it up for 7 days. Then he comes back, again, check. But this closing, someone trying to learn literally the Hizga means to close the front door. I like how the second one appears. Okay, that's good. Shut up, man. Bob, man. That's one of the big problems with AI. Something to do with this person is that way. So, you have to remove that stone if it's a grist. A grist is a certain size, one grist by 2 grists. Great. So now, How do I prove Chazak is in it? This is not another Vase, Bottle Shura. Maybe this is what happened. You have to check this out. As Abrami leaves, check that out. This side. Look what happened. It became smaller. Maybe that's what happened. How do I know that by the time he got to the door, it didn't shrink? Oh, because I'm assuming status quo. It's going to stay the way it is. Maybe he was walking backwards. Have a male here like this. Take a look. He keeps on going back, and he makes sure that the nega doesn't shrink. And only in that situation he closes the door. Otherwise, you can't close the door. I have two answers to what you're saying. It's impossible what you're saying. When you walk backwards, that's not when the Torah says to walk out, you walk out. You don't walk backwards. Where do people walk backwards? And the guy said, so the Lord's going to prove that that's considered walking. That's considered walking by the person. He said that Rabbi is wrong. Sometimes walking backwards is considered walking. What if you're blocked by something, by a door, by a wall? So what? If you should open up holes in the walls as you're walking out, you can see through into the bedroom, the terrace, or behind the door, you can pop a hole in the door so that you can see it as you're walking out. That's not. By yourself, only person with Halanas Lewis Negoi. It's an interesting lesson that Howard Gemara uses. I wasn't excited about this lesson. Not, but it's based on Rashi. But what? If you're in a dark room, and you think there's an egg on. The only way to see is to real turn on the light, or to open up a window or something. That's not considered an egg. Not an egg. Even if you turned on the light and you saw an egg, not an egg. You don't have to open up the window. Now there's a little strange, but okay. Meaning, open up the window doesn't change the status. Says Rashi, it's not an egg. It's not considered an egg. So in Mela, it's impossible to say that I can put holes in doors and pop the drywall. I can see through the other room. That's not considered an egg. First of all, you're wrong. Walking backwards, this way, here. Check this out. The Gadol himself, on Kippur, like a Thomas from his Rebbe, he walks backwards. So he walks backwards. So walking backwards is good. That's why he walks backwards in the Kaisel to give cover to the reverse thing. Like Ferrero, you walk up during Kaisel, you walk backwards. It's Sibbe Yitzia. And it says in the Torah Yitzia, it says in the not too far away, therefore it's also when he leaves, it's the same thing as when he came in. In other words, in the same direction, his body's facing the same way. His first facing the Aron, the place of production, and he walks backwards. The guy backs up on the person with Halanas Lewis Negoi, and this that we done. That in a dark house, you don't open up windows to see the nega. That's if you never established the nega. You don't know if it's the nega or not. You need a turn light to see it. I don't even establish this hazard. But when you're already established in our faith it's the nega, I've already saw it's in it. This is what you can't see it all the way to the door. So maybe in that case you do have to pop a hole in the wall. Says the more time you look here about the Bayapa, it says maybe he was walking up backwards, and they have to see the negative entire time, otherwise there's no chazal. And there's no chazal to it. You don't talk about not bias. So you're guessing that the person leaves the house. You have to take a basic lesson. Maybe the person went all the way to his own house. From his couch, close the door. How will he close the door of that house? I was reminded that when I was about 12 years old, I used to daven the Sikhin on Shabbos in Ramat Hanan. Why? Because my friends used to daven, and I didn't know how to wake up. So we devised a plan. I tied a rope to my foot and threw it out the window. Mishuga. Now, did he kill it? No, because I was so scared it was going to yank my foot off or something. So I woke up like 2 hours before that.
You guys excited about this? All right, put your hands together for Brandon. So it says over here, do not go home. Do not go home. Stay by the door. He
depends on bias. If it's literal by the door, maybe she in the door. Maybe she in the door. Yeah. Time of them are not bias and she's in a bias below. You have to leave the house completely. Okay, so what do you do? Don't maybe it's that So the best way to do it, according to the Torah, you don't go home and you don't stand underneath the door. Maybe you stand right next to the door. Basically, this game showed up to the bias. What if you went all the way to your house? Which you shouldn't do, but you did it anyway. So if the end, it will be okay. In his gear says, Gary, who's going to go? Good. What do you see? What do you see from here? You see, you can be in your own house and pull the long road is 200 feet long, pull the door, and you're young. And we're going to finish here, but before you go, before you jump up, you have to be involved in the video. So that you see, 10 seconds. You have a bunch of people in a row. Here, take this out. Whoa. Look at this. This is what the Gemara says. Maybe this is what happened. Let's get it. So sit down. Remy is on his, I don't know if you know this, his eyes everywhere. He's paralyzed behind him, sitting on Gala. He's a player. So he's eating his cheesecake, and the hundreds of people. What? He's dietetic, cheesecake. You're going to kind of go to Gary Rami because it's very good. So Remy is going to say, listen, you don't have to come out that Chazaka. He has first-hand information what it is. Because it points out, for that, I don't need 100 people like in the video. One person that was there at the time that he did the Hezger will tell you that it was good. And then grow. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. I'll see you. Be'ez Hashem in a week. Don't go off. The National Monday morning will be here.
Really? Like, what's one of your gay friends' names? Dr. Welcome to the show. How long have you been with stand-up comedy?
At first, I like my years ago, but I feel like I've really been doing it for like the past 3 years.
Yeah. And you've been working hard at it. You do a lot of spots.
Actually, I work at the La Jolla Comedy Store.
Oh, you're an employee at the La Jolla Comedy Store. That's incredible. That's fucking awesome, man.
Were you there last time? I tried to get him on that one, but I didn't get there.
Wow, that's so cool. I mean, that makes sense. You know, there's 2 comedy stores. How long have you been working there? That's awesome. That's exactly a great place to be. A lot of great comedians. You know, all the comedians here are, all the employees here are some Tom Young Rising comedians. And the La Jolla Comedy Store is a farmland for some great Tommy Lee, right? There's a lot of great people. There's a lot of ones like Bob Hughes, your door guy tonight. I mean, it's god awful. Some people just aren't just they never get hired for some reason, like some GMs or whatever feel bad for certain people, and they just keep like, what are they kill themselves? You know what I mean? Like,
Just want to find so much more energy. What's a shot? Wow, there's a lot of guests here also. And it's very weird that we have in the room with us with the Yaakov Aronoff and Tzipis. He brought his nephews. What's their names? What? The twins?
So, you realize, what's the
What they have at home. Wow. They came on the right day. There's not a lot of emails. This, I don't know if I showed you guys. What side? Mexico, all Spanish speakers. Our shit is now going to be translated. Vamos a combinar mis videos, mi voz y todo donde el show, los ejemplos, las animaciones, los chistes, las historias, las imágenes, todo será en español. Va a ser una gran experiencia. Los invito a que se unan a nosotros. Se van a beneficiar muchísimo. Van a estudiar lo que los demás están estudiando. Va a cambiar tu estudio, te lo garantizo. Prueben, empezamos una nueva Gemara. Sejet Julín, será increíble, te cambiará la vida. MDY en español llegará a ustedes hoy. Now, one of those words is me. So the good news is that we are going straight into the shiur because the Israelis are coming in 40 minutes. Beautiful daf. So the Sfir Sarim is the first Admon Vision Shlita. Official edition of the Shas Pesach Zev Niyah Shehoff. We'll say also from all the guests, hopefully, or a lot of the guests. Perek, the Betterment family. Official edition of the Shas Daf Test Anonymous. Vishwas. David Ben Aftali Harris. Yusef, sponsored with David Salam, dedicated memory of Avi Murray of Shmuel Paul, Baruch Steinstein, Doug Dependent Bracha. She sponsors accepted the Patrick family, the Nation Grass, the Consortium, and the Alliance, and all the groups supporting DY Anonymous. Hatzlacha, Ruthless, Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. I heard he's coming on a trip. For the day before Shleiman, Narisa, Sion, Taleb, Esther, by Anonymous, Yovan, and Daniela. Rosenthal, Rios, the Simcha, Irish Simon is the lucky sponsor to the first name of the Murray Report for Miriam, and Benjamin and Daniel Rosenthal for Rosh Hashanah. With these sponsors, Moshe and Ruthie Markovich, proudly supporting Daf Yomi in Spanish. For Shleiman, Rajakob Ben Lulu, the Lishmas are flying the Dalia Ben Yeshua, all of our show. Zelly Zayden Counting Valentine, Ethan Zelly 15 and Humphrey Zayden 14 on their 500th Daf, halfway to MDY 1K status. Weekly sponsors number 5, the Vinishma Shingo, Basra, the Methel, Shalom, Bertin, Lag, Boimer. Daily sponsors, the Consortium, Mazatov, Sammy, Merzel, are finishing his reception with MDY. Ruben, Reidler, and Pat families. In memory of Mordechai Meir, Ben Dion, and Japan, Rafa. William and Gail, Achman, and family for the yard of our father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Morris Hoffman, Moshe Meir, Ben Yitchaim, Yaakov, Zevach, Koyen, he was the Kohen Gadol in the young Israel Woodmere, New York, for over 40 years, and Shlomo should have an Aliyah co-sponsors month. HYK Ventures with the Christmas success of all our clients, the Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, Rechov, and Parnasa, MDY Kids sponsor monthly innovations and series, sports marketing, and Vega, and Rithmi News, Bastiat Pachaya, MDY Coffee Corner, coming out the field committee, that the thing that famous. The boys are in the price the fila so that our committee can continue sponsoring next month as well. They hesitate, and you're giving them that guilty feeling. Now they're doing it amazing instead of shrinking. Unbelievable. Mazel tov to you. Stand up for a second, so let them see who you are. Here's the guy behind the window status, you know, the one that is the second prize, second chapter D. Yeah, you got it? You stood up, let them see who you are. What's his name again? Mayor? Saba. The motorcycle. Come on, yeah? All right, the square double. How long will it take to make? 20 hours? Really? Let's see, you made about $10 an hour. Revolving. Oh, heck is wrong. Oh, the good though. It's unbelievable. Top level. Okay. NBYR, רפואה שלמה יונתן הייתי מבשל ברכה, רפואה שלמה מרדכי בן אסתר, רפואה אייל דניאל זבן, אייל אסתר, let's just say, Shalom Aleichem real quick with some guys. What's your name, Shalom Aleichem? Shalom from? Shalom Aleichem, Lowry. Lowry, exactly. You're not a guest. Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I know. We had, Ravani, but he's not a guest either. No, he's a guest there. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? From? Oh, really? Usually. Yeah? Oh. You, all of you? Yeah. What about you? What's your name? I mean, look like a person out there. Yeah. Oh, really? Wow, he's my rough for so many years. Wow. He's moving here. He told me that he's moving like a while ago. So there we go. So what are you doing? You do the shit. He's starting to what's going on? Wow. Okay, now it's coming together now. All right, you love it. So you must be about Kishman if you're his brother, because he's you're none of like him, because he's a true out of also. Damn it. And all four skis are by Kishman, so okay. We'll invite you later. What about you? What's your name? His uncle. But the guy himself didn't show up here. Waiting for you. You know the store, I'm just going to say once. Came to my house, knocked on the door, asked me for Hatzah. He asked me for money for Hatzah. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if I gave him or didn't. But I want to give him a prayer what he did. I said, no, but what? Do you do that? No. So be this tomorrow. And then Mikey hasn't missed since then. This is you going back 8 years probably. That's 8 years. Wow. Maybe we'll be very proud of you. What's your name? Also related somehow? Not really. Okay. Now, after that line, all of a sudden you're not related anymore. You're scared of him. Okay, Givaldi, what's your name? Someone from? The chat is beautiful. Who else wants to say something like that? Real quickly, because we got to start this year. What's your name? One more time. Manchester. Givaldi from Malaysia. Who's cousin? Oh, wow. Victor's nephew. Victor sits in the Hebrew. Oh, what's your name? What? You look very familiar. You're here the other day, right? Not really? Oh, okay. Got it. So, say what? How was my was busy now? It was amazing. It was amazing. I'll tell you, I was going to tell Benny, now they asked. I tremendous Yad Shmaya. I woke up earlier than usual. I learned 2 daf, and then I learned another 2 daf from Chavrusa. Then I went to Shoppers. And so now, I'm serious. I feel good for tomorrow. Like I have tomorrow's shir halfway down. I don't know what to do. I have to give tomorrow. Tomorrow we're leaving to Morocco with your show. We're very full stuff. It's on so tomorrow's English shir, regular time. Tomorrow's Hebrew shir at 1 p.m. right in the Redress Givaldi. So I have to tell them. Oh, he's up already. I have to tell them to do a little earlier. Maybe remember somebody. I'll tell you. So what we're going to do? So after, it'll be after cheers. It'll be a minute. Okay, give out this. And before I start, I figured out who sent me the wax and that whole thing. Orlovsky. That's it. That's all it says. Orlovsky. Maybe it's the Rabbi Orlovsky. I got it. And then the chicken was a nice, very, I'll read it tomorrow. He said not to read it. So I took out his name, and he's in a kernel. He has a chicken thing, and he just sent me the thing because he loves the shear and wants to go out every day, and he came in the perfect time. If you guys want me to mention his name, I think it's a mistake. You should let me mention his name so that people could buy Schleswig. He's very good actually. That might be the what? Okay, later after shear. Okay. Omer Rabbi Demerav, Hakaba, Tzorah, Shloisha, Sakina. And what is it? Like 15 lines from the bottom of Pes on the base. Hakaba, Shoited, Tzorah, Shloisha, Sakina. Needs 3 knives. Hakas, Shoshoited, one that he can do Shkita with. We said Shkita is actually the kilter. Okay? The Hakas, Shemechkated, Basa. You shouldn't be using the same knife that you're using for Shkita to cut up the meat. One is cut the meat. Now, the Caleb showed the video the other day of Caleb. The Caleb, if you cut Caleb, which is the recipe, and you put a part of it, sticks to the knife, and then you cut regularly with it, it's a problem because now the Caleb is going to go into the meat. So you need 2 knives for the meat, and for the Caleb, 2 separate knives, and one for the Shkita. That's the Gemara of the Misaki with Choda of Nichlu Babasa. What's the problem? First, cut the meat, and after you finish cutting the meat, then cut the chalav, and you're not going to have any issue. You wipe it off, whatever you want to do. But if you first cut the meat and then you cut the chalav, what's the big problem? Says the Gemara, Zeir Hashem Yaakov Chalav and Akaf. You should have 3 knives. If somebody asks you how many knives does a shofar eating these 3? Today, I guess all they do is just they don't really cut. They don't do the nikkur. But those who do nikkur, they probably have 2 knives. Because the problem is, you might cut the meat after you cut the phelim, and you have pieces of phelim on the knife. That's the Gemara. So, you have 2 knives, but so now we're looking at somebody can get mixed up with the knife that they use. How do you know which one is what? Even that supreme tray is play heker. There's a heker based just on the fact that we are Mechayim, we use 2 knives, he's going to make some sort of sign on it, I don't know what it is. From this Gemara right here, the Ramah says that's why we have different inflation. The things, if you remember, I learned here in Shul Yeshiva, now, this is interesting. You're supposed to make a sign on one of them. Which one should you make the sign on? The milkis or the patients? Most people do inflation, no? Red. Milkis. Everybody agrees just because he has a lot of hair. He said it was such a quality, too. Yeah, milkis. He's right. A shot, that's off. Milkis. The yeshivas, they had this annoying hole. They used to drill a hole through the silverware, so every time you used it, you got a little spray. You don't remember that? Are they right there? Okay. Are they right? Great. Supposed to make a hacker. It's the famous Madison hacker. The guy went through the Mechas here in my show with 7 refrigerators. So he stopped him for the 7 refrigerators. He says, what do you want? They said, I'm not getting the 7 refrigerators. Cautious. One for Felicius, one for Kyle. Oh, and I need a separate Pesach. This is very good. That's 6. Why 7? It says, ooh, so for one refrigerator, you make it sugar. Okay. I thought you have a boss of actually with halal. Another one. Same kind of sukya. Instead of knives, now we're talking about buckets. A butcher, a shaykhah, tzarech, shnei kelim shel mayim needs 2 buckets of water. The other big basar. One which he rinses off and then it's with halal, and the other one in which he rinses off the chaylev, which is also As you know, we're talking about the Israeli one bucket, and you have to go. So first you put in what's in the but I didn't do it. To rinse off the potatoes. Some of you halal and not basar, you're concerned they're going to flip it. You're going to reverse it. First, you're going to do halal. And you're going to have challah floating around in the water, and then the basar. I might say that my cousin, the first cousin, Mordechai Stefans, who lives in the next house, he's in the Nakba. He says one day, a group of Indians show up over there and they listen, we want to do the Melicha. We don't like what the Arabs are doing. We want to do it ourselves. So they went and they took all the meat and they put it into this bucket. And what are you doing? Just prepare it together with the meat. And they're doing like 3 cows worth. They had to get it. It was a big, tremendous nezek when you work. Basically, it has to do with a little bit later. You need to know the halachas. It can't just be a map. You have to know also what you're doing. So the more Hashanami will have even if you have 2 buckets, you're going to switch them around. You might put the chaylev and then the one that's meant for the meat, and the meat's so
absolutely the only guy we should all be worried about.
So can you start this? Since convenience him to get 2 buckets and fill them up with water. This day, obviously, there's going to be one that's blue, one that's red, whatever they do, you know, like you, yeah, I don't know if you mind oil and you should be saying there's plastic and no oil is there. I heard it, they have like plastic red things in the mirror, they have like scratches in them and you can see like food from 3 weeks ago stuck in there. Okay. So let me just show you this video. It's a different style. This just shows the halach. You need 3 knives, 2 buckets.
I'm wondering if perhaps in this final moment with you on the stage here tonight, if you'd like to say something directly to those people that have been messaging us all for you to kill yourself. If you'd like to speak directly to them, if there's something that you'd like to say from your heart.
To stop being the regular one that killed Tony or set up the same bullshit week after week. I just was thinking that my
Jerry, zoom in on the cup.
Before we go to the bucket one last time, let's do something fun. Let's bring a guy up here who has he's made us amazing appearances in the last couple of weeks. We've had a lot of fun with him. I love this guy. This guy, a lot of people I think there's a lot of rumors going around on the internet that this guy is making a claim to perhaps be the next regular here on Kill Tony. Let's see what happens tonight. Make some noise for David Lucas. Here he comes. My mom's favorite comedian.
The mom is still in there. All right, talk to you tomorrow.
David Lucas.
All right, talk to you tomorrow. I'm not with the wrap up. Lo nischoif inish haflei ilovei bisra. We call flanking, and next to the ribs over there. This is the video that I want to show you. There's a guy removing chaylev from the flanking. The flanking, you can see the ribs, and that's the flanking. There's chaylev over there. So that chaylev, because that piece right over there is chaylev.
I don't give a fuck how much you tap me on my shoulder. I'm not going to.
Okay.
If you keep fucking around,
So what he's saying is, you can't take that piece and put it on top of another piece of meat. You can't flip it and put it on top of another piece, pile it up. Why? Because the chaylev is going to heat up and it's going to drip onto another piece of meat, and it's going to drape up that other piece of meat. That chaylev is the right to eat.
You look like a
The Mitzvah Inish Katle innovators for don't put these ribs, the flanking on top of another meat. The dough is going to heat up, carbo is the fat, Ubalab Israel, and it's going to be absorbed by the meat. As the Gemara, even if you don't put it on another piece of meat, as is, in this picture right over here, it's sitting as is, and it has a piece of fat on it, what's going to happen to the fat? It's going to heat up and melt into the meat. And there's a problem. You have now Caleb in the meat, Caleb Israel. So you don't know. You don't know how it works. As a baby, you said, mother, there's a membrane, there's a plastic bag that a conversion makes. It's a membrane. It's a little thin layer of skin that the Caleb is sitting in it. Here, we have a little bit of a improved picture. This is a picture I sent Yoshi. And this is the picture that came out after he, beautiful. You can see little, like, layers of like, a thin piece of skin that it's called a chlorine, a membrane. And that holds the Caleb, even if the Caleb were, imagine like a balloon. This Caleb is on a balloon, so even if it's melted, it's in the balloon. As the Gemara, Yehamti, I understand. If there's a plastic bag, so to speak, there's a piece of plastic covering it. So if you flip it over and put it on top of another piece of meat, it's not going to leak into the other piece of meat. There's that film that's holding it together. Says the Gemara that Pesach now, I didn't even match the show yet. Because the butcher touched it. And they explain it, even here he says it's a little thinner than the bottom one, so he ruins it. He puts a hole in it with his hands. Once because he's touching it, it ruins the membrane, and it can leak. So Mela, don't flip it over because it's all on top. But the bottom he never touches. The bottom that's touching the meat, in between the Caleb and the actual meat, there's still a membrane that wasn't touched. It's untouched, and that's going to protect the meat from the seepage of the Caleb. 2 lines from the top of Pesach Dal. Whatever you don't have, I'm a Chacham Tzorich Shimon Shnei Dvarim. I'm a Chacham Shimon 3 things. Sav. Sav means this. Don't think Sav means, right, in those days, especially, even just a couple hundred years ago, 300 years ago, people were massive Amaratzim. They couldn't even read. Check this out. This is Sav. It looks like an EKG, Rabbi Science. But it's Donald Trump signature. So that's exciting. You should know how to sign your name. Why? Because you're doing starts, you're coming back when you're signing Subas, I don't know what you're doing. You need to know how to sign your name. Forget about it. Writing. You should learn how to sign your name. Shita, he's in a little shtetl. He needs to know the Shita. Who wants to know the Shita? Umila. How do people learn Mila today? I heard that the guy that teaches you, he can find you a baby. He'll pay you pay him 1,500 shekels or $500. He'll find you a carpet, so to speak. It may not be, Mishaluni, whatever. But, let's take a cuisine. I'm not gonna cuisine. And then he comes in there, but this is the vibe. He comes in as if he's the Rebbe, and the Rebbe is the Tanya. And he starts, and then when he starts making mistakes, then the Rebbe could jump in and, take over, whatever. That's how they do it. Okay, now, if anybody needs to know, it's actually a course that teaches you 12 different things. Besides me, I think. But how to do a chuppah, how to do tvura, like it's like a year-and-a-half course. If anybody's interested. But I do want to say that. It's not if you take the course and you learn these 3 things, you learn how to sign your name, you become a Talmud Chacham. If you're a Talmud Chacham, then you should learn these 3 things. Some people, they go straight up. Let me go to the course of common talk. Let me learn realize. I'm a common talk. Stop. Okay. Well, and I need about Shlomi and Shmiti Rabbi my Heshish of Tzil. She didn't do the Dalit on the Shorosh. I learned this. But I'm sticking a video here. Let's see. I don't know about the ring over there, but. That's what we want to find. Okay. Tomorrow we're going to see a bunch of people with half the show coming out, all messed up. Maybe we shouldn't even ask them to, maybe we should, anyways, it's good to learn how to do a special children. I mean, I think the Gemara probably means not just to enlarge it, but also to make them from scratch. So very best Hassan. You should learn the Shepherd Block about that. You don't have a Sigurim then. You should learn the Shepherd Block about that. Big tzitzis. In addition to the three things that Rav said, Sav, you should learn Tefillin, Sanim, and tzitzis. How come he doesn't mention the first? Rav doesn't mention anything about tzitzis. Everybody knows that tzitzis, Tefillin, looks fine. It's not a big deal. The Rosh Hashanah says in Maisis Rahim with him, there's a guy that came to him and said, listen, I don't want to give my son-in-law Dira. Now, it's a great trick because a lot of people try to get out of it. I know a bunch of stories with the Shver. They got to the costume that he wanted, and then after the costume, it's too bad. But this one, he's smarter. He's like, listen, I thought that this guy's top from yeshiva. It turns out that my daughter is much more halacha than he does. He doesn't know anything. Shabbos, Shabbos. He says, Kedai, not just to be in London, and then so he gets shot in Revolt Bear, but also no more luck than your wife. This is it's a title. Okay? Now Rabbi Omer Shmuel. Now Rabbi a second ago said in the name of Rav, and he said in the name of Shmuel, we know he meant by both. But Kava Sheni is there, who could Shkita? That's the lesson of Shkita. Just because you know how to do Shkita doesn't mean that you can eat your Shkita. You have to know the halach. Very well, Shkita. Shehiyah.
Check out the new Beetlejuice movie that they're filming on the top of this head.
Drasa! Let me show you. I'm going to do a little bit of demonstration. Any chance I get to use my knife?
I got him with some other ones. I get the last word. That's right.
Let's see if it's going to work. I didn't try it out. Drasa with one hand. You know what? Let me just. Oh, okay, good. This would be like this, okay? Instead of going back and forth, I'm going downwards, like that. That's a problem. You have to go back and forth. It's unbelievable. You see the reflection of the. I don't know if you see it. Anyway, whatever. Now, Shia, what's Shia? Shia is you go like this, you cut a little bit, then you take the knife out or something, you take a little spatzir, and you come back. and continue. Now, how long we're going to learn what the shear is, but I don't know if necessarily you need the knife out, but you go like this, pause, and you continue that shear. Not a fluid motion, you pause it. So,
I don't know what I'm doing out here in this single world.
Chalada,
I did not realize I was part of the capture this program. You guys are so good
Chalada,
at.
what's
Right,
Chalada?
ladies?
Chalada is where the next
shallow enough here.
ship is headed.
I'm just looking for love.
So,
I need
there.
somebody to love, and I just keep getting thrown out. The
I'm not
last
going
guy
to
you
give it to
dated,
Yasser.
we can break up, and he called me back. We can break up.
Let's see it over here.
The last time he called
She
me
here.
up,
Let's do this. She here.
I'm gonna come back to
These are
you
all
after 5
parameters
times
for
of breaking
MDY.
up.
Stops and then goes and then the next one. This one is.
Mistakes are being made. I haven't been single since I was 25 years old, and that was just yesterday. I'm out here dating with infants that have no way in education. Meanwhile, you ladies out here dating with your PhDs. I've lived here picking up fourth graders emotionally.
Let's first see
Thank you
Chalada.
guys.
Drisa. Here's Drisa. Not obviously, you don't need two hands. It's just to make the pull that's going downward. But if you do it with one hand and you're going a downward motion, that passes the speaker. We're holding by Chalada. So this is a nice addition that we had. We didn't have this in that phase. This is also taken from, I guess it's, we improved it, but from Kol HaLashon, that idea. He's showing over here, he's grabbing the Kanan Devesha. He sticks the knife underneath, and then he does shkita. So what happened was that his knife was hidden by the Kanan Devesha, from the inside of the animal. It can't be covered. The knife can't be covered. You have to come uncovered and cover the top. Over here, let's see. He's going inside the animal. Now you see how it's covered? There's a 3D view. It's covered by the trachea. And then he's going to cut it. That's too late. That's awesome. What else do we have? And Hagrama. So Hagrama, I just put the arrows there as just as Misaber 39, okay? Let's just assume that that's the area where you can check. The trachea, obviously, that's the breathing tube that goes into the lungs. So the end of where you can check is by the entrance to the lung, pretty much. And on the other side, closer to the jaw, it's by where the Adam's apple is. So he went in there, this guy. What does he say into it again? Okay, that's just a mistake. Yeah. Huh? Ketzer, Rama means this could all be wrong. Let's get to the sugya. The point is that he's shechting in the wrong spot. He might have killed the animal, but it's in the wrong area where he's allowed to shech. There's only a certain area where you're allowed to shech. A mice is shahaya, another mice. I'm on my 5th mice already. And then no more mices. We gotta go. Wow, we have 10 minutes before the Israelis come. The Maskilim wanted to take over the shkita in a certain city, and they didn't know what to do. So the Rav said to one of the Askarim there, go grab the judge, ask him what's the name of the Pavus to the shkita, to get ready for the case. He said, fine. He thought about Shia, Chalada, Hagrama, the whole thing. And so this case starts, and the master gets up and says, listen, why are these Paredim taking over? She says, what's up, brother? What's Chalada? She says, you don't know the basics, and you want to take over Shkita, get out of here. I mean, they didn't expect the judge to know these things. Why is Yahweh? What are you telling? Why is Rav saying this? There's more. Well, the equal means to use a knife that has a pagina, that has a nick in it. And what happens is, it's going to rake instead of cutting, it's going to rake it's going to rip the comic. Okay. We learned this, and it's coming up to Schneider's, that you need all these things. three passes, shot out the finish, damage shows by this individual, shifted 5, 2, 3 times. The shot at Shafir was great. Not something we go. We did the shot at Shafir because he did 2 threes that was good. And now shot at Shafir, this is also good. Mashmalan, feel the way done. Since he doesn't know I love him. Zimning the shot. Sometimes he'll make a mistake and he'll pause in the middle, take a cigarette in between. Dollars or push downwards. That's very common. Instead of doing a nice fluid back and forth motion, pushing downwards below the other. Based on this Gemara, Shimon Paskin that Shoyka needs something called a Kabbalah. He needs like a certificate that he knows what he's doing. Zog the Gemara. He has to take out the Simonim. He has to look into the Simonim and see whether or not he shifted a right. You have two Simonim and a Behema. Now, if you know the answer to this, please don't answer, please. But, in other words, if you just learned the Sugya, you try to cheat this everyone, or you learned Kulam last month, don't answer. But when and you also don't answer, because you learned that's 5 times to stop. But, on a bird, how much of the 2 Simonim do you have to share? The bird does have 2 Simonim. Of course, he has to breathe on his teeth. How much? I said if you know, you shouldn't answer. What? So the answer is on a bird, you only have to shut 1 Simon. 1 Simon out of the 2. On a best. I go part of the show that I have to go and take a look at each one, open it up and take a look to see if there's a right. After this, we learned this. Rabbi Shimon Omer, if he paused enough to inspect, it's possible. My laugh, they give you some money, the fire, this is not laugh that he does. You have to check. What are you checking exactly? Checking to see money. Oh my God, law, you need a chacham to check what? You're not even talking about the Simon here. So here I have a bunch of pictures of our in-house shaykhid. So no vice fish. All this out of lock. Actually, this picture right over here that I showed at the beginning shear. That's right here. He's extremely busy. He told me he doesn't have time, but he said, I'll do this from you while you rent to the place. It took him an hour to get the picture, and came back. So you shot. So here he is. Where was it? I love this picture. The mountain nice because he's doing deepest sakina for other people. This is even a better picture. Showing him young. And here it is. You can see how he's doing the deeper on his nail. That's how they do it. No, because that'll be a stab. You gotta cut. What are you thinking? We're in the business of being. We're in the business of. All right. Says Gemara, I will see tomorrow after there's an Indian also that you give us the chacham that he should check the knife. It's a big Indian giving cut. You don't show me nice. Take a look at it. That's the way you honor it. Says Gemara. Okay, if you have to go to the chacham to give you a knife, so one chacham lives 25 minutes away, one lives 2 minutes away. So then you have different time limits. Ella today, people chacham. He himself, the shofar himself, after he finishes, he takes a look and he checks out his knife. So that's normal. Whatever it takes for a shofar to be you can then check. Says Gemara, look good up. So I want to go through this because a guy was arguing with me yesterday about chacham, and we got to make sure that we know this stuff. Not only that, today somebody, a Rebbe in the yeshiva asked me a question, and I said that he didn't know the basics of this stuff. So, if somebody touches a dead horse, does it become tummy or not? You say no. 5 times shots. 5 times shots. Yeah, that's not true. How many times did you win shot? The first time. Okay, first time. I thought that was okay. Mixed you up with somebody else. Okay, sorry. So you say no. Good. Good thing you came tonight. What about a dead cow? Dead cow. Funny or not funny? If you shut the property, no. But if you didn't tell me it's drop dead, then yes. What about a dead cat? So I think what people get confused because of the Shmona Shvat. So just remember, everything is the Talmud. These are the crucial psukim. A dead horse gives you tumah. A dead cow gives you tumah. Unless you shecht it, then it's not. Then it doesn't give tumah. A dead cat, tumah. Everything is tumah. Besides smaller animals like shratzim, then you only have Shmona Shvat. Only those. But all larger animals, everyone, the dog, the pig, the camel, they're all the Talmud, they all have middle. Okay, great. So, says the Gemara, it's very important to remember that. Because a dead cow, if a cow walks into the shock post and drops dead from a heart attack, sees its friends dying there one after another, it's a Talmud. But if you shaft it, and let's say you find a giant, or let's say you shut the cow, and you find a giant hole in its heart. This big, its hole is larger than its heart. The hole in the heart is larger than the heart. It's not possible, but let's say. It's the time or not the time. He's going to die anyways tomorrow. It's not the time. Why? Because the Shkita takes away the day. Just says the Gemara. What if you didn't do a pika to the Simonim? Yeah. No, Bodak, you didn't check the Simonim like you were supposed to. After you do Shkita, you open it up, you take a look. We're not talking about the knife, because we just finished knife, but we're jumping back to what we learned before, that the Taber took Shkita Simonim. It's not a treifa. In other words, there's no tumah. It's a treifa. But a treifa again, but you gain one thing that is no tumah. You must listen to that. Why? Because the mice is it's not a good shkita. Maybe they do good shkita. I don't know. No, you're gonna assume that's a good shkita and takes away the tumah. You must listen to that. It says in the Brisa, the Vela, it has Allah of a dead cow, of a dead horse. You're going to lift it up. You're going to come to our mates. We're not going to do it. You can have women. What is your number? Oh, my. They're going to tell the best because he's 3 minutes. So let's see what this is. Hold on. And this actually throws us into another singing tomorrow. This is called Chazaka de Mikvah. It's a new type of Chazaka. Not a new type. There's a bunch of different types of Chazaka, not to be confused with each other. Some of them are very, very different and no connection to what we're talking about. It's called Chazaka de Mikvah. And the animal is an Abram and a Chai. As it's alive, it's Abram and a Chai. It's Abram and a Chai. So it has a Chazaka that it's also. Right now, it's also. It's also to eat. If you take a bite out of a live cow, you're able to do right, so Abram and a Chai. So that means I continue that status of Isur. What? Status quo. Status quo. What was it? It was also, when it was alive, it was also. So now you look at it and it's dead. It still remains also. Because its status from its initial status remains. That's called Chazaka de Mikvah. Whatever I had before continues on, unless I know otherwise. If I know for a fact it was a good shkita, now I have to prove that it wasn't a good shkita. Then I have a Chazaka that it's good, until I have to prove that it's bad. But But I don't know if it's good. I don't know if this is a shkita. I'm going to say that, wow, what is this? So, okay, no questions, and let's fly. So, but Michael Mendel, but Ravuna, Domar, Behim, Chayel, but that's the issue in medicine. So that's the point. Not that it's awful. Why is it awful? Unless I can prove to the contrary that there's a good shkita. Nishkata, but once it became shafted, Harei, but that's the second. So just remember this tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to ask. We don't know this. We don't know this concept that someone has a chazaka, that chazaka continues. It's on this Gemara right here. On the Isur and on the Heter. Nishkata, Harei, but that's the second. Now that the Yishkita, it was a good shkita, so it's kosher. Now you have to tell me why, for whatever reason, the shkita that I did 20 minutes ago is no good. I'm saying because this is a time of isolation. So listen, it was a minute. Now we just switched categories of the issue continue. That's how we have to learn a little bit. It's hard to understand, but it doesn't begin to be able to fight. Everyone has stopped, and it just, but it's also. The ice also. It continues to the issue, yes, for a different reason. Now it's in the Veda. My son, because it's Amrina, this is very good. Who's also when it's alive. Because it's still in Amrina. But when it was alive, it wasn't coming. Now it became coming. We're not talking about this, we're talking about football over here. Now, okay, it's something new. We have a chazaka of that was also not a chazaka that's coming. Therefore, I agree with you that this animal that wasn't checked is also to eat, but it's not a common. You don't have to go to the mikvah. So I'm just seeing this video. Here we go. So since he didn't check, it's on a vela, and the vela is metamim, b'masa. You put it up, so it becomes tamim b'masa. Very good. Gufa. Omer Abuna is now let's go to what we just read. Omer Abuna behem b'chayim b'chas k'sisor ymed sash velo chabim menishkato. An animal, when it's alive, it's also can't take a bite out of a live animal. So Mela that is or continues on. It's called the chazaka dimikar. Mishkato b'chas k'sheter ymed. But if it had a shchita, now you made it mutar. So now that remains in. That's the status quo. The heter is the status quo. Actually, the man is grupa. As the Gemara just the lashon is not so gishmak. Why? The lema the nishchata utra, not chazaka. Once he did shchita, became mutter. What does chazaka have to do with anything? When I did shchita, it became mutter. Now it became mutzah. Why do I have to say now there's a new status quo? When I chef, it became mutter. So the Gemara, no, I need the status quo. Why? Hakamashma. The avagav is if there's a new, something new came up, something bad, something after the shkita, we decide, well, maybe it's not a good shkita, like what? In the Bible, Buddha was even not if a wolf, there we go, wolf.
Come on, Dallas. There's a lot of people listening to this. You can make more noise than that.
Now, it says in a second, at the end of the sugya, that the wolf put it back. Oh, you saw the holy name with his canine.
Fuck, yeah. It seems like fucking fun, crazy.
Now, the question is, why did the wolf bring it back?
Guys.
So this answers the question.
We find ourselves coming to beautiful Texas. We're happy to be here. Just landed. We all feel good. We're actually feel good. So let's just fucking keep this thing moving, shall we?
So now we know that. You have to know the Mitzvahs. Why would it bring it back? So what was that? if he grabs away the intestines, what the halacha? It's not it. Or what's the problem? What if the wolf showed up and punctured the intestine? Is that a trait for him? No, because he didn't do enough bidding. But if he came and bit it, so we saw that he bit it. So we know he did it. So we know that it was kosher before until the wolf showed up. All of the Zim Shem Kudu Mas. We don't know. He took it, he brought it back, and it came back with a hole. Punctured it. So this is interesting. Then we're going to go a little bit of a figure. But I assume that maybe his canine that punctured the intestine, it hits exactly in the same spot that it had a previous hole. In other words, this intestine was straight. This animal was straight before, and the wolf didn't do anything. Or no, maybe it was kosher, and the wolf made the hole. Can I say something so far out that the wolf put his tooth in the hole? Oh my leg! No, I'm not concerned that he did that. We were going to assume that it was kosher, and the wolf made a new hole in it. And we made it's kosher. You see, basically, there's a halacha that says that if you have a moist fruit that has a hole in it, we have to be concerned that maybe a snake, and we know what the whole slew of snakes now, not now, but tomorrow, maybe a snake inserted its venom into the, let's say, a watermelon. See a hole in a watermelon, maybe the snake inserted its venom in it, and realize you shouldn't be able to eat it. So you see a bird poking the hole, maybe the hole that the bird is poking into was already made, it was already there before by the fish snake. Yeah, it's even not going to pay them. I don't know about the deacon. So I have to assume that you venom in here and I don't eat this watermelon. Why? The far-fetched concern that this hole wasn't made by the bird, rather it was made by a snake, and the bird happens to be enjoying the ready-made hole and he's going straight into the watermelon. We have the famous saying. Everybody knows. What's the saying? Chamira Sakantami Surah. We're more on a sakana than an issue, meaning maybe a snake it's better. Don't even stay away from it. But when it comes to an issue, I'm not going to be so bad. Well, hey, because that was the sort of thing. We're away from a hole in a fruit to a hole in a kishka. Hole in a kishka is in the intestine. That's an issue. We're not so macro on an issue. We're more macro when it comes to your life. Let's say you're driving to Tehillah at 170 miles an hour. So we tell you, be careful. That was for us. Me coming down with Israel is a guy. Sakana Shani. Sakana is the family of Maisha is always a guy in the front. That part you understood. Sponsors, that I don't understand. This one I understand. As our global specialist in international financial services, but how new rads which they might even run. See, I go by spot of so sharp as well. Okay. Well, hey, bravo. When you don't know if it's they say, let's be mad for this, put it aside. So it's you know, we also say the same thing. We have a suffix in it. So, normally, I buy you over the shot of this room, but that's the see a difference. When people suffix kumar, which is around. If you don't know if you were coming or not, you stepped over and touched that person, and that person was just around. You have a suffix. What's that law? Suffix start. Really, suffix might be because we'll see tomorrow also. If you have water that was uncovered, you have to be concerned that a snake inserted its the poison, the famous Vilna Gaon. Today we don't have snakes and stuff. We're not on these things according to them because there's many reasons why we should be not on it. The part is one because of the snake. On it. See, there's a difference. Suffolk Tumor, which is Rabbi, is dark, but Suffolk, if it's the snake drink, what's the Suffolk is? We don't know if the snake drinks in the water or not. I don't see a snake. But have a vegan, since it was open, left open, spill it out. You don't. It's awesome. Also, this is going to be a little Saita. That's different because we learn from a Saita. What's a Saita? His husband warned her not to be Messiah, not to have yichud with another random guy. Man, said in front of two Adam, don't be Messiah. I'll just do it for you. Or what she do? She didn't listen.
I see some celebrities in the audience here.
Why is it so slow today? Okay, we have the faster version. And the bunch is Messiah. So then, for what? Then he brings it to the Samir Stolten. But where was the yichud? Rabbi said, where did the yichud happen? Then it was just only in a private, within a private domain. So that's where we learned the halachas of Tumah that in order for it to be a problem, you need to okay. That's Hiroshima. Shares would be called a weasel is holding the rat, the mouse. Yeah, it's dead, this thing. Even though its eyes are open, it looks so cute. Now, we don't know if its dead tail touched the bread, the fruit, whatever it is. But hold them, I left it. That is encouraging. Now, I have to tell you, Mike just saw it today afternoon. I'm not cheer, Philly Yeshiva. Came over and asked Natasha. I understand. If this holder, this weasel, holding a dead mouse, so then the weasel has tongue in it, and when it touches, it's pause. When it walks on its fruit, it should make the fruit come. What's the answer, everybody say? Animals cannot become tummy when they are alive. It's a good thing you're learning Daf Yomi, my good year, because we gotta brush up on how you study this here. Okay? Then I asked him about the cow and the horse. They had issues over there. Okay. This inspires. So what else is inspired your boy side? Everything. Tomorrow. I'm saying a lot of people, a bunch of people came over to me and said, wow, it popped. Usually, Eric, and anybody paying attention, 20 shekel, 5 shekel, 15 shekel, and it's one of these parts, I don't know, it's flying. And then tomorrow, it just pops out as the bumper is eating it, right? 100%. What? Yashan? I didn't see Yashan. It popped for you? I didn't see it. Mother of Shimi. Sharing with the people, the football, we got to encourage the football, something like that. We don't have to pay a touch. This is called the bread. Spoken bar. Over here, we have a suffix. Even if it's just a yachid, it's talar. All of a sudden, star. Usually, suffix when it's just a yachid, it's tamei over its star. Meaning, something might be doing a sword. Before you see, that's Amir Sakant Yusur, because over here, we have a suffix with the tail touching on, we say it's star. And if you don't know what's going on with this water, it's so now he says, I'm going to say them, I said the donations with dots and sharp. A woman, you could ask her, were you separated from another man? She could admit to it. If she admits to it, it's fine. She doesn't go through the whole thing. She just uses a ksuba, the whole thing, whatever. But you can't talk to a piece of bread. The person is the bread. The bread has no doubt. He can't answer you. And maybe I learned from the site that as you send a person that you can talk to have the conversation and ask her. Or ask him. Over here, since he can't ask a piece of bread, the male. And because he can, that's why the suffix is stopped. Let's stop over here. We'll give the Israelis time to come in. Rabbi Sad, have a wonderful evening. A good we'll see you tomorrow.
So,
If
Zach,
not,
what do you do for work?
don't fall off. When I am gone, we'll be back Be'ezer Hashem in a week.
Next week, mics, you know. What do you mean a part-time waiter? What is that? Work less than 22 hours, so I don't qualify for insurance.
Fuck 'em. Sponsor a share today. MBS
Goodness, how long have you been waiting tables for? Since my son was born, so I've been on 19, so I'm 26 now, 7 years. Wow, that's how you do the math when you have a son at 19. Pretty much, yeah. You're surviving, dude. That's how you do the math. Still with the baby mama? No. Yeah. What happened? Was it like a one night? No. One night. We were together for 4 years, and then we split up, and then she joined the military, and then she met a girl, and then now they're married.
Money rap, boy.
So she has 3 moms. It's no big. Do you regret not eating better pussy back in the day?
Mordecai, Ayoy, social yoids, social roids, the yoid, with us today, Big Spliss. We have Joseph Berman, Rizota, we'll make a seal on Svetlin.
John Lennon right here, dude.
So,
she went to the military, and let's face it, I mean, some chick ate your baby mama's pussy. What was the first? How did you find out about this? Like,
it's crazy what he did. I'm stopping now, but I don't want to go into it. He's a rocket scientist, and he's it's unbelievable. In Borough Park, at Yossi's. What is this? What boys at Yossi's.
alright, what branch of the military was she in?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I mean, I know what branch she is.
Yoshi, that's the.
Air Force, and her wife now was working. Yeah, she got her red wings after all.
Is that the? Is that the baker? Is the baker? Yeah, Yossi's Irish baker. Yeah, that's it.
Alright.
Yep.
So, how did she tell you? Did she call you from an overseas call?
About
She had a
the voice of everyone in West Hollywood. Everyone down West Hollywood, most of the Sunday seals in school. It is the caravan.
solidified that she's dating somebody that's a woman now.
He's a real robot.
She posted a picture of her holding a sign that said, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Down a roller coaster. It's incredible. And you were like, "Where are you? I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep tonight. I need somebody in always. You're joking. I cannot eat. I cannot sleep tonight. Don't waste your time on me. You're gay, and I'll never find love again. I miss you. Did you teach her a lesson?
Boston's
Did you
chief.
teach her a lesson when all this happened? You go start
Before I
fucking
forget,
dudes?
the voice of we have a guest here.
What was your answer
Sponsored
to all
breakfast.
this? I didn't have a lot of hate
And
on my back on
unfortunately,
church, man. I
someone
was just like,
dropped the ball.
whatever makes you. Oh, there you go. So you
And we
fucked
asked
up
him a
with
kilo,
Bowie. Now
so
I
he's
get
sponsored
it.
breakfast. What's your name again?
So you do.
I see you even wearing Marquette. So you even wearing empty white sweatshirt. You're scoring this beautiful bottle of wine. That reminds me, I don't know, somebody delivered, and it came, my wife ordered a bunch of schnitzel.
Oh, I get it. That's
Shabbos.
why you're burning.
At this great place called Zazis, a nice tray, it's not cheap. Okay. $5 for me, so I'll give my son, and we did not Minnesota style, not a piece left. But somebody delivered a drop plain schnitzel thing with a bunch of chicken and without a name. I have no idea, but it came perfect. We got to use it well. And whoever you are, you should know better, but I don't know who it is. It came without a name.
I wouldn't fly in because I think you'd have to leave Texas. Okay.
Somebody who's going to take credit, but I'm going to ask for where. What city did it come from? It's not from the China. It's not, oh, you're going to say it's lying?
Wow. So, Zach, anything else crazy we need to know about you? I mean, this is
The
insane.
boy side,
I
the
love your
Boston
fucking
Sea.
story. You're a really
Subscribe to the Best Museum. Daily lifestyle documentary at convenient satellite location. Okay, so I'm going to skip. Today is the day. I was super surprised by some of these results. 37 entries. Of statuses, 30 more, it's more 37. I showed 37. It's probably in the 50s even. So, but it really helped get a bunch of activity. There's over 6,000 people joining. Third double shot. Not a breakfast, not a touching. I feel it. Over 6,000 people. So, I really think it has a lot to do with people making beautiful statuses. Everybody's a winner here. Everybody. This is number 5, and the people involved here are, so it goes like this. There are people who did extremely well in the English, and people who did extremely well in Hebrew, and sometimes the combination of both. The number 1 winner did a lot better in Hebrew than he did in English. He did not bad in English. The guy who did tremendous in English, but did very poorly in Hebrew because he wasn't in Hebrew. I'll talk about it in a second. But this one, they had 2. They did 2 videos, so that's the one I only showed the Hebrew one. Here we go.
Amazing story. My wife really letting you know by Instagram down on roller coasters if she's not going down on enough things. It's mind-boggling to me that that's like a big strap on. Strap in to have that strap on. I don't know that you got it, man.
They are here.
That's a good, honest story.
Hey, what's the name? I saw them somewhere. Where are they? Where?
There's 2 stairways here, people.
Oh, so what's your name?
Craziest thing. If you're literally sitting in
Cool.
this
Can you
section,
put on status somewhere?
you can.
Yeah, people can.
They're
You
trying to
can.
come down this
Oh,
middle
you don't know.
this one.
All right. So you're number 5.
You guys haven't been out there?
Number 5.
Just getting started.
Number 4. This confused me. I just took it. I couldn't believe it. This is number 4 on my side. Just a moment.
Oh, we know Nikki. We've seen Nikki before. Come on, everybody. One more time for Nikki.
Isn't that? That was perfect. Okay, so that's number 4. Number 3, your boys have the $500 prize.
I say that because I'm bisexual.
What we sell
Yeah,
on
no, I'm saying
$500.
that I'm in a gay relationship now.
Our boys side for number 2. Number 2. This did extremely well.
Cost so much money.
Both in English and in Hebrew.
Y'all are tripping.
So short, but it did extremely well. That's one of my favorites.
So there's 2 types. There's profession. Birds have profession.
Yeah, right. There's a crowd. Exactly. I'm going to stop you right there, Nikki. Which one are you going to ask? Yeah, of course. Over here. Alright, Nikki, let's talk about it. You are fucking gayer than everything. I like your style, though. And let me tell you this. There was something about your bisexual half-gay joke that I absolutely loved. I mean, it's on the nose, but the way you said it, like there was a moment there where you
There's a guy by the name of Mary Saba.
do a lot of stand-up?
BB was mostly coming from Gabriel, the guy that gave us the home in Sion.
Joe Rogan is clearly calling in for the first time ever. That's interesting. We've never had that before. Joe, are you there? He's never done this before in the history of the show. That's incredible. Joe, are
Our number one winner, the one who started the whole thing, actually. Pizza Globalists. He got a tremendous amount of number one. Yeah, he started. I think people like that because he started, but also he worked so hard. And then there's another one. Let me just say this one. This one's great. He did like 5. Okay, so he won $2,000 thing. He got now. Raboy say. Real last thing. One of my favorites. I would have voted top 3 for sure. Is what you did this last one, but I think. But it did. Even not only changed my life, it ended my life. The cow was a great line, and many people voted for him in the English, but in Hebrew they didn't have the line. So, go ahead, you did a great job. I'm sure people came and started to you. As a bonus, I'm adding 2 more prizes, $200 each to the Bufferin that are here, and to the BB. So, Bezar says, did he really? Scott didn't show that money. Remember somebody sent this in? A chamor that's machmir.
Remind us, what do you do for work?
Okay. Serious Oiver, the fullest out more business. But this is more so than Leah. Claimo. Serious Oiver, in honor of Avadia. There's a Lemidi. Kayla Mira Stein, in honor of Shabbos Showdowns of Vicky Stein. Joseph Hellman, mouth of the Karen Sherman, Matthew Stein, and Bobby Stein. For both, I want to say a tremendous welcome to Rabbi Leader. I saw him walk in. I don't know where. The seat is taken here. Where? Oh, right in front of me. Shalom Aleichem, welcome back. The man who wears the tefillin during the shear. Everybody knows him. He sits on the left side. He's been away. So,
what do you like to spend? What do you like to have women do?
I think some surgery. No, I surgery, whatever. Disclaimer. Welcome back. Listen to the White Shots. He's set for 7 Yao Thor. Part the Benedict family. Doc Test. Oh! Mark Ashkenazi. This mass of the Murray family. She sponsors David Salomon Sefta. David Salomon, dedicated memory of the Murray of Shmuel Bar Ben. The time she broke the word. The Foundation graduated the consortium and the Alliance. And only do the sport MDY. Anonymous. That's not moving. So, guys, listen. Thank you. Benny. Anonymous. But we for Shlomo and Shem to lay back us to Yemen and the Ella Roosevelt. The Simcha. One of the sponsors are Simon. The Shlomo be Murray Belfamir. Yemen and the Ella Roosevelt and also the Chef. Weekly sponsor. Moshe and Yuki Markovich proudly supporting the Yoni Spanish. Shlomo. Arav Yaakov Belulu. Validating Yeshua Sons and Zayden families, Microsoft, Equal Zelly, 15 and 22 Zayden 14 on the with 500 upgrade to NDY 1K status. Five. Even Ishma Shingle Basket had a hit. The left Shalom, Lag Baimer, the outside. Dip. Memphis, one of the big shooting attempts that we have in the sheer. How do you call him? Phil, aka Memphis, or Memphis, aka Phil. Memphis Burn family, the memory of Walkenburn, notified the Nate in the field for the rough. Anonymous, the memory of Ben Memphis Greenwald. His own was yesterday, 20th of the year. Gustav. Oh, wow, in fact, what a Christopher Hashem. Is the George was yesterday? Done for the Almond and all? Not here. Yeah, where's the fitness? It was. You said what today's breakfast. It's okay. Yeah, I believe that. But we like to know about it each year, not the day after. We don't like anonymous. You know what? Somebody felt bad in this process to anonymous. But the song will remember on the day. It's a friend that came up. Jamie, Azulai, in honor of our sons, Jamie's coming on the trip. In honor of our son, Shlomo Yaakov, for reading the fifth part of the Pirkei Avot this Shabbat. Unbelievable. The darkest part of your life. It makes a whole message of the should be anonymous. It's supposed to first name up. I mean, Moshe Barufka undergoing heart surgery today for Ezra Hashemi's brother. Co-sponsors month 8. YK Ventures is supposed to success of all our clients. Never than the other Rosenfeld. WYK sponsors Innovations LC. He lives with the Apataya, then a steel committee. Oh, Shlomo Lazar asked me how Akira Simple Vegas doing. So I'm answering him here. I haven't spoken to him in a week and a half, but I think he's doing okay. He was with the Apataya, he just text messaged me and I forgot to answer him, so I'm answering here. Why not? Yeah, on that field committee, down with me, I told him. Hey, NDYR. Shlomo Yonatan, Ingram, Mishra Bracha. Shlomo Yonatan, Esther. Mr. Yeller, Daniel Stephen, and Ayel Esther. What? Oh, we have a candle here. We wish Mike Greenwald's father. There he goes. There's a candle, and I'm burning wax. Somebody, and I don't know his name, I got this in the mail. It came with a name, and I forgot. No, I came from another country. It's Givaldi. I'm going to burn wax, and I'm going to show you what I do with this wax. It's a whole set. It's lots of money, but it has to do with the sugya. Yeshua Ben Levi, we're holding like 14 lines from the bottom of that Zion on the base. Today, we had a little guy from starting off, we got last great sugyas that with our AI animation and pictures is going to be crystal clear like you've never seen before, and it's going to be easy and just smack. Says the Gemara, to the Levi, Lomanikar Shmon Yemen. These wild views that the Princess Binyar is very worried about it and concerned that he already had them in front of his house. Yemen. Says the Gemara. Shame Muslim repels our fears. It's a lesson of fear that human beings are fearful. Don't worry, Karina. No one ever came to me to ask me for a breakfast or an ace of what to do with sex. The wound he received from this white mule, the fire, as the Gemara, the fire, people who were injured by these mules, and they ended up living. And also, we must say, the fires. I've never seen a wound that heals. The person lived, but the wound is everlasting. As a moral, I know people that got whacked by a mule, and they lived. If we born rich, they got better. They got better. They got better. You can't say they healed. But the Casino de Lucas, more of the people which arrive Camino and coffee and a specific mule. I just took a snapshot from the video. It's a red mule, but it has white. It's very difficult. It's like a mule. It's like caught it right over there. That is the story my brother is still moving. That's where he gets his zep. So it's not a white mule. It's a red mule that has white feet. And that's why only that breed is very dangerous.
20 and 30 seconds into your set.
Says Gemara, Ein Oy Nevado.
I didn't practice anything. I get it, and that's
Oye, no, Nevado. It must be a better song. They're both like these are three beautiful words. Why or Hanina? But Felix said, means I believe that nothing but the very small. Nobody controls anything. Everything's controlled through.
I just got my 23andMe results back. It turns out I am 0.8% Nigerian, which I wasn't expecting. Anyways, here's my
That's enough.
So my skateboarding friend came up to me recently and said, guess what, man? I just mastered the inward heel. I said, the inward heel flip, is that racist? He was like, no, what are you talking about? I was like, no. I said, well, let's back it up a second. What are the lines again? First call. He said, Matt, you fucking idiot. I mean, the inward is the opposite of outward.
I think he's on a pencil. Hopefully he's going to read that. But it's not for a cycle. He's not. Everybody. Anybody wants to know what happened? That was Shrek walking with his home. Just the guy to say hello.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even watching the. This came, drove in, the route, that's beautiful. Over in Tanina. Ba'afilu Shafins. Overrides Shafin. You would think that some of this shit does. How do you say the name? Magic, sorcery. Sorcery doesn't work against. So the habits from a hydro, the Mishkan Afro, she was trying really hard to grab some dirt.
Matt, how long have you been on stand-up? 2 years.
Yeah,
on the show before? 1 year.
Yeah, everything. There's nothing besides. You can't circumvent the Rebbeinu Shalom. Even with I would think that she should have some sort of power. She's a woman, and we see that the Etzem it could circumvent, but not if it's dark. Circumvent maybe nature, maybe regular stuff. God is going to have the Mishpah Afro She really tried hard to get a little dirt from other nations. That's how you can do some real good fishing. So she's crawling on the floor. As he's walking, she's trying to
I was near traffic control
put some dirt.
in Afghanistan.
Oh my God, what are you trying to hide? What are you doing? Scurry, take, go, get the hands here. No, it's not listen, it's not going to work for you. Ain't no Nevada shit. So it's ain't a Nevada.
Fucking shady ass job, ATC.
So, yeah, here, let me show you this. So, for me, I was very emotional. My wife bought me a gift. Nice tray, which just sits in the drawer somewhere. Never use it. But why did I like it so much? When I got God, I opened it up, and my daughter is standing there. That's my wife. Daddy, what your favorite saying on it? That's how they know me as. They know me any without me. Like, wow. Touch me. How did you know that? I never say it. That's your favorite saying. Okay. So, it gave me no balance. It gave me certain, I can't explain it. Saying like, nice. They think of me like that. Everybody. They have the famous Chaim Belozer. Chaim Belozer says that if a person is in a tzarech, it's good with Chaim Belozer. If a person is in a certain situation, a bad situation is in the court, he's about to get a ruling, he's, I don't know, a cop pulls him over, whatever it is, something. If you think yourself with 100% focus, and what it means is that nothing changes where a human being doesn't have power over you. Everything is from the Vegas realm. Then it could take you out of a certain any sorrow. They say the mice said that the Biscarel was in a jeep trying to escape the Nazis. And they come to on the road, there's a roadblock by the Nazis. And this girl, I know, this wasn't sure. This was his father. This girl was a full concentration, and the Nazi, whatever it was, okay, go. And then there's another roadblock. And they asked him, what's going on here? So the roadblock, what are you doing? How come you're not shaking? He goes, I thought thinking this one thing. So that's big powers. Focus more. You that story, told the spin, told everybody in the team. Go focus. They don't know about it. Why is it called Kishuf? Shofin. Shema Kishuf Amali Shemala. Basically, weaken. The upper echelons, basically going, you do things against nature. So you see that the Kishuf does have power, so to speak, against nature. So it's more shouting at the Panino than Kishuf. You're right. Kishuf couldn't work against somebody, but not against the Panino who has many skills. This is the boy side. Before we go into the sugya, very interesting sugya. Take this. This is a piece. Everybody should think about this and know this. No one gets a boo-boo, a little bang on his finger in this world. Allah and everything has a husband. There's a reason for everything. Even something as simple as a little scrape, a little burn, a little something with your finger. You know the look at the very Malamata. Allah in case of using Allah Malamaya has to be green. That belly is going to bang his finger. Last night I was chasing a mosquito with one of those, and I got it. So I look at the curtain, I'm like, okay, here it goes. Boom, but I whacked my finger right there. I was like, dang it. I was like, this thing up and make it explain to him. I like one of these, like, I thought, oh, it's nail gonna come up. It's so hard. I was thinking the mosquito escaped. Mine was like this video. We have a video today. It's like, you think you tennis racket. Nothing. I didn't hear a zap, nothing. Just my fingers out. Hey, another look at my mouth. A zet from Hashem, not a kiss from Hashem. I got a key from my Xbox from Hashem. שנאמר מהשם מצא לי גבר כולנו ואגו מהיום דארק. You'll never understand Hashem's ways. Zam Nico. Rat's if you can remember. The person cuts his finger. He's drilling something into the wall, but it slips and he gets a little blood comes out. That's the blood of a carbon. It's like the dam of Arla. Amarava, let me ruin it for you. It's only if you stop your right toe, not your left, your right toe. And it must have been the second time that it happened. Yossi Rubenstein sent me this. I don't know where he got it from. It says, there's the whole. First of all, I like that little stomach going on. It's like it goes to feed. Listen, I come back from America. You swear at Yossi. I love it. You know, AI said take that off. No, you gotta enhance it. Square. You go to your bed. Oh, there he is. It's like, it's in sugar. Somebody asked me this is the stepping on the logo also counts for Nico Fisher, Nico Shane. No, nobody asked that. Nobody asked that. Not yet. Go. I'll be the first.
Actually, I'm terrified.
Todo Yemena Nico Shane. You're the also is bar mitzvah. So says Rob, it has to be three things. You think you're going to make a carbon, but you get a little boo on your
shower.
No. It's only your right toe, twice in a row. Do it for bar mitzvah. So everybody asks, oh, do it for bar mitzvah. How do you stub your toe? Ain't shit for the bar mitzvah. It's like it. What? Two things in the talk. So he says, they say that when he's going, he had a machshava, he had a bad hearer or something like that. And then does the Omra Lev, and he thinks the Yom of the Bessal position, he never did a matzi on bread that wasn't his. In other words, he never enjoyed somebody else's thing. He wanted to earn it himself. When we own, I have to say, this famous measures, the very famous measures, tonight, remember this, says that Rabbi Yudon, with a few of his friends, came to collect money, and Rabbi Yudon was very depressed because he used to give him money, and this year he didn't have any money. He didn't have money. We have to do this. He said, sell our fields. He said, and he gave him the money from whatever he sold, he gave him that. The other half, he took his cow and started back. And there's a big pit in the field, and the cow finds in the pit of book. It's like it's the only cow he has left. And a regular person would say, wow, what's up with what I'm doing? I'm giving all my money, giving whatever I have to the people. And a minute later, the cow breaks its foot. She goes into the pit, and he pulls the cow out of the pit. And as he's pulling the cow out of the pit, he finds a treasure. With a tremendous amount of coins. And he said a lesson, Tavasi Nisgor Regel Tavasi Nisgor Regel. My parents took good for my good. Well, in other words, everything that the devil does, you take your finger and you cut it. Finger, whatever it is, so that, I don't know, maybe I won't see the treasure from the spot, maybe I'll see it later, but it's always been covered. So, tomorrow, whatever it says, okay, when we go down on that day, until days, I guess he became bar mitzvah, and then the Suda says, he never benefited, he wouldn't take any money from his fathers, he wanted to be completely independent. Omar, so here we go. Beautiful studio. Today we're going to learn about a lot of different stuff. Hopefully we get to the end. We're going to learn about a knife that's heated up. That's how we're going to start off the Sugya hot knife. We're going to talk about something called China Mitzvah, which most people have no clue what it is. Sugya. Good. A mitzvah, you know what it is. Think about it. You know what it is. What about if you do shkita with a knife that's another design? Which shkita is a knife? A knife that has trefa, a knife that's shafted. Think about this. You shaft an animal, it happens all the time. Something's doing over here. Hold on. No, I don't know. Fine, fine. Okay. So, just to tell you, find out later that it's trace. That affects the knife? What do you say? No? Believe it or not, it affects the knife. You can't check another carbon afterwards. Another animal. No, today. The guy's in a shop place, he's checking, then he finds out the animal's trace. How long does it have it? It can have it 30 times. So what do you do? So what's the more? The halacha. You have to watch the knife in between shkita. I didn't know. The guy called up to Rabbi Weissman and said, hey, yes, you want no knife. You can have it in shkita. What about my face? What about chickens? It's a short out. You go like this. 60 a minute or whatever it is. So whatever it's different. There's not so many trades. So these are things we're going to see today. How many knives does a shepherd need? 3. It's so interesting. Okay, so let's see. Other things. How much more? Lee Ben Sarkin. Let's pull out our knife here. Hit. No, it's just this not the one belly. He's so nervous that it's going to slip. You put this under a fire, and it turns red. Rice is red. You know, it says white. It means red. Red hot. Red hot. What the thing says? When I put it on the animal's neck, the feet is shafting it, not the knife. I want to get shafted by a slice, not by the puree. See, you go right through the animal's neck. That's not shkita. Well, my friend, even talking to Shulchan Aruch, he's not a chair. It's a good shkita. This is super important. This is what we're going to be discussing. We need to understand what happens first. In a millisecond level. What happened first? Was the neck cut by the sharpness of the knife or by the heat of the knife? And that makes if the heat came first, it's not a good shkita. If the sharpness of the knife first, and then only afterwards this heat, then something else, then it's fine. And then we'll see, beautiful nafkaminas here. Has to be more, if you do the cutting everything, you should know that the sharpness goes first on a millisecond, a millionth of a second before the heat. It's the sharpness of the knife first. It makes even sense logically. I can hear that physically. There's a physical cut from the knife, and the heat only catches up a second later. Has to be more, but this is lovely. Everybody agrees if I take a pork, I take a cigarette, and I puncture the animal's sumana, its trachea, its esophagus, with a cigarette, the animal's going to trace it. If I take a hot knife, I take this part of the knife, not the sharp part of the knife, this entire part. Right over there, which is boiling hot, and I put it on the trachea. It burns, it sizzles, it goes. At that moment, I made it a trait. A moment later, I cut through the second segment. I'm talking about in a millisecond thing. What happened first? You're right. The sharpness comes first. So I went sharp, I chefed it. But a millisecond later, the side of the knife touches that tight that I just cut. Bela It got burned. Became a trachea. A millisecond later, it cuts the second center, the esophagus. By that time, it's too late. I already broke. I already caused damage. I already put my signature on the first center, and I made it a trachea. Why is that not a problem? So what if I cut? No. It's not saying when I cut because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to chef. I'm not supposed to burn. I hear what you're saying, yeah? After I cut the first cement. Okay? Besides, if I burn the first cement, you mentioned that I made a trade? I just burned the first cement after I cut it, but I didn't finish my shkita. The first cement before I finished my shkita. I started shkita, I cut pipe number 1, burned it, and then cut pipe number 2.
Wow, yeah, you really showed her. Making a human life. Catch us all next week on Impractical Joker.
I'm not going to do it now.
What the fuck are you talking about? I got
At the end of the day, you're taking the neck of the bird and of the animal and you're bending it back like this. This is what they do even on the machine today. On the box, they call it a box. They have this $100,000 pneumatic box that grabs the cow and flips it over and completely immobilized and moves it. Piece of metal underneath the neck of the cow and it pulls the neck backwards. And it puts a tremendous strain on this pipe. If I take a knife and I cut this pipe, what's going to happen? It's going to pop open. Says the Gemara, when I cut the pipe, this trachea splits to both sides and doesn't allow the knife to burn it. There's no burn. It's not touching the pipe. The knife never hits the sides of the trachea because there's such there's a hole, there's tension on both sides. The only thing I thought about it, and whatever. Sometimes when you cut a tablecloth, you take it over here like this, and you put a scissor down the middle, you go like this, about the tablecloth. It pulls to the side. The scissor is never touching either side of the tablecloth. It's just hitting the area of the pot, but that's it. So says the Gemara. It's a shkita of mir b'chrava. It never has a chance. Consider the two sides. Here we have video. Actually, why am I saying this? Now everything's in video. This is the Gemara's question. And you have a half bird. Nobody's never done in history. All this brand new, MDY. Look at that. As he cuts, he's burning the sides. You want to say, he didn't get through the road, whatever it is, he certainly didn't get for the next. So, Simon, this is neck. You know? Because I would like it to pop open sooner, but anyway, what the point is that it splits to the side. It goes away from the knife in this picture, and it doesn't have a chance to sizzle and burn. Barely. Leaping chops the Yehika butt. No, that's the song. The opposite. Talking about leaving south and what if the top word? What if he made it in red hot? Is he young to or not? There's a top say it's awesome. So it's worse to do it hot. But people say that again. It's hot, it's okay. So before we go into this little thing over here.
Chinese delivery.
So I got this gift there. I'm going to put this away, maybe.
How old are you?
Here, Betty.
32 years old. You're a grown man with the spirit of, I feel like you're underestimating a 7th grader, although it's 7th grader now.
So let me see. Gershon, are you able to move up there? Gershon, are you able to show over here?
My goodness. You like John's hardworking Indian man.
comes with the set. This is a wax seal. So it has everything wide indented over here. And then you take the hot wax and you put this on the hot wax and you can seal it. This is, I'm going to say this is what the city's talking about. We're talking about branding. This is not like branding, and it's perfect size because this is the size I'm talking about, that you're talking about. It's a grist. More or less, this size is the size of Sriracha. So let's do this for a second. So we'll see later on. So I just heated this up. I'm pouring. You got it? Wow. Wow, it's perfect. I'm just going to pick this up. I don't know if that's going to work out so well. Maybe I should do it earlier. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. Turn around the camera now, Goshen. Do more? Okay. So here goes. No. So one side, if somebody gets a whack with a piece of metal, somebody hits them really hard. Forget if it's hot or not. It's not hot. It's just cold. Goes like this. And it's this size. Let's for argument's sake, let's call this a grist. Okay, it's the size of some sort of coin. This size. And as it heals, it turns color, and it looks like Sriracha. So you go to the claim. Now, if you didn't get a whack, one day you wake up, a person wakes up, and finds a weird color on his skin. Go to the claim. The claim is Nazgul. Meaning the claim says, let's turn this off. The claim says you need to go. I need to put you in seclusion in Nazgul for a week. I'm going to check it out in another week. It comes back in a week. Quarantine, tell me about this, what's this new one called? Antivirus. So antivirus, you shouldn't know, I think it should be another test. But I'm saying it's strong. Okay. So, of course, I was going to sleep. America attacks Iran, and we're going to Morocco on Sunday. No, it was a left tap, says Trump. It was a left tap. It's a bizarre left. It's a left tap. You smoke a lot of pot? Yes. Really? How often? Every day? Left tap. When you wake up, you smoke pot? Absolutely. Just on Monday, not on Sunday, please. Left tap. We need to stick a left. That's the language. That's the language the Iranians understand. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. What's that? Okay. I'll take them out. What? So something about, so like this. The boys are in the middle of the thing. Yeah? Very, very geschmack. You see the Sriracha, you go to the car, who's taking one of it? Back, Rabbi Shimon comes back, checks it out, go in for a second. 2 weeks. Nothing changed. It's a second. And when it comes on top of a whack, that's called shkin. It's called shkin. I'm going to give you what the word not called. Shkin. And that is a maximum of 1 inch. You don't see if there's anything. Here's right there. Did it spread? No. Go home. Something else. Same exact. exact thing. Just rather than it happening from a whack, it happened from a bird. Looks like this is very
continuously running like David Goggins right out of him.
very hot. They go like this. Then you know how it goes. There's a whole process of that starts healing. It turns colored. Once it turns white. And all of a sudden, oh, it looks like it's a wrap. Go for the plane. Same exact thing. 1 week, after a week, it didn't change, it didn't grow. Not to rest, go home. Instead of 2 weeks. What if he gets a whack? Gets a whack. And then he gets a burn on the same exact area. Because he's experimenting with his system. So anything else crazy we need to know about you? And then he that hurt in the same exact spot. So we go by the second one, not by the first one. It's called, that would be a burn, not a skin. If the burn happens first, yeah, but I'll just explain a second. I'm saying the idea, then I'll explain why it's an arena. Let's say he gets a burn, and then he gets a whack. What comes second? The whack? The bang? So we go, it's skin, it's a bang. If the bang happened first, and then a burn, it's the burn, it's a mitzvah. Because it's very, very important. What if you got a half a circle, not a full circle? Half a gris is not enough. So he has a half a gris over here, and then he has another half a gris. So if you got a half a he gets a half a circle on the right. A bang. And then 2 days later, he gets another half a circle of a bang. The 2 circles get together. 2 halves make a whole. That's a mitzvah. What if he gets a half a circle burn, and then the left side half a circle burn? It's a burn. What if he gets 1 and 1? No burn. They don't combine. A half a burn and a half a bang, no combination. What if he got half and then got a whole? You have to know it for another half, and then you got a, let's say you got a half. The right side is a bang. The left side was a burn, and then another half a burn. Again, let's say the one on the right, you got a half a circle of bang. And then the left side, you got a half a circle of burn. They don't go together. But then you got a half a circle of bang. On the left side, they go together because the second one was a bang. Let's say it was the opposite. You got a half a circle bang. Then you got another half a circle bang. But on the opposite of the bang, you got a burn. So that turns into a burn. The burn and the bang don't go together. That's the whole secret. And I have a video of it. I'll show you a video. You probably look. He's being shackled. So now here comes the question that has everything to do with our knife. We're going to bring a riot from the skin knife. Well, this piece of metal was heated up and gave the guy a whack. It's a whack and a burn together. Which one is first? What do we say by a knife or by side? What's first? The cut comes before the heat. So maybe the bang comes before the heat, and you're going to say, well, wait a minute. Cut is a sharp. Is a sharp as the edge of the knife, and this is a blunt object. That's where it's at. But that's all we're getting to. We have a video, not the video, of a guy getting a bang, then he gets a burn. There he goes.
2 years, started in Houston, but now you live here in Dallas? Yeah, I grew up here. Yeah, what part of town did you grow up in? Mid-cities. First the Mid-cities. Interesting stuff. Cheering for the Mid-cities. I think we have a lot of people from like Mesquite out here tonight. Maybe a couple of other flips.
So the right side is red. Red is a bang in our video for us, at least for MDY. White is, if anybody got burned, that's a little bit different. That's like, these 2 things, half bang, half burn, half shin. Right side is shin, half mitzvah on the left. Do they combine? No, they do not combine. Half and half don't combine. What happens if he has shin? He got a bang in the right, or on the left. But then afterwards, the burn turned into a bang. He bangs it. So this does combine. Get a bang and a bang. Get a bang, and it's coming. What if it started out, the left side started out as a bang? So now, you think, he has a full shear, a full wrist, a circle of bang. He's coming. But then, this ball comes over and gets it branded. So it turns into a mid-ball. It turns into a burn. A burn and a bang do not combine in Melee's card. So the word asks, what happened? We can't do it before, right? But here, so get to this. No, to get to this. He heated this up, and he wrapped it in the hand on a half a circle on the left half. Did the bang come before the heat, or the heat came before the bang? If the heat comes first, then the guy is coming. Why? Because the bang came second. And then you have a situation where it's chin and chin. Because it came second. Second always wins. But if the second thing was the heat, was the burn, so the shin came first, then comes the mid-bus second, and then you have a situation where it is half and half. It's, sorry, this. What we thought. So you guys can talk. You know what to do from now on. And then the singers over. Says Gemara, he bought a deep in Shabbos boy. He has a red hot piece of metal, but he also gave him blunt force. Mishum shkin nidoy or mishum mikva nidoy. Dr. Epstein, what is it called when a guy gets blunt force trauma? 7.5 years ago, he spoke it out. I was in the middle of the sugya, and he said, blunt force trauma. And I turned the camera to me. I was watching this game last night. Yeah. Didn't say that.
Well, why'd you get a colonoscopy? You get a little mouthfeel stuff up there.
It wasn't my choice.
The man has given up. Yeah. Mash Mishum.
Flashlight your balls like Steve.
Mishum Shtini though? Or Mishum Mishini though? Do we look at it as
Why'd you get a colonoscopy?
as a burn? What do you call it? One trauma? Or a mitzvah is in a burn, even the mind of you know what the difference. They're going to tell you. Shinu mitzvah, mitzvah b'shabuah. If a person has one trauma or a burn, you only do rescue in 1 week, not 2 weeks. Which they see monem, and there's two things that have to occur in order to become tummy, to say one of them, like here, or with this way, if it spreads. They don't know coconut puzzle. Once again, I forgot. But there's a parasha that talks about shkin, 5 psukim, and then there's a parasha right afterwards that talks about dalarah, another 5 psukim that talks about mitzvah. The question is, if they're identical in halacha, why not just say shkin or mitzvah in one pasuk, and then you could say 5 psukim. It's one parasha, two. What? You need 2 seconds. Very simple. The teacher sees signs that they're very, very different. I need 2 parashiyos for it. Why? Because they're different. And do not combine a mitzvah with a shkin and a shkin with a mitzvah. Different. Never seems to happen. Betania, he's just going to do mitzvah. What's the difference? Look at it, this is simple Rabbi Yisai. 1/4 or 1 piece. Obviously, even if you take a piece of wood that's a little more, you give a guy a whack, a bat, it's going to be 1/4. And same thing with the stone. Big yabes. The leftover from these olives, they have a little piece of that. Sometimes it's very and the hot fat stuff very. That's not real fire. That's fake stuff. Because obviously, so much to do. If it's over fire, then it's 1/4. Last year, I've encouraged to take the lead right out of its source. It's a little warm, but not enough to be considered something like burnt. That's 1/4. What's considered a burn? Mitzvah the gafer is beremet. If you got burnt by a coal, beremet specific. No, Sid is a plaster. Wine.
Oh, yeah, you've been dating her for 3 years.
Sid was that. It's just like you want. No. Oh, Remy. Okay, Remy. Yeah. Fire. Anything very boiling hot from a fire. The whole thing. Let's see, tell me over boiling water, which I told you before when I was 2 years old. The thing is, with the Sarabim, I was sticking mischievous, as if it was a little bit more than mischievous, or stickers. I got on a cabinet at 2 years old, opened up the habit, I poured it on myself. I was around for 2 weeks, fortunately I don't have any brewing scars, but they had a tie my hands to the bed for 2 weeks. So, as a public service announcement, be careful, kids do crazy things.
Skype every night, like you do
FaceTime
every night.
Shkina mitzvah. Rabbi said we learned all this in Chazara. Shkina mitzvah, you have to do 2 things: a wound, a blunt force, and a burn. Instant by doing mitzvah. If the blunt force is first, so the mitzvah is shkina. So then the blunt force. So whatever comes second cancels out the first thing. So in this case, the burn, it cancels the blunt force. And it's the skin is second. If the skin is second, so the skin is without the burn. The thinking of it. The Rabbi, that's a risk skin these days. He's at the circle of right. And even Chappos, the Rika, heated up a piece of metal. They give him a lot. So there's 2 things going on at the same time. There's a 1/4 of burn. Another bit this up. And it so happened to be the size of a half of this. On the left side, another project, he viewed as the blunt force first, was the upper without the and the burn comes second. So second beats it. So therefore, you have half that's a blunt force, half that's a fire, that's a burn, and they don't go together. That was a mitzvah. So we start right on that. Half the color, on the left side, the burn came first. Also, on the left side comes the blunt force. Second afterwards. And because it's second, it cancels out the third. And then you have left side that is blunt force, right side that is blunt force. That was the same when you started on the 2 sides. I was like, that's a good right. And now it's Sylvia. There. So, people started with it. There, that same thing. The red hat, right? That's blunt force plus it's a burn. It's a couple. She does a chair. We view it as blunt force. You do this because when you do that, the force comes before the heat. How about the comments? You see the blunt force comes before, and the microscopic in a millisecond slow motion camera, you'll see that the force comes before the burn. So the Gemara, heated, shining, because it's so hot, there is no, it's so sharp, it's so sharp, there is no heat on the sharpness, says Rashi. And therefore, the 1/4, all you have on the sharpness is the 1/4, you have almost no heat on that sharpness. It's a microscopic, the heat comes later on, the sharpness comes first. Leaving chopper, the Eagle Boy.
Like, if I had an amazing dick, I wouldn't be here right now. You know what I mean? I'd be out doing amazing things, don't stop that amazing dick.
Oh, yeah, at the show. How in the world does somebody get a blister? We're in the business of teaching how things happen. Not everybody knows. So I'll start off by saying like this. It's known that Yushamis love hot nipples. They love hot nipples. In fact, they say, the guy up here to Gehenna. Go up to Gehenna. They put him in Gehenna. And he says, oh, it's too cold. It's too cold in here. It's too cold. They'll bring you to the second Madura of Gehenna. They bring him up. Oh, it's too cold. It's too cold. So you're the third, finally get to the second Madura of Gehenna, the top level. They put him in there, and they turn on the oven. He goes away this. So now that you know that one, here we go. This is Mr. Yashami. 2 cigarettes.
How old are you?
27.
27. How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 years on tour.
6 years.
Wow, listen to all those white sluts over there. Wake up.
Okay, anyways, it comes with the heater. The heater mark. Fine. That part was gonna go with that. So that's how you asked me how you got it. It's about this point. It might not be too loud. Okay, let's take a mistake. Understand that. It's not for the accuracy. It's for the Porsche, man, we've been traveling vehicle boy. Here we have another price version. Anyway, somebody was there. You know, if I say, first comes
So you're really 100% gay, right?
to be considered burning out of plus four. I'm about to cover. See that first comes the blunt force, then comes the burn, and burn wins. That's why we decide that it's a burn, not a blunt force. From Miami, the Bison drugs is using the point. In other words, it's considered if somebody stabs somebody with a knife, it's yeah. In other words,
you're resting on this one right here.
all we have there, we consider a stab blunt force because it comes from the point of the knife. I mean, the sharpness, I mean, all we have is almost not going to run over. Second, you see your voice. Second job is Zara. What's doing this? What's going on here? You have a knife with Zara. What's up with the Zara? Your voice is also behind up. So how can I use it? The answer is because he's a mechanic. Second job is Zara. What doing this? I'm allowed to speak. You're also allowed to speak back. But now I'm benefit from it later on to dissect this animal off into pieces. More delicious with alcohol. So what is every you can do a bunch of things with. You can use it as a tractor, as something that brings kids that has cats. But also for me, if you're going to limit it to one out of the three things, you just made it worth less. And making it less is the opposite of having an offer. That's how we learn. That's a in a lot of your room. By breaking something, what about Shabbos? Are you allowed to shut on Shabbos? Absolutely not. Because you're on Shabbos, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. The answer is, the Shabbos, it has to do with your Melechus Hashem, is what you want. And at that point, you want a dead animal. You want a stuffed animal. So really, that was like but it can. What the Zohar has to do with, I need to say something like to some guests. Let's do it quickly. Shalom Aleichem, say hello to you. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. What do you Shalom Aleichem want to get? We have more. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Montreal.
Disgusting.
Left falafel place.
So what else? What are some hobbies that you keep up with since you're basically under like house arrest or something?
It's in Hebrew, doctor. Whatever. Okay. Anybody else want to say hello?
You like to garden?
We have 2 minutes to do the other thing.
That is
Oh, so what's your name?
indeed love working with
Yeah.
dirty nose.
But I don't remember. I don't think.
Anyway, how long have you been gardening for? What do you do in the garden?
I like potted plants. Okay. No, your brother? Okay. Yeah, $2
Very interesting. We've been doing it 6 years, and it came out. So thank you so much, man. Another great fucking comedian up here.
That's a lot of now you do something positive, then you know how to use other stuff. So grow up, but I can flip it. Sometimes it's also, sometimes it's missing. In either way. Problem translation also. When is it 100% also to shut the door? Is that right? When it's about to die. It's about to die. It's about to die. So now now you do something positive with the Arizona cup. Sometimes I have a situation where you light a cup, but I think the Kanye Obama. Sometimes you want to give a guy a nice gift. You want to give a king a massive, I don't know, what's it called? Not me, that's going to be sort of roast. Another one makes it that rounded, giant piece of meat. Prime rib. So you give a smack a piece like this. You go and you chop it up into small pieces. You ruin the, it's not as special. So then you're allowed to use the knife because now you're mefaka. Asking tomorrow what's going on, everybody claims from communities on the knife of the Avodah Zarah. It has some also fats from non-kosher animals, from Avodah Zarah animals. Says the Gemara, it's an Avodah Zarah knife, but the Hadasha is brand new in the back. This is more impossible, the peasant days. It's impossible because it's brand new in the back by a Dutch Wolf, Specialist International Financial Services. That's kind of red, which let me read the Rossi, Sarah, the Baspana, so Shapa Hadasha, Baylor is small, Baylor is active, and the Shanka is Zara. If it doesn't turn out Zara until you use it as a Zara, it's right in the back, you didn't use it yet. It's not Zara and so we have two answers. The boy said with the person thing was a lot of Zara. You use it by Zara, but the countries. For countries, there's no oil on it, there's no fat. And Mela now is using it for kosher, so you don't have an issue with fat, but some of Zara. The boy said it's a Shabbos, so this will do it. He did deep. You put it under the fire. It's 100% of it. You use that in for 2 years. But you took out all the fats. And you don't have an issue of fats. And now you're using it for kosher. Are you not using it for kosher or not? Check out this beautiful picture you want to send over. When you cut into the animal with a knife, what's going to happen? The knife is going to touch the sides of the neck. Everything the knife goes through is touching pieces of the animal. Pieces absorb non-kosher or fats. So what do? Two options. Either, check this out, it's beautiful. You cut it with a thin slice. Or all the red that you see here was touched by a straight knife, by a Avodah knife. All you need to do is take a slicer, cut off one tiny sliver of meat, and then you get to go. Rather my nose is not. Just wash it with cold water, and you get to go. Just wash it with cold water. You have to see, when you cut into the animal, is it cold? And that's always a struggle with gas. Is it hot? Obviously, Dad, you can put your hand there and see, is it hot or cold? The question is, there is some heat, but it's not really Yatsi legacy. And the question is that heat, and because of the whole situation of the shkita, does it pull the fats out of the knife? Is it enough to pull the fats out of the knife into the meat? So maybe that's not like loy. So I could say, let's finish because we're over now into the show. The Gemara is just going to say, I don't want to write it either way. I'll go with you. It's very hot. Mando Makayla, Shakir now makes a lot of sense. It's very hot. You got to pick up the skill. Mando really did, but why is it cold water enough?
Guys, first of all, I was right.
I love this Russian. The body is busy. It's busy chucking blood out. It's like, like on a Navy ship. They have these or like when they try to hire a ship. So one of the defense mechanisms is a bunch of water, massive hoses. They hold down. If the body's chucking blood out, it doesn't allow you to come in. And now, a beautiful warrior, Miles Peterman says that one of the big challenges of that Shannon and Nabi Yeshua, I'm speaking of Nabi Yeshua, is that when you're a beautiful shot, the first thing they do is, where can I go listen to the shazah? How do I stick it into my drugs? That's a big problem because my machine, you're not thinking the best for yourself. You're not internalizing it. You're just thinking, hold on, how am I going to say it into my gut? And then he says, and even this part that I just said, when I heard it, the first thing he says, how am I put it into my drug? And that's what it says here. I didn't treat the Simon like cookie down. You're trying to give the power. You don't absorb it yourself. Think the army, the Kulama, it's a shit excitement. So, and you could also say, no, the shkita is pretty, it's war, but there's nothing that's going to pull fats into it. I'm not going to be a shafir for it. It's obvious why you put water. There's enough. Why do you have to pick up the slither? Who knows what's going on there scientifically? The pressure of the night, life causes it to absorb. Let's do one little piece here, so there's not that much. Second trade, but what about a knife that shifted a animal? What happens every trade is going to be shifting in a shot place. He's going to have a trade that come out from his knife. The concern is that fat from a fake animal went into my knife, and now I have fake fat in my knife, and I'm shifting the next animal. Go to the next animal. The common just wash it up with water, how long it's time with cold water. The hill is feeling excited. And now what there is, you want cold water. Big and Benissa. That was slapped us. The frost that's a little rough. You could then you can just wipe it down with the shmata, and you don't need to wash it up with water. She told me the nicest is what they do today. You wash it over with cold water, or you just so I asked him, what about wiping on the ear of the animal? He said, yes, you can do that, but we don't like doing that because our knives are very delicate and it can ruin the knife. But in the shkita, you can do it and not confuse the person. Why do you need hot water from the Kabbalah Yisura? You're going to tell me the reason why you need hot water is because it absorbs bad fats. Unbelievable. When I'm checking, everyone's with animals. It's a live animal. I went through it in the car. That absorbs into my knife. And it's balancing the door. When does it absorb? When it gets heated up, and it's going to find one. It's a second after the shkita. I shaita, they bury on it. Then it's already no longer able to fly. It's already dead. And there's no issues. Oh, they're going to fly. The boys say about the Shabbos, 10 or 1. See you there. Have a wonderful Shabbos, a wonderful day. Where is the Swiss? Spreading throughout the shit today.
Wow. Kaplan, you're so fucking awesome, dude. Every time you're on this show, you do so good. Anything else we need to know about you, or any big updates on that? I gotta do a car accident. Oh, yeah? What happened? You got run over by an ice cream truck?
Hey,
No, what happened? You got fucking straight into those fucking airbags.
Good morning, Rabbi Shai. נשמע שממרות שיש בסמורתאי היום 5 יום שהם 5 שבועות לא באים חפ אחולן הריין חפ אחולן רבוי Isai full volume on sold out in 3 days. Now there's 3 documents left open for sponsorship volume 2 volume 1 is about it. It's a much better product. It's getting better and better. And Bezer Hashem in Cleveland value too. Every tour is gonna have a lot of colored pictures. I mentioned it. We have pictures from Russia and plus all our pictures before the. This Chaval that I didn't translate it into English. I'll just try to translate as best as I can. My name is Amichai Lipstein. I live in Eli in Binyamin. I'm with MDY from the beginning of Shavuos, so about a year ago. I was exposed to Yeshua because my friend Oded Harosh, who interviewed you for what happened? He interviewed me for Hidabrut, beautiful shiurim. Any person that I start a conversation about Torah, I always ask him if he does the daf. And does he listen to your shir? Baruch Hashem, I was able to bring a bunch of people to the shir, and hopefully one day I'll open up a satellite location over here in our yeshua. But above all, he saved my life. Since I left yeshiva, I was looking for a way to learn that would fit my style. And everything that I tried wasn't really whatever. But your daf gave back the geschmack of learning and the will to learn every single day. But more than that, when I started the daf, it was right after a long, recuperation from an injury I sustained in Gaza. She gave me chizuk and the will to keep on going. Baruch Hashem, I'm healthy and whole today. With that person tremendous person for you and all of MDY for the rest of my life. I just did 2 months of miluim in Lebanon on the first lines. You have the front lines. You can't understand the chizuk that there's in the daf. I was Baruch Hashem Zohar to learn the daf every single day. Which Baruch helped me to find time. The boys say he found time in the front lines in Lebanon. So in the hardest and the most packed days of warfare, I was able to learn the daf. Thank you, Rebelli. Amichai. Here he is. Picture of Amichai. The London Sierra, Boyside, packed house. Michael Chesel described Everglades using terms learned in Menachos. Beautiful place. Cleveland Seal, more than 40 people joined the Cleveland Seal. Most unbelievable, Boyside. Cleveland Seal. Manchester Seal. Growing. Believe it or not. What's this? Manchester. Wow. We got instruments going. Look, they're all wearing MDY shirts over there. Unbelievable. Look at that. Wow. Woo. Manchester. Talk about. Smack the dash. She released me with Chavero. Beautiful. Oh, this is also not in English. Okay, we gotta get this in English. There's a new satellite location device for this. This I left out yesterday. This is very important for both. This is a what? 21 is English. Oh.
Now, regarding the song, thanks to yesterday on the Shia V'Yizari, it's a song that my brother Yancy composed. And the lyrics are not Avrokas Neres. For Shabbos, it's a different Avrokas Neres. It's a film from the show. It's a present in Avrokas Neres of Hanukkah. Okay, it's not Avrokas Neres before Shabbos, and a woman does the same thing.
Say it before we get it before. Let's say it. We're done. You can do it.
Anyway, Rebelli, I love your shir every day. And I tagged a lot of friends of mine to start
How did he start? As he was singing it, I got on stage and said, "You got to start the shir." Okay, that's enough. This is it doesn't happen often. From a common learner, I just got this morning. My father, Rashi Didi Learner, was with you yesterday. I want to tell you a story that could be mechaz a lot of people. It should be a spus for him and his neshama. This is him. He came to the shop here in Israel. Yeah, they're in the wheelchairs. It's Sunday. This past Sunday, he was lying and he was on oxygen. He was respirator. My mother and my brother were standing next to him. He started pointing to a certain his ear. He was trying to tell us that he wants to hear something. My brother asked him, "You want to hear a shir?" He says, "Yes." "You want to hear the shir?" This one shir. No. "You want to hear a shiur?" And he said, "Yes." "You want to hear a shir of art?" He says, "No." "You want to hear of Rav Stefanski?" "Yes." So he's lying there, Munsham, on a respirator with his Suri ear. He was listening to your shir. My uncle was at the Levaya, and my uncle told me the story. I said, "Okay, fine." I sent it to Dave. I said, "This is what he said." But this is from the son. During Shiva, he felt that he has to write me an email. This is the last time we were able to communicate with him. In the last year, they had tremendous Yisurim. Shir for him was a Karen of a thing of light. How do you say Karen? Beam of light, a ray of light. They gave him the kayak to keep on going. And I want to say thank you in his name and in the name of the whole Mishpacha. The kayak, that's a kaira. A common learner. It's Rabbi Zitmunam. He's mentioned that. I didn't put in that picture. There's a picture of him, okay. He was laying there. I didn't realize. Long time. Okay. Well, no, I saw pictures. I see him laying in the bed with the respirator. So I'm not going to show that picture, but I didn't read until the email. So the beginning of the email, it's running this year. What? Yeah, you say that. I put in this picture. He's smiling here. It's schmack. Rabbi Isai, Smir Simon, the suicide, Margaret Business League, the official edition of Miwan Shas, the Mesefta, Zevin Yal Shoah, the Perek, the Benedict family. We're going to miss very much. Back out of the trip on us. Maybe they could still come. Shaya, Yaroslavets, the Zephanish, Daf, Zion, Ishti, Hinda, my wife, Hinda, Miriam, Basilion, and Zev, and Shalom, Zion Davis, Bashar Name. Sponsors, the Mesefta, David Salomon, dedicated memory of Murray, Shmuel, Baruch, Ben Rupainsi, Doy. The Vashi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all the deep support of New York. Anonymous. That's not the rules of Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous, the three to four stem and Arifus Yom, to live assessed, Yemen and Daniela, Rosenfeld, Luis Simcha. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor of Fushtem Obi Murray Beth Premier, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, also monthly sponsored by Nos Mishacha. Weekly sponsors Moishi and Ruchi, Market Valley supporting the film in Spanish. Shlema, of Yaakov Ben Lulu, the Lishmas are Chaim Gedali Ben Yeshua of Ahara. You go on there, first year's over 1,000 views, second year up 150. I can't complain. 150 is 150 more than we had before. It's all in Spanish. But we're a boy side. Keep on pushing them. If you have any Spanish friends, if you have any Mexican workers, just let them know about it. Juggins, hi the families. Mazel Tov to Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter's Zypher 14 on the 500th dot. Halfway to MDY, one-page status. Unified, leading Fishmas, showing the box of every field. Gotta get any way to get those numbers up. Little Fishmas, showing the box of every field. Mechel Allah Shalom. Lag Boimer, the yard side. Unified. Ruben Chaim Goodwin. Javier Rachel in the whole court. And with the K. The cover the Kamianskis, I guess. Thank you for making our Aliyah settling in much easier. Anonymous, did you get into this battle? That's number one in Aliyah. Is that this thing? Anonymous, I love you, Anonymous. Everyone, thanks for Mark the Groskov. I'm Gilbert Hoffman and Abrumi measure for a great seal in Mishpah Devra is unbelievable. Anonymous, the merit of a smooth operation. From Rivka, Rachama, Bat, Simcha by your parents, Rachma, and Simcha by your parents. Omei, Moshe Gutman, in honor. Moshe, wow. Not the first time sitting in that seat. In honor of my wife and kids who keep on cheering me on, MGY Gutman. I know. What's the real name? Moshe David. Wow. MDY Gutman. The real Yisrael Gutman. MDY Goldstein. Is MDY Gutman or is MDY Goldstein? What does he do the down? That's the title. You don't know, I gave a shearing Satnit. Nisim. Yeah? Wow. That looks real, Jeremiah. Do you have some real money you make stick there? Nisim Basali. So he's saying that it wasn't even Satnit, it's a bunch of look bags from Karen Linders. Okay? No, there's a lot of it. Nisim Basalian and family in memory of Shlomo, Ben, Moshe, and Chana Bat Nisim. Anonymous, gratitude to Hashem because he does incredible things for us. No, gratitude because he, even not incredible. We're alive. We don't write books called incredible. I'm just breathing. We write books incredible for incredible. I know that's the most giving you and him. Please dialogue for the merit of the force. Incredibles 3. How Nachman Seltzer breathes every day. That's noticeable. Yeah, it should be over. Please dialogue. It should, but there isn't. For the merit of our first name, for Kino, I'm Ezra Ben Rachel. Alicia, that's the center name. Alicia and Pesci Ruben, Lili Nishmat, our son. Wow. Yonatan Mordechai Ben Alicia Tzadok on his 10th yard side. He's a shomer, should have an aliyah. Mordechai's positive family relations, our father and grandfather. Yisrael Ari Ben Rabbi Shayohu, Sapazim Zikrona Rafa. Harry Zinstein, a complete first name of the Shmuel Yaakov Ben Rafa Amen. Co-sponsors HYK Ventures schools for success. Of all of our clients, Yona Daniela Rosenfeld, Rafa Bekarnasa, MDY Kids sponsor, monthly innovation associates, this right here, Simple Ben Fega. And if you use this class, Yafakaya, MDY Coffee Corner, month, cover that field. The committee, that named me a thing. Was it worth it? Is it working? The kids just not working. Rabbi said we have a tremendous daf, a lot of Agadah. Huh? Oh, MDYR. The first name, Tanaita Mebasham Bracha, the first name of Ben Esther, the first Ayela Daniel Zeh, Ben Ayela Esther. We're holding that bubble base, paid, Yeshua Ben Zerus. What's going on there? Why is it taking more and more time to start the share? What? Allah is sponsors for that. Hey, stop. What's the next word? Hey, maybe Shlomo singers. You know the song? We'll sing it. Hey, maybe Shlomo singers. Touch of a man, his name is Shlomo singers. Ben Chomet Sharif Meir. He was the son of Meir's father. In other words, he was his brother-in-law. Yeshua Ben Zerus is Meir's brother-in-law, not a simple man. He gave testimony to Rebbe. Tells Rebbe, I saw with my own eyes, the Meir Shachal Allah Sheyara. He ate a leaf of vegetables without giving Meisim in Beit Shan. Beit Shan, not like today. Beit Shan is outside of Eretz Yisrael, closer to Israel. and I saw the mayor eating some meat without taking Meiser. As the Gemara is going to describe later on, if he testifies, he's not. Maybe the mayor did it and he didn't pay attention. Maybe the mayor whispered something. No. He's testifying. This is Yeshua ben Zerus. He knows what he's talking about. And he's testifying that in that Bet Shan is not Eretz Yisrael, like the Moshe, like Eli, like right outside, like you don't have to take Meiser over there. So just to give you just a spoiler for you, Bet Shan was one Eretz Yisrael. When Christ came into Eretz Yisrael the first time out of Mitzrayim, they captured it, they conquered it, it became Eretz Yisrael. The second time around, when they had to do it again, when they came back from Babel, they did not conquer it. And therefore, it's possible that in this time, when Remei wasn't considered Eretz Yisrael, we don't have to take Meiser. Rebbe hears this testimony. Rebbe is based on this testimony of an individual. He says from today on, that Shan is Kutzlar. Tell the story. You don't have to make my opinion. All of what happens typically when this happens, something like that. Try to pass it now. Certain city in Eretz Yisrael is now. What's going to happen? The Doilim are going to come out. He's one of the Doilim. Nobody can take. Nobody's out. I'm a drug gadol. All of Echel, his brothers, his father's mishpacha. Allah, nothing shall be sefa. Ba'avei shall be sefa. Why are you starting something new? Your fathers, your forefathers, Nagul by Isur. They all took Meiser over there. Where do you come from? Like all of a sudden making up a new halacha? Dorish Lahem Nikulza. So Rebbe says, no. I get it. And then think about it. I should have had my child again. Rebbe and these are all the meal, big people. Dorish Lahem Nikulza. He says, you find something similar in the Torah, in the Navi, where things didn't happen for generations. Comes somebody in the new generation and takes charge and changes a certain thing. Where do we see? The Chitas, the Chashan, and the Pesach. Try to say it 10 times in a row. The Chitas, the Chashan, and the Pesach. There was the copper snake in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. People were dying, smokes is with the snake. They look up to Shemayim, they see the Tzimaramas, and they do tshuva, and they stop dying. So people over the generations, they like this copper snake. It's not a real snake. It's not a cobra. It's something that symbolizes healing and then connection to the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's a nice thing. Until those days, unfortunately, people took it to the next step. It was good in one generation, the next day all of a sudden it becomes about Moses, the snake, and people start bringing things to this, start traveling from all over the world toward the snake. So Chizkiah, the Kitas Nechashan of Moshe, Chizkiah the king, a big tzaddik, son of a big rock. He starts breaking the snake. He breaks the snake, and he puts the snake down. He calls him a nechushta. A copper thing like that. A lesson of desire. Since it has no value. In Yiddish, the snake is a nothing. Why is it looked up to him? Because they don't have a trick. It's look up to Shemayim to the snake. But the snake itself is not a healer. Which one is the healer? Let's break it. It's causing too much sunlight. People are going and then they're worshiping it. So Rebbe says, Efshar Bo also, when they hear it, Chizkiya's great-grandfather, I don't even know how many generations, but great-great-great-grandfather, also, was a tzaddik, destroyed a lot of Avodah Zarah, right? He destroyed this piece of Avodah Zarah. There is Shafat, also son, we had him yesterday, right? Shafat, the tzaddik. We're going to be here having a Shafat, then you do what you do. Minute got me signing for your dining, like, who are you today? All of a sudden, Rebbe, you decide, and not Rebbe Chizkiya, you decide to break stuff. Valley Kol Avodah Zarah should also be Shabbat Birim. Understand? Between us and your Shafat, they destroyed everything. If you think this is Avodah Zarah, then you should. You wouldn't be greater than them. That is the snake, yeah. Imagine if we had the actual snake today, like in a museum in Jerusalem. So what happened after Zion went off on the top? They shuffled, and also they gave something, they left something over for their grandson to break through it. Oh, what does that mean? It's a bizarre. So you have to say the shot is they didn't do it deliberately. They missed it. No. That's not what I'm saying. It wasn't bizarre. It was oversight on their part. So because both who did it, that somebody else could have something. You can't take everything for yourself. Yeah, they talk about it. They talk, I know. They talk about it. I know. That's one shot. Nothing uniquely a voice that was gathered by his Rebbe. He wrote the Mishnah. She's just in the Mishnah. But I needed something to be great with. So my greatness, my forefathers left me Bet Shan. I took care of Bet Shan. I said it's good stuff. Says Gemara, in this case, Yeshua Zera says something that seems very off. Trying to say that a city that we were knowing is not Eretz Yisrael. Coming saying that it's not Eretz Yisrael. What's the first reaction? Your first reaction should be kick him out of here, take him, time down, and tell him to retract immediately. You're saying shtusa. Retract. Mikhail without a public shabbat bar lefa. She'ain mezidin oisel. We don't force him to retract. So now we have real shyness that mean the same thing. It's just very similar. It's a play on words. But I mean, some people say it's not mezidin as to retract. It means ein mezidin oisel. You don't ignore it. Because take it seriously. Sometimes the problem comes in. It's just a silly thing. Your first reaction is to laugh at it. No. Don't ignore him. Bari law, ein mezidin oisel. Don't say, oh, what about Gaiva? He comes in here. He says that it's who are you? Generations, you know, it's destroyed. Rebbe took it seriously. And Rebbe changed it based on his testimony. It's a lesson of to separate. You shouldn't separate the Choshen from the Kohen Gadol. Where's the Choshen? Don't separate it from him. Don't separate him from his pshat. He said, this is what it is. This is my testimony. Don't force it. Don't abandon him. He's not loyal. Hashem is not going to abandon Christ. So even though you do terrible things, command everyone to speak in this time. Rabbi is cookie ali. And the time, the tremendous amount of Gaiba, Rabbi Machoyim Yisrael causes Machoyim, Gaiba causes Machoyim. But Rabbeinu, the greatest honor, at the same time was the greatest what? The greatest Bal Torah. And the most Torah. Like it goes together, the Anava and the Torah. Masculine Rabbi Rabbi Shimon Tazi. So Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Shimon Tazi asked the question. What are you talking about? How can Rabbi say that China is not Eretz Yisrael? So if you have a pencil, I would just
Because Irish over here means they didn't, how do you say, to arrest, to chase out, to drive out, to expel. Oh, they didn't expel. The guys, what? Thank you. See, sometimes you don't know why you hear these words and they come back to Torah later on in life. Menashe, Beishan, Kaisha took over it. Child. They didn't expel the Goy from there. But it says that they captured the chance. That's been said. There's and all the accompanying little stuff that all around it. So it's a kasha. No, it's not the other word. Shimon and Yakim Shimon Revelazim and Badas. Shema Mishum Revelazim and Shemor. He missed. The kasha missed a simple thing that Rav Shimon and Yakim said in the name of Revelazim and Badas. Shema Mishum Revelazim and Shemor. So if you heard this last night, don't jump in here. I want to point something out, something interesting. Who's Revelazim and Badas? He says it in the name of Revelazim. Who are these two people? Super interesting. Revelazim and Badas is what? Very good. How do you know? Yeah, you're right. What's your name? Remind me again. Shemalayim. It's not the first time here. So who's Revelazim and Shemor? And Amari also? God. So listen to this. Revelazim and Badas is right. Revelazim and Badas is the official Amoira called Revelazim. Every time it says Revelazim as an Amoira, because sometimes you see him arguing with another Amoira, so you know he's an Amoira. He live in a different generation. So that's Revelazim and Badas. The official Revelazim, when it says Amar Revelazim, it's Revelazim and Shemua. Here you have both of them in one sentence, and it's the names. You have to say the names. You can't say Revelazim, Shemua, and Revelazim. This is Revelazim and Badas. The Amoira, the famous Amoira Revelazim. Oh, sorry? Yeah, because sometimes an Amoira is usually called Revelazim, but sometimes it's called Revelazim. So, etc. So, Rebbe Revelazim and Badas. Let's say the name of Revelazim and Shemua. Harbe Krach and Kipshu Oile Mitzrayim and Kipshu Oile Baba. Bet-Shan was captured in the first round when Baisra came out of Mitzrayim. But later on, Kipshu Oile Baba, Bet-Shan was one of these cities that were not recaptured. So what's the difference? Because so far, we should return the kitchen, the shop, the kitchen, also love it. Do not have a drama on me now. Because we're going into that guy in 10 seconds. It's a 1 minute thing. There's something called Kedusha forever and Kedusha not forever. The first time around when they came in, the Kedusha didn't last. So Bet-Shan had a Kedusha, it was part of their instruction, but it didn't last. Baisra, unfortunately, went to Babel. They went to Babel. When they came back from Babel, then whatever they captured lasted. But guess what? They didn't recapture Bet-Shan. So Bet-Shan at one point, it says in the concept, they captured Bet-Shan. You're right, they captured it the first time around. So they didn't capture the second time around. So they didn't have to do the second time around. Why didn't they capture the second time around? So right there, why capture it? That's a very good reason. They needed a way for the poor people to survive Shemitah. If nobody's planting because it's us for you to plant, what do? See that? Yevul. It's right there next to Eretz Yisrael. We don't capture it, so that's a lot of Kutzlar. And now I can plant in Shemitah. Now the poor people have what they need. Really amazing photography. Make sure you at least, if nothing else, at least check it out on your way. It's not a loophole. That's the whole point. It's not Eretz Yisrael. A loophole means that it's Eretz Yisrael, and today, to Shemitah, I'm going to sell it and consider it Chutzlar. I'm never capturing it. I never captured it, and it remains Chutzlar 100%. It's not a loophole. Why is it a loophole? It's not a trick. I'm just not going to capture it. 100%. But I don't have to capture it. That's not a loophole. If I don't buy something, that's a loophole. If I sell something for Pesach, if I don't buy something, check it.
I don't buy pizza Erev Pesach, so I'm not gonna have comments. I'm not in my freezer. Wow, what a loophole! I didn't buy it. It's not mine. If I don't capture it, it's not Israel. It's not Israel. No, it wasn't. It was only given whatever he captures is given. Whatever we don't capture is not given. Didn't. But Bachan is outside. Guys, it's not the Bachan that you think of. It's outside. It's like in Syria. What? Exactly. I think you're thinking that the Bachan is in the center of Israel, and they didn't capture it, so it's like a. No, it's on the outskirts of Israel. It's like Eilat. Think about it as Eilat. They didn't go as far as Eilat. They decided to stop right here. So that stayed outside. They could have. The first time they went further, the second time here. Hold on, what are you saying? Alan, what? No, it is yours. They didn't capture it. It's not. They didn't get it right. They didn't make it part of Eretz Yisrael. But you don't like it when you don't. No, you have to do that. You have to do stuff. The whole idea of Shemitah is that Hashem will take care of you. Well, you, yes. I have to worry about that. I have to worry about that. Let me do stuff. Once the good stories are coming out. Where's the vitamin? He's about the thing. Shloit the Vaisheni. After Vaisheni. You know what asking these kashas. Go to another Magashir. Whenever the feeling comes. Or mayor, all of the Almudaf. This is a simple question. A few questions, and we get into that gossip. Oh, here. Yeah, all David's in the booth, so check it out. So let me say, it's really make change. The mayor, what did he eat? He ate a leaf. You're allowed to eat a leaf. The boy said, you only have to, first of all, yeah, what are you chayiv at Tumas HaMaisos when they write? So only bagan, pure meat, so wheat, wine, and oil. But besides that, he ate, as you're eating, if you're eating achilas aray, you're picking, there's a tomato that didn't have a gemar malacha. What's the gemar malacha? You make a pile and you smooth it out. You put it into a package. He grabbed he's eating achilas aray. It's not chayiv HaMaisos. Remember, all about it. So you didn't even need a tomato, you need a leaf. Oh, my leg. No, we're talking about mice now. Nothing to do with Shemitah. It's something else. Don't mix the two. We're talking about mice. We're talking about mice. Oh, my leg. Ma'aguda. He ate it from a package. It was already tied together as one, and that's it. That's the Gemar Malacha. Usnan, Yor Kanegad. If it's the type of vegetable that, typically speaking, you put together in a package, Mishiyogi, so once you tie them together, it's Gemar Malacha. Okay, fine. And this is that got right here. This leads us into the full everything. And this year is a Galita. We're doing a lot of that. Maybe Meir simply wasn't paying attention, and he grabbed something off a plate, and he forgot to take Maisa. Oh, that's impossible. If the animal of Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, as the Gemara is going to talk about, what happened? And Baruch Hu doesn't allow the animal to eat without Meiser. Tzaddikim answer like Balshin, so Tzaddik, Pinchas ben Yair himself, or if Meir himself, he's going to eat without taking Meiser. So that's the third time we have that story, and the Gemara is going to have to tell us the story. But the Gemara has been doing Yisrael Alei Mimokim Acher. And maybe he had in mind, I have a package of tomatoes at home. So when I get home, I'm going to use one of those tomatoes as meiser. Meanwhile, I'm going to eat this. No, impossible. He's a chav. He's a person who's a tzaddik, who's makbid. He's makbid to tahara. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't take true of something that's not next to the Paris right here. It has to be next to it. You don't have to be mafresh. You don't have to separate it. Look at a bunch of fruit and look. The ones on the right, I'm going to use as truma. The one on the left, I'm going to eat. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he did true some on the spot. This is Rabbi Yeshua ben Zayun. If he says he saw, he knows what he's talking about. If that's what happened, the mayor was looking over there and he did over there, Rabbi Yeshua ben Zayun would have noticed it. He knows all the tricks. He's done it himself. He knows what's also. It's impossible that he's saying this whole, the whole list of the Chazanish. And he didn't know it. He would have noticed. You know, if the brisker is saying maybe. It's not what happened. Fine? So just remember this because I want to point out on our show and on the things. Maybe you look at a plate and see these okay. The true nice one will take these two on the left side, on the right side, and on the left side. It's such a thing. Says, here's the story. My bank says, what's going on there? This behemoth that doesn't niche and prove some ice. Says the more of the story, there was a person in the yard, the people's dreams. The guys worked 11 hours of production, like unbelievable, of crazy. The investment in time and energy, you'll see it at the end of the year of a Shogunov video. The whole thing, what they can do with this work in a day, it's unbelievable. Minutes of just this whole story, in a nutshell. For kids, you show that kid will remember this forever. And there's one mistake in the video, one schmucking mistake. Let's see if we can pick it up.
Good New York boy from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Beautiful Dallas, Texas.
They're in the video. He was going to redeem somebody.
Hell yeah, you even get your own drum
Pigeon
set.
swing, I just saw, not 2-3 days ago, there's a real pigeon swing. I forgot what happened. They arrested in Colombia. They arrested a guy, and they just need, so if you give $20,000, they won't kill him or something. But you want to kill him? No, you only have to come up with a certain amount of money, and then that's crazy. Oh, he's kidnapped or something. No, you're talking about a different thing. The Sisha guy they just found him. Yeah, in Colombia. That's something else. There's another guy that I forgot what it is. They said, you just need X amount of money and we just get him out of there. And they put on the shoe. I think it's on the penis swing. He said, the guy said it's a real penis swing. Other day, you know he's a hara. So he's walking with his donkey, he's doing penis swing. And there's a river in front of him. Other day, he tells the river, Kaloikin, Nefaba, Chris Yamsov, out. Don't Chris Yamsov, he's not as well. I want to get the book. On the right, so the river, the side of the river, the Spanish hill. At the oil of glasses, the same thing. Guess what? Who says you're better than me? You're going to do a great mitzvah for you. But on the oil of glasses, the same thing. What I do every day, that the water goes through. All I'm doing is, Ratzon Hashem. Not the self-abase and self-abase. Who knows if you maybe they won't accept your redemption. What I'm doing is, ain't something makes me day by day. I need to continue doing Ratzon Hashem. You have to play like save Johnson. Yeah, you have no choice over here. If you don't split the water, because around your level, the average will come by water. You can do Ratzon Hashem for the next 5 minutes, but that's it. You're going to be done. Life. If it's up to me, I can stop you forever. So if you want to do Ratzon Hashem, you want to do Ratzon Hashem, open up right now. Okay? That's it. Sounds scary. See, open. It's crazy. I don't doubt it. I'm very busy with this one. Somebody with a really mitzvah. Nothing neat. From outside. And when I want you to open up the water again for this guy. The rich also. He's doing it. One Arab dude was with them, like accompanying them, helping him out, showing him the way. I want you to open the water for him. And later, that person give me the volume. Oh, look at these Jews. When they need them, they use them, but as soon as they don't need them, they duck them on the side and others side of the river. I don't need to fill up that man. Open up the water. Split the river. Always split the river. Baba Yosef had enough of government motion that she can Baba. Look at him. The Moshe Rabbeinu and 600,000 people that are kind of what's going on there? Look, Chris Yancey's the greatest miracle that ever happened. And, I mean, from the greatest, I'm not judging the numbers. It's Chris Yancey. We have a whole Seder about it. And then in the 50th yard, many generations later, he says, that was before Matan Torah. Probably started in so once we have the Torah, things we always start from a different position. Starting from a position of Torah, from the mitzvahs and Torah, it's different. It's easier. You know? Also, Chazimno. What is Zimno? Moshe Rabbeinu was only able to do once. So in here, the 50th yard did 3 times. There's more Zimno Hapanami, studies Zimno over here, maybe. Close one. Hello, Moshe Rabbeinu. Maybe it means to say that he was as great as, not greater, as great as Moshe Rabbeinu, and 600 doesn't use it. The kids are the mice that continues equal. He gets the name. Runaway, sorry, the Chamara today, they're like, refuel your car, over there you refuel your donkey to give them barley. They all bop. Refuse to eat. So, the first time I read it, I thought it meant like they beat him up. Taftinu, Rashi says, means they didn't equally. They took the barley and they said, maybe it's not good crowd. Rashi says, it's impossible that they separated the shaft from they sifted it, but on a simple level to make it better to eat. Because it has to be those chayiv b'maisa. Otherwise, this whole story wouldn't exist. And it won't be chayiv b'maisa if it's in the first stage of where you have to separate the shaft, but it's not edible. You know that it's edible. Just swap it. Maybe it's the best. So put it through a sifter of barley, the ready-made barley. Just make sure there's no stones in there. Well, he never used it. Like Reno said, he said, okay, well, maybe there's some. They looked through it to see what's going on. Well, it's good. All the rules, I think we have something going on here. You know what last one? Possibly you don't think mice are? Sweet of that. He went ahead, he took Meiser, and he ate. The donkey ate. He took Meiser from this barley, and the donkey started eating. All I need is you. This donkey, this poor donkey, look, that's the same thing. She's going to do Pidyon Shmuri. Back then, I'm feeling what you said to all of them. I can't believe it. Try to feed him. Yeah. So, I want to tell you a fascinating marshal. Anybody that hears the question is going to be blown away. But I do have a marshal. It's small and interesting like this one. The marshal has the cash over here. I understand. If the Gemara says that her mayor could look at the nicer, could look at a plate and say, that side of the plate is nicer, that side of the plate I'm going to eat. Why did the donkey do that? The donkey could have eaten the food by himself. So it's a cash over. What do you mean? How can a donkey take nicer from this and that? Okay, there's a bunch of theories of that. There's a Noda Yehuda. Somebody came to the Noda talked about this. He takes this Marshal's question seriously, at least for his part. Somebody came over to him and said that the Bachram used to get Yamin. Yamin is they used to give tag, Yamin, tag, it's the same word, Yamin, tag. I guess in Europe, tag. Balmadim would give food to the Buffin, she was Buffin. So, Martin says, the buffer, he ate the entire plate. He didn't leave anything over the plate. Like in the Trump's video. Really impressed. He's the only time, Shaw asked a question when he cleaned up on days. How come the donkey didn't do his own medicine? So the shot is very question. The donkey made a point. If there's a plate in front of you, then the 20%, 10% of the plate I don't need. So the guys tomorrow is going to give you 10% less. And he's going to have to take medicine out. So every day he's going to say, oh, the donkey's not eating. How much I give him that much? I give him less. He says, no, he's Shiva guy. Doesn't eat the whole thing plate. Tomorrow you're going to give him less. So you want to show. Anyways, when he took him our first question, seriously, Shomalei, what's your name? Remind me your name? Shomalei, you're from? Shomalei, I saw you in Park City. The ganze Shomalei, what's your name? What's your name? From? Baltimore. Were you at that Baltimore Museum or is you're in Israel already? You Mechazik that Baltimore, you got to be Mechazik. Baltimore, it's Israel. A lot of people do the doctors, but don't. What's your name? From? Switzerland. Landsman. I hope myself a stick of Swiss. Yeah. Stefanski. And you, so play him. Yeah, I know. What's your name? Again? Show anything. Okay. So tomorrow, sponsor a doctor. Global Specialist in the National Financial Services, I'm Lurad, for Shtemi Ross, priority of Ascon, was a shop on this rest. The Rina Chaiba, what is the donkey, to eat something that has nicer, but not. I would get the zero for the behavior. If somebody purchases mine, now obviously, if you're going to purchase food from the store, I don't care who you give it to. You give it to your animal, you have to take nicer from it. But if you're going to purchase mine, which is food that you buy from an Amaretz, you're not sure if you can choose some ice cream. This depends. If I purchase it specifically for animal feed, then you buy the Kabachloirois, Bisham and Linair, Bisham and Los. There's a payload. I like this nice. This guy comes in through Ben Gurion over here with like giant bags. So the guy asks him over there, what's in the bag? It says bird feed. So let me open it up. Rips it open, it's geschmack of coffee. Not bird feed. He says, listen, I give it to my bird. If he wants to eat it, he eats it. If he doesn't want to eat it, he doesn't eat it. The carry there, you're still in there. You should have lost some basic kalim. If it's all stuff for sardines, flour for your height, or oil to do for your light or for dishes. Talk about that. You don't have to take my. So, but here also, if you bought this fruit, this barley for the animals, she's bought it. So Mar says, "Read my law." But if you're on, they say no, it's the person who's feeling the behemoth. That's because if you purchase it initially for the animals, if you bought it for your own consumption and then you decided you wanted barley for your child, you say, I have a bunch of barley, let me give it to my animal, then it's too late. Then how you last it? I just love this lesson in places, top places. It raises rabbi and Mishanim, he does it. The donkey is popular. The donkey is popular, but the donkey is a machmer. It's a more machmer. It's a more the Galatian. But why do I love it? Because sometimes if you're a donkey and you have chumras, you train a donkey. The chumras don't help you become a mensch. I mean, if you're a adam and you have chumras, but first you have to be a mensch. You must come right now, so. Huh? So more than we have to have a new van. It's the Midas van. It's a more of a machmirim. It's a good lesson. Kamar Machmir. Right, Tosis says it. The Machmir Anasha. It's a Kamar with a lot of chumras. It's a big Kamar. It's unbelievable. Maybe. No, I was just gonna know from them. Kamar Machmir. Right. We're not even like design. Right. Oh, yeah, they speak about it. They speak about it. That's the kasha with the Malam you're asking. Yeah. But I didn't understand the kasha about because you have to do your status. It's the same thing. You have to act as sort of like, say, oh, my cows are not going to eat. They're not going to eat gezel. They're not going to eat this. Right. And why do they have to muzzle? I know, but they ask why do they have to muzzle? But they ask why do you muzzle them? Don't muzzle. They're not going to eat. Okay, so then we have this is so. Latanya, and if you have a pencil, you should write the word beneath this. You write above the word Latanya. It's not a question, it's a raya. Latanya. If you take food from the marketplace, to eat. And then later on you decide to give your animal already said, look, eat the do not use it for your animals. You must take myself. Shona Rebbe heard that Pinchas ben Yair is coming. No back. Oh. This is a Chamor Machmir. Where did he get that from? Who sent it? There's a Chamor Machmir. Someone's made it. Very nice. Sometimes it's back in the day. That was like the AI that we had. They made a little picture and like, wow. Comments from Matzah Tishma. Comments from Matzah says, "Ulekachtem lachem, three each other, kain, tamarim, v'anachim tzaviz, v'eitzarava." And they even tell you where it is. By Yikra Chav Gimel, it's probably not there. Okay, good about it. So, okay, Gemara. That's how you could tell. Like, I really had a question on a certain. There's a picture from. I don't remember if it was Rishon, but it was here or something. I was like, is this AI or not? And then when you zoom into the sides, the words are upside down, and then you know that it's AI. Shona Rebbe. He ran out towards him. This video that I'm about to show you has literally every word of the story. It's crazy. Please do me a favor. I want you to come eat by me. He says, sure, I'll come in. As we're going to see at the end of the story, Pinchas ben Yair has a minhag he doesn't eat by anybody. He said yes to Rebbe. The Rebbe is Gol Adar, wealthiest man in the generation, greatest gadol, tzaddik, Rebbeinu HaKadosh, I'll eat by you. So Rebbe is so excited. What are you so happy? What do you think? As mother, I know I'm not going to eat by you. Of course I'm going to eat by you. You spoke Deutsch, man. The Kadosh. So there's a myriad of places here. Every places, but we do every places. I'll just do one more line and then I'll read the places. Yesh, he says, Yesh wrote to Beilah. There are many people who want to invite people, but they don't have. He says, Taisves. I hope I have it here. Yeah, Taises. Why are they considered Gdoshim if they don't invite you? The fact that he just invites you, he says, please come to me, and then you say, no, I'm Dafnish. Okay, fine, Dafnish. But you want him to say Dafnish. What? Yeah. Okay, fine, that's sorry. So fine, I'll just say it over here and start saying, when people have busha, that busha, just from the fact they want, even though they don't want, that itself, you can consider Gdoshim, even if they're not so good, as we see. But let me just say this, so we'll get there, I'll say it again. Right. Jesus says it. the Sahara that he can't. No, the next one he's saying. Yeshlo, Ben Reutz, he has. He doesn't want to get. Let's say the story about Rebbe I couldn't really figure out who it was, but let's say it's Rebbe Kamenetsky's at somebody's house. And the guy offered him tea. He says, my doctor doesn't allow me. So when he left, his person said, what is doctor? When did the doctor say he can't eat? He says, my doctor's the Rambam. And the Rambam says if somebody doesn't have enough to even feed themselves, not allowed to eat. So my doctor doesn't let me eat. Okay? Listen, if you want people to believe your stories, you have to believe everybody else's stories. Yes, they're very right. There are people who have, but they're just too stingy, and if they don't want, see, don't eat bread with somebody that has a bad eye, stingy. Don't have a fiber for unbelievable food. Look, Shar, Benashi Kenu has a bitterness in his neshama. The Chorah will say Yarmala. He's going to tell you, come eat. Believe in Bali. He's not with you. Yeah, it says, Shemazin is Kavir Lepel. He's a Kaddish because the Maisa, you eat by him, and he doesn't really want you there, but he still has a Kusha. He's going to show him his Makshah because he invited you out of embarrassment. That's the right to yes, the fact. But you, Rebbe, I know you have the ability, you're the wealthiest man of the generation, and you also want me to be. Me, I'm a very big rush. The Muslim mystic of Torah, I gotta run, get this guy out of captivity. When I get back, on the way back, I'll come in, what do you think happened on the way back? What do you think? You think you ever made it there? Is that the story? You have the inspiration now. You gotta act on it now. You never know what's gonna happen on the way back, on the next day, the next day. No. He also. See, he's on his way back. He's a man of his word. Isrami, it happened. All the Israel, this Isrami is a big word. Isrami just happened. It's not just happened. His Borkus, Masmin, the Chukat, the what? He took the wrong door. All the Israel that are coming big. There were also a bunch of fools and Doberman Finchers, white donkeys. The worst. These white donkeys are killers. Malchamav is Beveza. In the video, when he says Malchamav is Beveza, you understand it's confusing. All of a sudden, it turns into Malchamav. He has animals of death over here, dangerous stuff outside of his house. But he has it. So you think I'm going to eat by him? Shoma Rebbe, you heard that he's refusing to come in. Nothing happened. He ran after him. What's the problem? I'm going to sell them. You know, I sell them because you're creating a stumbling block somebody else. I'll make them hefker. What do you mean hefker? You have these white donkeys running around the streets killing hundreds of people. You're making more heads. I could do something, chop off the bottom of the rooms, whatever. They're not going to be dangerous. You can talk about a but that is going to create a sign for the animal. That's freedom. So what should be the answer? I'll kill them. What should be the answer? No, there's no Tzar Chayim when you kill an animal. You say, if you kill humanely, there's no Tzar Chayim. Just one is another problem. It's about passion. You're getting value. Did I say donkey? These are not donkeys. These are real. They have them around still? Dangerous? Oh, they're wild oranges? They live here as well? Maybe that's the thing I caught in TikTok. I caught a white mules. You needed them to work. Take care of them, I don't know. Sorry. What? So he didn't give up. asked him again and again. Go back to Benayim. So a miracle mountain went in between them, and that was it, protected them. Rebbe started crying. His Baruch helped out Rav Pinchas Ben Yair that he couldn't come to my house. He saw the mules. He went in the wrong door. So certainly, when after they die, His Baruch protects them. Tzaddikim are greater in their death more than in their life. And the Gemara goes into the whole thing here. So let me just show you the video now before I forget. The boys have a seat. Okay, everybody together. Okay, Rabbi Sai, Yishkoya, we have a new song here. How it's covered? How's it going, Yaakov? No? Let me show you a Givaldic video. We gotta finish this here. Oh, yeah. Allah. That's a mistake. Maybe it happened. Maybe. And let's say, a lot of work. Go ahead. Okay, let's just finish up over here. Oh, but even Kogan, do you have time? Oh, okay. We went to a lake. Shinema, Bayi Kogan, they were in the middle of burying a Russia. We named rowing inside the group, and all of a sudden we see the army of Moab coming. The famous story. They dropped the body they used to bury in a cave, so it was open, and they threw the body into the cave. And this Russian touches and he touches the bones of Elisha. And the Russian wakes up Vayokamalai. So what do you see from here? It's amazing by touching Elisha. But when Elisha was alive, the Ben Asulamas had to do something. He had to put his hand. He lied on him, breathed the whole thing. And over there is just the touch. So you see that he's greater when he's dead. We gave Elisha a prophet that he's gonna do double the kiss on Mason as himself. And Eliyahu Navi did one kiss on Mason. We see that when you see me go up, then you'll not. Oh, you have doubles me. And they made all the reason why. He woke up with Chris Mason. Wasn't Elisha's horse, it was Eliyahu Navi. What kind of brothers and what kind of Chris Mason is it? If he didn't even get to go to his house, I'll tell you real quickly. Every time I see this, and I said to Mike, because it's a crazy story. There's a guy, his name is Donnie Herbert. He's a firefighter. Look it up, a firefighter. I think he's famous. They wrote a book about him. He was trying to put out a fire in America somewhere, and he fell through the roof. And he was in a coma for 10 years. For 10 years, he was out cold. And one day, he wakes up, and he starts talking full sentences. And he told his family exactly what happened the night, that day, where he was and why he fell. And he had shoes with his kids, the whole thing, everything. And after 24 hours, right back into the coma. And then he died a little later. Rabbi Greenman. Hold on. Shock is coming, then we can do all this. Well, you know that's his name? There's a missing of a person after such a. So over here, no, just remind you, he's dead, completely dead. He wakes up for what? Just for a few moments. So you can walk away from Elisha, and then he drops. He's dead again. Imagine the family, the shoes with the firefighter, the whole thing, everything's Givaldic. He's got it. She says like this. Over my time. So, but how was it that Elisha did to Kisa Mesa? It says the Gemara Gomer B'Yochanan. Shuriba Tzaras Nachamon. She's cool Kames. If you remember yesterday, we had this. The Gemara says it was a katana that was a nahara. The Gemara says you had the contradictions. What does the Gemara say? She was a katana, the minoirin. This is the katana that told this the general of Iran. He had Tzaras. He says, why don't you try Elisha? He's going to heal your Tzaras. And this is what happened, boys. I like the little small things in the videos. You want to do it? Or you don't want to cheat. You don't want to cheat.
שתלך לגדול בנהר הירדן 7 פעמים. לא רק שהוא לא יוצא, אלא הוא ממליץ לי על הנהר הפשוט הזה. אדוני המפקד, הגענו עד לכאן. אולי תנסה בכל זאת ללכת.
Came up to here, we should try it anyway. He's not happy that at least going to come outside to greet him. This is the best part right here. Sharifa Tziras Namo. So that's Kis HaMesim. She's Shkul Kemes, because somebody else Tziras is like a dead person. Remember, I don't know Kemes. So you see in the Torah considers someone with Tziras as dead person. So Rabbi Side, have a wonderful.
It's right here, everybody. David Cook. Live in the flesh. Come on, one more time. Good love for David Cook, everybody.
So I used to work at Guitar Center. And I worked in the audio department, so I sold microphones. We had everything from top of the line, $1,000 for a microphone, all the way down to the bottom of the barrel. We got a set that had 2 microphones in it for $50. Cheap plastic toy, no professional whatever years and just parents would come in and laugh at the kids.
Good morning, Rabbi Side.
Wireless microphones.
The voice of beautiful Siam in Toronto. MDY Night of Apples. We have the brand new screens. You square to the donors. They all know. That one is not yet. Toronto Siam, MDY Night of Apples. We're going right there because we have a long video. It's about 5 minutes, so we have to move. Menachas food is sourdough buffet because of Menachas. The idea, they always have great ideas. Toronto. Tom's River MDY Satellite. Loiter and Team event. Nice turnout. Beautiful place over there. Guest speaker, Rabbi Yehuda Mandel, Auburn, B'tachon Weekly, Rabbi Ozer Medad, Rabbi Yisrael Kalban Eisafa, Moshe Fisher, daily attending Messiah, Weeds, Brickers, and Moz. Okay, so this kid, are you able to fast forward almost to the end? Almost to the end, because it's in Hebrew. Yeah, right there. Stop, go. Okay, very good. A lot of these videos are in Hebrew. And that's the other one we're going to do a quote here. The statuses were very much clear. Even if you don't win, boy, how do I know? Over 6,000 people joined Pool. It's a record number of people. Usually we have 2,000. 6,000 is because there are a crazy amount of status that went out all over the world. These are just 35 of the statuses. There's some that I didn't even show, some that I didn't even get. And every one made a difference. Every single one. Subscribe for all the statuses. Now, it's your job. Each one of these, we're going to show a clip of 5-10 seconds for each one. Even if it's from Hebrew, it doesn't matter. If it's good, if it's funny, write the number down. Up to like 5 entries and for them. 1 through 5. What's your favorite? Just pick some. Number 22, and it's a 2. 22 is a 2 for you. 35 is a 1. Nice. Oh, by the way, one more that I didn't show. Hold on. That's it. No. We gotta show this one. What do you think? Whatever is highest for you, that's what you write. Don't confuse everybody else. If 5 is the highest for you, then you do like that.
All right, this is not for the people who Yeshiva. These are not the people who or everything that this is for somebody somebody, and all the many people who see this status, this is for you. This is for somebody who is working. This is somebody who can't really make time to work. This is for somebody who, you know, maybe that's or it's too hard. This video is for you. Definitely with the goat himself that they call Lionel Messi of Judaism. That being said, we're starting this episode tomorrow. We're starting this, so lock in. You know, the owners we've been doing it out for that.
That's the curious.
We're starting this episode tomorrow. So,
Ring the bell.
Are
you ready? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm gonna take this one so that I'm going to bed.
It doesn't get better. It doesn't get clearer.
Not appropriate.
Take it.
Okay. So we're gonna call this guy number 35. Okay, Spicy's number 35. He's not in the videos. If you want to write him down now, great. Here's the video. Everybody, here goes.
תראו את הברגוע הזה, בחיים לא חשבתי שאני אדע להכין כזאת מנחת מלחשת משוחררת, אז לא הספקתי מסכת ברכות, אבל אפשר להצטרף לבית חולים, וחולים שלא צריכים את זה לחיים. כיסאי. חודש תקופה, יש לקלנדר. All right, Rebelli, this is going to be fantastic. אני מזמין את כל מי שלא ייסע עדיין, ותצטרפו ל-MDY, מתחילים חולים.
Be careful. Be careful. Okay. Take Matthew. There we go. Hey. You're just waking up, Rabbi? How was your day? Okay. At least you got some rest. So you can rise to come. Be up and rise to come. He's coming tonight.
The transformative journey, a movie that connects you to thousands around the world. MDY Music Festival.
Oh, excuse me, sir. What are you doing right now?
Today marks exactly 5 years to the day since I started doing documentary. Honestly, that itself is a miracle. But MDY gave me something I never had. It gave me a status, it gave me a peace, it gave me a responsibility to myself.
Okay, so what? Spicy's 37? Not 35, sorry. Spicy's 37. spicy at 37 if you want. Okay, Rabbi Isai, Shkoyach, thank you for voting. I'll take all the, and by the way, all your votes don't count at all. It's me, I decide at the end. No, bring it in. Serious, however, the voice had more vision shlita. The official edition of the White Shas, Masechta Zev and Yal Shohav, Perek, the Benedict family, Daf Vav, Tzvi and Chama Spiro, Nishmas, Rabbi Abbas Zev Ben, Rabbi Chaim Yitzchak Halevi. I believe he's coming on the trip, right? David Salman just notified me he is not coming on the trip. He needs a complete refuah on his ankle. Something happened when he's running. And he dedicated in memory of Avi Meiri, Shmuel Baruch, Reb Chaim Steve Deutsch, the Palchi Family Foundation, and gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support him. Do Anonymous, and thank you to Benny Anonymous for a complete refuah. Shleiman Arichas Yom Talei Bas Esther by Binyamin Rosenfeld. Rios Besimcha. I think he is coming on the trip. All sponsors. Look. HYK Bet Ventures and the success of all our clients. Benjamin Rosenfeld, Rafa Vitarnasa, Carlos sponsor. MDY Coffee Corner. For that field committee, Dallas Nemiat Toimet. And today, by the one and only, the Gevaldiker, Mendel Lerner was with us today with his sons. Find our son, Pinchas Chalake, who's not here. In over 50 years since he's promised, L'chvoi, Hilula, Mendel Meriminov. I just turned off my screen. That's what the Rebbe said to me in the video. Who did this? Is that you? Troublemaker. You, the troublemaker. You the troublemaker. I knew it was one of the gray beards. I didn't know it was somebody. You scratch the mental. Safnachas. Wow, he's a big kid for a 3-year-old. Unbelievable. That's not it. By Ari Simon, Rabbi Isai, we have a special surprise for Ari Simon. And for the third time today, monthly sponsor Binyamin Rosenfeld, Parnas B'Shev Rabbi Isai. Check this out. I'm noticing this now. He did. I'm the sponsor. Here he is. He did. The sponsor. Here he is. He did. Monthly sponsor. Yes, he is. Weekly sponsors Moshe Rukin Markovich, proudly supporting the Daf in Spanish for Shlema, Rav Yaakov and Levi Nishmas Rav Chaim Gedalia Ben Yeshua Alav Shalom. So, Rabbi said, don't forget, tell your Spanish-speaking friends to check out Espanol. Unify, Levi Nishmas, Shendel Bas, Rav Yechiel Mechel Alav Shalom, Yortzit is on Lag Ba'omer, and Zeligan, Zeitner families, Mazel Tov, the Eaton Zelig 15 and the Hunter Zeitner 14 is coming up. Other 500 daf halfway to MDY 1K status. Every day I'm going to make it's going to be a pause. And now it's in memory of Avi Meiri, Akiva Ben Avram, Dr. Clifton Price, the Price family, Levi Nishma, Dr. Clifton Price, Akiva Ben Avram. Yishkar with the two of you. Next time get together. Each one did different. Yeah, each one did different. Anonymous, and then the Price family. So I guess the Anonymous is not part of the Price family. Anonymous in memory of Avi Meiri. So we know it's a boy. We know it's from the Price family. But it's anonymous. Women also have Avi Meiri. Yeah. Good point. Wow. Bad call. The Price family, Lunishmat, Dr. Kuban Price, Akiva Ben Avram. Rafa Green, Limul Torah, Lidin Nishmas, Achi Shlomo Ben Yisrael. Shalom should have an Aliyah, NDYR.
Thank you.
Month. Shlomo Yonatan B'Mishem Bracha. Before Sayel, Refuah Shlomo. Before Sayel, Daniel Zev Ben Ayel. That's the
another one.
Hi, Ben Esther. Rabbi Isai, here we go. What am I missing?
Oh my God, this
It's I said to Mexico, Mercury. Yeah. Omar Simanikla. We're like a little bit below halfway.
Bowling. Undefeated is God willing, I will see you.
It's not like the end of it all is going to be a God.
I'll be back on him my iPad, okay?
Omar Avchanon, Omar Rav Yaakov Barhidi, Omar Rav Shimon Levi, Mishum Bar Kapara. So it's a great start. 2 lines. It says, Rabbi Gamliel is Dino Nimnu. There was a vote. We had a whole sugya. Are you allowed to eat the shechita of a pussy? And we said, come in, Elvis. There's room for Elvis somewhere. That's not a single. Oh. There's a seat over here. Even though he's going to make a big. He doesn't want to sit next to the grandparents. Ask him. There's a number of reasons. Oh, here he is. He's sitting. Okay, so are you allowed to eat the meat of a pussy? We said if we have a Yisrael Oimid like that, we have the Mashgiach Tzmidi, yes. We had another thing, if we do the taste test, remember? If he eats it himself, he said, Gemara, in the name of Rav Gamliel. Now, Rashi points out that this is not the Rav Gamliel that we're thinking of. This is actually a later generation. This is like from the last Tanoim, the son of Rabbeinu, Rabbi Yehuda Hanafi. Yeah, I should have the charge. Correct, the charge should be in there. He and his friends, the Nimnu, devoted, Mamshay, we just did a vote, Ashkitas Pusi, Basaria. They decided we're not allowing the shechita of a pussy, and the Gemara is going to go into it. Wow. Not this minute. All my later Zera of Yaakov says Reb Zera is a bad move for saying it. Messed up a little bit. He tells Reb Yaakov the Shema, the Shema Rebbe, Ela B'Shein Yisrael Oimid Al Davar. Perhaps you're saying over is in a case there's no mashgiach tzmidi, but otherwise mashgiach tzmidi we can eat the meat of a pussy. You know what you sound like? You're like Miri Inter Shmaita, like a person like a Amaritz, like somebody that doesn't know how to learn, like you never learned a day in your life. We know a pussy doesn't care about the thing. He really see the Mitchell. He learned the pasuk very literal. That it means don't put a stone as a blind person is walking, do not trip him up. It has nothing to do with tripping people up with halachas and Torah. And therefore, if you don't have this gift, maybe 100% it's us. That's the whole sugya. Obviously, when Gamliel comes and says that you can't eat the meat, he means where's the most gift meat? You can't eat his meat. Kibble Minay, like Kibble Minay, was Reb Zera agreeable to what he said or not? It proves to you that he agreed with him. You realize that he made a mistake. There's no way the Gamliel said that the feet of a pussy is also when there's no mashgiach. When there's no mashgiach, we know it's also. Another story. I saw the at the first of Moira. Later on, he ate the shechita of a pussy. He ate the shechita. Rabasi also, Reb Zera himself, who just got himself in a little bit of a pickle. When he's yelled at, he says, you don't even, it sounds like you don't never learned Torah before. Reb Zera was wondering, what happened there? Why didn't you ever eat the meat? Is the pshat, the shmilu, we never heard about this psak from Gamliel? Do you have a shmilu out of the Kabbalah? Because had he heard it, he would have never eaten it, he would have accepted it. Like, doing a shmilu, like, maybe he heard it in Gamliel, and he couldn't care less, and he ate it anyway. Other parts of the Sheh, then he said, pshat, must be, he started the shmilu with like the meat. It has to be that he heard it, and he didn't accept it. Why? So the guy that plays Shmuel, we have a Shmuel, if you tell me he never heard the halacha, had he heard it, he would have completely accepted it. Impossible. There's a story about the Vilna Gaon. They say the Vilna Gaon once touched Muktzah and he fainted. By mistake, he realized he touched Muktzah, he fainted. Because Nish said the story is bogus, never happened. Impossible. But the Vilna Gaon would just make a movement without thinking it through, and then he touched Chazak. And now we're talking about Amirot. Hamayim. Shemiyata. I don't remember. I remember talking about it then. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, he's right. So he could do it. Okay. Places talks about it. The Chazanish didn't know what you were saying. This is the one that you were talking about. The Chazanish. Forgot it. Yes. I can't see the Chazanish. Yes. Sure. It's not a passion. You are the guy. Okay. When we learned the Sugi, we spoke about every one of those things. And it's in Surah. So how could it be possible that this is a second best? Not give us milk, and go ahead and eat it by mistake. Maybe the Kalal Yodam. If the animal of repentance being Yair wouldn't eat the wheat that didn't have Meiser. Tzadikim Atzmon, look, Polchke, upset himself, Rebbe would never, ever trip and do this by mistake. I was wondering let it happen. Here's a beautiful video. Here we go. Just don't look at the guy's fingers. The guy on the left, he has a problem with his fingers. Don't look. Look at his stomach moving from right to left. Don't just do the rabbi.
You're wondering, like, hey, what was all the hype with Nikki about? Like, this is it. This is exactly it. There was a moment there where I thought he was about to shove that entire mic stand in his asshole. I thought he was all set up and he was just going to jump like that one comedian that just fucking like a goddamn like Mario going down one of those tubes.
The kashrut is perfectly fine. But for that,
you think people are going to fall in your little butt trap? Fucking machine back there. Nikki. Wow, you made a lot of the men in this room very nervous. Even when you said, where are my straight guys at? All those straight guys
big
going,
tzaddik,
sort of trap.
Gross. He opened up a he sent in a video. I was just looking to watch to show it. Maybe I'll show it a different time. He says there the split that he didn't have children for 8 years, and he got a blessing certain individuals from MDY. And since that, 9 months later, his wife had a baby, and he's opening up that split. He's opening up a satellite location in Montreal. There's a falafel place, and he's showing you the whole thing, but he's showing us the video. So, just as a steer to what he learned, so there's a Mesa with myself. When I was a becher, I was 8, 19 years old. I just don't remember I was calling him nothing before. I was in Europe for friend's Kasana, and he was there with another friend, and he introduced me to his uncle. And his uncle took us to Shul from Shabbos in German Yiddish. Yeah, some guy, German uncle from the war, whatever, older man. And he says, Moshe, you want to go to Austria? I have a place in Austria. Mercedes takes us on the Autobahn and flying, shows us how fast we're on the Autobahn. Well, then we get to Austria, and we stop in the Alps over there, where they did one of the Olympics. And there's a store there, all they sell is chocolate. Or salad. These chocolates, these truffles, everything's nice and white. There's a whole store, just all types of chocolates. So I said something like, wow, it's unbelievable. You know, like this trick is okay. From this thing, from over here to over here, no kosher. You're allowed to eat this section over here. Yeah, you sure? Yeah, from here to there. Kids are so, take some chocolates. We don't ask too many questions when we eat. The value of these chocolates, now is the best of the best. And that thing, I look at it. Like it's in Austria, so who gives the extra here on that section? Who gives the extra? The priest gives the extra. That makes me trade. I was like that. Like, excuse me? But yeah, the priest gives the extra. Just walks away. So wherever you are, some tzaddikim are not neshama, some are not tzaddikim. You guys are in shout. Maisa show you. We talking that it's not a nice Maisa. So, Anaya. No, it's Naya. Because it's not the most appropriate story. So did I thought like problem in I don't know what went through this guy, like he was an old timer that lived in Jordan. Who knows what was on his brain? So did I thought the problem in now the Gemara continues with the proof. Zera himself. What happened? Let's go, let's review. Zera was he trading? Swiss chocolate in the bars, but I'm talking about in a homemade place, like it was all made, you know, special, open stuff, not a tax. I don't know. I'll take that. Thank you. One minute. If you're right, I have a much bigger title on the guy. Why only this section? Could have happened the whole thing. These suckers, I know the condom in a. I'm showing you never had one of those songs. Tell me, you ate the Trouble, whatever it's called. Those Swiss chocolates. Toblerone. My kids eat that. They buy not the one that comes with 25 in the box. Go around it. And that's all they eat. For 3 days, they're eating that, and then I'm hungry. I pizza. There's no two things to do. Okay. It's something I don't even know how to say the name. Let's do a quick review. Messed up a little bit. He said that when Ramil meant, when he said that you can't eat a kuskus texture, it's only when there's no mashgiach. And then he has a problem. He himself, has a problem with Rabbi Yochanan. Did he know? Did he know about it? Did he not know about it? It's impossible that he didn't know that he didn't know, and that had he known, he wouldn't be in it because a tzaddik is not nitshah. So I think more on top of $100, he's something that I problem with it. And if you would think that Zera did not accept the Musar, in other words, he held no, the Yamil only in a situation where there's no mashgiach, but if there's a mashgiach, you're left to eat kusini. Mishanele, what do you ask me a question about the Yochanan? Yochanan ate me that had a mashgiach community, that had a mashgiach, and that's why he hated, even after the Tzakari and Leo. Allah is coming on Kabbalah, Zera took the Musar. He agreed that there's zero difference between a mashgiach and not a mashgiach. When Leo made a psak, no kusini forever, in any circumstance, when, even if there's a mashgiach, even a gamba, and that's why he had a problem with Rabbi Yochanan. Shmami no. So that kind of goes into Rabbanan. And why is Rabbanan making Zera on that kusini? The other came in the leather, Shagir Meir, Latsi, Hamir Bekusai. Meir sent Reb Shimon ben Levi to buy some wine from the Kusi house. So this old man met him. So the famous places, it's not always, but here we have the places mamish straight out and small. The first places on the other, it's easy. Yes, when we learn every places. So Leo I know. He actually never came a practical no. We can die. The Dalit, which is the Reb Shimon ben Yochai. The whole story of Rashbi is in Shabbos, that's Lamed Gimel, like Gomer. The places brings Lamed Dalit. Oh, because today's Lamed Dalit. Only the Reb Shimon ben Yochai. So, the Yah now becomes and says, Amalei, you have to second put the knife right in your cheek. If you're a person that has a neshama, you're a person that does the right thing, not drink the swine. Put a knife there. Don't let yourself drink it. Yeah. Actually, my Gemara puts with the sound. Yeah. The pasuk says sin. You're right. The pasuk says sin. Oh, you see the burden of never made. You got it. So Shimon ben Levi runs back to him and says, "You're not going to believe what I don't think." And he says, "Don't drink your wine." So he says, "You know what? If the Liyah Navi says it, that's not carry no wine." So now we have a mayor that says no wine. We have a Gamliel that says no meat. That's it. It goes up. My time out. What's the reason? Or not the Yitzchak Nisyoin of Absalom Beroy hard reason. So the reason is because you're Udab in the Zara. Who? Not everybody. A few sick people. Here, let's check this out. As you can see, the question is the Gary I rice, Gary Evans. And Gary because they were eaten up by the lion. They had a stick of boo-boo. You see, not everybody. It's very good. I just noticed now. Most of them didn't bow. 2 out of the 12 or whatever, how many people there. So they had Xera on their wine because of those 2 people. Why? If you ask anybody that learns the God, who is the person in charge that always is concerned with the meal, with the minority? The mayor. Everybody knows it's the mayor. No shots. Really. Okay, right there. What's the name? Where's your mayor saying? No, not right here. Where's the McCar? How do you know? Cheater! What happened in your vomit? Oh, idleness. The mayor says a youngster, a kid that's under 13 should not do evil. Why? Because maybe it'll turn out that he's going to be a Saris. Or the woman, if she's a Kana, you shouldn't marry her. Why? Because she might turn out to be an island. What percentage of Klaisel are islanders or Saris? Very, very small percentage. Baruch Hashem. So in Elah, he's cautious. He is concerned about the minority over here. Also, he's concerned about those 2 people that bowed to the pigeon. The Shurda says, how come it is that when a person is very sick, they say, give money to a mayor Ba'anes? Because a lot of things in this world, we said it a few times, like, they decide what happens The whole passage of guy that's on his deathbed, he's exorcist, and he's on the last. So there's certain halachas that's considered like he's gone. There's certain things. No, but if you go with your mayor especially in Miyuta, so give him money. Your mayor value. Who doesn't move out the Miyuta? You got the move out the Miyuta, and therefore, since I'm going with the Miyut, the minority, I'm going to be going to all who said they're all going to suffer, and you can't drink their wine. And when it came to me, they're also concerned about the minority and the Ashkenazim. Says the Gemara actually for the Mike said, "We're doing a gadget to our boys. I enjoy every minute." I heard that all 140 daphne like this. Besides Bessa B'Cholam, and I don't know, they're serious. There's 2-3 daphne in the entire settlement. We need some good charts. So, actually, for the Mike said, this passage that says the Santa Sakin B'Leyecha with the sin in Bal Nefesh After. What's the simple meaning? The Talmud I always listen to a rabbi. That Talmidim sitting in front of the Rebbe, Torah with him. She says, as Moshe, so Lilchon could be a lashon of bread. As Moshe is sitting and learning Torah, being oven, as a shor from that. The same thing is what's going on in that Talmud problem. If you're there, Talmud the Rabbi Shidel, if you know that your Rebbe could answer you well, then go ahead, ask him good questions. Get to the bottom of it. He'll teach you the sugi. If not, the whole thing is that showing the Fonecha, you should understand on your own. The sound for Sakim B'Leyecha says Rashi. You love Kovetz Hashem V'Nech Ma'atzmecha. Bal Tishal B'Tevayshenu. Don't embarrass him. You hear this no one. Good friend. Mamash, good friend. Bal Tishal B'Tevayshenu. Aryeh. Halavaz. It's the one embarrassing one. The one that I don't answer. You don't want to say that. And then look. Yeah. It's a hint. It's a hint. Check this out. So I said this last night in Shir. To Mendy, a different Mendy. Ibal Nefesh Ato. Roy Shemenu. You should go to another Shir. The guy says, yeah, but there is no better Shir, so I have to stay here. So I'll be Vayishu. He says, I'll be Vayishu. I said, but it's mashma that if there was another Shir, you'd go. He says, yeah, about the. The reason we use the Shali Babu last week, Hammer, yeah, okay. Shali Babu. The last time we had something like that, I actually made a sign. So the Olam. It's an interesting notion. It's the same idea. So then it's a message to the Bashani, like the Olam should, don't ask the Shali question. Oh, but on your part, that's on my part. What about you? You have no right to do it. Don't teach me. The Rabbi. Rabbi Yitzchak so Yitzchak said to bring wine, to bake the sage from the Kufi's house. Once again, Eliyah Navi comes to something Eliyah Navi. On my legs, Eliyah Navi tells him, Leis can't show me the Torah. Nobody keeps the Torah here. Nobody keeps the Torah. That means you're done. You can't be white. You can't buy white food. Oh, it is done with the revolt. So Yitzchak went and said this over to revolt. Oh, never this was from Rabbi Ravasi. He said this over to Rabbi Ravasi. Where did Rabbi Ravasi live? Where? Who? How do you know? Very good. Yeah, they live in Tveria. We had a Gemara in Brachos. We were sitting under those beams there in Tveria davening. They didn't leave until they decided the season of going Gemara. Those of you who know, mainly in the Hebrew Shir, I had a thing. If somebody, like a piece of bread on Pesach, that's chametz. Pizza, bread, that's fine. What's home? Gomer, or matzah. Matzah from the factory. The square comes Gomer, they call it. Yeah, comes Gomer. So there's a guy. Guy, what's a guy? What's a boy Gomer? A guy that wears a blue shirt. What's a boy Gomer? So in the Hebrew shit, they say, yo, boy Gomer. At the right, I used to wear colored shirts back in the day. So there's other shemats for some goyim gemurim, and there's mamish in the Gemara. This idea. No, I didn't make it up. Here, mamish in the Gemara. Don't. Think about it. We'll see in a second. Lamai, what does it mean? Even keeping the eye. That's Husband goes to the Rabban. We just decided. The mayor made a gzera on what? On wine. What did we make a gzera on? The meat. We already had this in the Tanoim's generation. The husband goes to the Rabban. So why do you need Amarayim later on? So the Gemara even goes over the Kilu and Meir and Gamliel. By the way, Talmidim of Rebbe Kiva from the 5 Talmidim, right? This is today. Mamish today. This is when they started today. Rebbe Kiva took whatever he had left over the 5 and he made Torah from these 5. Even goes over the Kilu and Meir. That's what Rashi goes through the Kilu and Meir. Nobody accepted Rebbe Gamliel and Meir. Rashi explains why. What do you mean? They're totally other. What do you mean you don't accept? Because they were so intertwined in society. The Kusim and the Jews lived together in the same building. They're friends. They work together. So they couldn't accept it. But in the later generations, when there's already separation, then they made it different. Okay, fine, I'll take it. After Gemara, my going Gemara. So this is Mamish, that Lashon. What do you mean? Going Gemara. He's a guy. What's a guy? If the pshat is he's wearing a blue shirt, I understand. But if the pshat is he's a good, but he's a good gomer. That Arab, Mamish, such a guy, he's a good gomer. It doesn't pass, you know. Oh, exactly. Says, you know, you're right. It's not a good gomer. He's not a guy. He's not a guy. A pussy is a ger. The whole shul is a ger emes. He's a real ger. So if he messed up, it doesn't make him a guy. A Jew cannot become a guy. He's a guy gomer. What does that mean? Because we're talking about an Eruv. Check this out. Beautiful AI picture. I love this. There's one little problem with AI. Can anybody see the problem with AI? Like the other video with the guy with the ring. It's from a guy from the Chazanish Chicago, and he has a ring on his finger. Okay. So check out this problem. Not as a problem. Meir Sharm is a satellite dish right over here. Okay, anyway, so in Meir Sharm. So no, look, that's the satellite of the guy that lives there. It's not a problem. This is a chafetz. You have this courtyard, and the houses they come into the courtyard. So Rabbanan said you can't carry there on Shabbos, but it's private property. No, it's like you confuse it with the Rosh Hashanah. So what do? Make a Eruv Katzeret. You take a meal, take some challah, egg, whatever. You make a meal, and everybody participates in that meal. Now, what happens if you have a guy? The guy cannot participate in that meal. The only way to circumvent that is to rent it from him, to rent his house from him. Otherwise, he can't be a shutafir. She says the Gemara, these kusim, the goyim gemurim in that Allah, because the Jew could also be in that category. Yep. But a Jew that's mechal Shabbos b'shar hasyo, he cannot be mishtatev with the Eruv. So I heard I'm going to ruin it for a lot of people, but I just the time of saying this over. There was a situation in a building that they couldn't do an Eruv. Every time they went to the guy's house, he said, "Want to be mishtatev there?" He said, "No, no." It was a guy that wasn't showing the truth and a lot of things. Like the shofar in the mailbox. You're going to blow shofar on purpose? No, I don't want it. So They came up with the Murzik idea. There's a halacha that if you put something in the guy's house, like he's watching something for you, so then you have like a sort of brightness in his house, in that area. So the guy came up with a great idea. Yeah. Oh, Yisrael Malik, welcome back. He comes next on his door and says, listen, I have a big problem. I love the Medina, and I love the Israeli flag. But if I put up a Israeli flag in the house, I keep my kids out of school. Could I put the Israeli flag in your house? Israeli flag in my house. Father! So he puts up the Israeli flag. It was his flag. So he had a bucket in his house. Now he ruined it for all of you guys. Now you can have a bunch of kilometers. Now I'm going to take your flag back. I don't want your flag. They cop the shot. So that's how they made it there. So now what happens over there? Just like a goat cannot give up his property, so to this Yisrael Mumar, if a person doesn't do certain things, if he's respectful of Shabbos, he doesn't do it whereas in public. He can give up his Rishos like anybody else gives up. The thing, we're all partners with it. But if he does, if he's without Shabbos for us, and without Rishos, even a Jew doesn't have the right. If they tell him Yisrael Moisen, Rishos without Rishos, but the God actually is good. He has to rent it out. Okay, so has a Jew without the Rishos? I know like Rishos is in the front left, Rishos in the front left. I know they himself this goes. Just want to show you this real quickly. I got this from Yoshi. 2:19 a.m. I just finished the video. 2:26 he uploaded it. Here's the video they worked on until 2:26 for us. The same question. Look at the phone. It's nice. That's it is. By a dark level. I went to your house.
Mexican guy I've ever seen before.
You know, I always loved Jewish. You know, my grandmother, on my mother's side, she was Jewish.
Tell us something that's not white about you. What's the most Latino thing about you?
Another Meister. Jerry Bassi, you went to an inn. Who runs the inn? Besides Nestor from Tennessee? What? No, because he's done fucking. He's a good guy. He's a learned man. What, how does he finish off Shabbos? No, this is the possible. You want some? Take him on the phone to give the eye. I used to come out, we love you, Nestor. I used to come out, you beat him to what we eye. So bring him like shakshuka, some sort of egg and wine. So real quickly, there's something called Zmai. It's not a scary word at all. Mai. It's like an Amara. So, for the new guys, this is a beautiful chart. Redone. When you have 100 fruit, you give 2% of the Levy. You give 10% to the Levy. And the Levy takes from his 10% and he gives 10% to the Kohen. Okay? That's what we have to know. We don't have to know that, but yeah, I'm just gonna put this on the side. It's a beautiful video. You know what? For the new guys, the 6,000 new guys. Imagine it was only 600. Really? Show them. 6,000. A bunch of fruit, give 2% to the Kohen.
Spend a lot of time with the ladies when you're doing these secret moves in the bedroom. You know, you seem like you have a little trick, like when you pussy or something. Like a mic stand. Wow. It's a thing about that too.
10% to the lady. If he takes from the 10 apples he got, he gives 10%. He takes one apple and gives it to the Kohen. That's the basic. Now, amen. So, this. He's not a bad person. He's not a learned person. So, the 2% of the Kohen, the first party has no problem. It's only 2%. Big deal. 10% is already that hurt. So he doesn't give. Sometimes he won't give the nicer part. Most Amaratsim do give a cholametic zero on anything that you buy from an Amarit, such as, let's say, the food stuff from here in Ramat Shemesh and living in the center, owned by an Amarit. Not a Shemesh pyramid. So you can't rely on him that he gives you some spices. So you would have to what? Have extra, etc. It's important. After that. But what he tells you, probably you can't rely on. So that's called Zmai. You buy from an Amar. It's called Zmai. Domai. What is this? Zeya, the Rabbanon, you have to take Tumsamai. Says with Zeya, the Ravasi, how do you know they're eating the Shuka? It has wine in it. Wine, you have to take Tumsamai. If you bought it from Amar, you have to take your Tumsamai. How are you eating it? The mixture of wine in here. When I eat shakshuka, I'm not looking at the ingredients and I'm saying, oh, it has tomato. I eat shakshuka. I didn't realize, I didn't pay attention. There's wine in here that needs a nicer steak in it. Is it possible that Kachon or Kachoni can eat his Mai and Ravasi is going to eat it by mistake? The bad picture is that we can have a goal to maybe the Kala Yodam. If the animal of its side is not going to eat something that doesn't have nicer, so they can match him like Koshkin. So the tzaddik is going to be worse off than the donkey or the Yodam. He's going to eat something that needs nicer. Nothing means there's a flashback. He went and he searched up and down and he found. It's not, I know it's the Kamuyot. What's the hand, Lucas? You put wine into some fish brine, some of the Bishmaka food. Yahweh. What is how Lucas? Karashina likes this one cleaning. Karashina this veg stuff. Remember the veg? Oh, yeah. Where's the veg? Here we go. The veg. Here's the veg. Next, the very side is main storage. Okay, so it's really a micro behavior. I'm just trying to show you that animals eat this. But if you want to do Koshim last month, I thought you last month super season. Right, your boy say if you buy veg from an Amorit, you have to take nicer. If you buy the wine to put into your mouth, take nicer. But listen to this. Then John Lehman should glad that certainly if the Amorit tells you I do take nicer, of course you're gonna have to take the nicer. Not small. This is the point. What if you buy ready-made Moria? Ready-made Rasisim? Ready-made Keenan? The final product, the Matbucha, we're talking about the final Matbucha. You don't have to make Meiser. Why? It's a mixture. If you buy the solid ingredient, the veg by itself, fine. But if it's veg mixed into other stuff and it's already made, then you don't have to take Meiser. And that's why Ravasi was a Mishnah. Because Ravasi ate a ready-made thing. Listen, the whole, might is not it's a far-fetched thing. That's maybe what most Tamarasim do. So once it's in the thing, they weren't going to that far. It wasn't this show. Says Gemara. But it goes to Altarim to mine. What? The word, now the word is going to have a problem with this. But Tanya, I know it's Mishkanto so you give your neighbor who's Amar. What's your name? From? Wow, around from Bitten. You did that with us? What is she going to do? Don't tell us about your name. Beautiful. You like it? You love it. Okay, who else is a bit? Shomai, what's your name? Shomai from? Welcome. And you? Welcome again. From? And you? From? Dallas. It's a whole mix here. Anybody else want to say something later? Besides Bangalore? Okay, thank you. So, says the Gemara, you give your neighbor, who's an Amoret. She's the wife of an Amoret. Yeah, but if they're Levasho, she gives them something to bake. You give her. You know, not everybody has a oven in their house. Very few people have. So you take your wife's sourdough ready to go. You say, here, put it into the oven. They're Levasho. Here, take the chunk, put it in. Any questions to start the top? She's not going to go. Amoretz, maybe they're not so much good. I'm giving 10% discount. They're not going to steal from your child. They're normal people. They're not going to steal, mix up things. Well, Mishum Shvi is Mishum Mike. I don't have to worry about anything. If I tell her use your ingredients, it's different guy. So the problem should have to worry about the barley and the spices, Mishum Shvi, maybe it's Shmita stuff, Mishum Meiser. Even if it's a cholent, it's mixed. It says Mefurish over here that you're not allowed to buy cholent. Maybe it has the may in it. So you see that mixed stuff is a problem. You eat mixed stuff. Shani up. If you tell a woman to do, to make me a cholent, she becomes your shliach. You can't tell somebody to do the mixture and say, oh, it's mixed. It's like buying fresh stuff. It was individual stuff, and you told her to mix. That's not okay. Rabbi Mama trying to solve the time of the time of it, since it has a lot of flavor. The time when they bought it is done for flavor in the chalk. Flavor is not something that should be talked about. After tomorrow, we're not worried about switching things up, but not. I'm noticing nice. If you give your mother-in-law something to cook, the mother-in-law, boy says, so I have, every time I say mother-in-law, I have to say one mother-in-law, I'm going to go to the new deal, I'm going to say the older. Not going to door. Someone opens up the door. There is a woman who happens to be sugar with a giant suitcase. His heart drops. The sugar. How long are you going to stay here for? As long as you want. No, come on. But you're not even going to stay to get a cup of coffee? Where's the Chamoisa? Maisa Shunois. Beshunois from the Mena. Never gets old, that one. No matter how many times you hear it. Chazara. So you give your mother. How many you want to see this? Just be careful. Don't hurt yourself, all right? How many times have you heard the story from me? Don't hurt yourself. Kill Tony and Hyena's Comedy Club are not responsible for any injuries. Listen, you must have had a real trigger. 8 or 10. And you left me. This time you left more than in the second time. What's that? You finally got it. Wow. See, sometimes it takes 10 times to say it's a joke to not overcome. Okay, great. So it says in the Gemara, you got invited to it. I love it. So what do you do? We're concerned that what is on the scalpel. She's gonna switch up the whatever you give her sourdough gets ruined. She's gonna switch it up. Hey, we have a video of it. The voice sound, not a joke. Yeah, of course. Here we go.
של ההורים שלו, מה זה מחמירים? אל תשאלי. כן, אפילו איסם לא אוכלים. כן, הכל צריך להיות בדק. ועכשיו הם נפלו עלינו לסעודה של הבוקר, עם כל הילדים. רגע, דופקים בדלת, מה חוזרת אליי?
Sure, thanks for everything. Everything's like.
איפה היינו? נו כן, והם גם לא יודעים בשל בכלל, אין להם מושג. לפחות כשהם באים אלינו לשבס, ריקי והילדים. בלי אוכל נורמלי. יואו, איזה פדיחות, בגלל איך נשרף לי עכשיו הצ'ולנט, כמה את מדברת, עכשיו אני צריכה להכין צ'ום חדש.
That's pictures on the screen.
Diga, gatinho, acho que tem, já faz.
That's for Achlefa, by Shviga. Only by Shviga. So I gotta show you this thing real quickly. Check this out. I'm not gonna show you the whole thing, it's 2 minutes.
Hey, you get a belly, I'm here in
Just leave it down, yeah?
It's a Mexico.
I watched your share today. You mentioned the places.
It was best. It was best.
I have a message for guys. Crazy. I'm going to show you. I'm going to send you a picture attached to this video. One Friday afternoon, I went into my kitchen. Next to the mayor. And I opened the kitchen. There's meat over there, $80 meat, you know, like the trunk of the year. And I see in the trunk something that's crazy. Pizza bagel in the trunk.
Pizza bagel in the trunk.
Cleaning lady. Love trunks. She loves pizza bagel as well. She wanted to try out to see how does it taste. Pizza bagel in the trunk. I went to my room. I showed him the picture.
Rob said that you have to have cameras and kids on his picture. It's a real picture. Pizza bagel in the trunk. $80 each. And then, what did he say? What's the call of Israel? Stop thinking about it. Also, we were saying time about by the Yeah, what happened with the meatballs? Mark was saying, he says at the end, that somebody, his friend also, he was served by the cleaning lady the meatballs, but you put Parmesan on top. So the kids have video cameras in your kitchen if you have help. Time. Why is she doing this? Because she's embarrassed of her son-in-law. She doesn't want to serve burnt chon. So with the son-in-law, she's going to switch it out. Rabbi, I have bad news for you. I think Tosis always asks the question, and I'm going to use Tosis' answer. Things have changed in society over there. There used to be a pusher for the son-in-law. Not anymore, Rabbi. Not anymore. My mother was different. You tell me only by a mother-in-law and a son-in-law, it's just switch it out, but in the rest of the world, no, but not. I'm not going to put it to Shalai. Now, talking about a yeshiva bacher, literally yeshiva bacher, the nurse says before, it's talking about a yeshiva bacher. If yeshiva bacher gives food to his innkeeper, Maser Shunoisallah, that Shunoisallah, that's like Meiser, why make Shechashuda Machlefes? She's going to switch it out. She's seen before, she's not only a son-in-law, she'll switch out for yeshiva bacher. Says Gemara Sanami Moirval. She has a good reason. I want the yeshiva bacher to have a great meal. I'll suffer, I'll eat cold meat. With Khalifa, we're not concerned for Gezer. Stamazoi, Botania, Ish's cover, Kefenis, the Ish's Amoret. Sponsors. By Dark Global Specialists in International Financial Services, Time Milrad, Muslim, Merossi, Spano, the Soy Shar, Holy Yisrael, the famous Babusta Meiser. What's cover is somebody who's makbid on Tuma and Tahara, on Meisers, they'll treat cool food with Tahara. Famous Meiser, there's somebody who asks us to make a hesper. She gets something that's really good. What a masmid, what a tzad, the guy, the important place, it's sickness. And then a guy sticks in the nose, says, it's a woman, it's the guy's wife. And he says, and she's covered, it's all there. There's different endings to the story. But the wife of a tzaddik is like the tzaddik. So over here you have the wife of the cover. So Chenes and Meishas Amaharet. Huh? You want to say what? Hello to Rabbi Lerner? The guy's in Zoom. The Chaver has Zoom going. That it needs chizuk. What? I used to come on a day. I bet you it's the same amount of people nowadays. Nothing changed. That's the only thing. So it says the Gemara. The village of Hashud sorry. So Aisha's father, she could grind the wheat with her friend on condition that she's coming. Because when she's coming, she knows not to touch the food. Because her husband's not going to eat coming food. So she's not going to eat anything from the Amara. But when the Aisha's father is part, right? The Aisha's father is part. She could grind with the Amara. When she's tired, she might eat. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, after lunch, she made a different dish. Nobody tell us she should because her friend will give it to you. See, listen to this. This is gonna drive people crazy. Today it's not like this. They say in Allah it's different. Her husband gives her something to grind. She goes ahead and she takes her husband's food and she dishes it out for her friends. So she steals. She already switch out from different pots and do different things. Rabbi Yosef also Nami Mori V'Hamra Torah Medashi Ba'Apel. There's a famous halacha where he sat some short Kedisha. There's an old picture. You know how to have a bull rush do the Kedisha, work on wheat while his mouth is muzzled. So she says, I've been working for my husband worse than a knock? You're gonna muzzle my mouth? I'm allowed to eat, so I'm gonna give to my friend. It's a motorhead. But otherwise, he doesn't steal. Rabbi side! Have a wonderful day.
So then your dad probably wants you to get the family business, you know, home garden. That might be a New York thing. Sorry. My dad's an engineer.
So we met, is it your first time doing stand up? Oh yeah, that's so cool. I'm gonna hand it over right next to her.
Boys.
How do you feel up here? Is it so cool?
Numerosos das Mordecai, Ayom, Shloshim, Shem, Arbo, Shavuos, Chamisha Yomim, Boimer. Last night, the Chevra went to a beautiful castle. What? Gershon Dovin's name is. The mystery Glenn Esterson. He's brand new. Yeah, his name is really Gershon Dovin. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. Gary Bimmer says Gershon Dovin. Beautiful backdrop now. It's like right by the car. Everything you did there was by the car. So, like it's supposed to be the Glenn who just became a Ger Tzedek. His wife is Yoris also. Oh, it's funny. Actually, he walked me down, I think. It looks like. This is the first time in history of Boise that history was made. First time that the guy that walks down the chassan also read the ksuba. Never happened in history. Look at that. Unbelievable. Yeah, so Mazel Tov to Glenn and his wife. This is a very long email, and I think I want to read something from a book in a second, so I'm going to skip around there. Basically, how do you engage 6,000 new people? 6,000 people that join Kula. The only different engagement, remember, is WhatsApp groups doesn't really work. The high-level ideas, I think MD is already functioning like a non-for-profit version of an LMM. What's MLM? Multi-level marketing, right, in a good way. It's not a scheme, it's a pyramid. It's the pyramid without the scheme. It is a pyramid scheme for Torah. In a good way, but without the technology spirit, the participants that feel like they bring others in. The kids are agents. I'm envisioning, listen, but this idea is more ridiculous. The question is, how do you implement it? I'm putting you on it. You get on it. I envision a well-built platform where users can have profiles, see real status, and understand their impact. For example, who they brought in, who those people brought in, how many people they connected to across multiple generations, how many hours of learning that represents. Each person represents hours, and then you get a total of your hours with your anecdotes in there. And even visibility, giving history, WI, think of it almost as an impact account, something like you would check reality, something like check big. The kids are outside the celebration of Rosh Hashanah as a thing of Torah that keeps on Yomi, Hollywood, Florida. Oh, this is in our little people over there. Oh, they're dancing outside in the parking lot. Oh, it's awesome. Beautiful. This is in Hollywood, Florida. And then they have this MDY. I don't see anybody there. Is anybody there? It's the Idaho, outside Belgium. So notice the human, he says, things it grows. I don't know. I didn't count all the people. He says it's growing. See him above Metzia. See him above Basra. Sanhedrin. Shavuos. Have a desire. Look, he's keeping track of it. Very nice. Welcome. Benefits.
Just wondering if there's anybody out there that knows how to play the drums that might be
And when Congress decided on location like Boimer event, they made a big matchup over there.
Yeah, you were the first to stand up.
Deborah.
Did you sign up
Or
tonight?
the making
Or
one.
your name in the book?
Tuesday,
And what's your
May
name?
5th. Okay, 7:15. The audience invited.
Paul? You want to do the minute? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Paul.
I feel you tell me why. So I wasn't around when you considered opening up a yeshiva. Nor when you decided against it. But I want to tell you something. You might not fully see it, but you actually have several yeshivas already. At the various viewing locations, groups of wonderful yeshivas that gather every evening at the third Seder. But even sneak away from Irish. They come to learn prayer with real enjoyment. No one forces or persuades them. They come on their own, giving up their free time to learn, enjoy, gaining understanding. Along the way, they even take care of organizing the viewing locations properly for everyone. So maybe you don't wait. Get from your frock for it, but officially you're not, and officially you're not your yeshiva. You should at least know that these virtual yeshivas exist, are growing, and are bringing new life to these sweet buffer. Oh, what I almost forgot to mention, you're changing their lives. The Talmud from the Veyakol of MDY, regards, the Semi-Pro, check out this beautiful video we put together here. We're going to let us the music. Guys, unbelievable. What goes on in the Veyakol is unbelievable. That's every night.
Wow, look at that. 57 seconds of thunder. So this is true. Look at you. You ever done stand-up before? It's my first time. Wow, you seem excited. Yeah, heck yeah. I haven't seen you since the big inauguration. For those people wondering, this is Baron Trump, everybody on Verona.
He has his earpods in, right? That's why they was fun.
11-year-old Baron Trump looks like now. What do you think about this little baby gorilla? I think he looks like a Buzz Lightyear with a little bit good. Oh my god. I love you. Look at you, you're just so big fun, baby. Let's check in with Big Schnazi over there. What was that thing about the KY jelly? You just kind of stopped it. I was like, did you just buy a KY jelly for your mom and then you called it a joke? This is all real. Premises, I'm not trying to be funny. The joke was, she asked me to get KY jelly, but I got her something way better than KY jelly. The reason that she asked me to get KY jelly is because she recently had colon cancer and radiation. And if she didn't use a dildo, her vagina was going to close up. Oh, wow. Yo, what's your mom's number, dog? So you really got your mom KY jelly and a dildo? She got the dildo from the hospital. It was probably not the best. Right, I don't tell them. Could you just spit on it for me? Oh, you freak, man. Trash can. Oh, my goodness. What'd you do this time?
We're on about 30 something locations. Unbelievable.
She ever really needed it. Please, Chris, spit on my dildo. I can feel it. My vagina is
It's literally like that every night. Unbelievable. The Veyakol, unbelievable. But guys, here's the map of all the locations in every show. Unbelievable. I didn't count. How many do we have now? 33. Lag Boimer. 33. Lag Boimer. 33. Beautiful. Beautiful. No. We just opened 3 new ones. We were at 34 ones. Went down. 33. Including a lot. The right side. We have a guest in the house. He's back. Shamsi Schwabrock with the Ireland. Used to be this, but this represents MDY. Literally, the Salmi and the Billy Gilmore with the pink shirts. The guy that knows how to learn and the guy that wants to know how to learn. I'm not going to say which one.
Never lost one of these drum solo
I'm not going to say who's who. Those who don't know, those who are in the shir long enough. So this is the first day of Purim in the Hebrew shir. Boy said this is what goes on in the Hebrew shir once in a while.
It's very hard to beat Joel
Well,
in his own game.
Check it
This is
out.
a Mexican drama, but if Chris somehow pulls out a victory here, let it be known that he becomes the brand new drummer for the cast of Kill Tony. Full time. That means he moves to Los Angeles.
They covered school. They
He
did a
goes
move.
to Australia with us in 3 weeks. He goes to San Francisco and Sacramento with us in 2 weeks. However, it's never happened before, Chris. Are you nervous right now? Are you excited talking to that microphone?
Okay. The book. Give me the book real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you.
I'm reading it first time. This is the book. Rabbi Miriam Mazda. Oh, that's who he's sponsoring. Arnold Scholar. A few weeks later, my husband Arnold and I attended the Shabbat for Rebelli says the famous seer and nothing was there. Without telling me, Arnold approached the Seltzer and asked me to write a book about my father. When the Seltzer responded he would love to, but he needed Arnold's approval. Baron told me this and said it's not going to happen. And too many things. There, Stefanski spoke about dreams. His Parshat Vayeshev, he spoke about Yosef's dreams, Pharaoh's dreams, and how everything begins with a dream. Learn to speak truth. If you don't dream, he said, nothing will happen. And when you dream, people need to start, you push forward. It's something click. But Hashem Shabbat decides what would happen. That's it. That's the first time at home. Everyone pushed and said, no. And it's a dream. You gotta push forward. So it's true. You see, like this is true. Dreams come true. Wow. You have to have a dream. You go forward. Start. Beautiful. I don't want to without I need to get drunk in there. But you can use on this side, so I can't pull it up. I will, but I don't trust you. Boy side, we're Thomas document of a back stuff. Like it's happening now.
Stand over here in this corner.
Because it was pushed off a little bit. Serious argument. Influence had murder business with Serious argument anonymous. Mazanko, Mazel, is really full of upon finishing his 19th accepting shot. Mazanko, NY Coffee Corner. This back. Coming up to the committee. Down with the Miatoivet. Official edition of NY Shots. The Sefko, Zevinyao, Sonoff. Perek, the Benedict family, Doc Hay, Joel and Rachel Gedalians, in honor of Bella, Chaya, Yehudis, Moshe Aryeh, and Deborah. She took another doctor. And first, from the beginning, look, David Solomon, dedicated memory of every murder, is open Jesse of Shmuel Paul for a time to see those turn of rough, the hospitality foundation, graduate the consortium, and their lives, and only be supporting you live. Anonymous, welcome Brooklyn to the Gospels, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for completely full statement of this young Kalebas Esther, current sponsors, HYK Ventures, CFO Cities and Families. Hello, I thought you were change this. And the companies they own, Benjamin Rosenfeld, Robert Cardosa, Innovation LLC, as a school site, give a simple and faith on Rizki, Yehudis Bas Yamadayo. Our assignment is the same of the very report from Miriam, Benjamin Rosenfeld, Cardosa, and Shefa. I think it's coming from. This is the young Rosenfeld coming from. If we can all get out of here. Moshe Ripley Markovich, for voice side, just to give you a heads up. The plan is we have a yearly MDY trip for the sponsors of MDY to keep the operation going. This year we're going to Bezer Shem to Morocco.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully we're able to get out. Getting back in is a different story. First we have to get out. Zeligan, the Zeitlin family. Oh, the Zeitlin family. The voice that we have a tremendous. Yesterday he was here. Very quiet. He didn't want to say anything. But Sean Hunter, Spencer, Zeitlin's Rebbe is here. One over there. What's your name? Asher He's here. He's He did a wonderful job. They're wonderful boys. He says they're like the only kids in the school who want to learn like that. We don't want to get into it, but they're cool kids. And look, it's not about the Kitsonis. They brought the top to the school, and a bunch of kids are doing, you know? A bunch of guys are doing it. Mazel Tov, Eden Zelig 15, and Hunter Zeitlin 14, and the guy, 100. $. MDY 1K status. Wow, unified. Nishmas Shendel Basra Vitil Nefel Shalom. Yopet said is on like Roimer. Daily sponsors, Mitzvah motivators, Daily Ishmas. Aaron Yosef Ben Shmuel Ferrero, Akiva Ben Avroma, Bino Price, of course, like Shmuel by your phone. Shmuel Kleiner, which was like Shmuel Yaakov Borenstein, James Agni Bracha, Daily Ishmas, and Shmuel by your phone, Spisi Yogan Aleinu, and the 45 edition of the Miron tragedy. Ayer Hershkowitz, Daily Ishmas, Daily Tzvi, and Shalom Ben Yom Tov, Alevi Niftav, Basam Miron. Lag Boim Tavshin Peyal Hershkowitz Nisim Sasalian and family in memory of Moshe Ben Shimon. Anonymous, thank you, Belly, Yossi, Mark, Benny, artist and editors, helping me finish 500 daf of Gemara. Oh yeah, Jimmy Azulai, very funkin'. Are you wow, it's really important words on Sion. Thank you for hosting the Toronto MDY Sion. Mazikov Shukaya. Goldstein. Whoever started with Christmas and Edwin got the 500. Yeah, beautiful. Yisrael Goldstein, my grandson is real Shimon Salaka and the 5 with Shimons from 3 years ago. It's actually 4 years ago. The mace happened 3 years ago. Tzvi, entire Portland, in honor of our son, Ezra's Upshur, and we should follow in the footsteps of Roshbi. Chaim Weissman, Discuss Roshbi, Discuss Eresh Kayama, Bekara, Rezen and Priva, Rezen Mishnah, Chava Blinded, the Boira, Roshbi, and Eresh Kayama. MDYR, for the month, if we're staying on the Itam, we should have brought if we're staying on more, then Esther, if we're saying yeah, Daniel Zev, Ben, Ayala, Esther, voice I. Coming? Very nice. Let's see, where was it? Here, it's in honor of our son Ezra Upshur. Beautiful. He has young kids in him. The voice I, today we have like an Agadah, tomorrow as well, Bezos Hashem, or easier stuff. It's turning out to be I hope you're still with us. You 6,000 guys. Stick around. She's getting better. So, we had a tremendous finish from Nirvana, and today we're going to knock it out. We're not going to go with it. So Anon says that somebody that worships a Avodah Zarah is a good servant. You can still give him a shkita. The Gemara says, where do we know this from? We know from the story of the Shofar and Yaakov. Yaakov made a bunch of steaks and he made a tremendous barbecue for Yaakov and his men, and Yaakov ate from it. Shofar ate from Yaakov, and Yeshua was a tzaddik. He did not have a desire. So you see that you're allowed to eat from somebody that's over there with a desire. So the Gemara goes through a few questions. How do you know if we're only 49 from the bottom of the bottom of the pit? The Dilma, Ovadia Zova, he told you that the Russia, he was the shofar, maybe Ovadia. Ovadia was one of Yaakov's men, but he was a woman, he was a tzaddik. He hid 100, he was not enough. He hid 100. He had a safe for 25. He hid 100 of in 2 days. And he saved 100. He worked hard. He risked his life, like, think about the Shoah, risking risking his life, saving the Jews. He risked his life to save 100 of him. And that's close, he got to the war. He was a special person. So maybe Ovadia was the one who's the shofar. And for that, certainly got to eat Ovadia shchita. Ovadia Zarah. Says, no, it's impossible for a human being to chef that much. If you remember the video from yesterday, there's a lot of food on the table. The right tip, Ovadia have a supper. It's impossible for him to chef everything. The Duma, Shuvas Alach, is with the 7,000 Yidden that did not worship Avodah Zarah. That was basically All of society came from that 7,000. Everybody else was wiped out, I believe. The six. Sharky Yisrael, the Pasuk. The Sharky Yisrael, Shidas HaLechem. I only left over 7,000. But the Rikayish and the Torah about all those rules that didn't bow to the bow to the Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, yeah, but they weren't around for Shem. Talmud happened in Talmud. They were all hiding from Israel, the Russia, killed all the Zerah Torah, killed everybody. The Dilma, Yared Akad Avimah. Maybe Hussein was a bad guy, but maybe his people were all good. You know something about it. That's not how it works. You see, Moshe and Moshe about that stuff. But Moshe said, you have a bad leader, all the people are going to be bad. They follow him. They do the Gabi the Yeshua Nami they have him out. So maybe the Yeshua's people also in Moshe. I mean, they're the ones who ate the bad meat. You know, Gabi the Gabi the Yeshua. Whatever the bad guys, shafted, the people from Apple, so the people from Yeshua ate, because they're also bad. We already established there's one good shafted, but he couldn't shaft it off. I think he shafted for the good people. You go from Vadia for the Shabbos. But the value was around, and he shafted. Whatever you shafted, you shafted ate. And the thousands of people that came with the Yeshua, they all ate the chased meat from the chased cow. Learn something about it. It's the same story that we said a second ago. With the Moshe match about Vadshem, some of the Rishayim, when the leaders in Russia, all those people are Rishayim, or Varev as Rishayim Tzadikim, look at the leader, follow the leader. The follower of Yeshua was a good person. So all these people were good, and therefore they wouldn't be from that Russia. They all ate that meat. You see that you're allowed to eat meat from somebody who's a ruler of David Zara. They weren't that bad. Maybe they weren't Machal Shabbos. They weren't that's the Torah. That's really it's a horror of David Zara. But that's okay. His own people like and Yeshua's people also shafted off Yeshua. Maybe they came with their own shafted. Says the Gemara they have an African of Shady Day. You seen that video? Should you see it again? Yeah, let's just show it just one more time. I understand a little bit better now. You see that you shuffled and not help. Very friendly. They did everything together. They're best of friends. You shuffle, you don't feel that this is tzaddik. That's what we do. And they themselves shuffling.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeremiah Watkins. Jeremiah Wonderspan delivering the first ever
This is Leroy. All the steak, all blends up, everything.
Very good. How do you feel? You guys feel good about it? There you go. Everybody's okay, everyone.
This is good for the medicine.
There you go.
Best friend.
Hey, look, it's like Tony could see us in person. There you go, kid. I'm not going to keep your glass.
We went to work together. You know, since Gemara, how do we know that they accepted all the bad stuff and the good from he's only going to sit from money from where what are you saying? I'm like you, you're like me. So I took about I was like, well, this is hefty that you do. And after this is like step up and I mean, so when it says it's right there, that same passage, later, it's just this is like step up. My horse is like your horse. It doesn't my horses and your horses, we all accept, they accept all this and that's their yours. So this in the beginning when I started saying the Shir Hebrew, so the other wanted me to say in the Saudi Havara.
Check out Mark Norman on Jeremiah Wonder's
all my place. Should I speak like a Litvak, like the Yeshiva Shavar, and start on the. So I tried it out of the I could, but this is the Magid of Hadith. Got to the pasuk, Vela Bereka, Vela, and it said Vela Bereka, Vela Batuti.
How about one more time for the one, the only.
Okay, now I just and Lamada obvious is set up it's a big problem in Hebrew. It's a serious problem because the oil we started out even if we're more cooler guys, more modern, and they all went to yeshivas. And so that you cannot cause you don't want to swap party on bars. Let's say like speaking Hebrew. One yeshiva shall sprout. Since that was in yeshiva's sprout, which is better for me because I'm more used to it. But then the problem is you want to get to the people who need. And they don't know. Some of them starting to tell them like, what do you say? They don't know. It's like a different language. Literally, they don't know what to say. I said, no, it takes about 3 days, and then to get into it. I think it's less than 3 days. Okay, Nani. I told you guys. But the first day, I looked it up last night, the first day of the Spanish, that base, it's only took 1,000 years already. It's unbelievable. It took 1,000 years. The Shiloh is, if it's all, because I said in here, so we do the Spanish, and maybe all the Americans flipped in there. So we don't know. We'll see. It keeps on going. Bezer Hashem. It's crazy. Yiddish is coming soon. French is coming soon. French. So what's that? Your horses are like my horses. The shot is, they're like tanks. The horses are the tanks in those days. Whatever happens to your tank, then happens to my tank. You go to war. Whatever happens to your horses, then happens to my horses. We're in this together. So the money for most is not referring to this is the hecker. It's referring to our bodies, our physical beings. We're going into war. Whatever happens to you, however many people are not going to make it, not going to make it from my side either. Hello, Mahal you know, they put upon himself all the issues that have about them. So you show us matches everything that happened over there in Haftarwise. The battle of Yisrael, the Yisrael of the Melech, the Deutschland, the city, each one on their own cheer. With the Deutschland, the brothers, they're wearing the clothes of a king. The Goyer is the threshing floor. I saw in a Gemara that he calls it one of the Pshatim. He's mastered as a silo, I think it's in a state. The Goyer means the threshing floor. Silo is more of a. Thank you. Silo is more of a storage vessel. A goyren means the threshing place where people come and thresh the. I'm just trying to not. If you don't think it's a silo, it's a threshing floor. The goyren plays a shar shoyim in the gates of shoyim. My goyren. Editor, you don't have to edit. Don't leave it in. My goyren, Elay McGoyren Mamish, also Shashorim Goyren Avo. It can't be physically a threshing floor. Well, you think there was a threshing floor as you're walking the Shorim by the gate over there? Hello, Ki Goyren. What do we sometimes refer to as the threshing floor? That's the Sanhedrin. It's not. Sanhedrin is a Gepati Goyren Agula, something like this. They would sit, the 71 would sit in a half a circle. Why? Today, she runs as they could all see each other. And you don't do it in a complete circle because then you lock everybody out. It'll be impossible to come in. Once you want to stand in front of the Sanhedrin, how are you going to get in? It's very difficult. So you have a circle like this. So that's what it means. That there is, it's referred to the Sanhedrin, not to literally the judges. And the Leila, they accepted their halacha. Says the Gemara, maybe I have proof to Ravana, which we mentioned before. It's not going to last. But we have proof that what? That somebody was the Ovid of a Zara tremendous things. We thought about it before we started the city. The city itself. The guy is over at his daughter. He doesn't believe in reverse though. He's worshiping someone else. You're gonna trust him for extra. The Bible says here. So the Lord goes into the beautiful story about it. So we all know me.
On a Monday night, Brian Redman's here. Brian J.
He decreed that there should be famine, 3-year famine. So, what was the son of them? You're putting an embargo. Gonna go kill him. Gotta run away from him. So how did he look? He ran away from the cave. The Ravens were being the Raven being every single day. Left on and sauce on, schmuck a meal of bread. They left him with also the Arabs and also in the evening. What's the guy? One of them is in the Rav. It says Rav. Where did this meat? They came directly from the kitchen of Apple. It's the younger wife from Apple. From your shopper mix. Some people like to live in your shopper, but not everything is small. That's what the Rebbe this man does. He shows you who's in charge. The person that's trying to kill you is the person that's going to feed you. I'm going to make it like that. He's feeding you every day. Thoughts of a yayin here in Boys House. Beautiful video. Some soldiers says who's first? The record.
You gotta get out there, you gotta do things. You do the road a lot, you come home, and you don't want to go to a store, right? You're online, if you need something, you can get it there. You ever buy something online and then you find out you could have gotten it for a lot less? That's worse than being on an airplane full of candy. Luckily, I have Honey, a free browser extension that saves you time and money when shopping online. Scans the internet for codes and discounts, and then it applies one with the biggest savings to your phone. All by itself at the checkout. It knows every coupon code sale or discount from 20,000 sites like Amazon, Domino's, Target, just like normal and Honey finds you savings, just like normal and Honey finds you savings. You know all about it. This is actually something I've been using before they were even sponsored. It's just an easy plug into your browser. Every time you go on a website, it tells you like, hey, I can save you $20 just if you click this button. It's free. For using it, it makes no sense why you didn't have this.
They say why after Ravens? Ravens they mean to their own children. And it was like a sign that we already enough. You know, you're being too mean to the price of the family. Let them go.
It's free.
The Lord says like this. You can't bring any rice in here. This is Ravens television. And Eliyahu was saying on whatever his book is sending him to Nix. I can eat it. It's from your brother's love. You don't bring a raya off. You're in contact with Malchus and Mary can eat it. So says, that's Hosvils. You do all kinds of things, especially in the you're talking about when I said, like, we have a blood eagle or teaching Muslims is out and I, and also, obviously you have to come out to the place and give it. You have to come out to that answer. Says the Gemara. No, but obviously, if you don't say it from his brother, you have a different problem. See, I have to say, automatically, if you say it from his brother, she says no. So Zell is there to say that your people love yourself in the cover. Obviously, if you got the meat from the Raven, obviously, what's the problem with the buffalo and sour? These are some of the Jews. Some of Jews. Always it came from the Jews. Voice of the diet of Shabbat, Dibala, after you should give us the box. Obviously, it doesn't come to be enough. A shkita of every Gehalt. That much, what? No, the Havamim. Who's going in the harbor before? That's why I have to say no. I see a people shining, and that's why I cannot bring a rider from. That's a.
Shut up.
So yes, it's not, you're not asking. Very little from Miami is just the Torah. From Torah, the Shemayim, you can see whether or not it came from a boy or a yid. That part, yeah.
This guy will be ejected within 15 minutes.
My argument. So we're learning argument means the Raven. Amar Avinu argument is literally a Raven. But how do you know? Amar later. If I want to break it down, we do a trick down about the Shemai argument. Maybe their names is the Raven. So you see the passage. Me like say they argue is Orev, Sur Orev. But say it says this guy's name is Orev. Oleh, the Shami listen to the Bible on Shemai argument. Come on, two people with the same funny name, two Orevs. No, we don't know independent. You're right. But two people both have that same funny name. That the name that's the bird, that's not a bird, a raven. But maybe there's a place called Orev, and they can't do this. That makes more sense. Two people from Orev. Really said. Irvine, Givaldi. They came from Irvine. You do like it's in. Darrow, that's a good in the Eastern marriage is all narrow facts. Says the text and they captured a narrow down. Anybody that learns the usual bars or throughout Shas, what's a down? Up until the age 12. What's the narrow? 12. It's always over. Here, how do we know? Here we go. Tana. Cool. From 0 to 12. A naira is from 12 and a half to the right chest. A beginner is from 12 and a half till 120. So how can you put those two words together? Naira. She's 12 and a half. She's 12, and she's also below 12. How does it go? So we made the guys like, bro. Because the guys are very low now. We told her, the party looked at. I think told her the same thing. They're opposites. They're after that, Dana didn't know the shot is that she's actually a child. She happens to be from. I know, but how is it in English? How does it fit into us sitting in Los Angeles? When you come up with it, let me know. Tomorrow, if that's the case, if they in fact came from, if the two people that came from a place called Orev, they kept saying Orev from Orev. So they called New Yorkers. You don't call it New York. If two people come from New York, they call New Yorkers. Two people come from Orev, they call Orevian. They call which one? Oh, it's the same one.
Here we are, clearly back here. We have
let me say it. I have another raya, and this is a freebie or a boy side. We learned this sugi yesterday. I have a raya for Rabbanon that is somebody that chefs, and he's a big over that with Zari has a stickle of a Zari going on in his house. He has a nice sketch there. So much on the street to say that. Says that everybody's permitted to chef, but even somebody without a bris milah, like he's a small woman, or even somebody that doesn't. Who are you referring to here? He's able to make sure about bris milah. If his brothers they died after the bris milah, so they possibly he cannot have one. And so now he's a perfect Jew, of course. He's a guy that's a Zalzul when I read in the bris milah. He's Mabayas, says Rashi Kitzur. He looks down at bris. Famous safe. I feel he's so normal. That if somebody that doesn't believe in something, you're right. You're not like a receptor. Or if you dummy, you move over that hard. If you don't overhear over that, and everything besides things that have to do with Nevela and eating. I know, but I read it. Sorry, you couldn't speak. I said not. You couldn't speak up. Go up. Someone doesn't believe in something in the Torah. One of the mitzvahs in the Torah. Doesn't believe in rule of an essence. So that's why someone doesn't believe in Bris Milah. What's the difference? It's the same thing. So why are you repeating the same thing? It can't be that you're repeating the same thing. Let's go with the Ravana. The right way of you know what? Somebody doesn't know what it is. That's how you go from the side. He's a lot of stuff. With the Ravana, that's nothing. Lord, they might love. I say no, absolutely. That's too much. Why? Don't my Kamura, but these are not paper book about the black or Kula. If you deny a Dizara, it's like you admit the whole Torah. And if you do have a Dizara, it's as if you deny the whole Torah. If you deny the whole Torah, that's it. You can't try. Hello, Mumalois is Dahar. He's a Mumar to the Vedas. And that's the big Siddush that even though he's a Mumar to the Veda, he doesn't believe in the Veda, but we can trust him in Shkita, which is in the same category. To the Rama. And like Rama says, that a Mumar to the Veda, guy that eats cheeseburgers, with the Rama, we can trust him as a Savior. What is it?
I want to hear where were you going with that there at the end?
No, that's good. That's good.
I'm pretty sure anybody takes $2 and turns it into $8 is
No, that's wrong. Yeah, we already started. Yesterday we already started with the law. That says it's not a problem. It's no more. I hear what you're saying. Why jump? We already have that shit. Robert said yesterday that a more than the Yavain. It's okay for Shkita. So the question is, why jump? Why go to cover this? Dara, take it down one step to Nevada. Why take it down from the Zara all the way down to Megillah? The simple thing. Take it down one step. This guy, you can't. So it says in the Pasuk, so it's not everybody. Mikem, which is talking about an Ayla and a Gada. Mikem, not everybody can do it. The Mumar cannot bring a carbon. Let's see. Wow. One in the order. That was a mistake. Let's see. I did this literally at 7:05. 5 minutes before the show. But it happened by itself. Maybe somebody did it. No. Or I copied it from another place. It could be because it was 5 minutes. That's what I said. Maybe Yoshi got up and he did it. Mumar, no. Then the lamb would really be touching himself over there. Mumar, we can't believe in Lois a Mumar. The Mumar cannot bring the carbon. We can. The Banki Lafti, the way the Mumar is only in Israel, the Mumar can't be recovered, but in the nations, if you have a girl, you just stick a Mumar, he could be recovered. There are human beings that act like animals. They're not mentioned. What does that mean? They don't keep the Torah. They don't keep mitzvahs. So they're animals. There's a word that got Rizal. Today is the day that Rizal. Like Daimler. I think he invented like So the Rizal says that sometimes a person does an Avera and he dies without doing Tshuva. So his wife puts him in an animal, puts his neshama in an animal. And then another person does an Avera, the same Avera, but he does Tshuva. And he does do something good. So he gets an animal. He's working Zam, the animal that he shuts in the carbon is that guy's neshama in there, and he shuts and take out the neshama. So you give that neshama a tikkun. To me, the same Avera, the same thing. They also done with Behema or something? Behemoths are done now, but that's why we shouldn't be Mitzvah animals. You never know. Your own father The front of the drop, he was smacked with the top. Okay, we got Omro. We got him for opponents, but Toshi is slow. Is she out here with you? You hear this? Why do we accept a carbon from a guy who closed our favors deliberately? Toshi is slow. He doesn't deliberately. Today, she out here with you. You have to give them a chance to come back with truth and push them away. Say, no, I don't accept. Then they push away forever. It's not like psychologists they say you show them a lot of love. Never push them away. Give them a chance to come back. So one side is a song. I just you probably know it. Not so many people know.
2 weeks ago.
But those who don't know, I want to teach you them. Not that I don't know what's in it. The other is going to help me. But the 3 times that I heard it, I'm not joking. I cried. Every time you don't see me crying, means I'm crying. It's a beautiful feeling. It's a feeling that the women get to say, us men don't get to say. You can say it by now I know why they cry. You know women cry by the stairs all the time? The words are beautiful. Especially the high part, especially the part of the So I want to teach you and say it as it feels. Who's going to help me out over here? You guys over there. Maybe you know it? Oh, here we go. These are the words. Well, we only do the things one time, but the extra lyrics will do twice. All right, let's go. We'll be right through.
I'm just glad I know. So much like Hermes, the second American will never go away. I'll tell you this, Devin, sign up again next time and we'll get a different 2.5 years, maybe even stick more on minutes. It's on Instagram at Kevin we are real proud boys out there. We know this guy. Hell yeah. One more time for Eric, everybody. Show of hands, any mentally ill people in the audience? Let's look at our side. Let's look at mine, okay? I grew up in decent childhood, between a family, mixed race, South African, shanty town just outside of Philadelphia. Went to a great school, St. Caroline Went off, they Guilty Center 101, Jesus Math. What's
Zayim to see our children and our neighbors' children, all of them. Asking by fire of mitzvahs, they should all come back. All those who left. Zot Gemara. What's in our moment? Like you, we don't accept the verse. What's in our moment? So what can I say? What is moment? What's in our moment? That's one thing. When we not supposed to say that's not somebody who does have a desire for one, who shall process with her head. The still Shabbos Beresi, there's a thing I didn't show you yesterday. There's a Shabbos Beresi. These guys, Shabbos Beresi, I don't know exactly. It's on Shabbos. That's a Beresi, okay?
So you come to me Saturday night after sundown, and I'll give you
Second time on the show. Last week or 2 weeks ago. Thinking about you for the last 2 weeks. I mean, thinking about the show for the last couple of weeks. I had absolutely. Yeah, this guy's like this gatekeeper. I mean, to have this kind of exposure just coming to LA. The last thing you need to do so. If it was up to me, we'd have a giant rubber collar.
Okay.
Now, we don't need to worry about all the other you won't ever use
You
that.
were shot 1,000 Beresi.
I went home, I watched you in bed. I mean, I was
Shabbos Beresi.
watching
You
watch.
yes. This is top one. Oh, for that. I really liked it. Okay.
So, 25 years you've had
but like people like some of them. The other problem, here we go. In the ratio, we had Mikan. Just remember the word Mikan, but like people like some more. The other time we Mikan, so he said woman can't read the card. The other time we Mikan, the money from place you sold. Then it says he could. Other guys, that's not a big guy. So there's some woman called for the whole fire. So no, he can't be. See how some women don't have. The middle part, if he doesn't believe in one thing, doesn't believe in little, he could bring it. They may say, if you ever stop, just read. Besides somebody who's a woman, and somebody who does have a desire with wine, so let's do the same. This is woman, which one is it? The purple. What's the purple? Woman or not? It's exactly what we said in the red. The red says, woman calls her no. You're not going to repeat yourself. And if he's only woman for one thing, not for the whole choir, it says Meforish that you could agree. Woman will never but it's okay. What's with them? Woman and that's Yayin. Woman and this Yayin is one thing. It's not separate things. It's not a woman plus somebody doesn't. He's a woman by the Zara. The Chal Shabbos is Beresi. So it's the Chal Shabbos Beresi. What Rashi says over here, it's a beautiful Rashi. He says, and we do all right. You don't go he says, these are very severe. Okay. It says that Shabbos is like doing a why? Somebody does have a says he believes in another entity. Ramachal Shabbos, Chayfu b'Masa. Somebody Ramachal Shabbos says Rashi. This one I'm a whole. And you don't believe in the Rebbe, why we made Shabbos and Shabbos and born in the You're saying that we're born getting rest. That's why I'm not resting. I don't believe in that whole thing. It's very severe. Alma, what do you see from here? Mumma, but the Zohar, the movement out there too. We just said the word mummer over here. Mummer. The first thing we have to say, we have to write over here. Mummer, Lavid Zohar. That's what it should say. And what? And you cannot bring it carbon. So see, now there's about someone that does have a Zohar. Can it bring carbon? What? Maybe the news will be tomorrow. Says this, that. Yeah. People, the little things that we got out of it. We said, no, but I don't know what it is. Hold on, let's go back. I don't know what it is. With the Yom Kippur Rabbanu, the more Rabbanu, somebody who doesn't have a desire cannot be a good church. Says God, but often after you bring me a whole cost in the camp that you don't bring the car, you can't bring the car, Mama. It's probably more. You live in another person. The famous days. From the concept of everybody now, probably more. It's Shimon, Lois, Yaron, Shimon. Shimon, Shimon. In the name of Shimon, so I gotta remind Ayla, Yossi, Yisrael Goldstein just sent in a thing. He dedicated, so the Kukka Maisa, it's not Gaiva but Halal. I don't usually say Maisa of Gaiva. This is a story from 4 years ago. There's 4 Rishons on the back, on my daughter, and Yisrael Goldstein called up, learning these songs right before every episode, just for you guys. Mention every single time that I say Rishon by Christ. Stop and say Zartu Kayama for his 2 daughters. Give me the name. And I said it in Shir, look back on like 4 years ago. Stopped the Shir and he actually played a little music. Zartu Kayama. And then on the 4th one I said, the boss wants to do this Kamana. It's not called.
So my coworker of mine had a baby when he was 13 years old.
His daughter is.
I had a kid when he was 13, which means that child was like 6 years old when he was a senior in high school. Which means they were the same school district for like a minute. Because maybe watched his dad graduate high school and probably comprehended everything that was going on.
So
Maybe was really proud of his dad.
Erev Lag Ba'omer. Can't make this stuff up. Erev Lag Ba'omer. Phone call from Michelle Goldstein. My daughter gave birth today. Exactly a year later on the day. I want to tell you something else. It's even better. My other daughter gave birth 9 months after Lag Ba'omer. I just didn't want to tell you. I don't want to mess up the whole thing. My other daughter. This is a picture. I went to visit that. I couldn't believe it. So when I was in New York, I went to visit that baby. But here's a picture of that kid. Today, it's his Malaka. The kid is 3 years old today. That's his real Goldstein's. Not AI. The story is AI. People made up. Neither. I was wondering the same thing. I was a little deflated. But it is. Okay. Weiter. But please look at Fashion and Maisa.
Am I right? You had your first comedy set on Keltoni recently? Is that right? Or do I get confused?
Anybody want to sponsor this Reb Shimon for $10,000? Going once, going twice. Nobody's a believer here. But what's your country? I'm sure Reb Shimon. Asher Lex Yasedem is good. Doesn't believe the likes him. If you believe he's top up, yes! Get that point out first! There's a guy on the screen over the screen. Yeah, please! Too late. He's saying it. Rishon Shimon. He said the name of Rishon. I said, let's just send him his Goga Vashim. The one. Only Hashem needs the also. If somebody is willing, if somebody you tell him, what are you doing? You're eating kale. He goes, oh, dang, are you serious? That's a guy that can bring a party. Not a rumor. A guy that says, I know that it's also, but I don't care. A guy that says, I know it's also and I don't care. Tomorrow he's not bringing a party. Hashem would be also maybe party. Hashem would also, if he would know, he would have taken it back. That's a person who brings a party. And he showed me the also. But if he doesn't take it back, then maybe call that should go. That reason I've been out. But according to everybody, according to everybody, the rumor cannot bring a party. Let's finish this now. I'll do this sponsor. It says in the passage, look at this. In the same word after word.
I work
laser cable. Same line. So it's always the same issue. Person who doesn't care about Torah always eats Torah. Blood doesn't.
I work for a company that makes
drink blood by mistake. That's enough for me. If you hold it, how do you know? Like you shouldn't. How do you know when he owns his own? So he's over here also. How do you know his blood owns his own? That was that video we did a long time ago. This is like one of the first videos that someone did.
What's the toughest thing you've ever done? You ever do anything like badass? I work at a comedy club in San Diego. We had to kick a very large gentleman out the other day. I smashed my glasses right off my face. What happened there? You're not going to kick me out if you can't see. No, he snatched my glasses off my face, so there was like three of us pushing him away with his wife, like in the middle of us, like trying to get us to calm down. And so we let her try and take care of the situation, like maybe if he talks to his wife, he'll calm down for a second. But no, he just puts his hand over her mouth, and he's like, I know how to handle my wife.
Anyway, he doesn't do that.
Wives are the same way I handle mine.
That's Millie's favorite.
But then some a couple of bike cops showed up and sent us off the whole night. Say that again? A couple of bike cops showed up.
This is a typical, this is a classic in life. We just said, and what just happened? It's in a kasha, in a very it's a kasha. Remove a kasha. Why does the Gemara say before that we learn or not from the word we can? We have another part. We have another source. Now, the first 2 weeks in the summer. This is another source. What's going on? We have two sources. So you might know, one source is telling us that you can't bring a chatos, another one you can't bring a good sweeping. And then he tells us, yes, bring a chatos and see the quarrel. This guy is not, he's not ready for that. He's a bad guy. He shouldn't be able to bring it. I'm a lover. But I would have a hamamina. The door is to gift Hashem in the we should accept the why do you mean things? Yes, we know Allah, we should like you don't have to zebra from Taiva, so you don't have to bring it. Don't bring it. I don't want your zebra. You're Russia. It's abomination. Al-Khatos, but besides the field, why should I have a community to take it? Because Mendy always says, what does he say, Mendy? What does Mendy say differently? So you're fucking this guy. There's a guy did an event and say, you know what? You don't have to pay $500. You're such a bad guy, even $500 you're not. That's not right. I'm sorry, you pay $1,000. Now you shouldn't get out of it. You know what I mean? It's the voice like putting on the dot. Like global stuff. Financial Services, Chaim Red, Shlomo Imi Mirasi, Farad Maskana, the Soy Shout. What's this picture over here? Ooh. This is 2020? Really? And then Yeshua Fresh is here with us today, sitting. Wow. This now says he hasn't sat at this table in ever. In ever. This is the first time he's sitting. Are you sitting here with White? You know it's going to be in there? Wow, that's very cool. Who's the guy on the left? I don't recognize him. I said Joe Bedee's on the right. Oh, but Joe Bedee's Uncle Joey. Uncle Joey. Okay, he's not coming with us to Morocco? We're going to see the Hamos. We're going to showing us we're doing Gata. We're going to see the Hamos. You see, every time that a person acts like a behemoth, the Gemara says you're like a behemoth. A person like a behemoth. So the word behemoth means the first derogatory thing about sit. Adam behemoth, the Shia Shem, referring about Adam behemoth. Adam behemoth. The Shia Shem. One around the other rap, they move in the Adam Shem are ruling the dance. Great people. They're very, very clever. They're very smart. They're tremendous people. Who is teaming not to behemoth. We have people like that in our Kerala. I'm not kidding. But like geniuses. Wipe the floor with anybody in this room in Kishrin. And then you'll never know about them. They will work the closer behind people. A few of them. Most of them. I think. We don't know. We don't have any Bali guys, but I'm saying that you see this guy. Looks like a regular. He looks like average one. You walk in the car, you never know that this guy like contains in his brain 100 times more than a regular human being. What? I reached a couple of things. Nevertheless, they have a tremendous amount. That's in 16. Okay, over there, it says Adam next to Behemoth, so it's referring to a great person. When it says the animal itself, it's referring to a person that acts like an animal. What? That's what he's saying. He's an Ari Shabachabur, he's the top of the Chabura, but he doesn't act like an Ari, he doesn't act like a. He acts like a Behemoth. No, he acts like a Ari, like a Behemoth. Okay, we're supposed to stand what he said. Behemoth is production. Says the man, I can see other Behemoth. You see what other guys they say together. It's a good thing, but see, the Zerati is basically sworn Zerah album, Zerah Behemoth. So Rashi over here explains. The Bilam is also like partly son. These are bad. These are people not that very good. Amaratim, never learned, never read. They don't learn Chumash. They don't learn Mishnah. He didn't. Okay, so you don't want to. So you see a master going with the Muhammad. No, all of us are Zerah. So Zerah Adam Zerah Behemoth. They're a form of being. It's really a drugs and a basis. It's a proper both sides. All the people that don't have children. So the Gemara says over there, so it's a bad thing. But it doesn't say other than Behemoth together. There's a word in between. It says Zerah Behemoth. Zerah Behemoth. What do we do? We stop over here. Okay. Rabbosai, have a wonderful day. Gavaldigo, like Boimer. Thank you for coming. It's like, oh yeah.
How are you, David? What ethnicity are you, David? Mom and dad are from Iraq. Mom and dad are from Iraq. We got some mileage on us. What does that mean? Yes. Are you? That means I'm an American. Yikes. Right. Me too. Where do your parents live now? Your dad died 19 years ago. On 9/11? What the fuck?
money, Rabbi Isai. Just a test to see if the
Everyone knows 9/11 happened in the year 2000.
Rabbi Isai, thank you very much.
December 31st, 2000.
Oh my God! All he wanted to do was watch the ball drop one last time.
Today,
Let's check in the first one.
היום 30 יום שעם 4 שבועות ו4 ימים לא אומר. 1 day from now is, I'm not going to say the word. I can't even say it. We're holding there. This is in Washington Heights, our boy side satellite location. But what I liked a lot over there is this guy has a Medidas hat already. Check it out. Special thanks to Medidas. We have to be seated, please. Special thanks to Medidas for joining our another studio. Thank you, Bob. Shout out to Josh Dredd for being Messiah and the two Daf Yomi Maschilin. Best, Naftali Palchuk, and MDY Washington Heights. It's not about the card, it's about the top. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a second chance to hop around to learn another daf with MDY. Thank you, Rebellion, for the devotion and dedication that we have should always be the Stark at Man Be'eshim. Sure. I don't know. You're talking to Yankel Pilchik Jr. See, MDY Muncie Bucherin Group. Lakewood Seal, Rabbi Isai. Lakewood Seal. Very nice turnout over there. That's Rabbi Simanowitz from Alizayis, the company that's doing our Gemara so far. He was our guest speaker. I've really heard 13 years old, being the science, 7 Masechta. Baltimore team over 60 plus people. Unbelievable. Baltimore, keep it up. Florida in our one of a kind, a whole caravan that's dedicated to MDY. As you see the sign on the wall with the beautiful flat screen TV. Made a seal over there in Hollywood, Florida. Dallas seal. Beautiful turnout of 20 plus people in Dallas. The Rebellious Commands is hard to put into words with these past 1,633 days, 4 years, 5 months, 21 days. That's really meant. This is from an 18-year-old in London, Shaya Spira. The other day, you kind of stopped base, you've shown up with unwavering dedication, not just to teach, but to give your time, energy, clarity, your heart. That kind of, it doesn't just pass by. It becomes part of our life, people's lives. It builds something lasting, not only knowledge with visible connection and a sense of purpose. What stands out isn't just the number of days, but what those days represent. Showing up again and again, no matter what, and giving your best each time. That kind of community leaves a real mark of people learning with you. 1,633 days is an incredible achievement, but more than that, if you're playing with something deeper and genuine dedication, what is he giving me? But it's him. But I didn't start at Titus at Maze. But what happened was shoulder for him. Thank you for your patience, your passion, and for showing day after day what true consistency looks like. What you've built matters more than can be fully expressed. Deep gratitude. Shaya Spira, age 18, London, UK. This is one of the shortest emails I ever received. It doesn't have anything in the actual one, just a subject line. Please do the daf in Yiddish, like you're doing in Spanish. First of all, I gotta tell you, this is incredible. Spanish is going very well. Just the first shear that I looked at had close to 300 views. It's not bad for day one on YouTube. And then it went to another place as well. But the Pella is, and this is, every time we used to say, wow, 500 people joined this business after 1,000 people died. We had for Chagiga, 2,000, 3,000 for Megillah, whatever it was. For Chulin, and this is the middle of Shas. This is towards the end of Shas. So you expect 1,000, 2,000 people. Over 6,000 people joined in Kula. You understand the number? Over 6,000 between Hebrew and English. It's a crazy number. The big question is how to keep them. How to